Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We have hit Thursday morning. We are just over the 72-hour mark. It's so funny, of course, Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
It's so funny to realize that a few years ago, back in 2021, the inaugural year of Cocodona, we would just now be celebrating the first finisher in Michael Versteeg.
Yeah, and now we're, over 10, 12 maybe?
Yeah.
In the house, we had a flurry of finishers actually over the last couple hours.
Yeah, we'll actually go through and recognize those people this morning. Also, we're going to check and track certain DNFs in the field. We'll take a look at the Sedona Canyons race that's still going on, some of the people who ran that distance, because there's a story brewing there where one runner is completely laying waste to the course and all sorts of previous records, as well as talk about what we've got planned for the rest of our broadcast day. And that is going to be a situation where our couch to our right is going to have a whole lot of cheeks hanging out.
Our production team, Zach and the gang, are working on lining up interviews with several of our podium finishers from yesterday. What a day yesterday was. So as those become available, we don't have any fixed schedule on that, but as those become available, we'll be letting you all know. And join us for that.
That is very true, AJW. When somebody runs a 250-mile race and you want to have them on for an interview, the rule of thumb is whenever they're ready.
That's right.
We have open invites to everybody that's finished so far, I believe, and I do know some names that are penciled in, but we're going to hold off on giving those lists until we have confirmation. Frankly, the confirmation will come from in the form of them sitting down with us.
That's right. And of course, Zach will let us know as the schedule takes shape. But even that schedule is going to be flexible. If we say they're going to be here at 1, it might be 1:45. It's kind of like the race.
Until we see them come through that door, we're not going to call them out, because we don't want to have egg on our faces, and we don't want anybody to be under the impression that they didn't want to talk or anything.
We also are transitioning. It's Thursday. It's day 4. This is the transition day to, our focus has been on the elite runners. We had great coverage. You and the team had great coverage last night as Meg Eert rounded out Courtney Dauwalter and Meg Eert rounded out the women's podium. But today, the focus begins to shift on everybody else, the 99%, those featured in the cutoff film of Dylan Harris earlier this year. Chris will be sure to keep you up to date on the various cutoff times and where they're located. We've also got a team assembled to actually have some coverage at those cutoff points to keep you up to date on that. We also know that many of you out there are going to be tracking some of your favorites, maybe your friends and family, and we'll be doing our best to give you updates on those. And finally, as has become customary, I know they're probably getting their coffee and wiping their eyes free and getting ready to go. Our runners who will be out there going back and forth up Beaver Street to bring in the various runners. And let me use this as one more reminder. It's not too late to fill out your runner's information form. Chris has read a couple of those over the last couple of days. We love having that information and that data, and we can give you all the details on how to do that. Just make sure you get that information form in on behalf of your runner if you have not done so already.
I want to go through the list of individuals who completed their Cocodona journey over the last few hours. When last we were here, we had celebrated the finish of Meg Eert, and Adair Ramirez was coming down the streets of Flagstaff. We didn't have anchor coverage, but we did have a follow cam, which I was thrilled to see. Adair Ramirez, for those that aren't familiar, is a an unsponsored runner who is a work-life balance kind of guy, works as a locksmith out of Las Vegas, and was flanked on all sides by family, his kids, young children running alongside him last night as he finished. And we were kind of contemplating the fact that Adair finished third here last year, had another blistering finish this year, is a 3,500 miler, has won multiple other big events, and maybe some of these brand managers need to take a closer look at him. We would love to see another a Cocodona virtuoso end up getting a sponsorship, as we've seen with our overall champion. And to recap what happened yesterday, it has been captured by the hearts and minds of everybody out there. You are catching mainstream broadcast sources and other mediums taking note of Rachel Entrekin and her efforts here this week at the Cocodona 250.
Absolutely. A historic, it's funny to say in a 6th-year event you have an historic finish, but Rachel certainly was. Not only that she did it, but the way she did it. That finish was just incredible. Particularly from I would say Munns Park in that middle of the night, the rain. She did mention in her interview turns out she had 3 sleeps, kind of ranging from 8 to 15 minutes. I think her total sleep tally, and we'll get more detail on this if she can come in for an interview later today, amounted to about just over 30 minutes. But yeah, Chris, you're right. The mainstream media is taking note, and it's kind of cool to see
cool.
In our little corner of the ultra world, people like Rachel, bringing attention to it, this extraordinary event, and the extraordinary people competing in this event.
Of course, we talked about the fact that we are just 3 days in. You and I woke up nice and early here, local time. Trevor and Zach on the other side of the camera, waking up early as well. We're just kind of shaking the tracker to get it to wake up a little bit because, if you tune into it, it looks like it's a little bit behind. But with that, as I mentioned, Meg Eert, Adair Ramirez finished last night as we were going off the air. The Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, finished last night as well. Zach Hauer, Michael McKnight, they've all been confirmed as finished by the trackers, but we also know that Heather Jackson, Jeff Browning, and I thought I saw George Cyrus milling about the finish line as well. And I think that it is safe to say that Roman Track and Ryan Clifford have completed their journey as well, because the next runner we expect to see come in was last year's F2, and that's Lindsay Dwire.
Yeah, I think Lindsay's probably in Buffalo Park or almost getting out of Buffalo Park.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
So Lindsay Dwire is the next runner that I would expect to see coming through. I would expect maybe between 45 after and the top of the hour coming up here.
And then we'll keep our eyes out for Benjamin Lucas and Jake Kilgore. They've probably gotten down to the bottom of Eldon and are taking that 1 mile sort of traverse to Trinity Heights. There's a great view of the sun rising over the Hangover Trail in Sedona.
It's one of my favorite aspects of our Cocodona 250 coverage presented by Ultra. And the sky visuals that we get, I think we could call this the John G. Skycam, but the fact that we get to see Sedona at sunrise.
Indeed. And
usually you have to pay pretty good money for a hotel room to get that.
And this is interesting for the everyday runner, the runner who comes to Cocodona planning on a 5-day adventure. It's not a science, it's an art and a science, but many of them do plan their Wednesday night into Thursday morning sleep in Sedona. At the Sedona Posse Grounds. After waking up and leaving the Posse Grounds, you've got about a 7 mile stretch to get to the beginning of the Hangover Trail proper. And here we're seeing a runner right now. Also keep in mind the 125 goes through the Hangover Trail, and many of those are probably doing something similar, getting into Sedona. So lots of traffic through Sedona this time of day. This is a beautiful section of trail. This runner's on the back side of it, so probably a mile away from the base of the road climb, rugged dirt road climb, up to the Coconino Plateau, which is up there just at the very top of your screen, where you see that little bit of light above the Koros clock.
Yeah, we had some interesting stories last night. One of the things that we did witness was Heather Jackson heading into Trinity Heights, the final aid station, just 4 miles from the finish, but going down for a nap.
Mm-hmm.
From
Trinity Heights with 4 miles to go.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
And Trinity Heights, from there you have a little bit of trail, but I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 technicality, you're talking about a 2. Basically a pipeline trail that connects you to the AZT for a very brief stretch coming out of Buffalo Park, Schweitzer Canyon, and then the streets of Flagstaff. None of that. I mean, you could do all of that in a road shoe and be fine. Mm-hmm. But Heather had a very challenging day, and so they actually set her up and laid her down at the aid station. And I'm going to peel back behind the curtain here, but I did hear from Rachel Entrigan that she went to go check on Heather last night. That woman took the longest time to get to sleep, but it speaks volumes as to our Cocodona Grand Champion this year, Rachel Entrigan, did go out to check on Heather last night.
So she actually went out to Trinity Heights to see what was going on. Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
That's great.
Speaks to the spirit of trail as well.
That's really great.
Another familiar name that it sounds like you had some details on whose Cocodona race came to a close earlier than we expected. Manu Villaseca, our 2024 F2, I believe. I think it was 2024, but Manuela had her race draw to a close at about mile 200 or 203 at Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the details, but she did post on her social media overnight that she actually had an interaction with race director Steve Adderholt, and she was pulled from the race. I have no information other than that. I'm sure we can get some more information as the day unfolds. I'm going to check in with her co-coach at Wild Peak Running, Brittany Peterson. I know she's been here supporting Manu, so I'll see if I can get a little bit more detail on that as the morning unfolds. But as you mentioned before we went on the air, a post 200 mile DNF at Cocodona often takes place, if not because of missing a cutoff, which of course does happen, but it didn't happen in Manu's case, often happens because there's some extenuating circumstance, an injury, a condition that requires a race to intervene. Again, don't know the details of it, but Manu is out of the race.
And these are just breathtaking shots of the Sedona area, as you mentioned, the Hangover Trail. And for those who have not been to Sedona before, to be able to visualize what you see in postcards typically, what you see on some calendar photography is what we're looking at here in Sedona and in the surrounding regions. Truly one of the most beautiful places I've ever experienced. And I feel like we should be having a sponsorship from perhaps maybe a hotel or a real estate agent who, could benefit from some people that are seeing these views and maybe realize, hey, I would love to to come check out Sedona or maybe plant roots there. I had family that lived in Sedona for many years that have since passed, and one of my annual highlights was heading up there. Well, not annual. A couple times a year, I'd head up to visit my late Aunt Karen and Uncle Mike. There, and they lived just right at the entryway to the city of Sedona.
I also got a little bit more detail from George Plomerity, who's the crew chief for Jeff Browning, and he took a little bit longer dirt nap than planned last night because, his hallucinations were a little bit more intense than they usually are. I'm sure we can get some information from Bronco Billy a little bit later. He loves to share his experiences out here, but that was the summary of he just thought he might get his wits about him by taking a little bit longer nap than he might normally do. Zooming down in on the area of the Hangover Trail, our drone footage, getting the sunrise, the morning light hitting the wonderful red rocks of Sedona. Let's, Chris, let's drop into the next cutoff.
Yeah, let's do that.
Speaking of Sedona.
So our next cutoff, we actually just had one at Deer Pass, mile 146.9. That took place at 4:45 this morning, shortly before we came on the air, now about 40 minutes ago. And that was at, 146.9. Our next cutoff is at the Sedona Posse Grounds. We will have cameras. We will have boots on the ground to capture those runners coming through. And their deadline for exiting these aid stations, whenever we talk about a cutoff, it's not just the arrival, it's the departure as well, as we catch it's either a runner or so people can come out on a stroll on these trails too. But Sedona Posse Grounds cutoff is actually at high noon today. And we've got a handful of runners that still have not made it there. And we'll get a chance to maybe name them off before I head out this morning at the top of the hour.
It's a long run into Sedona Posse Grounds too. There's quite a bit of sort of windy single track trail all around Sedona. And it's a little bit of a chore to get in there, but I know those folks are grinding towards that aid station, and we, like Chris said, we're going to have some folks out there ready to give you a little bit more color on what's going on in the Sedona Posse Grounds.
And after that, our next cutoff in the Cocodona 250s at Schnebly Hill tonight at 9 p.m. That's at mile 176.1. And Schnebly is a point where the runners have to depart without a pacer.
You see, this runner went the wrong way. They came back up. You get to the edge sometimes, and it's like, oh, can't go down there. So he sort of retraced his steps and is going the right way. There are course markings out here, but there are also white paint squares just on the rock, and sometimes it's tricky to follow those. Now he's on the right track here. He'll just drop down.
I remember when they instituted the Hangover Trail as part of the Cocodona 250 course last year, and I know that you spearheaded some exploratory trips out there, and what I gathered from the runners was, to paraphrase, the consensus was, quote, holy crap.
Yeah. Yeah, and when it was initially announced, there was a little bit of consternation and some sort of commentary online. Why are they doing this? It's hard enough as it is, but it is a beautiful trail. Highly recommended to do during the daylight, but not everybody can. But yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. Of course, a lot of people do it, as a day hike here in Sedona, which is pretty normal. But man, at mile 160-ish, it will get your attention.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned, the runners have until noon to get there. Kind of eyeballing the back of the pack to see who has yet to get there, who is still registering on the course now. It seems like we are going to get hit with a very large update on our runner tracking. We're using the same resources as you folks, the one that we've had pinned to the top of the chat over the course of the week here. We expect to see Lindsay Dwire coming into the finish line here in a little bit. We will pick that up when we have the opportunity. But using the same resources you folks have, looks like we're hoping to see a combination of some or most of the following: Mandy Mullen, Kimberly Paracelli, Cheryl Anderson, Thomas Murray, Simon Ward, Carrie McFarlane, Kelly Stewart, Carmen Abello, Mike Tuccio, Carl Balloon, Sydney Haggins, Tyler Colby, Noel Rubio, Lacey Lizey, Maria Luz Mayor, Tyler Jackson, Megan Rowland, Aylin Davis, name very familiar to us. Go watch the cutoff, folks. Nicholas Togini, Jared Harding, Sarah Mountain, Robbie Cheney, again. Go watch the cutoff, folks. Bill Holmes, Roseanne Coder, Mandy Bingham, Michael Reardon.
Oh, yeah, I know Mike. He came out. He's from Maryland. He came out for our training runs, as we were just talking about, on the Hangover Trail and a couple other spots.
Let's see. Taylor Shern, Shayna Rodenbaugh, Bimal Patel, Carl Vassell, Ken Willinger, Nestor Sanchez, Caitlin Fisher, Ashley Livingstone, Rika McNulty, Missy Hendricks, Tanya Carmona, Ashley Olkering, Daniel Bailey, Danny Westergaard, Susie Lurie, Matt Clem, Alex Daniels, Greg Lesher, Larry DeBoard, James Thornton, Andrew Shetley, and Casey Babel. And I think that other than that, and one more, Greg Secatero, I think that that is the list of runners we have not confirmed getting to or through Sedona. So there is quite a lot of race left for these people, of course, because with Sedona, you've still got, for lack of a exact number, 100 miles to go.
Yep. I did get some information on Manu Villaseca from Brittany Peterson. Her O2, her blood oxygen levels were a little bit low. Was having a little bit of trouble breathing. Was doing okay, but ultimately they made the call to call it a day. So that's the information we have on Manu. Thank you, Brittany, as usual. One of the great ones, Brittany Peterson.
Oh, that's right. Missy was also one of the stories that they followed in the movie The Cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
Missy's finish was I think, the most emotional in that film. It was
it really was
pretty powerful moment. So when you're not watching the live stream, so basically Saturday at 10:01, maybe put it in your queue on YouTube, and so we get visuals of a runner.
This is coming back off the trail. If anybody in the chat recognizes this runner. It warms up pretty quickly, too. It's obviously cold.
Are they calling home to say, look, Mom, I made the live stream? Of course, I am going to be just hanging out for the top of the hour. You and I like to wake up and reset the day, as it were, every morning at 5 a.m. But I am going to be departing at the top of the hour, leaving this chair in the capable hands of the one, the only Jake Jackson, who has made his way to the studio. And I'm going to actually, before I head out, I do want to bring Jake in whenever he's ready to come in and join us on the couch to talk about his experience as the second ever finisher of the Bradshaw Brute.
Yep, that'll be fun. And I'm around until 9 this morning, and then I have to depart this year. Unfortunately for me, I'm heading out a little bit early because it's my son's graduation weekend from college.
Is that Tully?
My son Tully is graduating from Lewis and Clark College, and so I'm flying back up to Oregon later today. And Kevin Goldberg is coming in, and he's going to spell me for a couple of shifts. Kevin was the commissioner of the Mingus Basketball Association up at Mingus Mountain Camp, so he'll be able to share some of the details of that fun event that took place up there. It really was a lot of fun.
We'll actually we'll play it on the fly here and do what we want to do here as we wake up at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra, and just bring him in right now. Hey, Jake Jackson, welcome to the broadcast.
Well, good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Good morning, Jake. How are you?
Great.
Recovering, trying to catch up on sleep, like probably all of us are right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you finished second at the Bradshaw Brute this week. Of course, the first finisher, Ryan Rogers, he kicked your tail.
Out of nowhere and kicked everybody's butt, yeah.
Yeah, Ryan Rogers finishing in 23 flat, basically, 23 hours and 18 seconds. You with a very stout finish, 26:17:01. Ryan Bailey rounding out the men's podium. On the women's side, Kelly Halpin, 27:01:13. Holly Hovius, a Prescott local, 30:35:02, and rounding out the women's podium was Erin Clark, 36:16:24. So, Jake, as we await Lindsay Dwire's finish, tell us what it was like out there in the Bradshaw Brute.
I was trying to think of the best way to describe the course, and I came up with the Brute, or Brute put the brutal in the Brute. Like, it was brutal. Yeah, I've run that first 37 miles of the course from Cocodona. This would be my fifth time running it, so I was pretty familiar with the front half of that race, except for the section that we stayed on the Black Canyon Trail, but I had run Black Canyon previously, so I kind of knew how to get across the river, and so that part wasn't that big of a surprise to me. It was the section after Astor Creek where we make a hard left up into the mountains, back up into the mountains, that it was a big shock. Steep climbs, very rugged. The descents were like, just went on forever, it seemed like. And I had managed to get up to the top of the ridge up there just as the sun was going down. So I had a nice, beautiful view, but the winds, boy, were they howling up there.
Yeah.
So,
when I saw that course, the course information originally released, I was like, whoa. And I know that Andre Lee and Jamil like knew those trails well. Back in the early days of Cocodona, they were thinking of that would be the course.
Oh, wow.
Smartly, it's not.
Right.
Cocodona proper stays on the relatively mundane Senator Highway for most of that.
Right.
The climb up to Mount Union is tricky. But holy cow, talk a little bit about that, because those trails aren't very widely used, first of all, and they are just continuing to go up, down, up, down.
It was just... I mean, I don't know if you guys have been on the course out there. The climbs going up to Lane Mountain, very long, very steep, very technical. It was a lot of the same. It was just, you would look up and you would never see the top of it. And then you'd get to the top and you'd say, wow, I have to go all the way down that now. And one of the ridges, you could actually see across to the next mountain that you were going to climb. And it was literally a straight line, just carved straight up the mountain. And you're just like, please don't make us go up that. But of course we did. I think the biggest problem I was having was just the wind. It was just so windy up there and very cold. And just heading back down, make the climb back up to Camp Kippa. And I think that one kind of kicked everybody in the butt that was in the race. There was a lot of drops at Camp Kippa. And yeah, it was just like one of those things.
Was route finding an issue at all? I mean, you know, it's Aravaipa. They mark the heck out of these courses, but with wind and dark and very faint trails, were there some spots where it was like, where do I go?
The only section that I had trouble finding markers was, I forget the lake that we circumnavigate around before heading.
Watson Lake?
No, before that. It was where
Goldwater Lake.
Goldwater,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you,
right.
yes. There's a lot of like side trails to get down to the lake for people to, I don't know if they fish or go down there, but there are sections. And I had mentioned to the aid station captain there that it was a little bit hard to get through. And he said, yeah, it's hard to keep the ribbons on in some of that area. I don't know if somebody came and tampered with it or they just didn't have enough ribbons to mark it as well as they would like. But yeah, I got off a few times. But after that, it was, pretty smooth sailing back into Prescott. So, yeah.
And one of the signature components of the Brute, and something I think it'll be interesting to see as the race grows over the next couple of years, is the no pacer, no crew.
Right.
Very sort of, kind of, I call it European style. How do you think that played out with you particularly, but also in the sort of general vibe?
Well, that's what kind of drew me to the race. I had been doing, basically since my finish last year at Mammoth 200, I've been doing all of my races pacerless, crewless. So I've had quite a bit of training. And I know that was, talking to some of the friends that were in the race too, that was one of their concerns. We only had 3 dropbacks for the entire 100 miles.
Oh my.
So you had to be very strategic in what you were putting in those dropbacks. And granted, the aid stations were, you know, your typical 9, 10 miles apart. So you could rely a little bit, but you did have to be very self-reliant in between those aid stations getting around on the course. And I think the one big challenge of this one was the 20-mile stretch to the finish where you were by yourself. No aid, nothing. You just, whatever you took from that last aid station was what you had to the finish.
That is so the only ones were, if I'm correct, were Crown King, probably somewhere in Prescott, because you didn't go to Whiskey Row, right?
No.
You got to go around Whiskey Row.
Yeah, we had Astor Creek.
Oh, yeah,
the camps, Camp Kippa, Camp W, and then Goldwater.
But for dropbacks.
Dropbacks. There was 3,
Crown King,
Camp Kippa.
There you go.
The lake,
and then that last one. And from that last one, you had to go 20
miles.
Yeah.
And the rough part about that last 20 miles is you could see
Watson
Granadales.
Lake. Yeah.
You could see them, but the course kept winding away from it at times. And you're like, why are we going that direction?
It looks like our tracker had some semblance of an update with a lot of the active bibs. There are still some finishers whose bibs are pinging on course, but Lindsay Dwire, according to my tracking, has actually hit the streets of Flagstaff and going to be coming down Beaver Street here very shortly. Behind her, Jake Kilgore has made his way off Pipeline and is heading on that brief stretch of the AZT into Buffalo Park, as has Ben Lucas. Catherine Edwards Anderson, last year's sixth place female, is making her way and is almost to Trinity Heights. So those are some of the names and faces we'll be seeing finishing. Other runners who have actually finished that Eldon descent and probably breathing a sigh of relief are Jimmy Strayhorn and Nicole Kernik.
I will say I was staying at the Precision House where Lindsay Dwire's crew and everybody was staying. After we left her at that last aid station, I think it's Wildcat, that was the last crew aid station. We went over there, and her crew got a couple hours, and we were planning on getting up at about 4:45, but her husband got a text saying that they were way faster than they were planning. So she must have gotten like her fifth or sixth wind and was feeling like she was, I think he was saying that she feels like she is being chased as well as chasing. So she must have moved up quite a bit through there.
Yeah, the way that this race messes with your mind, pivoting from the Bradshaw Brute to the Cocodona 250. Of course, you've run the full Cocodona as well. When you get to that, 200, 225 mile range, I mean, do you have to, remind yourself every few moments that you're just needing to just worry about what's going on with you?
Oh, very much. Especially towards the end of my race. I pretty much death marched the last 20 miles in because my quads were just completely shot. But I also knew that the other Ryan was in third and was probably going to chip away at my small lead. And by the time I did get to the finish, he came in like 15 minutes after me. So you're always in the back of your head, like, just try to run as much as you can, take care of yourself, and just get to the finish line as quickly as you can.
Of course, we're here in Flagstaff. We're actually at the Run Flagstaff store.
Great studio.
About 2 blocks away from the finish line. What do you think of our setup here, Jake?
It's amazing. I mean, I did not get to see where you guys were broadcasting from in the previous years, but this is really cool.
Well, previous years had usually been, the first couple of years, I believe we broadcasted from the studios in Phoenix, which was functional, but it felt sanitized.
It felt so far away from the action.
Yeah. Broadcasting from the Aravipa headquarters studios is cool in some cases, but whenever we get the opportunity to be out close to the course or even on course, it's so much better. You get the energy, you get the motion. Of course, you're going to be in this chair starting at the top of the hour, and what you're going to realize is that there's a whole store of energy going on right next to you, and a running store in Flagstaff, like the premier running store in Flagstaff. You're going to have, you'll have, Olympians and Western States winners coming in and out of the store, grabbing things randomly, and people who are just curious about what's going on will peek into the window. You will be focused on the screen here, and then all of a sudden look over, and you'll have pictures of you'll see somebody out of the corner of your eye taking pictures of you here. It's really cool though.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
I did a volunteer shift yesterday at Schnebly Hill, and a lot of the people who were coming through were just like, I had mentioned that I was going to be coming on the live stream. Just like, oh, I'm going to drive over there after I finish and come say hi to everybody. Like, yeah, come by.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point of the week, my brain is starting to get a little bit soft here. So
softer than normal, Chris.
Softer than normal, which is some tall timber right there. But one of the runners that I want to recognize, and I want to go through the podiums on both sides of the Sedona Canyons 125, and that's what True Hart Brown is doing in that race. True Hart Brown is going to finish before 7 a.m. today, which is going to be a sub 24-hour finish for the Sedona Canyons 125. Just absolutely amazing effort here for him this week. I'm looking to see if he has actually hit. He hasn't hit Flagstaff Athletic yet, but he should be doing so probably in the next 30 minutes or so. at last, Checkpoint had a 3 hour and 9 minute lead on the field.
I have a great story to share with him coming through Schnebley Hill in
Oh,
a little bit.
yeah.
We'll share it when he gets closer to the finish line, though.
Okay. And seeing what True Hart Brown is doing on that course, I can't wait. The story of True Hart Brown is one that I've repeated multiple times in this live stream, but it's one that needs to be shared. As a golden ticket winner in 2022 at Black Canyon, he was all set to run Western States. Then the week of Western States that year, he was called away to participate. He's a forest firefighter. And there were forest fires. He's at Flagstaff local. He had to, depart from the Western States roster to participate in fighting fires here in Arizona, and just hasn't had the chance, the opportunity, the time to get ready to run another Western States qualifier. Well, Sedona Canyons, and he's going to finish with time to spare, is a Western States qualifier. So True Hart Brown, hopefully his journey begins anew for that race. In second place in the Sedona Canyons 125 right now is Tyler Welch. He's currently at mile 97.3, give or take. Nico Hawbaker rounding out the men's top three at mile 93.7. On the women's race, was very tight for a long time, but Andrea White has asserted herself in that event. Currently sitting at mile 97.2, approaching the 100-mile mark in under 24 hours. That's super impressive. Rosalia Garashi is hitting second at about mile 89. Rachel Buzzard rounding out the top three for that race. Rachel Buzzard at Flagstaff local. And probably just looking to get home and be able to sleep in her own bed shortly after finishing the race.
This is Chris, let me just jump in
Sure.
here. This is kind of the final drop off out of the Hangover Trail area. You can see these two runners making their way down in about 200-300 meters. They drop back down into the trees, and after maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours on this slick rock, they're back on dirt trails. So this is really good.
This is the one section I did not get to see last year due to me dropping out. So before I head home, I am 100% doing this.
You get to
loop.
go out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, any chance you get to Sedona, you take it. Of course, when you head out from Sedona, I hope you're going to be heading north, I would assume, to get to I-40 or...
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, because you don't want to head south from Sedona on a weekend. No. It is wild.
I really wanted to leave Schnebley and do a loop down, but I realized that I forget the name of the dirt road that leads down there. It was only 6 miles away from Schnebley, but you needed a 4x4 vehicle to get down there. And I'm glad I didn't take my Subaru down there because it probably would have had to turn around. So
there is a social media group, the Cocodona 250 Runners group on Facebook, and somebody actually was talking or asking the group about getting to and from Schnebley and Sedona. And when the person posted, well, it's only about 6 miles, right, everybody was freaking out and telling them, oh, wow, no, you don't want to do that. As
hi, there's Lindsay.
Lindsay Dwire, our F5.
All right.
Yep, fifth place woman.
Scott Rokas and Jamil Curry there to congratulate her along with the Precision team.
Yeah, you can take that road out of Schnebley for, at least you can go at least to the site of Foxborough Ranch where the aid station was last year and a little bit further, but it really deteriorates quickly when it starts to drop down, and you really can't do that in anything other than a really burly ATV.
Congratulations. This is Lindsay Dwire's second Cocodona finish. Of course, as we mentioned, she was the runner-up last year. And if you're not familiar with Lindsay Dwire, the one word that comes to mind when I think about her and her running career is volume. If you've seen her Strava, she is constantly pounding out 60, 70, 80-mile weeks as part of her training regimen. So a month that involves a Cocodona is a spike, but not as much as it is for other people.
Yeah.
I'd always heard of Lindsay. We were supposed to do a race together, but she did not do it the year I did it. And the one thing after meeting her Monday morning before the race, she is very meticulous.
Yes.
Very dialed in what she wants. Her crew, every time that I was with them after Schnebley, I was kind of leapfrogging with them. But yeah, very professional is what I got from her.
You can see, so off to the right, you can't see it from our vantage point, but there is a photo booth set up basically for runners to take their after race photos. Of course, they get their before race photos at the expo on Sunday afternoon at Deep Canyon Ranch, and just a few days later, in Lindsay's case, getting that after photo. The contrast before and after for these athletes is often pretty striking.
Hey, Jake, you mentioned the Precision House. Did you get one of those outfits?
They offered me one, but I was like,
You
I
turned
don't know
it
if that's my style.
These outfits have taken the race by storm. Quite an interesting look. Of course, we saw Rachel Entriken's crew all decked out in these Precision outfits. But yeah. Okay, I was wondering. You walk in the house, is everyone walking around in them? And
They just have a closet full of suits lined
Jake,
up.
I would have killed to see you wearing that drip. It would have been definitely a vibe. I don't know what vibe would have been. I mean, I think they're great, but yeah, it is definitely a it's a personal fashion choice, and obviously doesn't mesh with your personal style of fashion.
And I was telling Zach, before I came over, you would see these suits everywhere. I don't know how many people they brought in, but they were everywhere.
Oh yeah, and I remembered seeing them for the first time on Monday morning. As you can see, Lindsay with another great look there with that big pink coat. Being congratulated by members of the Precision
that is
Fuel
a big
team.
pink coat.
But they were in terms of fashion decisions one of the most talked about aspects of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Somebody was asking about the discrepancy in time on the elapsed Koros clock versus the one at the start-finish line. The elapsed time is that for the Cocodona 250 race itself. The Koros clock is simply the time of day.
Yeah.
People with their impressions of those outfits in the chat. I will leave you to read those yourself if you are so inclined. Here at the Run Flagstaff Studios, this is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson, Andy Jones-Wilkins. I'm going to be stepping out at the top of the hour here momentarily to go and work my day job. I'll be coming back tonight for Aravaipa After Dark. And our theme of the day is going to be celebrating those who have finished the Cocodona 250, as well as recognizing those still on their journey up here to Flagstaff. Sedona Posse Grounds is the next big cutoff at noon, and we will definitely be keeping eyes on those runners who have yet to get to Sedona, as we know we've got film crew there. I do believe we said that Kevin Goldberg is going to be heading into the studio later today. Wait, so you and Kevin are going to be driving the car later today?
At some point, I think we are, yes.
I got to tune in for that. That's going to be so much fun.
I'm going to warm up with Jake, and then we're just going to pass the keys to Kevin, and all hell will break loose.
I think that's fantastic. And one of the things I'm looking forward to, as again, we see Lindsay Dwire celebrating her finish at the finish line, easily noted by the very flashy pink coat. Kevin Goldberg had been a runner every year in this race up until 2026, and opted to not continue as a legacy runner. but still wanted to be here and was so obsessed with a vision that he turned it into a reality and created the Mingus Basketball Association. So in the midst of a 250-mile race, arguably the most competitive 250-mile or 200-plus mile race on American soil, he is encouraging and was able to cajole runners into taking a few basketball shots.
Did we ever figure out who is on the leaderboard?
Oh, he'll offer a full report.
Very good.
Lots of people have been asking about that. I went up and competed in the media division, and without getting too specific, I did outscore Jamil Curry by 1 point.
Okay.
But other than that,
so you made one shot and
Yeah,
Jamil missed them all?
Jamil's score came up zeros, but
no, it was a really cool setup. He had places marked out on the court. There was a 1 point shot, a 3 point shot, a 5 point shot, a 7 point shot, and a 10 point shot, and everybody was tallied and they kept track and so yeah. I don't want to spoil too much, but pretty much everybody in the 250 was giving it a try. It was really cool. I hung out there for about an hour, and because it was Mingus Mountain Camp after all, and I had to eat some of the lasagna.
Well, Kevin was actually signed up for the Bradshaw Brute.
He was originally.
Him and his co-host Peter Noyes were signed up. And Peter did finish. I saw that. And I was thinking, when I saw that he had pulled out, I didn't know about the basketball thing yet. He pulled off, and I was like, dang it, might have been my only chance to beat Kevin. He beats me every time at the 200 miles, but maybe I can get him at 100 miles. And yeah, I heard great things about I was kind of checking in here and there and watching some of the people coming in and take shots, and it was interesting. It was a lot of fun.
He even had floodlights up there. They had the whole works.
What was amazing to me was that I admit I was skeptical about the level of participation he was going to get not from everybody, but from the front of the pack.
Right.
And he has a basketball, a white panel basketball that everybody who came through and participated was to sign. Mm-hmm. And I'll be darned, when they showed a camera close-up of the basketball, there were tons of signatures on it already, but I did make out Rachel Entrikin's signature.
Oh yeah, she definitely played.
Yeah, which is amazing to me. So
let's just say she performed better in the actual race than in the NBA.
Yeah, that will be one of those details lost to the sands of time after this week is done and over with.
Was there anything said what they're going to do with the basketball?
I'm sure Kevin's going to keep it in a case in his house.
Yeah.
No, and Kevin went all out. I mean, I have a Mingus Basketball Association shirt that I got.
Did you get one of the jerseys or the shirts?
I got one of the shirts.
Okay.
But yeah, they're still pretty sharp.
Yeah.
So as you see, the precision team.
Now what are we doing? Pyramid?
They might be.
I think so.
Yep.
I mean, they do have a bit of time before the next runners come in. We're expecting.
Boy. And Lindsay's got to climb on top of that.
Oh, they're going to make. Oh,
Lindsay's going on. This is good.
I'm a little bit
This is almost as good as Joe McConaughey getting lifted up sideways.
That was a fantastic moment, too. So that is your F5 Lindsay Dwire after her finish.
Oh, my goodness.
Attempting to have.
Taking her shoes off.
Oh, please be careful, Lindsay.
Looks like they've got some spotters. This is a first.
This woman at the top of this pyramid just finished the Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Keep in mind.
Jamil's not missing this one. Look he's right there.
That's great.
Well, you got to say, it has been very difficult to miss the precision team here at Cocodona this year.
Before she left Walnut Canyon, they made sure to put extra sparkles on the face, on all the pacers, and they were having fun out there.
I'm so impressed.
I mean, that's one of the coolest things about our sport. You can stop and shoot baskets and put sparkle on makeup on your face, and when you finish, you do a pyramid.
Yeah. Well, in talking about a sport where you can, pretty much do anything. Heather Jackson, there seems to be some confusion because Heather's tracker stopped for what seems to be maybe to some an excessive amount of time, 4 miles from the finish.
Right.
If you were tuned in last night, she was coming into Trinity Heights 8 and moving very slowly, having some difficulties. It sounded like some breathing issues. And it was actually an uncomfortable thing to see, given how much she had pushed her body. And when she got to the aid station, they immediately wrapped her up pretty much like a burrito in a sleeping bag and let her just. They laid her down on the ground in the parking lot and let her sleep. She was going to be able to sleep as long as she wanted. Lindsay was the next woman to come in.
Okay.
So she had maybe 8 hours on Lindsay at that point. So Heather just trying to play it safe and woke up. I would say if she came in at 2:35, she probably slept for about 3 or 4 hours.
Okay.
And then came into the finish line from there, finishing about 2:30 in the morning. But Heather was one of those people. I mean, she had pushed the edges. Heather always comes out in a race hot, but in a 200-mile race, you tend to have to play things a little bit differently.
Right. Yeah. It's really hard to know how your body is going to respond, or even your mind, 2 or 3 days when you've never experienced that. And I don't think she's ever done anything quite as long where you possibly needed to take a nap.
Yeah, I don't think so.
At least not running.
Right.
Right.
Well,
Not
I mean,
just the bike
she did
stuff,
the
yeah.
Unbound 350, but I think she stayed awake the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Now she's dancing. Look at that.
dang.
Okay, so the trackers actually just did a massive update.
All right, good. The trackers woke up, everybody. I will say that piece that you talked about, Jake. I mean, you don't practice it.
No.
You don't keep yourself up for 3 days and
No.
then see how your body goes.
Right.
You don't run for 3 consecutive days as a training run. So it is very much of a frontier type mentality. And for someone like Heather, who pushes the edges in pretty much everything she does, good for her though. I mean, she was stumbling down Eldon. She got to the bottom. You could sort of tell. Meg Eert kind of came up on and had a nice pass, and at that point you could kind of tell Heather was gonna hit reset in a big way,
Right, yeah.
Which she did, and then got it done. So
Yeah, I mean, just with my own experience, the only experience I had, sleepless nights is being a shift worker at my job. You work weird hours. You have to get up 3 or 4 hours later and get back to work. And you wouldn't do it to yourself purposely, unless you had to.
Yeah.
So,
to recap the happenings so far here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. As we have hit the 6 o'clock hour 73 of the main event. Still over 50 hours left. Just remind you that we are not done until Saturday, 10 a.m. No sleep till Flagstaff for some. Jake Jackson and I will be on the call for that golden morning. Looking forward to that. But the story of the race, Rachel Entricken, your first overall, the first woman to win Cocodona outright, doing so, winning her third consecutive women's race with a time of 56:09:48, completely shattering the prior course record.
changing the game.
Oh my God.
And not only shattering the prior course record, but if you think about her own personal progression, being the 3-time now champion of the Cocodona 250, in 2024, when she won that race, it was a come-from-behind victory, and she finished in 73:31:25. Last year, she and Courtney were neck and neck for the first 100 miles. Of course, Courtney had to withdraw at Mingus Mountain, but she finished in 63:30:55. So she dropped 9 hours from one year to the next, and going from 73:30 to 63:50, and going from 63:50 down to me, I'm still trying to digest this, 56:09.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear from the runners who ran the race last year how much the weather impacted. But the two.
Last year's weather was
finish times.
brutal.
Yes, yeah.
The runners were fortunate, to be completely honest.
That's a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot right there, the Sedona metropolitan area, and some hot air balloons. They definitely love to show off the beauty of Sedona. The locals are very proud of what they have there, and they should be. It is an absolutely gorgeous area. But Rachel Entrikin, 56:09.48, your overall winner. I'm just going to go down the actual top 10 here, simply because it was, men and women both having amazing races this year. Kilian Korth, second overall, your first male finisher, 57:28.36. Cody Poskin rounding out the overall podium, 58:13.44. Followed by DJ Fox, Joe McConaughey, Courtney DeWalter. Finished in 61:58.35, second in the women's race. Jakob Aberge, Swedish runner, finishing in 62:11.56. Meg Eert, 63:09.07, finishing third in the women's race, eighth overall. Adair Ramirez, Jeff Garmeyer rounding out the overall top 10. Since then, we've had a handful of other finishers. Zach Hauer, Heather Jackson, Michael McKnight, Ryan Clifford, Jeff Browning, George Cyrus, Roman Trach, and Lindsay Dwire. Meg Eert, when she finished, she moved her way up through the standings. And I know, Jake, you've raced against Meg before. And one of the things I noted on our live stream last night is that the Cocodona 250 was Meg Ekert's sixth longest race in the last 3 years.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that last night. I think she was kind of she had a history of being a trail runner, but transitioned over into the flatter fast stuff. And I think a lot of us were kind of wondering how this was going to look for her. And she didn't seem like she had a problem at all.
I think you got to remember, too, that Rachel Entrikin comes from a long background
right.
in fixed time stuff as well.
Oh, yeah. You look back, and we did go through the progression of her success in the 48-hour discipline. And, went from, I believe it was about 2020 or so, running, I think it was about 150, 160 miles in 48 hours. And just genuinely laddering up, got from 150, 160, 190, 200 plus.
Yep.
And then at that point was where she started her Cocodona journeys, where it was basically first after first after first.
And I'm not going to sit here and say that, me coming from a track fast, long 24-hour, having relative good success there, it did not transpire as well for me into the 200s. So it's not like a natural progression, but yeah. I'm still trying to figure out the 200 milers.
We're all different. We're all different.
It's been an amazing celebration, and to wake up this morning and to share these stories, discuss these things with you, AJW, and with Jake. I am going to slide out of the chair, and Jake is going to help keep things in capable hands. As you can see the finish line. When we do have boots on the ground, when we have eyes with the drone, we will be bringing you those shots as well. We are by no means done with our coverage. Stick around for the next 2 full days.
That's right.
And this is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. And folks, I'll talk to you tonight on Aravaipa After Dark.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Starting each day with the dulcet sounds of Chris Warden.
That's a good thing, right? Dulcet?
Dulcet's a good thing. Yeah. He's got to go. You go, count some money, but he'll be back.
Not mine.
Excuse me, everybody. Oh, a garbage truck coming into the proceedings. But again, we are about 4 hours, a little bit less than 4 hours away from our next cutoff, which will be at Sedona Posse Grounds at noon. We've got a team assembling out there, a field reporter as well as a camera, so we'll get some footage of that. Drones are starting to get up in the sky. You've seen some footage from the Hangover Trail in Sedona, and we'll continue to get some drones up on other parts of the course. There's a lot of folks interested in their favorite runners. Sally McRae is still out there. Pam Reed just hit mile 190, 65 years young. So we'll keep you posted on that. Just as I mentioned, we've got a drone now up in the sky on the Coconino Plateau looking towards Eldon. This is what a lot of the final 40 miles is like. The largest ponderosa pine forest in the world, the Coconino Plateau. And the runners do get to get an intimate understanding and knowledge of the Coconino Plateau as they're running. Great 13.5-mile section from Schnebly to Munns Park, then Munns Park on the way through to Kelly Canyon, and then to Fort Tuthill. We do have cameras on the ground at Fort Tuthill. That's a great aid station, indoors, lots of stuff going on there. Fort Tuthill. It's where they do the cognitive check. That's always a fun one where they'll ask you about where you are and what day it is and what event you're participating in. They want to check after 3, 4, 5 days if you still have your wits about you. That's kind of fun. Well, Jake, how are you, man?
I'm doing good. This will be our first time on
good
the
to
mic
see you.
together.
Yeah, this will be fun. We've done quite a few things together, but Jake Jackson just recovering from the Bradshaw Brute. I wanted to touch on one more thing. I've made the somewhat bold prediction when the Bradshaw Brute was first announced that I'm going to give it 4 or 5 years, and it'll be a waitlisted race with a Hard Rock qualifier.
Yeah, it was kind of. I wasn't sure how things were going to go because we only had 44 people start the race.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, are they going to really do this every year? Like now, 'cause I think half the field dropped, and it's a keeper. I think. Yeah.
I think it's going to have a pull to a particular type of athlete, somebody maybe who likes the self-reliant aspect of trail and ultra running. It's going to attract that person who really wants the challenge and may not necessarily care so much about the Instagram and the TikTok, but likes being out there. And you see it in Cocodona, but I really think you see it in that section you were talking about earlier when you head west out of Arastra Gulch. And those Bradshaw Mountains are remote.
Yes.
Remote with a capital R.
Right.
I mean, there are places when you're going up I-17 from Phoenix to Flagstaff and you look to the left, it looks like a beautiful mountain range, but you get deep in there, and there are so many spots where if you do a 360, you cannot see a sign of human habitation.
Exactly.
And I mean, you're like, if you're out there and something happens, you're on your own.
Oh yeah, I mean, a part of the course was running right next to a barbed wire fence, and I kept thinking, please don't kick a rock or end up over into that barbed wire because you are a very long way from somebody getting out there to you. And I was always there wasn't anything in the race briefing or manual about bears. I don't know if bears are out there or what kind of wildlife, but yeah, it's very remote.
Speaking of barbed wire, and I think we have a finish.
Jake Kilgore. Buddy, yes.
Jake Kilgore, 73.13, maybe it was 73.12. Jake looks like he's happy to be done. But I know are there a lot in the Brute? Are there a lot of those janky gates that you got to go through?
Oh my gosh! Some of them you're just looking at it like, how am I supposed to get through this thing? And a few of them, we needed 2 people to actually pull them, close enough to get the wire over the top to get them closed.
Well, yeah, and of course that's the rule. They implore you, please close the gate after. But they're basically made out of sticks and the barbed wire, and yeah, you got to sort of leverage it back.
And every time I closed one, I was hoping, I hope the person behind me took as long to figure out how to get them open and close as I did, because I'm killing time over here.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, that region of the Bradshaws is lots of sort of open range land and pasture land and various parcels of private property. So there are these gates, and the race tells you, please close them after you go through. And oh man, it is like, oh my gosh, I have to go through another one of these. So moving from Jake Kilgore's finish, here's a runner. Possibly coming into Wildcat. Walnut Canyon. Thank you.
Yeah, I got to speak with Jake a little bit when I was at the aid station. He was in very good spirits. This was his, I believe, maybe first Cocodona, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he was happy to be there, and he had his crew there to help him out.
Yep, Jake Kilgore as the latest finisher in a very respectable time of 73 hours and 13 minutes.
Has a great podcast too. If you want the down and dirty on some of the stuff that's going on in the sport, him and his co-hosts really like lay it all out there and are truthful about it.
What's his podcast called?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And they just sort of talk about the goings on in the world of trail and
anything
ultra.
that comes up, they get into it.
Well, I assume, as is customary with podcasters finishing Cocodona, there's a podcast waiting to be made now that Jake's finished. Runner coming into Walnut. Oh, leaving Walnut. Thank you. All right. All right. You may, from time to time, hear some noise in the background. Here in our studio, the train runs through.
Next aid station, that's right.
Oh, that's a cool name for a podcast.
Thank you, Chad Bruce, for texting me that in. Yeah.
Next aid station.
Next aid station.
This is Sam Carroll leaving Walnut Canyon, bib number 191. And doing it solo. Can have a pacer, but gonna enjoy some solitude between here and Wildcat, and then of course from Wildcat to the finish. Jake, you got a hankering to come back to Cocodona?
I do. I would kind of like to do the Sedona Canyons race, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was interesting because some of the Bradshaw Brute people were signed up for multiple races. And I don't know how many of them are actually started the second one after the Bradshaw, but I think that was kind of cool. If you don't get into the 250, you can just piece together the whole race with some bonus elevation and some side trails. So, yeah.
Wow, I know there are people doing that with the Mingus Traverse, but that's a little bit more mellow than the Brute.
I think Megan McCarty, she ended up having to drop out, and I think she was signed up for Bradshaw, Mingus, and the last Flagstaff
Crest.
Right, yeah.
That's an interesting triple.
I'm curious to see if she started any of the other ones.
Yeah, I know there was someone else who was frustrated at not getting in, and so they into the big one, and so they went ahead and there's a great family picture, I'm guessing, with Jake.
Yeah. How about you?
No more Sedona. Okay. No more Cocodona for me.
Yeah.
I'm one and done with Cocodona. Not because I didn't like it. Maybe the opposite, because it was such a sort of profound and life-changing experience. I think I want to keep that up on the mantle.
Yeah. I definitely will need to come back. And the first year I did, I struggled with the breathing, and just it was my first 200 miler, so I didn't really know what to expect. And last year I DNF'd about halfway in and just came into the race very sick, and the weather didn't help, of course, but I definitely would like to come back and, run the whole thing again.
Yeah, and the reason I'm peppering you with questions about the Brute is that's the one I want to do.
Okay.
I happen to be one of the few people that really love the first 37 miles of Cocodona, and I know, the mileage to get to Crown King and the Brute is more than that. It's 42-ish because you got to go down, you follow the Black Canyon Trail across the river. Right. I love it all down there. I'm intrigued. I've done no pacer, no crew before, but not for something that tough. I'm intrigued by that. And I don't know, the Bradshaws have kind of captured my heart because of that remoteness.
Right. And I mean, the cool thing about Cocodona and all 5 races in general is you could literally just piece them together and build your way up to the 250, get to see a large part of the course as you're doing so.
Right.
And,
I'd love to see the stats of, the person who did the Flagstaff Crest, formerly Eldon Crest, then Sedona Canyons, and then this, because it really is a gateway jog. It's probably Jamil's master plan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I also like the Brute starting, just an hour after regular Cocodona, because like you, if your work allows and you can hang around, you can hang around the rest of the week. And what I would envision is running the Brute and then getting a little rest and coming in here and doing the live stream for the rest of the week, something like that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I just have a feeling that Brute's going to be big. I mean, it's hard to say now with 40 runners in the race this year, but Cocodona started in humble beginnings. There were 2 years where it didn't fill up, and that's a totally different story now. But of course, something like the Brute's not going to be for everybody either.
No, it definitely takes a certain type of person that.
Does it go through the granite dells, or does it stop before
right before you get into the dots? Yeah.
And some of that last bit, Goldwater Lake and all, a lot of that is on the Prescott Circle Trail.
Yes.
You probably saw a lot of those logos, which, you can see a fair bit of the Prescott Circuit Trail if you were to do, or Circle Trail, if you're to do Whiskey Basin, for example, one of the Aravaipa races.
Yeah, it was always interesting when we would join back in with the 250 runners, and they'd be like, where were you? Oh, you guys were in the 100. Oh, that's where you guys came from? Oh, okay. And
so that you would like merge in.
Yeah. And I wasn't sure how quickly we were going to catch up to the back of the pack on Cocodona, but we didn't see anybody until after Cottonwood, which was,
really?
I think, very strategically placed, because usually Cottonwood can get kind of crowded with people getting water. But we were able to run that whole, I think it was like 4 or 5 extra miles on the Black Canyon Trail, pop back out onto the fire road, and it was just right up to Cottonwood. There was nobody there.
So you were everybody had
already gone through.
So the hour earlier start combined with the extra miles did that. Yeah. Now, did you have we got another finisher coming in?
Okay.
I'm going to hold Catherine? That question.
Maybe. Okay. Catherine Edwards Anderson.
Catherine Edwards Anderson.
Another precision team, maybe?
She's got
the hat on, so yeah, they're everywhere.
They are everywhere. Catherine Edwards Anderson in the house, 73 hours and 23 minutes.
6th female, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's... Last one was Heather Jackson.
Heather, yes.
Or Lindsay Dwire. Lindsay Dwire.
Yeah,
Lindsay Dwire.
I think they haven't updated the tracker yet.
Did, in the Brute, we know, of course, at Cocodona, there's required water capacity. Did they do the
same exact thing? Yeah, we had to leave with 4 liters after Cottonwood. Right.
And did they still have someone down there at
Noah was down there
at Milk Ranch,
and Ken was down there.
Ken was at mile 10.
Yep.
So the same. You can still, and that part is the same course.
Right. Yes.
Pretty much the same course. Once you merge back on, it's the same course all the way to Crown King.
Right. The only next detour was at Astra Creek.
Okay, so you do Crown King to Astra Creek.
Yes,
same course too.
Yeah.
And you have that new route out of Crown King.
Yeah,
I liked it.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Instead of going up the service road and
up to near the towers.
Yeah, I enjoyed the new version better. Yeah.
Yeah, I was able to go and take a look at that after the day after Crown King Scramble, and I was like, this is great. It's a road. You're on single track for a little bit. You hit the Senator Highway earlier than you do on the old course.
Yeah.
You didn't have that janky technical downhill off the towers.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's good stuff. Catherine looks good.
So I didn't get into much of the rain and the weather. How bad was it that you could tell from the live stream?
It was, so I was able to get out. I went out to meet a runner at Watson Lake in Prescott, to go play basketball in Mingus.
Okay.
And then I got back to Schnebly to see Rachel come through. And so this was maybe 4 p.m., 3:30, 4 p.m. I was leaving Schnebly, and all of a sudden, dark clouds up to the north, up in the Flagstaff area. Started pouring, started sleet. The temperature plummeted, like on my car thermometer went from the 50s to the 30s. It was just one of those classic things that blow through. So for that front runner crew, doing that pacerless section from Schnebly to Munns Park, when Rachel came in, she was freezing.
Oh, boy.
She was freezing. So the Never Second had an activation there. They were doing like a zombie theme. They had a big sort of blow-up-y indoor place. She went right in, got bundled up. I'm guessing, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm guessing it was her longest aid station stop. Maybe she slept a little bit, did a total clothing change, everything else, picked up her pacer and got out there. Kilian Korth got in, same thing. When he left, we had a follow cam with him, and this happens up there, the mud was brutal. It had only rained for maybe 2 hours, but it was like that snowshoe stuff.
Right. Well, when I pulled into Schnebly at about 10:30 that night, you could still, like, my car was having some trouble getting through the mud, and you'd step out and instantly, like 5 steps, you have a brick under your foot.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my friend Brian Shook, who was the aid station captain there, and he said, it got crazy out here.
Yeah.
The wind was blowing really bad, and it rained like really hard. So
it's an excellent question, because it might be one of the sort of stories within the story about Cocodona. You know, by Wednesday, it was probably dried up and it was probably fine, but there was
beautiful.
probably like an 8 to 10 hour window if you hit it, where you were, because the Schnebly to Munns loop gets really muddy too, especially up in the top of that part. So I wouldn't be, and that it just, you know, doesn't see much rain, the soil doesn't drain.
Right.
I mean, the follow cam that was going out with Kilian, you could just, and Kilian at the time was battling sort of like hip stabilizer issues, and you know, if you're sliding around,
that makes it even worse.
That's no fun.
Definitely.
So yeah, it was it was nothing like last year, but it was certainly a little burst of, okay, it's going to get real here for a little bit. And of course, it coincided with it getting dark for the front runners and all that. So yeah, I could see the folks at Schnebly, you know, and it looked like we got another finisher coming in. It looked like Schnebly had a lot of folks waiting. They had a nice fire going. There we go. We'll get try to get a read on this finisher.
Yeah, I was speaking with some of the people who were coming from the Hangover Trail that had come through the rain. And they're like, ooh, that was scary to be up there.
Yeah. Benjamin Lucas here finishing. Nice job, Benjamin. Benjamin's most recent race was Black Canyon in 9:38. Nice fast time. An 18:20 Javelina last year. He did Mingus Traverse in 2025. He's got a big buckle finish at Leadville. So he's a gateway drug guy, Jake. 2024 Eldon Crest, 2025 Mingus Traverse, and now he's finished Cocodona.
There you go.
Yeah. He skipped Sedona Canyons.
Let's see how close True Heart is from finishing his journey.
Oh yeah,
He's
in the
making some
125. I should keep that open.
tracker says he's about 8.9 miles away, so
All right.
getting close. So you're still coaching. Do you have any athletes out
I
there on the
do.
course?
I do. I have just one, Amelia Keegan. She's
Okay.
running the 250. This is her second time here. She's from Maryland, and she's through Sedona, or she might be taking a little rest in Sedona.
Okay.
So she's doing the 5. She's on the 5-day plan.
Gotcha.
Going according to plan right now. Slept at Camp Kippa. Slept up in Mingus. Now is probably getting a little sleep in Sedona. Then I'll make it through to Tut Hill, and then on to the end. She's great, very self-sufficient.
Has she done what was her longest race up until?
Well, she did Cocodona in
Okay,
24.
okay.
She had a Tahoe. Her first 200 attempt was Tahoe 200 in 2023, and was derailed with an unfortunate branch that got her in the head,
wow.
and really a lot of blood. And she doesn't think she had a concussion, but was a really sort of messy situation. So
Okay.
she decided to call it a day. So she did Cocodona in 2024, went back to Tahoe last year and got it done. And then also went to Mammoth. Loved Mammoth. Well, lots of positive vibes about that Mammoth 200.
Yeah, I love it.
Down as part of the Mammoth Trail Fest that Tim Tollefson puts on. Have you been down there?
I ran the inaugural Mammoth
Did you?
200 last year and plan on going back this year. So
How was it?
beautiful.
Yeah.
That was the race that I kind of cut my teeth in doing the solo 200-mile thing. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's just I'm about 5-hour drive.
Oh, that's
from
nice.
Mammoth. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get back out there sometime in the summer. I was lucky enough to run into Tim as he was crewing Sally.
Mm-hmm.
He had just finished pacing her over at Schnebly, and yeah, he's like, "You need to come out, dude. There's like places that we weren't allowed to take the course that I want to show you.
Oh, cool.
Because of permitting and stuff. So I'm gonna try to get out there and get a little recon and training out there. Hopefully later in the summer.
Yeah, that one's on my list. I like I said, I don't want to do Cocodona again, but I want to do some other 200s.
right.
And that one just seems great. So yeah, Amelia did that. She loved it. So this will be her first year of doing two 200s in a year. She's going to
Okay.
do this and then go back to Mammoth. She's an East Coaster. She works on Capitol Hill. It's a grind of a job.
Right.
So this is a real nice respite for her. Her husband was out for a few days. She's got some friends crewing her, and just so many stories out here. You know, that's the cool thing. By the way, yeah, Tim was up in Mingus when I went up there. So
Okay.
he was part of the basketball scene too. I don't know if he took any shots. He might have been, keeping it close to the vest. We'll have to ask him next time I see him.
He's another one that I keep like poking. Like, when are you
Yeah.
going to do a 200?
I know.
Another thing I've been like, when are you going to come out and run maybe Desert Solstice?
Yeah.
Run a fast 100
Run a
miler.
fast 100-miler. Maybe
He
jackpot.
is not on. He's not on board yet though. But I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
prodding him.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I said, Tim, is this your first Cocodona? He's like, first one. And he pauses. He's like, I get it now. You come here. You just got to come here once and you
Yeah.
get it. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins, AJW, and Jake Jackson joining me in the studio this morning, fresh off his run at the Bradshaw Brute. We are at the 73:34 mark and greeting another of the Precision team. If they do a pyramid, I don't know, might become a thing. Heather Jackson, some questions about her in the chat. Heather was not held in the aid station last night. She chose to take a big reset. So she slept at Trinity Heights for about 3 hours actually, and then got back up and came in the last 4 miles. So Heather finished. It was around 2:30, I believe, in the morning. And I assume is resting up for Unbound XL 350 gravel race, which is at the end of the month. My middle son Logan is a big gravel guy. He writes. He's a cycling journalist for Velo magazine and specializing in the gravel scene. And that gravel scene does have a touch of ultra to it.
Okay. Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, it's just amazing how she's able to do these super long races and the super long bike rides. It's amazing.
Yep, and this is her first time working working under the tutelage of a coach, at least for running. She had I believe, had coaches for triathlon.
Right.
But Luke Nelson, one of the great ones out of Pocatello, Idaho, is her coach. He was very excited. He did a pacing gig, and I think he's going to do another one because Mika Fuse is still out there after taking a big break. Mika rejoined the race and is on her way up here. She's past Tut Hill and going to get her 4th finish and her 1,000-mile buckle. So Catherine Edwards Anderson, who we see here.
So I see the name James Strayhorn. Is this Jimmy Strayhorn?
This is Jimmy Strayhorn. And now
he's coming in soon.
He's been around at Desert Solstice.
He has run many miles with him, many laps.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
So a little bit of background on Catherine Edwards Anderson. Looks like cut her teeth out in an area I'm familiar with out in Virginia. Had some early finishes at Holiday Lake and Massanutten Mountain 100-miler, Mountain Masochist. So 3 of the classics. And then kind of did the gateway thing here, a 30-hour finish at Sedona Canyons in 2024 in a first place female. And then a 6th place finish at Cocodona here last year in 85:52, so bettered her time by over 12 hours with this finish today. Yeah, Jimmy Strayhorn, lots of laps. Now, I think I know I've seen him at Desert Solstice, but also at Jackpot? Not sure Jackpot.
Ultra Sign Up, I don't see that. I know he finished Badwater last year. I see that. Looks like he trained for Cocodona on the Crown King Scramble 50K this year.
All right.
But yeah, multiple Desert Solstice runner. Looks like he finished Cocodona in 2023. Yeah, Jimmy's a really great guy.
He really is.
Super positive, always out there when we were doing laps on the track late in the night and just chit-chatting.
That's when you need it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, we've got our eyes on Russ Ford leaving Walnut Canyon Aid Station right around mile 225, 26. Poised for a nice Thursday afternoon finish for Russ. 46 years old. Also was out here at Crown King earlier this year, Black Canyon 100K, so he's kind of familiar with the area. Also done some East Coast stuff, ran Hellgate. That is a terrible run. Absolutely sinister. Starts at 12:01. It's the mastermind of David Horton. It's on the first or second Saturday in December. Famous for, among other things, a condition called Hellgate eyes.
Oh, wow.
Where people's corneas freeze. Combination of the cold and the humidity in that particular part of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Is that similar to the corneal edema?
Similar.
Something? Okay,
Yep.
I had that happen to me my first 100-miler at Kodiak 100 years ago.
Yeah, and you can almost get blinded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually did. I went in the last 15 miles basically only able to see about a 2-step bubble in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's pretty scary when you don't know what's going on and why that's happening.
Yeah, in fact, George Wortley, who's been the race doctor for Hellgate for years, is actually he's a doctor, one of the foremost researchers on that condition.
Interesting.
Does a little talk about it every every year at the race. Your eyes become extraordinarily dry.
Right, yeah.
And that
usually end
combined
up
with the cold.
taking my contacts out and just wearing glasses when it gets super cold at night like that.
Yeah, and a lot of runners will wear, even if they don't wear glasses, they'll wear, like clear eye covering.
Right, yeah.
Hellgate 100K that's one of those races that has this sort of cult following that people just come and do it every year.
Okay.
It has kind of a homecoming feeling that everyone gathers in the camp lodge. Camp Bethel is the camp, and they gather with a midnight start. They get there, they finish work or whatever on Friday, get up there, catch up on stories.
That's cool.
They usually have a meal up there. It's kind of cool. So Russ Ford, who's leaving Walnut, is a finisher at Hellgate. He's got some good races on here. He's done Angeles Crest in sub 24, my first 100. He's done Moab 240. Russ Ford heading out. This is a nice section leaving Walnut. It's relatively short, about 5.5, 6 miles to Wildcat. And then at Wildcat, runners have to say goodbye to their pacers and finish the race solo.
So what was the reasoning, do you know, of why they weren't allowed to have pacers to the finish?
Well, because last year the no pacer section was earlier, was Tut Hill to here Walnut. It was the Forest Service. They, they're researchers where the Mexican spotted owls are nesting pairs, and so through the same section as last year from Schnebly to Munns, but then they added this section and took away the previous one for the Mexican spotted owl. So it does make it tough, that descent off Eldon,
right,
by yourself.
Yeah. Had any of the runners been talking about the fires that happened at Buckeye a few days before the race started? Because I could definitely smell some smoke. Had you heard anything about anybody having any issues?
I have not, but that doesn't mean there weren't.
Yeah.
Because those the fires, and then as you mentioned, the wind really kicked up.
That's
on Monday night into Tuesday. Russ Ford heading out of Walnut Canyon. Still several hours away from our next cutoff, which is at noon down in Sedona. But I would imagine Sedona's pretty busy this time of the day. Lots of runners getting in there, maybe getting in some sleep, maybe waking up and getting out of there. Full service aid station in Sedona, nice warm sleep station, burgers and hot dogs. How'd your nutrition work? Were you getting a lot of stuff? Did you have some stuff in your drop bags, I assume, but then also taking off the aid station?
I didn't take too much from the aid station. I was kind of relying on gels and just stuff that I'd packed in my drop bag. So there was a few spots where I had some ramen and you know. Had some tater tots at I think it was Camp W that were hit the spot. Yeah,
that's nice.
So, I'd say my race strategy going into it seemed to pan out. I think the biggest problem I had was just not conditioning my legs for the long downhills. My quads just kind of gave out at the end, and
What'd you get for total elevation gain?
It was close to 20,000. So
yeah, that's what I was estimating. It's kind of in that Angeles Crest, Wasatch-y.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys talked too much about the winner, Ryan Rogers. It was his first 100-mile race.
Is that right?
First ultra. We had talked a bunch because we were kind of trading first and second back after Crown King for a while, and I was kind of getting his background, and I think he was kind of keying off of what I was doing because he flat out told me I don't have much experience in doing races like this. And I was like, well, how did you find yourself coming out to Bradshaw, like of all the races to do, And he basically said that he came out and helped a friend last year at Cocodona and just loved the area. I believe he said he was from Palmer, Alaska, and he basically just goes up and down 3,000-foot climbs, right by his house just for fun. And yeah.
Well, you can do that in Alaska.
Yeah. And he completely crushed it because I got to the point where I was kind of catching him out on the climbs and he was just bombing the downhills, just looking like a deer going downhill. And I think he just said, I'm done hanging around with Jake. I'm just going to leave him. And I just didn't see him for the rest of the time. So I would imagine that hopefully this sparks something and he'll continue his ultra running journey because he's really good.
That's a great story. First 100 at Bradshaw Brute. That's hilarious. Joe Dawson, thank you so much for your donation and your kind words. We really appreciate it. We're looking at Russ Ford leaving Walnut Canyon Aid Station on his way to Wildcat, along with his pacer. Looks like another beautiful day up on the Coconino Plateau this morning.
So what would you say is your favorite section of the Cocodona course?
Yeah, I was mentioning this yesterday. You remember 2 years ago, there was the Kasner Canyon climb up to the Coconino Plateau, and it was brutal. Last year, I'm a guy who I like a good dirt road now and then. I love Crown King Scramble because of that. After you get around the Hangover Trail and you pop out to Munswagon Road, and then you make a left and you get on that road, it's populated by a lot of the pink tourist ATVs. Mm-hmm. I love that climb. Basically from there up all the way to Schnebly. It's just I love the reason I love it is it's kind of got that pure Arizona. You get it all. Sedona is desert. It's not like Saguaro Cactus Desert, but it's desert. It's red rocks. It's hot. It's scrub vegetation. And within an hour and a half or 2 hours, you're in the pines.
Right.
And so I would say that section and it was also kind of where I hit my rhythm at Cocodona last year. It was dawn of the fourth day, kind of right where we are right now. Mm-hmm. I was like, okay, I know I'm going to finish this. I'm not freaking out about sleep like I was earlier in the week. Mm-hmm. I was with my pacer, Brian Powell. We were just having a blast, just talking about stuff. And so I like that. Like I said, I do like the first. I like the steep stuff in the Bradshaws. Yeah. I've signed up for the training run just because I like that section.
Right.
I think if it was, I have said to many people, if that was a 50K, it'd be the hardest 50K in the United States. 11,000 feet of climbing in a 50K?
Yeah. I will say that I ran Joe Corsione's Desert
Peaks?
And that first 50K of that race is very similar.
I
thought it was a great training run.
Yeah.
To get ready for Cocodona if you can't get out on the course. But, yeah, brutal. Same way going up Mount Lemmon.
My friend who works where I was a manager at Soul Sports, Shelby Hines is the race director for that. And she loves it.
Got to meet her,
that's a race I think I'd like to do sometime.
Yeah.
For a first year race. For a first year race, how did it was it dialed?
It was good. We had a little bit of went the wrong way, basically got off course in the beginning. I think somebody had tampered with some of the signs the morning of the race, and the lead pack went about 3.5 miles in the wrong direction before we decided. It was a little bit of just being hard-headed and not wanting to look at your watch and say, okay, we definitely went the wrong way. But besides that, it was beautiful. I had never run in that area out there. Getting to run on some of the AZT on the second half of the course. yeah, for being a first-time race, Joe and Shelby did a great job.
I also think, too, that they've got a great time on the calendar. You know, whether you're running one of these races, whether you're running something a little bit later in the summer, you know, having that April, you know, it's not super hot, but it's going to be warm.
Yeah.
You're going to get a lot of vertical. I think they're onto something with Desert Peak. There's a couple of runners in Sedona. I'm not 100% sure of this, but I think they're in the run-up to the Hangover Trail. And, you know, people do talk a lot about sort of the quote-unquote sketchiness of the Hangover Trail. The sections that are sketchy they're very few. You know, you're where you might have to put your hands down on the rocks or scramble a little bit. You know, the amount of time that you're on something that might be considered risky or might be worried about falling is, I mean, there's just a couple of little pitches.
Yeah, and everybody that I talked to who went through it last year said the what is this slick rock out there, right? It's very tacky. Like you're not going to slip even if it's wet.
Oh, even if it's wet, yeah. You know, because you've been on slick rock, it has a coating that almost is like sandpaper. It's almost
very
like
gritty
sandpaper.
yes.
So if you have a decent pair of shoes, and everybody has a decent pair of shoes, you get kind of more grip on it than you do, say, on granite, on decomposed granite that you might have in, you know, places like Yosemite and stuff.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get out there maybe today. I may shoot down there after we get done here and
it might
get
be
out there on
worth
the
it.
course.
Just go out and do it. You know,
just a loop. I think it's about an 8-mile loop.
Yeah, if you park at the trailhead, you can do an 8-mile loop, and it's beautiful. Yeah. You'll see a bunch of runners. Yeah, that might not be a bad thing to do. I got to hit the road. I'm gonna when I wrap up here at 9 o'clock, I'm gonna meet my middle son who lives in Phoenix, Logan. We're gonna have a quick lunch, and then I fly back up to Oregon for my youngest son's graduation. It is a triumphant weekend for my wife and I especially, because in addition to celebrating Tully's graduation, we're celebrating the end of 12 years of college tuition.
Wow, that's great. How has the move back up to Oregon been?
You know, it's been great. I think you probably know this. I love Arizona, and it broke my heart a little bit to move. Shelley's family has deep, deep roots in Oregon. Mm-hmm. Her mom lives there. Her youngest brother lives there. Our youngest son lives there. They have a family house out on the coast. I mean, there's a lot of that kind of stuff.
Right.
Furthermore, Shelley has moved 8 times with me and my jobs, and she's now the big breadwinner in the family. She has a great profession she's established since being a stay-at-home mom for a dozen or so years as a fundraiser for universities and colleges, and just got this opportunity at Oregon State, which is and it's specifically to raise money for underrepresented groups and people who may not otherwise be able to afford. It's for scholarships, and it was just an offer that she couldn't refuse. So we're doing all the things. We're renting an apartment right now, but trying to find a house and all that stuff. And I'm trying to figure out my next move, but we'll see. We love it so far.
Well, my wife and I will be heading up to Eugene for a little vacation. So I might have to get in touch with you, and you can point me in the right direction, hit some trails, and maybe get together.
Let's do it. Yeah, I actually just ran my first ultra as an Oregonian, just north of Corvallis, 4 miles up the road from the downtown. Is a fantastic place. A McDonald Research Forest, which OSU, being in Oregon, is one of the most successful forestry programs in the entire country. And this research forest has been in existence for over 100 years. And the MAC 50, all the locals call it.
Here's a
good view of a couple of the all fours sections.
And there's just spray painted dots, right?
Yep, there are small white dots the runners catch, but you saw their feet gripped very well. Yep. Runners looking at his watch just to make sure. Sometimes the white dots are fainter than other times. Looks like they spotted one. It's nice to have a pacer. You can look for the white dots. Oh, this is great drone footage to. you'll be going. Now they're like, oh, we got to go down again.
So I hear that Aravaipa is now taking over Zion, which is another race that has some slick rock sections.
Yep, recent announcement just before Cocodona, Zion, and Antelope and Bryce. Yep. The races formerly known, put on by Vacation Races, are now under the Aravaipa banner. Aaron Barber is going to be race director for one, not sure which. Jubilee is going to be race director for another one. Now they're on course. They're like, okay, here we go. But just to finish the thought on Mac Forest, so it's a 50K, first weekend in May, and it's one of those, similar to Hellgate, just draws the same people back every year. Two of the finishers this year have run every edition, all 30 editions of it. I just had a blast. I was new to the area, so people were so excited that I had moved there, and there was lots of chit chat all through the course. I squeaked in just under 8 hours. Just enjoyed the aid stations. Enjoyed a beautiful sunny Oregon day, which are few and far between.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be a fun move. And my big run this summer is going to be the Oregon Cascades 100.
Oh, awesome!
In Bend and Sisters. I'm looking forward to that. I've heard great things about it.
Yeah, this is one of these sections right here that we're looking at where whether you like to have your pacer in front of you or behind you, this is one of the sections I definitely want them in front to find those dots and take some of the stress out of trying to find them yourself.
Absolutely. I love having that discussion with people, the in front or behind.
Yeah.
But I think this, I'd be like, hey, get on up there.
Right, yeah.
Now, when I was coming through here with Brian, just in that very early morning light, on a couple of the steep pitches, I said, hey, go behind me, just in case.
All right, to catch you, yeah.
And when we got through it, Brian is a talker like I am, but when we got through it, he was like, dude, that was scary. And it wasn't, for him, it wasn't the scary. He was just like, if AJW falls, we're both screwed.
Right. That's great.
All right, we do have somebody, we might have Strayhorn, Jimmy, who you've logged lots of miles with. Thank you. Someone in the chat mentioned he might be closing in on the finish, so we'll keep an eye out for Jimmy Strayhorn.
It looks like he's got that last bit on through Buffalo Park before he hits the street.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, that long straightaway, if the tracker's correct.
And a couple others, I would highlight 3 sections that of the race that are, let's just call them unconventional or particularly difficult or require a little bit more alertness and care. The Hangover Trail that we see here, going through the Granite Dells near Watson Lake. Yep. Again, there's also paint marks on the rocks, and you got to sometimes put your hands down. And then now on the new direction, the descent down Eldon. And I mean, taken individually, if you were to just do the 7-mile Eldon Loop and go down it, on fresh legs, you'd be like, yeah, that's steep. But going down it with 250 miles on your legs, it's rough. And if you get a chance, everybody out there listening and watching, when the dust settles on this, our drone pilot last night did an incredible job tracking Courtney Dauwalter descending Eldon. Oh, wow. And if you want to see a runner in their element, I mean, she looked like a mountain goat descending. She had tucked her poles away, and the drone was kind of as far away as the drone is from these runners right here. And just to see her bounce down that descent, it was a thing to behold. Hopefully we'll get Mountain Outpost to take a clip of it and publish it on their socials and so forth, because it was something else.
Yeah, I remember going up it in 2024 and thinking when they said they were going to change directions, like, oh my God, like this is going to be terrifying going down.
Yeah. Going up, it's no picnic.
Oh, no, definitely not, especially at the end of the race.
At the end of the race, going up, you finally get to that road and you get
When I got to the base of Eldon, it was just about sunset, and we had a little, probably half an hour going up that it wasn't too bad finding the trail, but once the sun set, it was nearly impossible, it seemed like in some parts.
Yep. So we're back on the finish line. We're thinking Jimmy Strayhorn will be our next finisher in the 15 minutes or so. He's getting to the edge of Buffalo Park. It's about a mile, maybe less than 15 minutes, because it's about a mile from there to the finish line. Thank you, Brad, is mentioning. So 5 p.m. yesterday is the time mark of the feed for the Courtney Downhill. Good to see that some of you guys were watching that last night. It's well worth your time, whether you're a runner or not, just to see Courtney make that descent. Oh, it's really cool. So right around 5 p.m. in the live stream last night. Check it out when you have a second. Yeah, there was a moment there where she ended up not, but there was a moment that she was descending so fast. I was like, she might catch Joe McConaughey.
Oh wow!
Who was a few minutes ahead of her. Ended up being about 15 minutes, I believe, gap. But
yeah, I really like the fact that when you descending down through Buffalo Park, it's like, you're going to hit the street soon. And it's like you have a chance to really reflect on what you've done over the past couple days. You don't really have to pay attention to where your footing is. And yeah, it's kind of just one of those moments you just kind of relax a little. And I mean, maybe some of the front runners are trying to run even harder through that section because it is so runnable. But I just remember getting to that section and just thinking, wow, like, I can't believe I finished this part, I've gotten all that way.
Yeah, when you say that, I'm thinking back to my run last year, and the experience started to flood over me at that point. You get on, these kind of nice, wide, groomed, the finish is right there. You're not to the streets yet where there's cars and so forth. Mm-hmm. I was there at night, so it was quiet.
Right, yeah, me too.
And you can just sort of,
and I'm sure probably this time of day, there's probably a lot of people out there cheering people, going out for their normal daily walk. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really neat as we were calling Rachel in and Kilian and the front runners and Courtney, lots of the dog walkers and everybody, high-fiving. Flagstaff has really embraced this as their race, right. As their event. I remember back to the first year, it was like, what are these people doing? So it's gone from what are these people doing to this spectacle where the whole town. I was out on a run yesterday morning, just out on I hit the Cocodona course there where it crosses St. Mary Road and runs along. And I did 5 or 6 miles out there. And a lot of the Flagstaff locals were out getting there. And this one woman said to me, look at all of us getting our runs in because we got an exciting day ahead. Yeah. You kind of forget that it's a Thursday or a Wednesday, time sort of suspends itself. Yeah, other comment in the chat. 2 of my highlights of yesterday afternoon were diametrically opposed. The absolute masterclass that Courtney put on going down Eldon, and then Cody Poskin's interview. If you haven't seen that, go ahead and rewind. Go ahead and look at Courtney going down the hill, and then look at Cody Poskin's interview. The audio, I warn you, the audio's not perfect. We were having some challenge there, but he was. Let's just put it this way. You wouldn't need to do a voiceover on dillisms Cody did dillisms for them. It was really, really funny. Check it out.
I feel like I'm going to be spending all next week back at work going back and looking at all the clips of everybody's finishing interviews and catching up.
Cody's in ultra running legend. It was a couple hours before the Courtney finish we're just referring to, maybe 2 in the afternoon. Someone on the chat might know, but it was really funny. He finished, second male and third overall, so somewhere in there. Check it out. So Jimmy Strayhorn, who we're awaiting, has as you mentioned earlier, Jake squeezed in just under 5 hours at the Crown King Scramble earlier this year. Went out for a flat and fast 100 at Brazos Bend in 14:30 back in December. There's his Badwater in 26:50. 78 miles at Desert Solstice. I'm guessing he was running for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Sedona Canyons 2 years ago in just under 31 hours. He did the 250 here at Cocodona in 2023 in 90 hours and 13 minutes. So right now he's looking at lopping 16 hours off that time. He came out to do one of my favorites in Arizona. There's a place in Arizona outside of Buckeye, Nardini Manor. It's a beautiful manor house, usually kind of a wedding venue, but former owner Roger Rublick created a certified 500-meter loop around the property. And Aravaipa puts on 2 events there in the summertime, 2 fixed-time events, the Jackrabbit Jubilee and what's the other one called?
Hot Foot Hamster.
12-hour and 24-hour in the heat of the summer. And, they're just a lot of fun. Well, Jimmy did a 12-hour out there back in June of 22 and 73 and a half hours. And you've done those.
I have.
Yeah.
I did Jackrabbit Jubilee as a training run leading up to the 24-hour World Championships in 2019.
All right, right on. I did it when I first did both of them when I first moved out here, recovering from hip surgery, and in my build up to Javelina both years that I've done it recently. I love it. Dave Kaz C8X asking about the actual logistics for normal people. That's first of all, you asked about lodging. You know, a lot of crews will find lodging sort of in a central location like Prescott Valley, Arizona, or Mayer. Move up to Flagstaff. You know, maybe today, if you're a normal person doing like a 5-day. With 4 sleeps. Another, you mentioned, what if you DNF? You know, the aid stations, if you DNF at a major aid station, the race communications here at Cocodona are incredible. And among the many things that the racers need to do before they, as part of registration, is not only provide, typical emergency contact and so forth, but the phone number for your crew captain. So the race command has a crew captain phone number for everybody, and typically in the event of a DNF, one of the first things the race organization will do will contact your crew captain, let them know where you are and that you've DNF'd, and the logistics of getting you out of there will then take place. So it's really well. In fact, to give you an idea of how sophisticated some of the communication is, everyone's required to carry their phone with the course on it. If you go off course, Race Comms notices it, and you're automatically texted. Race Communications texts you to tell you you're off course. Now, you may have your phone on airplane mode or something like that and not get that text. But that's how sophisticated some of the communication here is, and it's pretty cool.
And I mean, a lot of the course may seem remote, but you're not very far from the city. So,
right.
I mean, if you have a crew out there and something happens and, unfortunately you have to withdraw from the race, you're not terribly far,
especially after the first 75 miles.
Right.
And,
yes.
Hopefully you're not DNFing in the first 75 miles, because after that, I mean, while cool and wide open and exotic as this course is, in reality, you're always within an hour's drive of a major interstate.
Right. Yeah.
The I-17 going that connects Phoenix to Flagstaff. So,
I mean, I haven't crewed a runner myself, but from my crew crewing me, they said that it's very easy for the crew to access the aid stations and get around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, this is a good transition on that for logistics. And that was a great question, by the way, about that. Where we're sitting right now, Run Flagstaff, and I should say too, roughly 50% of the people who finish Cocodona in an average year do so after midnight on Friday. Or Thursday into Friday. So tonight, not after midnight on Friday, after midnight on Thursday. So today's Thursday, 7 a.m. More than half of the finishers in a typical year finish within the final, 30 hours of the race. It's really amazing. But as I was saying, Run Flagstaff, this is incredible. So we're at the local running store, Run Specialty Shop in Flagstaff. And of the many things they will offer to any crew delivery. They will deliver products to you.
Oh, nice.
To Fort Tuthill Aid Station at mile 216. So crews, if you're watching or listening out there, and your runner needs a new pair of Injinji socks, or they broke a pole, they've got Lecky poles back here. They've got all the nutrition. They've got Never Second. They've got Morton. They've got Precision. They've got warm clothes. They've got jackets. They've got all the shoes. They've got Mount to Coast. They've got Hoka. They've got Solomon. They've got Nike. And if you get in touch with the folks at Run Flagstaff, they'll send somebody down with your order. You can also, of course, come on in and say hi to us, say hi to the staff here, and purchase some stuff yourself. But it's worth it. We're only about 6 or 7 blocks from right here, the finish line. So it's a great service that Run Flagstaff is providing.
You guys weren't joking about how many trains go by here.
Yeah.
This has probably been the 6th one since I've been here.
Yeah. Rory Moynihan, who was on After Dark with us on Tuesday night, is a Flagstaff local, and he noted that that Flagstaff has the most number of trains that go through it of any city in the country.
Oh, wow.
It's something like 100 a day. So yeah, they're going by.
Yeah.
You might pick them up on the audio from time to time.
We've got another update. Jimmy Strayhorn looks like less than a mile away.
All right, Jimmy.
Making his way, so he should be here within the next 10, 15 minutes maybe.
Hannah Carta commenting on the team of Patty Curry, Jen Hanna, and the rest of the aid station. The aid station, Patty is the grand poobah of the aid stations of all of Aravaipa races, and her sidekick Hannah. They literally start their preparation for Cocodona aid stations the year right after the previous year finishes. It's a year-long process. They do an incredible job. They're not sleeping at all this week. I had a captive audience with Patty because I drove down with she and Peter from Crown King Scramble this past year and just was drilling her with questions and all the logistics of what they do. It's really amazing. Patty Curry, the mother of Aravaipa, some say, Jamil and Nick and Nathan's mom.
And I mean, you've run a lot of races, I've run a lot of races. They've kind of set the standard for what an aid station should look like these days.
Yep, yeah, they really have.
Raised the bar.
Yeah, and one of the many cool things they do, I think anybody who's a back of the packer knows the feeling of going into a picked over aid station, of getting in there and they've run out of pickles and there's not a lot of ice and things are kind of messy. Patty Curry does not accept that. The aid stations at Aravaipa races, they look the same. Maybe there's one less table, Maybe there's a few of the coolers put away, but the tents are still up. The M&M bags are full. The sandwiches are still made. There's plenty of ice. The aid stations look the same at the end of the race as they do at the beginning. It is just, and that's their standard. That's what they believe in. In addition, Patty provides laminated cards on, among other things, how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I saw the notebook at Schnebly, and I was like, wow.
how to make a quesadilla.
Yep. How to cut a watermelon.
Yep.
Everything.
A little crowd
No
there
stone left unturned.
on the road across Buffalo Park. A question about the interviews. Yes, we are aware of the audio challenges that we had at the finish line yesterday for the podium interviews. While we have not set the schedule yet, we do plan on inviting, probably have invited already, all of the podium finishers to come in here to the studio sometime today. We know that most of them are still in town, or all of them are still in town. And when we have that information, we'll immediately let you know that we've scheduled an interview with Rachel or Courtney or Kilian, and we're going to try and have them in here. That said, they're recovering and still figuring out their next move. So bear with us on that.
Speaking of the aid stations, they're always looking for volunteers. You get race credits for Air Viper races by coming out and volunteering. It's a great way to give back and cheer on runners and, support the community.
Beautiful morning here in Flagstaff. This is the edge of Buffalo Park looking towards Mount Eldon. There's Eldon itself. We're awaiting the finish of Jimmy Strayhorn. We're a couple minutes away from that. This is the final pitch up Eldon, that road in the foreground.
And I'm looking at the Sedona Canyons race. We have True Hart Brown leading the way. It looks like he's about 5.5 miles out from the finish with a very large lead on Tyler Welch.
Here's Jimmy.
There he is.
Jimmy Strayhorn.
He's got his kids.
74-18. He's really tall.
He is.
When you guys run next to each other at Desert Solstice, he's a tall guy. Got to be 6'3", 6'4".
I'd say that, yes.
All right, Jimmy. Again, that's 16 hours faster than his last finish at Cocodona a few years back.
All smiles.
Yeah. He always looks put together, He's got the nice kit and the close cropped hair and the big smile, usually a tan. Jimmy Strayhorn, our most recent finisher. Getting his after picture. He's one who might not look all that different after than before. Back up the course, someone who's one of the pre-race favorites on the women's side, Mika Fuse, took a pretty bad fall on her face very early in the race. Took a pretty extended break mid-race, not dissimilar to the one she took back in 2024. But has since been storming through the field. She's now at mile 222, closing in on Walnut Canyon Aid Station. So an impressive finish for Mika. after an unfortunate first half of the race. Hopefully get eyes on her, maybe at Walnut.
And looks like on the track we have Nicole Kernik, next female finisher, making her way into Buffalo Park right now. I bet the sunrise up there on the top of Eldon was pretty spectacular this morning. Looking at Nicole's recent results, she ran Black Canyon Ultras. Oh, she did the double this year, it looks like. 100K and 50K.
Whoa.
Nice. 10-hour finish at the 100K and 5.5-hour finish at the 50K the following day. Awesome. She did the Eldon Ridge Run Half Marathon last year in October. Yeah, I really like the races where you can do double.
Yeah.
Saturday race, Sunday race.
Yeah.
Those are always fun.
Have you done that at Black Canyon?
I did it the year they had the 100-mile. The
Oh.
100K, 60K, the year of the storm and the snow.
The delayed
and the mud.
start?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because that was tricky for people there. The time between the two
I had
was
about
significantly
5 hours in between my finish and having to get back. Didn't get much sleep that night, but it's one of those experiences that you can tell your grandkids, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was wild. I mean, they had a bus company out of Phoenix, and they were like, "We don't do snow."
Right.
Right.
We were all sitting there in the parking lot ready to go, and we got, a 2-hour delay, and we were all just kind of scrambling on how to stay warm sitting in the parking lot. And it was interesting, the whole, it had snowed the day before, night before. You started the race in the mud, and then by the next day, everything was dry. So you had thousands of footprints that had hardened, and you were trying to make your way across the trail to get through that first 8 or 9 miles.
Oh, I ran that.
interesting.
I did not run the 100K, but I did run the 60K, and it was frozen
Yes,
mud.
it was treacherous.
That you could jack up your ankle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we're thinking this is Nicole Kernik moving well through Buffalo Park.
So just touching on Hart Brown's latest results, he looks like he took a little bit of a departure from ultra running after he won the Black Canyon 100K, taking that golden ticket in 2022. He did the Flagstaff Crest last year, won that, then did the Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine in June of last year and won that. and then did the Flagstaff to Grand Canyon Stagecoach Line Ultra 100-mile run last year in September and won that. And it looks like he's going to collect another W here shortly. I got to interact with True Heart at the Snebley Hill aid station for a bit. Funny story, his mother was crewing him, came in to the aid station, holding her phone, kind of confused, and was trying to figure out how to pull up the tracking for her son's race, because her phone was not picking it up. And we tried texting it to her, but I think her phone might have been a little bit out of date to bring up the tracking. So we basically just reassured her that she was in the right place. She was where she needed to be to see him. And she basically went back to her car and waited, because we had told her that at the time, he was about 6 or 7 miles out from seeing her. And she just went back to the car, and we let her know when he was getting closer. So she came out, and when he did arrive, we got him some ice in his ice bandana, got him some food, filled up his water bottles, and he didn't really have any idea of how long she had been waiting there, but he was pretty grateful that we were taking care of her and making sure that she was okay. It was really cool to see him, interacting with his mom, which really cool how many people have their mother come out to support them at a race like this. So it was really cool. It'll be great to see him finish here shortly. That was one of the best things that I thought, being out there at the aid station volunteering, was just getting to see all the people coming in, some of the front runners. I mean, obviously Rachel and some of the people that were way out in front had already gone through, but there was still people who were racing hard, trying to get their race done as quickly as possible. Most of the people coming through were basically just running past the aid station, not really needing much. They had their crew support there and didn't really need too much from us, but maybe some ice and filling up some water bottles, but really fun.
I did just chat with Jamil. True Hart Brown is coming in soon.
Good.
And the winner of the 125 will try and have eyes on him.
A nice big group here running them in. So will there be somebody running in the mid and backpack finishers like they've had in previous years?
Oh, yeah.
Doing the laps out and back,
Oh, yeah.
getting those smiles in.
We'll have a couple people out there, I'm sure. That's become a Cocodona tradition. And by the way, another reminder to crews, if you runners have not filled out their runner information form, it's not too late. We love to have that information share with the rest of the viewers. Thanks, chat, getting me straight. I had my mute button pushed. Hopefully I sound better now. Or at least you can hear me. I don't know about sounding better. Nicole Kernik on that little diagonal road through Buffalo Park for about another quarter mile, and then hits the pavement. And she's motivated a big part of her crew to get a little morning run in, obviously, which is a good thing. All right, Nicole Kernik, 41 years old. We were just talking about the double Black Canyon. She did it this year, 10 hours and 10 minutes for the 100K, and then woke up the next morning and did 5 hours and 37 minutes for the 50K. Has a 21:53 finish at Stagecoach, Flagstaff to the Grand Canyon 100-miler. Great race put on by Ian Torrance and his team. Oh, and she's done a classic, Arizona Classic, the Man Against Horse 25-mile out of Prescott. Arizona runner, Nicole Kernik.
Did you have a big crew run you in to your finish?
It grew.
It grew.
It grew. I had my son, my oldest son, and daughter-in-law, and our then new grandbaby Kelly Jo, who's now a year and 5 months, the best grandbaby the world has ever seen, by the way. Kelly Jo Musselman. They ran me through this part, and then a couple more folks joined me when I hit the pavement. And then when I went by the hospital, even more people. And then I just sort of lost track. I also had a little lean going.
Did you?
It was my first ever experience with the lean. And I was drifting to the right. I was, lilting to starboard. So I was wandering out into the street a little bit. Had to be bumped back. The great mystery of the runner's lean. Nobody is immune.
So a little background on Nicole here. She says that she has 4 pacers, a close friend from childhood who she ran track with in high school, her brother who just ran his first 50K at Black Canyon this year, her partner who got her into trail running, looks like, when I paced him at Black Canyon forever ago, she says. And one of her close running buddies from Phoenix who always brings a smile and snacks. Awesome. She's coached by Sarah O. Ostazuski. Is that pronounced correctly?
Sarah Ostazuski of the Ostazuski sisters.
She was asked, what section of the course are you most excited for? It says she's getting excited for the Hangover Trail, but mostly getting excited for sunrises and sunsets in the high desert.
Jake, a question in the chat for you. Did you get poison oak at Leona Divide like most everybody else?
I did not, thankfully.
Oh, one of the lucky few.
Yes, and it was very overgrown this year. I've had one encounter with poison oak running Burning River 100 one year that it rained really bad, and we were trying to stay off the center of the trail because it was completely muddy, you know?
Yeah.
And I probably brushed against too much of it, trying to stay off the middle of the track or on the trail. Yeah. And it was bad.
I have a theory. I have a theory that poison oak is discriminatory. You want to hear my theory? I lived in California for 5 years. Ran Western States 5 times, all through down by the river, and it's like a poison oak farm down there. Never got it. Moved to Idaho the very next year. Got it. Like you would. Came down to California. Got it. It's like the poison oak. Yeah, you used to be one of us, but you're not anymore.
Right.
So we're gonna get you.
Well, I was saying is that like an East Coast thing for me because I've run AC 100 and some of the other places that are notorious for having lots of it on the West Coast. No problems at all. So I'm just blaming it on the East Coast.
Yeah. It could be it.
Yeah, me and my wife got it so bad. She got it worse than me, and it actually hit her a week after the race. Which was
really?
Amazing. Like
the delayed onset poison oak.
Yeah, and it was bad.
We're getting a good drone shot of Nicole Kernik, our most recent finisher heading through Buffalo Park. She's probably on the street now. Thank you to Nicole for filling out the runner information form. That was what Jake was reading off. We love those runner information forms, and as the finishes pile up, we'd love to have more of them. That way we can annotate your finish as you're rolling into Flagstaff. A couple more runners on the back side of the Hangover Trail section. This is about mile 165 for those of you interested. So they're more than halfway, less than 100 miles to go. And getting ready to begin the climb up to the Coconino Plateau. This is really great drone footage we have here.
I think going through Sedona for me was my favorite section when I ran it.
Yeah.
I happened to catch it right at sunrise, so I had the sun coming up, and it's such a beautiful area. I don't know if they still go under that bridge that's out there or not now.
Nope,
Okay.
they don't do that one.
Yeah.
This section replaced
Replaced it, okay.
Yeah. We're also awaiting the finish of Hart Brown, the first place runner in the 125. last year's winner of Flagstaff Crest. And I'm going to venture to guess we might see him on the Cocodona 250 starting line next year, which would be really cool.
Yeah, he looks like he's about 3.5 miles out and almost into the city section.
Oh, there he is. A different way in.
Yeah, coming in from the west side.
Than the 250 runners. There's a good, thank you. There's a good little view of the over trail with Arabelle Higgins, bib number 122, with the red pack there.
Hey, Jim Rooney. Good to see you in the chat. I'm doing pretty good. I was feeling a little bit rough after my race on Tuesday morning, but good night's sleep, and legs are feeling much better now. So hopefully I can get out for a little bit of a slow jog, maybe head down to this section that we're looking at right now a little bit later on.
That's a good way to shake the stuff out of your quads.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't end up having any blisters, so I'm pretty grateful for that. You finish 100 miles with no blisters, that's a win.
Yeah, that is a win. Yeah, foot care is so important. It's really not a matter of if, but when with foot issues. Jake, apparently your wife makes the best ice bandanas.
She does. SoCal ice bandanas. She's been hard at work all winter trying to get stocked up for this summer. So head on over there. She's got all kinds of different patterns and styles. And I don't know, I've been using them since she started making them. I think she probably started making them for me because I couldn't find one that worked for me. And yeah, I absolutely
now
love them.
Because Shelly, my wife, makes them too, not to sell them, but just for me. Does she put like a chamois in?
She puts a microfiber cloth, sews it in on 3 sides, and you just open it up, and it's just a pouch. And
and that microfiber holds in the ice a little bit longer.
Correct.
And
Yes.
soaks in. Yeah,
I can fill hers that she makes usually about 2.5 hours, 3 hours on a 90-degree day,
and it'll stay icy.
Stay wet.
And then for the filling, does she have slots on both sides or just one side?
It's just a flat bandana sewed microfiber cloth in the middle, and then you just fold it over the opening on the top.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So it's very, very minimal, very easy to get in and out of.
So you don't put the ice in anything.
It's in the pocket.
It's in the pocket. Okay.
The ice.
How do you access the pocket? Is it just a flap?
Just an open top.
It's just an open top.
Yep.
Got
and
it.
you just fold it over. Yeah.
I love it. That's great.
No zippers. It's super easy.
No zippers. No, on an old school ice bandana, you come in from both sides.
Yeah, you could literally take I know some of the ice, chests. They have like a scooper.
Yeah.
You just scoop it, one shot in, and you're done.
Yeah, that's great. SoCal Ice Bandanas. Check it out. Is that the website?
That is her Etsy page.
Nice.
You can find her on Instagram too. She's actually the warehouse manager for the brand Runner, RNNR.
They make a lot of cool hats.
Yes.
Yeah.
The owner, Justin, and his wife, Kate Arsenault, he was out here crewing and supporting Lindsay Dwire. So you may have seen his van out here crewing.
This is Adam Williams. Adam Williams, a 250 runner leaving Walnut Canyon at mile 228, 230, I should say. We'll see Nicole Kernik. She's certainly on the streets now, and we'll see her before too long. Lots of folks looking. Love the patterns. A comment on the cherry one of the ice bandana.
Yeah, she always has to stock up on the white ones around Javelina, get those ready for Javelina.
Yeah.
Those are always like some of the first ones to go.
Again, we're looking at a drone shot of Adam Williams leaving Walnut. He's got 5.5 miles to Wildcat, where he'll have to say goodbye to his pacer and begin the run up to Eldon. Most runners at this stage of the game probably have about, at this pace, 6-7 hours to go. So he'll have that safely not going into a fourth night for him. Probably, if he's had some sleep, he doesn't need another sleep. And
Looks like Timothy Broadhurst just finished his descent off Eldon.
oh, right on.
Got the hard part out of the way. He'll be the next one, looks like, to finish.
Bib number 99, Patrick Kavanaugh, is leaving Walnut. He's a local. We call him Bubba. He and his partner in crime, Ross Kiewit, do some really, really stupid stuff. They wouldn't mind me saying it. They call it that.
Stupider than 250 miles? I guess there's levels to this sport.
We talked about her earlier, but Mika Fuse, who took about a 20-hour break, is continuing to fly through the field. One of the pre-race favorites had a fall earlier before even Crown King, where she banged her face. Got checked for a concussion at Crown King. Didn't have one. Regrouped and is back out there. We'll probably see her in Walnut Canyon soon. This shot we're looking at right here. This 5.5 mile section between Walnut and Wildcat, very, very little elevation gain, maybe 200 feet over the 5 miles. It just kind of rolls. Most of it's on dirt road like this, or a little bit narrower, kind of double track.
It looks like Nicole Kernik is less than a mile from the finish now. Be here shortly.
Yeah. The tie-dye ones of SoCal ice bandanas. Gotta have a tie-dye one, right? Here's Nicole. First of our morning runner cams. She's about to make the turn into Cocodona Alley. And a finish of the Cocodona 250. Nicole Kernik and her entourage. This is Cocodona Alley if you haven't seen it yet. And the finish line is right there. Nicole
Way to go.
Kernik, congratulations. Here she comes. Nicole Kernik. 74.52. That's a great feeling to just get that pack off.
Oh, yeah. Looks like her parents were there too, according to her bio here. That's very cool.
Yeah, that looks like a great family family gathering. Nicole Kernik. 7th place woman in 74.53.
Says her she's a pediatric plastic surgeon
Oh, wow.
at Phoenix Children's Hospital.
Oh, Phoenix Children's, one of the great hospitals for children, kind of in the St. Jude model. Our old house was right there. It's right at the I-51 in Thomas. Fantastic hospital. Do a great fundraiser every year. People travel from all over to get treatment at Phoenix Children's. Pediatric plastic surgery, must do reconstructive type things. Yeah. I imagine Nicole has to do a lot of juggling with her time to get the training in, as well as being a surgeon. And it reminds me of Ann Flower, the recent course record holder at Leadville. I interviewed her on my podcast, and she's an emergency room surgeon. She did say that work does help her deal with sleep deprivation.
Okay.
Yeah. As you mentioned with
Yep.
shift work.
Yep.
I hear that a lot too with athletes that I coach who are nurses or firefighters or they're unconventional schedules.
Right. Yeah, those before and after photos are always great to see. You just really see what 3 days, 4 days, 5 days it really takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, I showed Shelly my after photo. She's like, that doesn't even look like you.
Right.
We're looking at Nicole Kernik at the finish line at Heritage Square, our 7th place woman. We're also anticipating True Hart Brown's finish in the 125-mile Sedona Canyons. They come into town a little different direction. They don't come through Buffalo Park. They come off the mesa on the left side of town. Also, as Jake mentioned previously, Timothy Broadhurst is just about through Buffalo Park and will be on the streets shortly. Anticipate he being the next 250 finisher.
And the 125, that started yesterday at 7 a.m.?
Yep, yesterday at 7.
So he's just over 24 hours right now.
I think True Heart will be the next across the line. And the first 125 finisher.
And the current course record, according to Ultra Sign Up, has Jeff Browning in 2023 at 25:29:22. So looks like True Heart is definitely going to break that.
True Heart's going to get, I remember that Browning 25:22. He's right at about 25 flat right now. So I think he's got it.
Yeah. True Heart is 46 too. I always love seeing those late 40s and early 50s still throwing down. That's great.
Looks like your wife's going to have to get to work. There's some folks putting in their orders.
Maybe I shouldn't have said something.
Shouldn't have said anything, Jake.
Oh, boy. Sorry, honey. Yeah, I keep trying to convince her to maybe outsource some of the more tedious work, but she just, it's her labor of love, and she just doesn't want to relinquish some of those things.
I hear ya.
I was telling Tim Tollefson yesterday about her ice bandana company, and I could already see the wheels turning in his head. Ooh, Mammoth!
Ooh,
and
Southern Cal, a local,
like,
a local company.
Yeah.
That's right up Tollefson.
Oh no, I got a text from her. What? Oh, is it something bad now?
Oh, you just got one?
She says, did you mention my shop on live stream because it's blowing up? Oh no.
Folks, we're getting real-time action. Jake just got a text from his wife,
Oh man.
and her orders are blowing up.
I'm gonna have to go home and start packing stuff myself now.
Yep. Looks like you're gonna have to learn how to make them, Jake.
Yeah.
Does she ship right from the house?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a one-woman show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Well, maybe not for long.
We have 3 kids, so
Yeah.
maybe they can have a little side hustle for a little bit. Oh boy.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all, yes.
Thank you, everybody,
Love
for
the support.
SoCal Ice Bandanas. Is there ice in there? Is that the full name, or is it
SoCal
Bandanas?
Ice Bandanas.
Ice Bandanas. Okay,
On Etsy and Instagram.
got it. Yeah, you've done it now. So thanks a lot for your orders. That's great. We are expecting the first place runner in Sedona Canyons 125, True Hart Brown. Just passed over the 75-hour mark. Just to put a little bit of that into perspective, that still means we have 50 more hours. 50. 4 hours until the next cutoff, which is in Sedona, Posse Grounds at noon.
Yes, I see this comment in the chat here about True Hart Brown's foot. He was running with a broken foot right now.
Yeah, Jamil showed me the X-ray, and third or fourth metatarsal, I couldn't exactly tell. Definitely just broken.
Oh, wow.
In fact, he requested maybe to give his entry to somebody else, and they said, "No, we don't do that."
Wow.
So he's out there.
Yeah, when I spoke with his mom at Schnebley, she was like, I don't understand. He's doing this with a broken foot. And I was like, well, that's kind of ultra running, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe your adrenaline gets rolling, and next thing you know, you're running 125 miles.
I mean, when he left, I did not see any change in his gait or anything because of the foot. And I just wonder what his work schedule is, being a firefighter.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Being able to squeeze this in. I was going over his results from last year, and he had 3 first-place finishes, all Flagstaff races out here.
Look at that time for Flagstaff Crest, 4:24.
Yeah. 3:32 for the Extreme Big Pine 50K. Yeah.
That's foot speed.
Super humble guy. I got to chat with him just a little bit, but yeah, super down to earth.
Oh, yeah.
Really nice guy.
I mean, well-known story that he qualified with a golden ticket to Western States at Black Canyon a few years back, and it turned out wasn't able to run it. He accepted the ticket, but then ultimately wasn't able to run it because he had to be out fighting fires.
Yeah.
Again, just to give you all an update of our plan for the day, we'll continue to chronicle all of our finishers. We also Zach and the team are going to be working to reach out to our podium finishers from yesterday and see if they have time to come on into the studio and chat with us. We don't have any of that scheduled right now, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Like to have Courtney and Rachel and Meg in, as well as DJ, Cody, and the men's winner, Kilian. And we may have some additional special guests as well. This evening at 7, we're going to have the head nutritionist from Precision in to take your questions on Rachel Entriken's nutrition plan for the race. I think most people know that Rachel has made great strides in the sport over the last 2 years since her first win at Cocodona, and in large part she credits a more disciplined nutrition plan, including sodium testing, which she learned, among other things, that she's a very salty sweater, as they say, 1,500 milligrams per liter, which is high, not exorbitantly high, but well above average. So we'll hear from her at 7 and have her in the studio and take questions from all of you about Rachel's nutrition and Precision and their techniques and methods themselves. I had a very interesting interview with Andy Blow, the founder of the company, and that sweat testing device has its roots in a piece of medical equipment that tested for cystic fibrosis.
Oh, wow.
In children, pediatric cystic fibrosis. Andy was working in a medical supply industry in Great Britain and fashioned a device to measure sodium content out of one of these devices, and has now obviously made an incredible series of products with it. First, the full name, of course, is Precision Fuel and Hydration, and hydration was their first thing, and then they moved into gels and blocks and so forth, including the watermelon chew that was debuted this year at Cocodona that I got to eat last night, and it's yummy.
I haven't tried it yet. I did snag one at the aid station. Looking forward to trying it.
I was trying to snag one. I didn't. Unfortunately, Corinne Chalvoy had one, so we split one last night. Hillary Yang apparently has an in on some that you might be able to share with us.
Yeah, race nutrition. It helps you obviously during the race, but it's way more than that. It's how you eat in between races, after races. It's one of those things where I've tried different things, and obviously things work and don't work, and to be able to improve your time that much if you think it's solely from the nutrition is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Well, and I think in addition to that, in recent months, Rachel was able to devote her full-time life to running.
Right.
She's a physical therapist and had been full-time for years. Oh, this is nice feedback from Desert Night Runner. Volunteered at Mingus this year and wanted to thank all runners and crews for respecting the cabins. I could hardly tell hundreds of people went through in 48 hours. Very minimal cleanup. That's great to hear. As you know, the cabins out back of the lodge there are really great little sleep stations for the runners. So really good to hear that Desert Night Runner didn't have too much cleanup to do. $56. Bailey Gripshover leaving Walnut Canyon at mile 228. Bailey Gripshover.
Furthest distance run 112 miles at Fat Ox, where my feet exploded from all that concrete.
Oh, Fat Ox is a tricky course. It's in the foothills of the Estrella Mountains east of Phoenix. And It's a lot of concrete. What exploded?
Her feet.
Her feet.
Yeah.
Well, she's moving pretty well here.
Apparently threw javelin for a few years in college. That's interesting.
Oh. We expect the next 250 miler to finish to be Timothy Broadhurst from Great Britain. And we're also waiting for True Hart Brown, the first place runner in the 125.
So it looks like we have 3 runners that are making their way up to Eldon. Trevor Walters, Lauren Jones, another 24-hour World Championship member, U.S. team member, and Carson Albanese. Pretty close to each other, too, so they may be sprinting for the finish here.
Right on. And here's True Hart Brown.
Okay.
Coming in under Jeff Browning's course record pace in the 125 with a broken metatarsal. He's on the final stretch there on Birch. One more street to cross and he makes a right down Cocodona Alley to win the Sedona Canyons 125. True Hart Brown. There's the turn. First place finish in Sedona Canyons 125. True Hart Brown.
New course record.
25-13.
Thank you, everybody. Way to go. This is awesome. What was your experience like out there? It's awesome. It was brutally hard, but yeah, heck of an event, and yeah, to get this thing through, yeah. Great work. Don't put this on.
High five for just buddy Jamil.
Most likely. Most likely.
Hopefully his mom is there. Got to see him finish.
Yeah.
You want to cheer? I might take a seat machine. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, absolutely.
That's a fast 125-mile time, but that's for sure. Looks like, and someone will correct me in the chat if it's wrong, but it looks like
Here.
he's
Here.
got the Tecton,
Yeah, see,
Hoka
get in
Tecton
here.
X3,
Come on.
judging by the ankle gaiter there.
Guys.
Family.
Family coming in. 46 years old. in an unofficial time of 25:13, knocking about 9 minutes off Jeff Browning's course
it
record
is.
from a few years ago.
And that's unbelievable, man. You're
Race director
How was it?
Steve there to hand over
It's
the
awesome.
buckle.
All right.
Hardwire.
you crazy, man.
It was,
Rory. Hey, dude. Come here.
Hey, buddy. That was awesome doing this. And Ben gets credit too.
Yeah. Here, before you sit down.
Hey.
You got that thing.
Steve
What was
Adderall,
your second one?
race
Well,
director,
not
Mika
no,
Fuse
but
races.
second medal from us, and then second one of these too. Great work, man. You guys.
Yeah, Rush.
We're so impressed.
well, no, it's awesome. There's a lot of folks out there still grinding away.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It is, yeah.
So, but, thank you
for
guys
having
for all the support.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's awesome.
Man, we didn't get enough people out here today.
Awesome.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. God. Money.
He may not be thinking about it now, but I know True Heart does have the 250 in mind,
So it felt like that.
whether next year or some other time, but
Yeah,
Take a little time off, get all healed up.
Yeah.
You can get back after. Yes. It's enough for
I can't go, man.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm driving and I can't stay in front of you, man.
Hey, you caught us a couple of times.
I got you a couple times. It was tough though.
Rory, thank you, man.
That was fun. That's the first stage on there.
For the emergency crew.
Oh, yeah.
Breen was gonna bring him home, but her so shit catch her play.
No, these guys pulled it together last minute. I mean, yeah, like I said, I mean, I didn't know until the other morning if I was going to start with the foot, and then had to scramble for a crew.
Do you have it taped up or anything, or you just kind of?
No, I talked
True
to the
Heart's
doctor.
first
and
finisher of the
that
Sedona Canyons
don't-
125. We have
I mean-
23 finishers now in
well,
in the
let's just say there was a
250,
little bit of don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah.
including
but-
7 women.
Yeah, the last
Nicole Kernik was the
or
most
it's
recent woman
it's
finisher.
not great. I'll show you
And, we would expect
Oh.
the next finisher of the 250 to be Timothy Broadhurst. I think he's showing Jamil the X-ray of his broken
Oh,
foot.
wow.
So it's probably safe to say, in addition to winning the Sedona Canyons, he's winning the broken foot division.
Yeah.
I think Cam Hayes took that last year.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe it. 625. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Savage.
Thank you. Did you try it? What's just a little bite? You want a little bite? Sure. What's in there? Oh, it's that carrot. No. It's really the best kind of cake. It's a tradition.
So we're gonna
Look
have
at
a
that.
pretty long
Oh,
stretch
man.
between finishers between the 125 and the 250. Looks like Tyler
Thanks for
Welsh
running.
will be the next
Let me see the
125
Oh, yeah.
finisher.
Yep. Nope.
Or-
Kaylee got me
Getting
one the
into-
last go
he's into
round.
town.
Yeah.
And, yeah. little treat
piece
for
of
the end of the
cake.
day.
True Heart. See if he's going to eat it.
2 weeks ago. You were.
Maybe not yet.
Yeah, it's weird. Some ultra finishes, you feel like you could go to a buffet and just eat all day, and other ones you're like the side of food just makes you turn away.
You can't. I find I often have like a delay, so it's like, no, the side of food, but then maybe I get to 3-4 hours, and it's like I'll have that whole pizza.
Yeah, you want to eat everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is an interesting time. The runners do the field does tend to spread out in this sort of after about 25 runners. We'll keep tabs on things. We've got our eye on the sky and outside Walnut Canyon. We also have we'll have some boots on the ground in Sedona as they close in on the cutoff time, the overall cutoff time there in the 250, which is at noon.
So one of the runners that's up in Eldon making her way up, I believe, or down, Lauren Jones. We've been friends for a while. We've been on some of the running teams with Rabbit and shared some time at Desert Solstice and on the 24-hour World Championship team. She came into Schnebly Hill aid station with something I'd never seen. She was wearing a neck air conditioner. They looked like headphones, but it went around her neck and it was blowing cold air. It was like an ice bandana.
Really?
But I'd never seen this kind of technology before. Somebody needs to look into this because I'm curious.
A neck air conditioner.
It was, yeah.
Wow.
It was weird. I thought it was headphones, and then she put it around her neck, and they turned it on, and it started blowing cold air.
Lauren Jones, I believe, is also a healthcare professional, and from Atlanta or Georgia, Atlanta suburbs.
Atlanta, I believe so.
Thank you all. Great job, Drew. Thank you guys. You're awesome. No, Chris, you got to get in there. Come on. Hey, all the time you're talking about running, get in the picture.
There's a true Hart Brown finishing photo with his family and friends and crew. Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit more digging on the neck air conditioner. Lauren Jones, maybe she has it on going up over Eldon right now.
There's True Heart's mom to the right. Yeah, glad she could make it down there.
That's the view towards the San Francisco Peak and Humphreys, the tallest mountain in Arizona. This is a camera at the top of Eldon. Here we've got
What is this?
back down to Hangover Trail in Sedona.
At 81?
81.
It's like Kelsey McGill, Bend, Oregon.
Kelsey. Kelsey was the women's winner of the Tempe Burrito League.
Oh, okay.
And got a free entry to Cocodona, which is a nice perk. I got to know Kelsey a lot during that month, running up and down a 0.2 of a mile stretch of Mill Avenue in Tempe. Her male counterpart is Troy Croxdale, who won the men's division of the Tempe Burrito League. A fun little diversion in the month of January for a lot of people. Did you do any Burrito League segments?
I did quite a few in Redlands, California, yes. I ended up coming in third actually. And we did, I think my number was about 800 laps on the loop that we had out there.
And if I remember correctly, Redlands was around a Mexican restaurant?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also threw in Coldwater Rumble 100 in the middle of that
did ya?
month too. Yeah. It got very competitive between the top two guys.
I got in about 460 miles. I took a 4-day break because I had to go up and visit Kelly Jo, my granddaughter. So was hoping for maybe 500, but it was a fun little diversion.
Fun. Yeah.
For the month of January. Hopefully we'll do it again. There is a Burrito League segment out at Fort Tuthill. I don't know if you want to swing by and do a couple segments on your drive out of here. They also set one up at Black Canyon at the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station, which was also the starting line of Cocodona and the Bradshaw Brute. They had that there during Black Canyon. So this is Kelsey McGill. She's moving well.
This is her first race of the Grand Slam that she has planned this year. Cocodona, Tahoe, Bigfoot, and Moab.
All right. What section of the course? All of it.
Yeah, that Burrito League turned into something else.
Was it a loop or
was a
not
loop.
an out? Oh,
It was a loop, yeah.
Out and back was rough.
Right. But they're already thinking about doing it next year, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And were you able to hit up some local merchants for some prizes or some giveaways or things like that?
Andy Glaze lives in Redlands, so he
Okay.
was the one that kind of organized it all. And Oscar's Mexican restaurant is right there, and you know he eats there a lot. And my wife and I go there quite a few times a year. And yeah, it was really cool to have. We have the bike classic, Redlands Bike Classic. That's a big thing out there. We have small running groups, but nothing that brought in that many people. So, and we were having people coming in from 30-minute drive away to come in and compete. The winner, he ended up coming in from Riverside every day with a 30-minute drive, and then the other guy came in second was from Rancho Cucamonga, another 30-minute drive. So they were putting miles in just driving in. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, my son's done the Redland Classic a couple times. It was a big age group, was big youth. All the young kids went out there, U23s. So question for Jake Jackson, any plans on running Cocodona in the future?
Probably not next year, maybe the year after.
Got it.
Yeah. Definitely need to come back and fix that DNF from last year. I don't know, this whole week has been a lot of fun for me. You know, you get to run the 100-mile race and then volunteer and then now do this. So I'll definitely be out here in one capacity or another.
Well, having done it last year as well, I am jealous of the weather these guys have. Holy cow. It's about as opposite of last year's weather as it could be. We're looking at Kelsey McGill, the winner of the Tempe Burrito League here in Arizona from Bend, Oregon, making her way through the Hangover Trail. Looks like she just maybe realized, she's going the right way. And chatting a little bit about our adventures at the Burrito League. Definite plans to get it done again. The fun thing about the Tempe one is that January 31st is Jamil Curry's birthday. Oh. So not only did we celebrate the final push on the final day, but we got a big sheet cake, and Patty and Peter were there and his kids, and we were able to sort of surprise them in the middle of the day with a birthday celebration.
Yeah, it was funny when Troy found out that I was coming out to run Coldwater. He was like, "Dude, come up and run a couple laps." And I was considering it because I saw that Rachel was out here doing it too, and she ran Coldwater. But I realized it was about a 45-minute drive from where the race was up to where the segment was, and I was thinking, well, I could spend the hour and a half to drive up there, run a couple loops, or I could leave and head back home and get some loops for myself.
Right.
So I ended up just going home because Yeah, it was pretty competitive for a while.
Troy Croxdale, as I mentioned, the men's winner of the Tempe Burrito League is, according to Tracker, about mile 212. So that's right about Fort Tuthill. He's got a chance to finish without needing another sleep. Corinne Chalvoy, my partner from last night. Burrito League is life. Yes, absolutely.
It definitely took over our lives in January.
Yeah.
I was running at times of the day that I don't usually run. You know, getting off work and running at, 10, 11 o'clock at night, and then sleeping for a couple hours and getting back up and running before work.
My running store, it was in Tempe, and so we, of course, had it on the TV all the time. But I would go over in the morning, do a bunch of segments, work all day, go back over in the evening. Yeah, not a lot of house projects got done that month.
And I told my wife when she found out that they were doing it, and she's like, do not let it consume everything. And I think the final 2 weeks it started to consume it a little bit too much.
Yeah, my wife had a work trip, and she got so I was. For 5 days, it was like all I was doing. And when she got home, I was like, so, honey. She was cool about it, though. But she's like, well, then February 1st, you're all mine.
Right.
This is a great zoom out of the Red Rocks of Sedona and the Hangover Trail area. Comes right around mile 160 of the 250. Around mile 40-ish, 35, 40-ish of the 125. Both the 125 runners and the 250 runners do this section.
So what are your feelings on races that give separate buckles or timing for solo division runners?
I think it's cool.
I think so too.
I think it's cool. I know Angeles Crest implemented that a couple of years ago.
San Diego 100 does it
San
too.
Diego 100 does it. I think Massanutten Mountain Trails out in Virginia does it. I love it. I mean, when you think about it from a race director's perspective, frees up congestion at aid stations, traffic, number of people on the trails. I know AC does, but I think San Diego also preferential entry spots in the lottery.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, good for them.
And I think it kind of levels the playing field a little bit when you do it solo. Because not everybody can have a full-on crew go out there and be able to fill their packs and fill up their water balls and such. But yeah, and it's just another added level of, pushing yourself. If you finish some 100-milers with a crew and you go out there and see if you can do it by yourself.
I think in my solo, in my races that I've done with no pacer, no crew, I have felt like, and others have shared this with me as well, I felt that it's forced me to simplify things, right? So on the one hand, you pack a drop bag and you have to think of a lot more details and that sort of thing. But it also, you don't have to worry about other people. You don't have to, you have the rental cars and the this and the that, and you can simply focus on what you need to get done.
Yeah. The logistics alone takes a lot of that stress when you don't have to worry about your crew and the financial aspects of having them get hotel rooms and all that stuff.
The whole thing, right. I remember, we have Mika Fuse. Is she on her way into Walnut? Well, on the way out. What an incredible story this is. I am very intrigued to hear from Mika Fuse after the race. As I mentioned, she took a very tough fall. It had a cut up face and a black eye in Crown King. Took almost 20 hours off the course, somewhere in between Prescott or around Prescott, got back in the race, and has just been charging through for the last 100 miles. Which is this is not the first time she did this. In the 2024 race, she took a fall. She spent about 8 hours off the course and stormed back to a third place finish. I don't think she plans on doing that, everybody. I don't think that's her plan to fall and take a break. But
Well, it's kind of like Tara Dower, the cactus. And,
that's right, yeah.
They don't go into it intending to fall down. Yeah.
But yeah, back on the simplifying things. I think it requires a lot of advanced planning, but then it's also I'm just gonna run.
Yeah.
And I have what I need. It also I think it engenders really cool sort of relationships when you get to the aid stations. You're dependent on the aid station volunteers. They know you're solo, so they maybe give you a little extra care. I've often thought if a big race like Hard Rock did it. I mean, because there's so many vehicles going through there and parking challenges. And I mean, I know Hard Rock is such a hard race to get into that when people finally get in, they want to share it with their family and friends. But man, who knows? I know some races are able to have more entrants because of having a solo.
Well, that's kind
category.
of been a hot topic this year with the pros having pacers.
Yeah.
Being able to get more people because you're not having to cater to the pacers out there on the course.
So runner on the way out of the Hangover Trail section.
And this is pretty typical, I'd say, of a lot of the Cocodona course where it's not super technical, but there are definitely rocks that you got to get over.
Yeah.
And when your legs are just beat up from being out there for that long.
Yeah, this really is. You're right. This is very, very typical, not smooth, but you got to be careful. Socket Silver asking about the 65-year young woman still in it. You've got to be talking about Pam Reed. And she's still going. She's over 200 miles, I think, or close to it. Let me confirm that. 195. Pam Reed ran the race in the inaugural year, 2021. Celebrated her 65th birthday a couple months ago. Splits time between Scottsdale and Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And just an incredible person.
I don't think she's ever going to retire from running.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, boy.
She can't help herself.
Yeah.
It's funny, she did the 37-mile training run on Saturday, first Saturday, April, and then came out on the Sunday, and she's like, I'm just going to go out. This was when we were doing the hangover. I'm just going to do an out and back. I'm really sore and tired from, and we were planning on doing the whole 28-miler up to Munns Park, and she did the whole thing.
Wow.
Of course she did.
It's always an inspiration to see her out there.
She's kind of minimalist. She's just started using poles in the last couple of years. She was real, she's kind of one of those pure runners, didn't like fiddling around with them and having to put them away and take them back out. But I think she's realized, help with fall risk and obviously getting a little power when you're tired. So she's come around. She also was never a gel person, kind of an old school, lots of solid food. Has come around to gels too. Really likes the precision gels. One of the sponsors of the Chew sponsor. We've got a trifecta of nutrition sponsors here at Cocodona 250. The Chews brought to you by Precision, the gels brought to you by Never Second, and the drink by Tailwind. Mika Fuse leaving Walnut Canyon a mile 2:30 on the short 5-mile section to Wildcat, where she'll have to drop her pacer. It's going to be a good story to hear about this from Mika. Someone in the chat, Pam Reed is immortal. I love it.
So it looks like our next 250 finisher, Timothy Broadhurst, is making his way down into Buffalo Park now.
All right.
Closing in.
He's got some fans in the chat from the
4 miles away.
UK. Timothy Broadhurst.
And in the 125, Tyler Welsh. He's closing in as well. In the other direction, they're coming from the west side.
Yeah, talking about Scott Jurek was on the Browning support team, as was Chrissy Mail. Some of you may not know Chrissy. She was a Montreal team manager for a long time, is a longtime race director of Chuckanut 50K in March up in Bellingham, Washington. First American winner of UTMB back in 2004, I believe.
And her and Browning are on the Keen running shoe.
On the Keen running shoe team, a new company not a new company, but
have you seen the shoes yet? I have not seen. They look pretty good.
They're pretty nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not sandals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Walmsley sightings. Yeah, in addition to greeting Rachel up at the top of Eldon, Jim spent a fair bit of time at the Munns Park aid station. Mile 216, zombie theme. People might have thought they turned into zombies when they saw them. This is this ridge, the ridge before the final little pitch up Eldon. Kind of coming from right to left on your screen. You get out in that open section and then tuck back into the trees for a bit before coming out onto that road and the final push that we've seen a couple times this morning.
So I ran into fan favorite Pete Mortimer at the Wildcat Hill aid station. I forgot to ask him if he was doing Pete's Meats again this year.
Oh yeah, so we had Pete Mortimer as our nighttime guest on Aerovipa running on Aerovipa After Dark on Monday night.
Okay.
And instead of doing one aid station with Pete's Meats, he spread it around.
Oh,
so
very nice.
he went up to Mingus Mountain and brought some ribs and pulled pork.
Nice.
Then went to Wildcat, made a delivery there of some mac and cheese and some chicken, and he brought us lamb chops.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
All
Pete's
right.
Meats. Check that out, by the way, on his website. Some really good grilled meat that Pete Mortimer does.
Yeah, he was out there in his panda suit costume.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 2. We have Timothy Broadhurst
Yep.
in Buffalo Park.
Yeah, he's down that long straightaway. Shouldn't be too long until he hits the street.
Yeah.
From Plymouth, Great Britain, 41 years old. Looks like his longest race up until Cocodona. Oh, it's actually longer. Mountain.
Oh, the spine race.
268 mile.
Oof.
Edale, Great Britain, last year. 103 hours. First ultra on Ultrasina, Marathon des Sables, 250K, 2016. Wow, that's
Wow.
first one.
Moving well this late in the game.
Yep. So it looks like we had Jason Ponce in the chat. It says, gents, I'm bib 773 at mile 67 at Sedona Canyons, working my tail off. Can you say hi to my family watching in Connecticut?
Hi, family in Connecticut. Your boy's doing great.
Yeah, the tracker's saying Eli Weeby finished, but unfortunately he DNF'd. He probably just did not take his tracker off. Not sure what happened with him there.
Yeah, I think he was having some issues with his hips.
Okay.
I'm not sure if both of them or just one of them, but hip issues. There's just a couple 100 yards until Timothy hits the road. Here we're back on the shot on the climb up Eldon. You can see a runner through those trees. Okay. That single track bumps out on the road.
So that's Trevor Walters,
Trevor Walters.
British Columbia. Says when he's not running, he's riding horses.
Oh, cool. Of course, the entire sport of trail and ultra running, or trail running, has its roots in horseback riding, long distance
right.
horseback riding. Legendary events like Western States, Old Dominion, Vermont 100 started as horseback rides.
When asked what inspired him to participate in this race, it says, after completion of a few 100-mile distances, the realization came to me, completing a 100-mile can be compared to a really hard day at work.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's one way of putting it.
Getting it done solo, it looks like, too. Where's this?
Oh, this is
section,
a this
that
is
they
a
can
section you have
closer.
to do solo.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
So is there an exact spot where a crew is allowed to meet them at Buffalo Park, or
There's
is this
not,
kind of a
it's not really an exact
vague
spot.
area?
I think they can get into the park pretty far.
Yeah.
There's kind of this one final little steep pitch that's kind of rocky and scrambly. I don't think any crews would go past there. But if you went out to sort of a mile out or so, I think most people would like this gentleman is running in with, or this person is running in with Timothy. Seems totally fine. A lot of runners their crowds have built up as they've gone further through the park. So as Jake was mentioning, we're looking at Trevor Walters here. He just ducked behind that hillside here on the final little road pitch up to Mount Eldon. And here's a look back at Trinity Heights Aid Station. Oh, sorry,
looks like
Schnebly.
Yep.
Look at me.
Oh, it's a lot more packed than when I was there yesterday.
Yeah, lots of going on at Schnebly. Mile 176. Again, for context, the cutoff here is at 9 p.m. tonight. That's 12 hours from now. So these aid stations open for a lot longer. This is the beginning of the first pacerless section.
So bib 200 is Kilian Lamastua. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. From Kearns Canyon, Arizona. She has one Cocodona finish. Finished the race in 2023 on a scholarship bib, and now trying to finish on a charity bib. She chose the Hopi Foundation as her charity.
And here we are back on, is it Trevor? No, it is. It is Trevor. Back on the climb up Eldon, the final little road section. Trevor Walters. Well, everybody, I've got some good news. The commissioner is in the house. Kevin Goldberg, five-time Cocodona 250 finisher, decided not to run the race this year and instead presided over the Mingus Basketball Association up at Mingus Mountain Camp.
Personally, I think he created this whole basketball thing so he didn't have to race me.
So he didn't have to race you. I know. He was originally in the Brute 100 and has dodged you. But I am going to sign off here in a minute. As I mentioned earlier, I've got to jump on an airplane and head up to Oregon for my son Tully's college graduation and some time with family. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here for these 4 days. Cocodona week is one of my favorite weeks of the year. I will be back again in this chair, God willing, next year. And until then, I'm going to leave it in the hands of my buddy Jake Jackson.
Good talking to you, man.
And the commissioner. And we'll see y'all later. Take care.
Thanks, AJW, for being here. We always love having you around. Love hearing your voice. All right, so our next finisher coming in soon should be Timothy Broadhurst. We got several people coming down Eldon, it looks like. And a couple of the 125 runners closing in on their finish as well. This is day 4 of the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. I am Jake Jackson. We'll be having Kevin Goldberg here join me shortly. Get some more details on the Mingus Basketball Association that was been going on past couple days. We still don't have somebody that's running the last bit into the finish line yet. We'll get somebody out there soon. Everybody's kind of spread apart right now, so it would be hard to have somebody standing out there with a camera. But Tim is coming in shortly. What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
It's going good.
Congrats.
Thanks. Kevin has got the basketball with all the signatures here. That's awesome.
All right, what are we doing? Is this... Oh, I should have brought a computer. I can share.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so we're joined here with, everybody knows him, Kevin Goldberg. How's it been going?
It's been busy. Hey, Jake. Happy to be here. Congrats on the Brute.
Thank you so much.
I was happy to not be out there. Although, I got to say, I feel like I ran something out here because I have been outside since Monday.
Okay.
I slept 0 hours Monday night, 2 hours Tuesday night, and then we had Thursday, 90 minutes last night.
Wow.
So without the soreness, I kind of feel like I'm.
Yeah.
I've
Still
run-
sleep deprived, but
Yeah.
Yeah. So fill me in. I didn't get to see too much of it on the live stream, so how was it?
It was great. It was really, really cool. I mean, the whole premise of the MBA, Mingus Basketball Association, was when I roll through Mingus on my past years at Cocodona, it just helps me get out of the race, helps me feel a little joy, fun, silliness, keep the sport silly. And we got high-fiving on top of Eldon. I can't tell. But yeah, it just was, I wanted to bring that to other people. And I wanted, to keep it an excuse to not run the 250 and take a break. I created the MBA, the Mingus Basketball Association, 3-shot challenge for every runner coming through mile 107. So the opportunity for the first runner to the last runner to have a chance to step out of the race, play some basketball, and just have some silly fun. And then, from my perspective, it was a hit. I mean, we probably had 80 to 90% of the 250 field take a shot.
Oh, that's awesome.
Most of their signatures are on our game ball. And, my biggest takeaway is that ultra runners are not very good at basketball.
Yeah, okay. So all of the winners, top 10, they all took a shot?
Yep. Almost. I think everyone in the top 10 shot.
Okay.
It was great. As the leaders were coming through, like top 20, they were being very efficient, like 60 seconds or less on the court, almost like they had planned where they were taking their shots from, because we talked to a lot of them on our Distance to Empty podcast, Flagstaff Bound series. And so they were dialed in. Courtney took the longest on the court.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was on the court for like 4 or 5 minutes. It was pretty cool. Some pictures over on Solomon's Instagram page of her shooting. It's just so cool.
So what was like the general consensus of where they were shooting from?
Well, it evolved a little bit as the race went on, because as the leaderboard got higher, people had to aim for higher points.
Okay.
So, like, DJ Fox and Zach Hauer were tied for the lead for quite a long time with 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
So people were able to, say, okay, I can do a 5 and a 3-point shot. And try to get ahead of them. But once people started letting the 10-point shots fly, it was game over. And that was the only way if you wanted to get up into the top of the leaderboard.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to go back and see some of the footage, because I'm sure there was a lot of cameras out there. And
Yeah.
Were they able to put you on the live stream quite a bit when the runners came through?
We had a static cam set up, and I think we were on there quite a bit. It was pretty cool. And we had a couple of guys with mobile cameras coming to let people take shots, and everyone was. It was just such a good time. And and if you're gonna spend the majority of a race at one aid station, Mingus is kind of the place to be. It's got everything. It's a really bougie aid station.
Got the lasagna, of course.
Oh, I had
amazing.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 48 hours.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So I haven't got to talk to Peter. How was his race at the Brute?
Peter had a good race. He finished.
Okay.
This was his first big race since kind of August of last year when he did AC.
Yeah. Peter Noyes, of course, we're talking
Peter
about.
Noyes, everyone's favorite co-host on Distance to Empty podcast. Yeah. So, his big secret goal was to go in there and beat you.
Oh, was it?
No,
okay.
no, it wasn't. It was not. But he just wanted to finish, and he had a rough race. He thought it was a really hard course. Did you?
I agree.
Yeah.
It took me by surprise.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be hard, but the section after Astor Creek.
That's exactly what he's. Yeah.
It was way harder than I thought it was going to be.
He called me at some point during the later part of that section and was just like, this is really hard, like way harder than the first 100 of Cocodona.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a really cool race. I had no FOMO while it was happening, but now that it's over, I have a little bit of FOMO.
Okay.
Yeah. How was the race for you? Maybe you've covered it already, but I haven't heard.
Yeah, I mean, having already done the first section, numerous times, it was like you kind of already know what to expect. It was cool taking the little detour onto the Black Canyon Trail and crossing over the Agua Fria. And luckily, I don't know if he got his feet wet, but the top 3 guys managed to get around it without getting our feet wet. And the climb up to Lane Mountain, it is what it is. But yeah, it's like, I think I prepared myself a lot for the climbing, which didn't bother me too much, but it was the long descents. That Senator Highway section, it's like totally runnable, but it is slightly downhill.
Yep.
And there was a couple sections after that, technical downhills where you're just blowing your quads up. And once I got done with Camp Kippa and I forget the last aid station, what it
Camp
was called.
W.
No, it was past that. The last.
Oh, the one that's just on the Brute's course. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, my legs were just completely shot.
Yeah.
So I ended up doing a lot of hiking the last 20 miles.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
You're looking for that added little extra challenge of finishing a 100-mile and doing it solo and kind of having to be a lot more self-reliant. And yeah, it's a good one. You should come back next year and do it.
Well, if I keep bringing the NBA,
you're kind of locked into this now.
It's like I've created a trap for myself here, a trap or a good thing where I keep myself away from having to run.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. I definitely would like to. I mean, it's seeing the growth of the other distances, like how big, because having a front row seat to Mingus Traverse, because the Mingus Traverse comes up through Mingus.
Right.
So we actually shot hoops with a lot of those guys too. It wasn't an official leaderboard for them, but
okay.
I'd say probably about half that field took shots with us, and seeing the size of that race, compared to even just last year, was really cool. So I foresee the Brute becoming the next big thing.
And the cool thing about like the way they set up the race starts, if you don't get into Cocodona, you could legitimately do almost all of the 250 course if you just sign up for the consecutive races that follow afterwards. So that might be something, maybe not doing the 250 for me to do, but to add the 3 races, connect them all together as an added challenge. So I think that 100-miler is definitely going to grow though over the next couple of years.
It's going to be another, I think, you look at Sedona Canyons year 1 and it was just like, oh, okay, they're doing this, and now it's like it's almost a side-by-side marquee event, and it's really cool. I volunteered. I think you volunteered at Brian's aid station.
I did
at Schnebly Hill.
Oh yeah, how'd that go? You were there the night that I left.
Yeah, so we did 11 p.m. last night to like 7 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
And then came straight here. So if I seem a little off, maybe it's because I haven't slept. Seeing all the 125ers come through there was really cool. I mean, it's just it's an awesome event in and of itself, and it's just like I don't know. I feel like I'm. They haven't paid me to hype this up. It really is just what I witness out there. It's so cool. So if you come be involved in Cocodona Week in some capacity, and you will leave wanting more, I think is my takeaway.
That's cool.
What's the leaderboard looking
We're
like here?
looking for Timothy Broadhurst right now. He should be coming in shortly. We've got a couple people coming down Eldon now. Yeah, it's still pretty spread apart. So, Trueheart, did he take some shots too?
Well, he was Sedona Canyons.
Oh, that's right. So that's
he
right
never made
after
up
it.
there.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sure he would have, though.
Yeah.
Who do you think, of the top 10, who do you think was the worst basketball player and the best basketball player? Would be your guess.
Let's see. I'm just going to say Joe is probably the best. Just the height, he probably played basketball at some point. And worst. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Mike was pretty beat up when I saw him come through. I'll say Mike, I don't know.
So Mike actually, he took 3 corner threes.
Oh, did he really?
And he airballed the first one.
Okay.
And then he, like nothing but net 2 corner threes.
Wow.
Like he looked like a basketball player. So Mike is actually tied for the top of our leaderboard. He's up there. Joe was good. I'd say of the top 10, DJ Fox was probably looked the best. He banked a 7-pointer and was in the lead for quite a while. And so, though for the worst, it's a good thing he won the race because Kilian Korth was pretty bad at basketball.
Oh, no.
He missed a layup, and it was just bad form. I think running is definitely where his sport. I ran into his parents and brother at Schnebly Hill because his dad's running the Sedona Canyons, 125.
Okay.
And
it looks like Timothy's finally finishing.
There
we go. Great job.
Always blows my mind how good some people look running in.
Yeah.
That is not me when I'm finishing. Nice work, Timothy.
76 hours and 10 minutes.
That is a stout time.
Go, man.
Great Britain. Yeah, his first race was the spine race out there.
Wow.
First ultra.
First ultra?
10 years ago.
Oof. I wonder which he thinks is harder. He was 10 years younger for the spine.
Yeah.
That'll help. Oh, it's such a good feeling getting into Heritage Square. You remember that?
Vaguely.
When you don't have to run anymore?
Yeah. I was so just completely out of it when I finally made it in there. I just remember looking over and seeing Chad Bruce, our friend, sitting over there and thinking, oh, he beat me. Like, dang it. He had gotten in about 20, 30 minutes ahead of me, but was still sitting there.
I finished in 76 hours one year, and it was a cool time to finish. It's, it's nice weather, and the people are out around Heritage Square, bopping around, and you can go straight to lunch.
Yeah.
Or straight to lunch after your shower.
So how was the weather during the basketball?
It was really good running weather. It was not very good basketball weather.
Okay.
It was freezing up at Mingus.
Was it?
I've heard from the runners that the rest of the race has not been as cold as it was the whole time at Mingus.
Yeah.
But man, up at Mingus, it was cold from Monday through cutoff.
Right.
And yeah, very, very cold. We got some hail, lots of wind. But I think
it was windy this year. It seemed
very
like.
windy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of sections of Bradshaw that were just super exposed and just howling.
Mm-hmm.
So was there anybody that told you like they went out and practiced shooting?
Yes. Yeah. Jeff Garmeyer said he'd been practicing. He did beat me. We played a little one-on-one, me and Jeff, and I let him win.
Yeah.
He was deep in the race. So what could I do? But let's see. Aaron Fleischer, soon to be six-time Cocodona finisher.
Okay.
He had some moves. He actually said he overtrained. He was in the gym too much, and that's why he missed his shots.
What the heck?
I think he took a little elbow tendonitis. He was taking too many shots. There were a few people who said that they were shooting. Oh, Jake Kilgore.
Okay, yeah.
He tagged us on Instagram and was shooting, and he had a nice shot outside of the race. Inside the race, pretty good too. A couple of air balls, and then he sunk a corner three himself.
Nice.
We got to get you up there to shoot next time.
Yeah, I was like wanted to make my way up there, but got up to Schnebly and just was hanging around and kind of just ran out of time basically.
Yeah.
I was my friend was crewing Lindsay, so I just kind of bounced around and followed her for a while and kind of hung out with them. Yeah, it was really cool just being able to like finish my race and then go up there and crew and help people and see people coming through, get to connect with some folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
169, 140, 266.
Flushing, New York.
What were some of the other numbers? 169?
140,
266. Another one. They must be friends. Two from Flushing.
Oh, David and his wife. They played in the NBA. Their names are on the ball.
Okay.
I think David's done like Tour de France a bunch of times.
Yeah.
He's an absolute animal.
Triple Crown, UTMB, Tour 440 or 450. What a beast.
Those are
Out
some
of
races.
Mammoth too.
Yeah, he did Mammoth last year. Are you going back to Mammoth?
I am. Yeah.
I think I was telling you that I think I might.
Yeah.
I'm not signed up, but man, this week's got me feeling like, what's life without a 200 on the calendar, you know?
I know. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I don't have anything scheduled between now and Mammoth, so I kind of front-loaded my year and a bunch of races, and now I'm like, okay, I'm cooked. I'm gonna take a little break.
And then you get to have a nice, consistent, steady build too,
Right.
which is always, it feels good.
Yeah. Hopefully make a little training trip out there. We'll see. What do you have next?
Badwater 135.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm excited for it. It's something very, very different for me. I don't. It's the first time I've been kind of anxious about a race in a long time. At least anxious about like completing it and the course, and like just very intimidated by it overall. So it'll be interesting. I think it'll be a very much one and done experience for me.
Right. So I talked to you a little bit before the race about Salton Sea. What did you think of that whole experience?
I think if you want to run Badwater, it's an amazing way to practice the format.
I agree. Yeah.
The team factor was cool and interesting. You know, it's very unlikely that you're going to have everyone on a high in a team of 3 at one given time.
Yeah.
Especially when Peter's on the team.
I got to listen to your guys' podcast, and it was kind of cool hearing the highs and lows live. You know.
Melanie, my wife Melanie, was cracking up because she's like, you kind of sound the same throughout the episode, and you can sort of hear Peter deteriorate as it goes on in real time.
You'd ask him questions, the answers would get shorter and shorter.
That's right, yeah. But it was a blast, and you know, it's a cool way to run with friends too. Like, how often do you, even if you plan to, like, how often do you go and actually run with friends the whole time? And it's just
Well, my 2 experiences, the second one I got thrown in kind of last minute, but the following year that I ran it, I ended up making 2 really great friends.
Yeah.
Dan McHugh was one of them, and Walter Higgins was the other one. We ended up taking the 3-person course record that year, and it was kind of they already had somebody planned, but the person had to back out, and they just reached out to me, so I jumped in and helped them out, and we're still talk all the time. So it's a really cool like concept for races.
Yeah.
You know, I wish we had some more races like that.
Yeah, that's
we have
awesome.
to stick together the whole entire time.
Yeah.
Now, have you and your wife run like a race together the whole time?
Not really.
Okay.
I think Melanie's first 50 miler, I went out and blew up, and then like waited for her, and then ran the rest of the race with her. She hated that, but so you're just gonna wait here for me, and then like I have to drag you along. But nah, I don't think we have. Not.
Is that
not
something?
officially.
I don't know, because I think of like my wife runs ultras too, but. I don't know if that's a good thing for the marriage to go through something like that together for that long. Like, it's either a build marriage or ruin marriage kind of deal. Yeah.
I mean, we did the Mammoth last year for our we did it on our anniversary, and you know, together but separate. We raced different races. Yeah. And that was cool. You know, we called each other every night, and just like it felt like it was a thing we did together. But it's I don't know if we'd ever run it hand in hand.
Yeah. It might be too much.
Yeah. I see Nick in the chat. Shout out to Nick, who was the first person to play with me on the Mingus court. In subsequent years, I would just go play by myself and just shoot hoops. And last year, Nick came and played a little defense for me and shot a shot on me and kind of helped inspire me to create the NBA. So thanks, Nick Peterson.
You know what? I ran through there, obviously, and I don't even remember seeing a basketball court there.
Yeah.
It's
It's right there. It's like you don't even have to like leave the course. It's just like it's like right when you exit the aid station, it's boom, basketball court.
Yeah.
And we had a fun setup. You know, aid station was sponsored by John G, and Mount to Coast, who sponsors our podcast, helped get us pretty kitted up and make it a special thing for runners. So we'll see next year. Maybe we'll go bigger and better.
Any dunk attempts?
Lots of dunk like brags and talk about dunks, but no real dunk attempts. The closest we got to was Brice Partucci, the Satisfy founder. Mm-hmm. He sprinted up to the rim and then put the brakes on right before he was about to launch.
Okay. So it looks like we got Lauren Jones making her way up. Where is she at on the course? Yeah. Does that look familiar to you?
It looks like she's
almost
approaching
to the
No. Oh, that's Eldon, right?
Yeah, almost at the top.
Almost at the top of Eldon.
Last approach.
Lauren Jones runs for grilled cheese.
Yep.
It's a pretty solid reason to run. We had her on Flagstaff bound.
It's pretty cool seeing these like any distance, any surface runners go back and forth. You know. She was a member of the U.S. 24-hour team in France last year.
It blows my mind. I get specificity. I get like specializing. That's what speaks to me. And like you see like Lauren or someone like, you know, Joe, like string beam with the through hiking and the multi-day, but can also run like a 4-minute mile.
Right.
And just like the range of some of these athletes is pretty wild.
And that's kind of the beautiful thing about ultra running. It's an umbrella of so many different distances and terrain. You could literally do it all.
Have you done the reverse climb up Eldon? The way it is now?
No.
I want to try to get out there like tomorrow or Saturday and run it on fresh-ish legs, because
Right.
I've only done it the one time, and last year was probably my worst Cocodona, physically at least, and I wonder if it's as hard as I think it is.
Yeah.
Because it looks kind of runnable, but it's definitely a little slower, I think, with just how long you're climbing for, and then the descent is you're not really getting anything back on that descent.
Right, yeah. That's the thing that I wouldn't mind seeing is going down it, because I remember going up and then just thinking, there was people coming down as I was going up, and they were just bouncing down, and I was looking at them like, I couldn't imagine doing this at whatever, 240 miles in, your race. It's wild.
How many finishers do we have, Jake? It's funny, I pay so much attention to the race when I'm racing, and what's going on and the stories, and this year I've been so...
It's like 26?
Nice.
25, 26?
That's crazy for 76 hours in.
Yeah.
Wow. JP in the chat, yes, folks do run Cocodona unsupported with no crew. Andy Glaze does it every year, and countless others. I don't know what the breakdown is. If I had to guess, I'd probably say 20 to 30% do it unsupported, uncrewed.
Probably. That sounds about right. Kind of curious to see if Andy breaks 100 hours, because I know that was one of his goals for every year, basically.
That'd be a big PR for him, yeah. I saw him at Schnebly while I was volunteering.
Okay.
Yep. It was so cold. He was there warming up in the med tent. Not because he needed medical attention, but it's the only warm place out there. And
was he still no pants, just in his?
He was still in his short shorts.
Yeah.
Yep. And that my outfit last night. So I had 2 pairs of pants on, a puffy, 2 melons on a sweatshirts, and like a long sleeve John G waffle shirt, and still freezing.
Yeah.
And most of the runners were still in shorts.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, when I saw Mike leave Wildcat last night, we were standing around waiting for Lindsay to come through, and Mike, when I came through, and they were trying to get him a jacket on, he's like, "No, I'm fine, just t-shirt and shorts."
Yeah.
I don't know if he ever put one on, but yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. I can't stand being cold.
Yeah.
Like once my hands go,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this sucks. Yeah.
Christina, I remember chatting with you during the Mammoth in the live stream. Those great chats. Thanks for being there. I love when the finish line cam is on, how people like Steve just walked like right in front, and it's like even when you know it's there, you forget it's there, and it's so hard not to like put your head in the picture.
Yeah, someone in the chat says Andy's projection is 95.33 right now.
Ooh, that's a nice cushion.
It is.
That would be such a PR for him. I hope he gets it.
Oh, it says that Jeff Peltier DNF'd.
Oh.
Does anybody know why? I know when I saw him at Schnebly, he had taken a couple hard falls on his knees, and they were kind of working on his hip for a little bit. That's unfortunate. That is true. It isn't. So we're on the 125. We have Taylor Welsh coming in. Mile 116.
I see Sam Carroll on that list. I coach Sam. I think he'll be my first athlete to finish this one this year.
So, being a coach, how involved are you with your athletes during the race? Are they checking in or?
As involved as I can be. I think I've spoken to all of them on the phone this week. So I had 7 athletes start the race.
Okay.
6 are still in it. I've spoken to all of them on the phone, texting with their crews. I think that's a big part of the relationship I like to build. Is it's not just like anyone can write a training plan, or most coaches can write a good training plan, but for a race that's such a logistical lift as Cocodona, I like to be kind of full support like all weekend. I do this from when I'm racing too. Like I'm saying, hey, call me.
You're getting on the live stream doing it, so
yeah, it helps me too, right? Like, hey, let me focus on your problems,
right?
And you take a step away from my problems. But this week out here, not racing, has been easier to keep in touch with their crews and sort of help them problem solve as they go.
That's cool.
But honestly, the athletes that I coach are having great races this year. They're doing really well, and I haven't had to solve for much because their things seem to kind of just be clicking. Mm-hmm. Which is a good thing when you're a coach. Makes it easy.
Yeah. How many athletes do you regularly coach?
I'm typically around the 20 mark.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've been coaching for over 10 years now. And I'd say specializing on the 200-plus multi-nights thing for about probably 6 or 7 of those years. Oh, man, I made it 30 minutes without saying 6, 7.
And are you coached by anybody?
I'm coached by Scott Traer.
Okay.
Yeah, who
cool.
spent the whole day with us on Tuesday. Hey, look, my cousin Michelle Goldberg on the stream. She's not really my cousin. No relation.
Okay.
But we both get the question a lot. I love Scott. Scott's a great coach.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Great coach, great person. He spent the whole day with us Tuesday, shooting hoops and helping people live their NBA dream.
Nice.
So did Mika leave the race at some point and come back?
From what I heard from AJ Debbie, yes.
Okay.
About 8 hours, I think.
We're getting a lot of 6-7s in the chat. What have I done? Next year, the runners play one-on-one at Mingus. The winner gets to go on. The loser waits for the next runner. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, there's an idea.
Chat, we're taking all, we're going to export the chat and take all your MBA recommendations and suggestions into consideration. So let's see what you got.
So is there any crews coming out there to play and hang out too?
We had a lot of crew and pacer shooting. That was a big thing that Scott Traer did, was he brought up a bunch of John G. tote bags, and the crew could shoot to win a Cocodona tote bag. So that was a lot of fun because they're up there. You know how early you get there when you're crewing. It's like, all right, he's probably going to be there at 1 p.m. and he shows up at 4 p.m. and it's like you're there for hours. It's a hurry up and wait game for everyone. And Scott may help make it really fun for the crews up there.
Well, I'm sure you probably had a whole team of precision workers up there at one point. They could have battled everybody.
Yes. I love their shorts and the pants, and they're a fun vibe, that team. They actually helped me out. So one of my athletes, Cody, his crew was like, where can I get some precision? He's out and it's all he's eating. You get hyper fixated on you only eat one thing in these races sometimes. And then we saw the precision team, and I was like, hey, can you hook these guys up? And they didn't even blink. Yes, let's.
Really?
They gave them the rest of the race worth of nutrition for that athlete.
That's cool.
So awesome guys.
Yeah, I ended up staying at their team house last night, and you just walk in and everybody's got the gear on, and you're just like, well, I kind of feel out of place right now.
Yeah. Not enough colors.
They brought so many people out.
Yeah. Elliot wants to know how many fouls we get at the NBA. It's a good question. We're working on that answer for next year. NBA needs
this is still Michelle Goldberg that's on the screen with her pacer right now. For people in the chat.
Yep. And this looks like, what part of the course is she?
I was trying to. Hangover. Okay.
Hangover, yeah. See, I would have known that, but I blacked out. I blocked out the whole Hangover section in my mind.
I've never even seen this section, so.
It's as hard as they say it is for a few miles, 3 or 4 miles.
Okay.
I think I was doing like 45-minute miles on those sections.
Yeah. Maybe head down there after I get done with this couple hours.
Link job, I had that idea too, that the top 5 NBA players have a like a shootout at Heritage Square on like a travel hoop or something.
Yeah, I think there was a question when I was watching. What were you going to do if there was a tie?
Well, it's not what were we going to do, it's what are we going to do.
Okay. Oh, so there's a tie. Okay.
There's quite a tie. I'm working on it. I'm not ready to publicly go out with that. I don't want to make any promises I can't cash or checks I can't cash, and I haven't had enough sleep to formulate my political answer.
Yeah.
TBD.
How many are tied? Can you answer that?
Oh, I'm embarrassed. So the fool who came up with this whole process was, didn't really take into account that like everyone's going to try for the 10-point shot. Like that's the big shot. So now you have 3-point combination, or 4, 0, 10, 20, 30. Not many.
Yeah.
So lots of ties. So we have an 8-way tie with 20 points. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's going to be fun.
Maybe you can have them like dribble the ball a certain distance and see who can dribble it the best or the fastest.
Dribble going down the Eldon trip, like the from top of Eldon down to Trinity.
Yeah. That's a thought. I was thinking something easier, like the last shoot to the finish line, maybe.
Yours sounds maybe more practical, more easy to implement.
Yeah.
But less fun. What was your favorite edition, or because I think I read 28 miles of the Brute course were unique, not shared with the 250 course. What was your favorite of that 28-mile stretch, like that was different?
I think it was Goldwater Lake. That section was pretty cool. It would have been nice to be able to see that during the daytime because I'm sure it was really pretty. But yeah, that section from Astor Creek, when we rejoined back onto the Cocodona course, it was by far the hardest, but I got up there right at the top when the sun was setting.
Yep.
So I definitely took my phone out and got a few pictures. It was just beautiful up there. I don't know if some of the fire had added the red to the sunset going down, but it was really pretty.
Yeah.
But it was so windy up there that I didn't want to stop for very long, to admire the sun setting.
Lauren Jones on the Eldon Ridge, moving pretty well. That is not easy terrain to move smoothly on.
So I brought up to AJW, when I saw her at Snebley Hill, she had this neck cooler machine that was blowing cold air.
Huh.
Have you heard of that?
No. Sounds like I need to, though.
Yeah, it looked pretty amazing. I thought she just had headphones on, like full, like over the ear, Bose headphones, but they put it around her neck and turned it on and started humming and blowing cold air.
Is it just like battery operated, I guess? Yeah.
Just rechargeable battery.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of batteries I carry to stay on the live stream while I race, I could power that thing for days.
Yeah, it was interesting. I've never seen that before.
That's pretty cool. So being up at Mingus the whole time, it was just freezing everywhere. Has it been warm in places? Like, have people complained about it being warm?
Yeah, I mean, Schnebley wasn't bad the morning when I was there.
I made Melanie bring my computer so I can follow along on the live stream here. She was trying to nap, and can't thank her enough for making the trek down here to run Flagstaff to drop off my computer so I can be a better commentator and not have to peek off of Jake's screen. Watching, so it's hard to tell from the angle, but she's on the descent.
I believe so.
Yeah. It's giving me a little PTSD.
Let's see if this is updated. Yeah,
so she just started. Yeah.
So we have
and who are the
Trevor Walters and Carson Albanese.
Carson Albanese is one of the 8 that's sank 2 3s.
Okay.
Or 2 10s.
And they're racing.
Oh yeah, they're all right
close.
there. Yep. And with
Probably look down on the other one coming down.
And I found, mostly because I was one of the much slower ones, the disparity with which people descend this new route down Eldon is, it can be a big gap. There can be people moving much faster than others, even at any point in the field. Like, I was moving very slowly last year down this.
Yeah.
And then Sarah O. Ostazuski and being paced by Kyle Curtin, like, came flying past me.
Okay.
So, like, you can, if you're feeling it, you can, you can move much faster.
So were you like full pull still
every
out,
step, yeah,
bracing yourself?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think I was hitting like 23-minute miles downhill.
Going down, yeah.
And then so when you're doing that and someone like Sarah's doing the opposite, it feels like they're passing you in like fast forward.
Yeah. Could imagine.
What was your biggest surprise that we've seen so far from the race?
Yeah, just looking at the leaderboard, I mean, DJ Fox, I know Chris had brought that up. I didn't know much about him, but him placing third male, and even Cody. I mean, I wasn't.
That's what both of them.
He kept moving up the field. Yeah.
But the amount that they took off their last year's time, the two of them, like almost like a similar amount, just very, very impressive. And that was probably gonna be my pick. Yeah.
I mean, some will say, Rachel winning overall is a surprise, but just seeing how much she's improved, it's like it's not that big of a surprise to me.
Yeah, just
I don't know.
It's like every year it kind of exponentially increases how she moves the bar. So that one for me was less of a surprise.
Yeah.
Courtney not hitting any shots at Mingus was a surprise for me.
Yeah. I mean, this race is so long, it's so hard to make, predictions. Because any little thing could happen at any time and change it all.
So yeah, Nick is asking what happened to Heather, and I was wondering that too, being out at Schnebley and just seeing the tracker. Did you hear anything about why she was in Trinity for so long?
I think she came in super cold from what they wrapped her up in a blanket and a sleeping bag, and she just basically laid down and just
got some rest.
Yeah, just the
Warmed
cold
up.
just got to her. Yeah, I was kind of in the dark for, obviously most of my race. I had the live stream on just in my pack listening the last 20 miles, so I was kind of keeping up a little bit with where people were, and out there volunteering yesterday, it was kind of hard to see where everybody was, so yeah.
It was, I mean, like talking about surprises too, like Heather Jackson, obviously no surprise of like, where with the result and the performance, but just the unknown of like having never gone more than it couldn't have been 20 hours in a race,
right?
No one's questioning the talent, but just the experience and how things would go going beyond those barriers. I thought it was really cool, like seeing her come through Mingus and just watching how dialed her and her team were and how she was moving, and it's cool to see it translate to this distance and
yeah, I'd love to know like what her, whether it be on the bike or on foot, what her longest
ever effort. Yeah. I know she did Unbound XL. We talked about that a little bit in her episode, and I think that was like 30 hours. I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it was.
Not something where you need to take a nap. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, because that always seems to be the game-changing thing when you go the distance where you have to take a nap, and now some of these people are running so fast where it's like, I mean, you didn't sleep at Mammoth.
Yep.
I don't know how much Rachel slept during the course of the race. Can't be very much if she did.
Yep. I heard one dirt nap. I don't know if that's true, but 5-10 minutes tops, and it's sleep is sort of the X factor,
right? And if you're one of those people that if you do sleep, that you're that much faster afterwards, or if it's like a negative thing where if you lay down you're just slower afterwards,
or lay down and not sleep, which is my and I think Extreme Beam struggles with that too. It's like there's that
I've gotten so good just taking naps at work at my lunch break or that I can go out in seconds. My problem is I don't want to get back up once I fall asleep.
Yeah. No, it's a sleep is a talent. I gotta work on sleeping on the basketball court next year because it was tough to catch any Z's in between the contestants. So they added I want to say over 100 runners to the 250 distance this year.
Right. And
I noticed, being out there on the course, it felt like it was a pretty constant trickle of runners.
Okay.
Like the flow was very smooth and consistent. There were never any we have 75 minutes till the next runner. It was always 1 or 2 miles between each. And I do wonder if that was the increase in the field size, because I feel like in previous years you would have those 1 to 2 hour gaps between runners.
Was there any moments where there was more than one person shooting at a time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in the top 20 or 30 runners.
Yeah.
But as the mid-pack started to roll through, I think we had upwards of 3 at a time on the court. And we had multiple balls, so we were ready for it.
Yeah.
The problem was we didn't have as many rebounders as we needed.
Right.
And if there's one thing that these ultra runners are even worse at than basketball at mile 107, it's rebounding their own shots. Not much like dynamic movement. So we recorded a ton of footage from the NBA, from these folks shooting basketball. So I hope we can make it something special, like a short film or something of just a long blooper reel.
Yeah. And any podcasting going on while you guys were up there?
We've been recording. So Peter recorded the whole Brute, not the whole Brute, but he recorded throughout there.
Cool.
I think he even got himself getting sick. He took out the camera while he was, not the camera, the microphone. So I'm so proud of him for that.
That's great.
So Peter got a little race recap. We gave him some snacks to try out there that he didn't know were in his pack. So we just put some snacks in there, like some weird candy and stuff we found. There was this thing called an ooze tube, which is, kind of like a gel, but just like some liquid candy thing. And then we've been doing some interviews from the field out at Schnebley today.
Right on.
Hope to tell some stories.
Yeah, those in-race podcasts that you guys do are some of my favorite ones to listen to.
It's easier because you don't have to prep for it. You're just the experience is happening to you.
Right.
It's more of a reactionary episode, which is pretty cool. Whereas the other ones, you're kind of pulling the story out of others, or that. So they're fun to make too, and I hope to do more of them. I'm going to try to do a full Badwater episode where I carry a mic the whole time.
Right on.
We'll see.
So who was the third person at your Salt Sea? Peter?
Tim Kronk.
Tim Kronk, right.
Yeah.
Did he do the Brute too?
He did.
Oh, did he? How'd he do?
He did great. I want to say he finished in somewhere around 31 hours.
Okay.
He'll be 64 next Tuesday or something.
Cool.
He ran Cocodona when he was I think 2022. He ran Cocodona. And
he's signed up for Mammoth too, right?
He is, and Badwater.
Oh, jeez.
He's an absolute beast. He comes from a background in triathlon, and before that, base jumping. Just kind of an extreme, awesome dude.
Yeah.
That's the 125 course.
Yeah.
Yep.
They come in from the other direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those trails I have run those trails over there. Nice, smooth, single track back there.
So I believe we're still looking at Lauren making her way down.
She's still on the big switchbacks before they get to the real, or basically the no switchbacks, the jump off the cliff.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember coming up this in 2024, and then we had the fire that was going on, and the controlled fire that got out of control, I think is what happened in Flagstaff. You could still see the smoke.
And they were texting the runners like, it's okay, we know it's,
right.
you're good, but it was still, it was in the air and you could smell it.
Yeah. Back at Heritage Square here, Flagstaff.
What's your favorite place to eat in Flagstaff? Where do you do your post-Cocodona dinner?
I didn't spend much time here after my race, so I don't really remember. Yeah.
We do Asian Station. Or it's like a fusion Asian restaurant. And we usually do delivery to the hotel. I don't know if it's actually as good as I think it is, or if it's that when every time I get it, I have just run 250 miles. And anything I eat would be like the best thing I've ever had.
I know.
But to me, it's the best thing I've ever had.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, last year when I DNF'd, I literally I was so sick that I didn't want to come to the finish line and possibly get everybody else sick. So we ended up just coming straight home afterwards, leaving from Iron King. We did go up to Flagstaff and stayed at it was a motor lodge, I think, and did some sauna and cold plunging in the pool that they had there, which helped quite a bit with my being sick. And we ended up leaving not too long after that. So. Yeah, it was the one thing I was excited about, coming out here and just being able to get the race out of the way.
Yeah, so
and then just hang out and go do whatever.
It's everywhere the race passes through is just so cool.
Yeah.
So if the standings were to stay as they are now, 5 people away from finishing is Sam Carroll. Sam did the Monster a few weeks ago and finished 3rd.
Oh, wow.
And he was, we were reasonably worried about just the fatigue level he was bringing into this race and how things were going to turn out. And man, he has been so consistent all race. It's been like a very smooth race. He's kind of been on this pace and this track since day one. Just a really strong race from Sam. Super impressive, coming off of a very strong Monster finish, which is it's got to be only 4 weeks ago.
I think that was a big question with Mike McKnight winning it. Seeing how quickly he could bounce back. He was having some hip problems when I saw him, but was leaving the aid station running and looked like he was managing the pain pretty well.
And Nick Allen is, I think, within the next 10 to finish. He won Sedona Canyons last year.
Okay.
And he ran a real fast Sedona Canyons, got into Cocodona. Him and Sam are actually good friends. I wonder, they're very close to each other. I wonder if they've been sharing miles. Adam Williams right behind them, who runs like a 200-mile race every weekend.
Yeah. I remember talking to him at Mammoth and saying, I don't even understand. I think we were running together, and I said, oh, you must be rich.
That's right. You, me, and what do we got going on here? Wheelbarrow races? Take that up, Eldon.
Yeah.
That's great. They should do that into the finish chute, have someone line up and get ready to.
But did you see Lindsay's finish?
No.
They did a full-on pyramid with her on top, 3-level pyramid, 3 guys,
Under
2
the arch?
guys. They had to lift her up to the top.
Oh, that's amazing. Lindsay was pretty bad at basketball.
Oh, was she?
Real bad. Yeah, good at running, great at running.
Yeah.
I think maybe you did too. Run with her husband at Mammoth, Matt.
Yeah.
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 I think that was his first 200. Got to see Matt and hang out with him a bit up at Mingus. Oh, here it goes again. I think they started from the side, so it's just a head coming out.
Keeping us entertained here on the live stream.
Giving us the content that we need to cover.
So if you're just joining us, I am Jake Jackson here with Kevin Goldberg, 5-time finisher of the Cocodona. 4-time finisher. Sorry about that.
I think AJW just really likes me, and he wants to.
He gave you one for free.
Not the first time he's given me a free one, and I'll take it. Hey, no, I was out here pacing. I paced Gabe Peterson in 2021 in the inaugural year.
Okay.
But then I came back for 4 in a row for the 1,000-mile buckle.
Nice.
And now I'm a retired NBA basketball commissioner. So was Mammoth your first non-Cocodona 200?
Yes.
One of my favorite questions, because a lot of people get sucked into Cocodona for obvious reasons. It's like a like a black hole in a good way, where it's like, I got to be involved. I got to be part of this. Like you don't see many people around Cocodona once. They want to come back year after year after year because it's so awesome. So how did your second 200 outside of Cocodona compare? Obviously Mammoth is an awesome race, but how did it feel different? What was the course? Like what was your big takeaway of like when you compare it? Because it's hard not to compare it to the only other one you've done.
Right. Well, it was totally different experiences because both of my Cocodona I had full crew out here, and after I DNF'd last year, I think I was already signed up for Mammoth, and I instantly decided that I was not going to do it with a crew. I think that was my big deciding thing. Like, if I can't finish these things by myself, I probably don't belong in, doing them. And so going into Mammoth, that was like, I knew I'd never done an inaugural race either. So that was another reason I wanted to do Mammoth.
It's my first one too.
Yeah. And
they kind of blew it though, because they were so dialed that it didn't really feel like an inaugural race. So Tim and Hillary didn't really deliver on that inaugural feeling. It was too well put together.
I mean, some of the sleep stations later on in the race probably could have been a little bit better, but overall it was completely amazing.
A little heavy on the mashed potatoes and a little light on the everything else.
All things I'm sure they'll have fixed this year for sure. But it's just, I kind of picked Mammoth because it's about a 5-hour drive for me, Southern California, and close. But totally, I mean, I'm sure every 200-mile race has got a little bit of a different vibe.
Its own character.
Yep. And just going from Cocodona, where it's just like this mass production in a good way with the live stream, and I mean they did live stream Mammoth, but I don't think on the level that Cocodona puts in. And just I've gotten to the point in my running where I'm more interested in experiences over like competitiveness. I mean, sure, everybody likes to get on the podium every once in a while or race to their best potential, but it's more of just challenging myself in different ways now. So yeah.
Do you remember when about 30 seconds after we started running together at Mammoth on day one, what happened? I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, that was scary. I was scared for you, and when that happened,
I passed Jake. Like I was like, hey, let's run together for a while, and he was like, sure, you take jump ahead and lead us. And 6 steps later, I ate it. One of the worst falls I've had in a race. Luckily, pretty unscathed. But man, it was in one of the worst spots on that course where it could have happened.
Super rocky. Yeah. There was literally no trail, I think, when we were going down that section.
I was just trying to show off and look cool in front of you, and boy, did I eat it.
Yeah. Then you broke your pole later on, and
well,
you probably actually snapped it a little bit on that fall.
I think so, because it was only a mile later that it broke. And,
yeah.
And that was only like 11 miles in. So.
If only I'd had my phone out, my camera out.
I wish.
Viral video
awesome.
For sure.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Yeah, that's got to be like
true influencer would have had it out.
Yeah,
but yeah.
No, you didn't have it out because it was a really. You were smart, like you were being smart, and meanwhile I was like, oh, let me pass right here. Have you been down to Heritage Square yet?
I have not.
Yeah,
no.
Me either. I feel like I can't wait to get down there tonight and see some people in. It's one of the best parts of this weekend out here.
So I have the next couple mornings on the live stream, and then Friday night as well. What about you? Are you going to be coming back on the mic?
I'm back tomorrow afternoon. I don't know the exact time. I want to say like 3 to 6 or 4 to 7 or something like that. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get to sleep tonight, so I'm going to be on my game tomorrow. So if you even remotely like what you heard today, tune in tomorrow for a much improved version.
We got done dropping off Lindsay at the last aid station and went straight to the Precision House, and it was about, 9:30, 10 o'clock, I think. And they were projecting her to, for them to leave to get to the finish line. For her, they had set the alarm clocks for, I think, 4:45, and I was sharing a room with 2 of her crew members, and I woke up and it was like 4:10, and they were like, we got a text from Lindsay and she's moving really well. So I've been up pretty much since then. I tried to go
Yeah.
back to sleep, and then of course I was thinking about, oh God, I'm going to have to talk
Yeah.
for another 6 hours here.
Yeah.
So I ended up just getting up, and my brain is not,
Yeah.
fully recovered yet either. So
The lack of sleep is interesting whether you're racing or not. It's a weird state to exist in.
Yeah.
Because you're aware of it, you can feel it, but it's just like I'm like a little bit in slow motion here.
yeah.
So imagine being like that and then having to descend Eldon or, run another 40 miles from Fort Tuttle. It's just like, it's mind blowing that these athletes are making these decisions and doing these things on the bandwidth that they have at their disposal.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, it looks like my mom's in the chat. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, Trevor Walters and Carson Albanese are still really close.
You think they're together?
They quite possibly could be.
I mean,
Yeah.
you said we're 26, 27 finishers, so like it could be at the point where the competition has where the camaraderie has exceeded the competition, so to speak.
And I'm wondering if they're like in the mindset of let's just work together and we're not going to talk about the last stretch to see who pulls ahead or
the Buffalo Park sprint.
When do you get to that point in a race where you're like, okay, I need to get this one extra spot,
Yeah, right. It's funny how obviously humans care about numbers. It's like, big difference between 10 and 11, but is there a big difference between 11 and 12?
Yeah.
I know I fall victim to that, and it needs to be the right circumstances to motivate me.
Yeah, I mean, you spend so much time with people out on the course, you create this bond, and then you almost don't want to make it competitive, right
Is
at the
that
very
them?
end.
No, that's Tandy. Never mind. Tandy Sherlock, though, she's awesome. Tandy is, I think she's a veterinarian in Prescott.
Let's see if she filled out her thing.
Watch me just be making that up completely.
Out of Prescott, you got that right. Yep. Veterinarian.
Look at that. Her birthday's May 7th, and she's hoping to finish that evening. That's cool.
That's cool. Yeah. Furthest distance must be the Monster 300, I'm assuming?
Yeah, she ran Monster last year. I remember seeing her out there. I signed up for a 300-mile race, Jake.
Not in the U.S., though,
Not
right?
in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's in Norway. It's very lightly supported, both no crew, no pacers, and sparse aid stations. I'm excited, though. The thing that I'm most excited about is it's like 22 hours of daylight, which will be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about messing with your circadian rhythm.
How long has that race been going on? Do you know?
I actually don't know how long it's been going on. I know they run it every 2 years, so it's every other year race. So
Interesting.
2027 July is the next iteration of it, and I've done almost no research. I was just like, oh, that's cool. Let me go sign up. I know it goes either from Oslo to Bergen or from Bergen to Oslo. I don't even know which direction it runs.
Okay.
And even if I did, I don't know the area well enough
Right.
for that to matter to me yet. It's still more than a year out, so I'll get there.
Are you going out there solo, or is Melly going to go out with you?
I think she'll probably go out, but after crewing Tour, she's probably going to go out for her own vacation and be out there while I'm racing. I don't know that there's going to be much crewing happening.
That's funny.
I made her go to almost every place she could at Tour, and she was like, I'm not doing that again. No one else is at these places. The Europeans are tougher, and they do this with less support, and you can too.
Yeah.
I've done it before, but I am, when given the preference, I prefer the crew and the full support. I'm a diva. A lot of Norway shout-outs. Sounds like people think Norway's going to be cool, so I am stoked for it.
Nice. Yeah, I love having my wife out to crew, but I think I've worn her out from that too much when I very first started getting into ultra running. She'd always come home sick and worse off than I was.
It's a lot of work.
It's brutal.
It's brutal. You're outside in the elements for long stretches, and you're sleep deprived. You're putting others before your needs.
Yeah, she would never take care of herself, never eat. You know, because she was just always so worried about me.
Brutal.
Spent most of my volunteering shift today at Schnebley trying to get Brian to sleep because he still hadn't slept. And I was like, dude, we got this. It could take 20 minutes. But it's like, you know how it is. You get so hyper focused in a good way. It's just like, you want to do your best. And so I hope you slept, Brian.
Yeah, when I left, I told him, when Kevin and, everybody gets here, just pass the keys off for a little bit and just...
Yeah, he did not.
No. Oh, boy. You need to come out and run some of Bryant's races coming up.
I've been looking at him. I'd love to support him, yeah. I was just out there for Salton Sea. Reason I didn't spend time there, but I drove through Yucaipa. And Bryant was supposed to run Salton Sea. But I would love to. He's got some cool backyards in the works. He does a loop format. You won his first ever race.
His 8-hour race, yeah. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. What is the race company for his?
Yucaipa Adventure Company?
Yes, Yucaipa Adventure Company on Instagram. I think he has 3 trail races. One of them is going to be a backyard style race that's going to start at midnight. And he does have a couple mountain bike races too. The Krampus Last Person Standing.
Sounds like
Should
a
be fun.
holiday. That sounds like a December event. Make it a December to remember. Who is this on the screen? This is still Tandy Sherlock, our favorite veterinarian from Prescott, Arizona. She ran Arizona Monster last year. Her birthday is May 7th, so she's probably finishing on her birthday. Is that tomorrow? I have no idea what day it is.
That is today.
That's today.
That is today.
Okay. Happy birthday, Tandy. Oh man, I can't believe it's May 7th. I feel like I went into a vortex on May 4th and just came out on May 7th. Yeah. So where's Tandy? Let's look at the tracker. Where's Tandy at?
That's
1 mile.
Leaving Walnut.
2:28. So she is probably just left Walnut.
Yeah.
Yep. Next going to Wildcat. So she's gonna on her last stretch with her pacer here. Have you heard anything about the lack of pacing? Has anyone either commented on that or?
No, I haven't heard anything.
I would personally rather have a pacer for Walnut and do Eldon alone than vice versa.
Right.
Maybe that's just because I always find demons in Walnut Canyon, but seem to be okay on Eldon.
Yeah. I think, the big thing was just, that security of going down something steep like that at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of nerve-wracking. I guess, going down during the day wouldn't be so bad, but just at night.
Yeah.
Because that trail, there is a definite trail, but there is some route finding as you're descending, because there's some very big, 2-foot steps that you have to go down.
And it's clear it's clear that people take things that are not meant to be taken, and if you were not in the right state of mind, you could easily take that. Oh, Tandy's moving pretty well. The trails through, after Walnut to Wildcat before the climb to Eldon really starts are just so flat and buttery and nice to run. And sometimes you can't because you're 228 miles into a race,
right.
But man, when you can, it's nice.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where your brain is telling you to walk, but you have to force yourself to keep going because the trail is so smooth and you're you don't really have a reason not to run.
It's so hard. It's so easy to visualize that and tell yourself you're going to do it, and then man, when you are in it, it is so difficult to do. So even just seeing Tandy run for what was that, 30 seconds?
Yeah.
It's incredibly challenging to do that, but that is impactful. I mean, you do that 2 or 3 times in a mile for 30 seconds, and you're taking what could be a 22-minute mile down to an 18-minute mile.
Yeah.
And you do that 70 times over the course of 250 miles. You've saved, 4 hours?
Right. Something I've kind of tried to implement a little bit over the past, 6 months of running, finding myself wanting to walk more at the end of races, especially on like trail that's like perfect like this, nice and runnable, is I'll start counting 50 steps, walking 25 steps, and just holding yourself accountable to those numbers. Like, do not give yourself a reason to cut it short. And that seems to like work pretty well for me, at least. Takes your mind off of the pain that you're feeling and focusing it on something else.
Well, my mom was in the chat. Now my dad's in the chat. Hi, Dad. Family coming out to represent. I guess I think that I call the trails buttery. He's confused as what buttery means.
Buttery, yeah.
I guess what? I mean, it means like buttery smooth.
Right.
But is butter? I mean, I guess butter is smooth. It just means they're like...
Unless you're a kid that's gotten in there with a fork and kind of messed things up.
It means there's no rocks, roots. It's just a nice dirt trail where you can have good footing and are unlikely to trip. Although most runners kind of find their way to trip when it is smooth. Yeah. All right, where are we now?
This looks
like Sedona.
Sedona, maybe. Yeah. Well, another commonly used reference to smooth trail is California carpet. And when I tell people what that is they just don't understand. Why is it just for California? There's rocks out there too, but yeah, there's nothing quite like Arizona trails out in California.
Yeah. Oh, so Sedona, they're about to head up the Hangover Trail. Good luck. It's so beautiful. It's the most beautiful section on the course. It's just so difficult.
Looks like it's pretty breezy out there still, too.
It sure does. California carpet. Colorado
chaos. Oh, what is that, Choss?
I don't know.
What is that?
I live in Colorado. I don't
Missed
know
that one.
What's Colorado Choss, V-dubs? So do you, as someone who I spent way less time in the live chat this year, usually when I'm racing, as you know, I'm in there all the time. Do you know anything about this Nightbot?
No, I've not heard that.
There's Nightbot is in the chat, and people are up in arms.
Oh, is it maybe it's like a troll or something?
Or I don't know if it's a troll or if it's a moderator.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but as a previous live stream connoisseur, it's got my curiosity. But I gave up the live stream for the NBA. Scott Jurek played in the NBA. Did I tell you that?
No.
He was pacing Bronco Billy, and they both left because Jeff wanted to be quick. Like he played, but he was like, let's go, we're getting in and out. So about 3 minutes after Jeff left, like Scott comes sprinting out of the dark. He's like, I want to shoot, and at some like 3 a.m. on a Monday evening or Tuesday morning, I got to shoot hoops with Scott Jurek.
That's cool. How was he?
Not good.
Not good.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Somebody asked in the chat, what's my podcast? I do not have a podcast. Kevin and Peter Noyes have a podcast called Distance to Empty. Check it out. They focus mostly on the 200-mile, multi-night, day distances. It's really good, really great, like informative. They break down a lot of the races. Yeah. I learned a lot just getting ready for Cocodona myself.
Jake's been a guest. Jake had a great episode during his right after his Cocodona finish. But yeah, thanks for the shout out. We love being part of Cocodona. We did Flagstaff Bound, which is Cocodona's pre-race series, so all the pre-race interviews for this year's field. So check out Distance to Empty podcast. If you give us a follow on Spotify and Apple, it really helps us a lot. Leave us a review. You don't have to listen; just give us a follow. That's what helps. But do listen. We pour our hearts into the show, and we just love this community so much. So thanks for the shout out. Got a new view here. Where are we? Looks like Arizona.
Somewhere in Arizona.
I'm pretty sure that's Arizona.
So is there anything scheduled for maybe Mammoth doing some kind of
there is
pre-race thing?
There is. We are approved. I don't know how much I can reveal or talk about it yet, but we will be doing a pre-race series at Mammoth.
Awesome.
We're very, very excited. We just, we want to be part of this community as much as we can, and not only just tell stories and bring value, like help people approach these things in the best way they can and find success at them. So that's a big goal of ours, and we're excited to bring a similar Flagstaff-bound type of thing to Mammoth. Maybe we'll have to see. Well, I'm trying to run Mammoth, so I should stop running my mouth. But maybe we'll have to see if there's any alternative sports that are adjacent on the Mammoth course to give people the opportunity to play mid-race.
So I just got a text from Chris Warden. Nightbot was a chat moderator implemented to stop spamming, apparently.
Oh, I can get behind that.
So, yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Oh, Jake, now we're in a group chat with Chris Warden. You want to just make this all the time now?
Yeah.
We're never going to leave him alone. You made a big mistake, Chris.
Yeah, when we were getting ready to do Jackpot 100-mile road championship, we were trying to figure out what we were allowed to talk about.
Yeah.
Because when you've been around the sport, things that maybe you don't want to share with other people. So, yeah.
I find you just ask for forgiveness later and see what happens. Yeah. But we will annoy Chris in this new group chat we're in. But man, is he good or what at this stuff?
Oh yeah,
unbelievable.
He's been there from the beginning. Desert Solstice in 2018 was his first time they did the live stream, and
and everyone talks about how, and it's true. Everyone truly talks about how the stream gets better, the coverage gets better, the shots get better, it all gets better. But he gets better too. Like this gets better every year.
Absolutely. It's kind of when I heard AJW was moving, I was like, well, what are we going to do now? Is they just going to fly him in?
Yeah.
Apparently he's going to be here still. Yeah. So, those two are like staples on the live stream.
AJW can ball.
Oh, really?
He came up.
Nice.
He is good.
Okay.
We got video of AJW. Like he's got the form. He was making the shots. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So
back here at the finish line. Yeah, I so wanted to make it down there, but I just couldn't find the time.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't up next year. So you have a whole year, Jake, to get on the basketball court and get your game on.
Okay.
Have you ever played?
I played in junior high. I was big into basketball back then.
Yeah.
I just stopped growing.
Yeah.
And
So I don't really look good in sports. I do. When you see me, I don't look like I have any form or coordination or anything. But I was pretty good at basketball back in the day. I played in high school. Haven't played in a very long time, but having been on a basketball court for the last 48 hours, I hit 5 corner threes in a row.
Ooh.
And 3 times I went 9 out of 10 from the free throw line.
Dang.
I couldn't get that 10 for 10 though. I was trying all week. I was trying all Tuesday, Wednesday. So I have a decent shot, but I just look like look like a runner trying to play basketball.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird. My whole transition into running, I played, soccer, baseball, football, basketball, all up till high school, and then completely gave up sports to pursue playing guitar and trying to get into a band.
Yeah.
And didn't pick up running until our 3rd child was born, years later.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Asking if we're doing the MBL next year. Too soon to say. I mean, we're still in this year's race. I would love to bring it back. I mean, man, did I have a blast. And I think the people who played, which is most of the people, I think it was really well received. So we'll do a, what do they call it in corporate world, a postmortem? We'll do a postmortem. And
I think we need to start a betting thing going to see.
Yeah, get some FanDuel action, and oh man, we've thought of a lot of ways we can. It was pretty good for year one. But we've thought of a lot of ways we can make it even more fun, and we also had a giant Jenga set on the court.
Oh, did you?
And I had a rule. No one followed the rule, but that if you knocked over the Jenga, you had to pick all the pieces up that fell and just put them in your pack and take them to Jerome.
Oh wow!
It's just a simple, easy to follow rule.
So a lot of people wanting to see Sally on the course. She's probably just in an area that we don't have a camera right now. Well, looks like she's at Fort Tuthill, so we're just leaving. Maybe she's sleeping right now.
Fort Tuttle's another great aid station.
Yeah, it really is.
And if you need a recharge before the finish, that is the place to do it.
Yeah. So you've been up there. You've done the the mental check before leaving. Do you remember any of your?
Oh, I remember them all.
Okay.
I try to get them to like say I'm like what can I say to get them to pull me? Because
Okay.
if I get mentally pulled for the mental illness, it's not my fault, right?
Right.
Like
Oh, yeah.
So I'm always like joking around with the guys and like trying to make it not seriously, but trying to make it feel like I'm unfit to continue, and they just say, all right, get out of here. And it's the end of that.
You're
But
trying to be too funny to be.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's funny because they are. They do it subtly, right? Like they just kind of wander up and start asking you questions, see how you are. But they're scanning. They have their biomarkers and benchmarks that they're looking for, and it's a cool thing they do because those are some long stretches after when you leave Fort Tuttle. So they're just making sure that everyone's kind of got their wits about them. And
some of those questions like what day of the week it is, on a regular weekday,
Yeah.
you might forget what day of the week it is.
I genuinely, when we were just talking about Tandy and her birthday, I was like, oh, May 7th, that's tomorrow.
Right.
And that is today.
Yeah. Because by that time, the days kind of blend into each other. You don't know. Yeah. They asked your last name. What are some of the questions? Where you are,
Yeah.
your last name, your birthday.
They ask if you've been eating, like what you've been eating and drinking. They want to just kind of see how you answer that, and yeah. Any word on how Rachel is handling the disappointment of not winning the NBA? KP Kelly, at least she was the first person to ever score points in the NBA.
Right.
So
I think she's good.
Yeah, consolation prize. We were gonna make a post like congratulations to the first person to ever score points in the NBA, and then like parentheses. Oh, and win the race as first F1 overall and dominate the course record. But
I think it'd be asking for a little bit too much to win the race and the
can't
NBA.
have it all. You can't have it all.
Maybe that's the motivation for her to come back next year if you guys do have it.
You have to leave
win the
something.
race and win
Right.
the NBA. So
you have to leave something for next year. So now she's got a whole year to just continue the run training.
Yeah, forget the running.
She doesn't,
just
she's good.
basketball the whole rest of the time.
She joins a bunch of like pickup leagues. It just goes all in on basketball.
Yeah.
Socket Silver, how's that Diablo burger place to the left? Been there, I think I've been there every year from Cocodona. And I'll give the same caveat that I did with the Asian Fusion restaurant. It's very good, but I think I'm always in a position where everything I eat is the best thing I've ever had.
Yeah.
But man, I like that Diablo burger place. It's a real cool inside. It's really tiny. So most of the seating is outside, and it's a really, really good burger. I would recommend. But keep in mind that I have only had it after a 250-mile race where everything tastes good.
I mean, after my race at Bradshaw, I didn't eat much, but as I was driving up to Schnebly, there was a Wendy's. So I got a Baconator or whatever, their bacon thing, and it was literally like mouth-watering the whole time.
Yeah.
Like
Best
I could
thing
have
you
eaten
ever
like
had.
4 of them. Do you have any special after-race like tips for recovery?
Yeah.
Do anything special?
Well, for Cocodona week, I almost purposely don't take care of myself just because I want to be at that finish line. I want to be here in the studio. I want to like be socializing and just soaking in the community. So I know I'm going to kind of set myself back, but I do it kind of knowingly. But rule of thumb is after one of these multi-night races is I want to get in as many fluids with electrolytes as I can. And that's not just in a single shot. That's like over the subsequent 72 hours.
Yeah. Was that like just sipping on like Gatorade or just any kind of
anything,
electrolyte drink?
And if you've had a sweat test, you want to try to hit your balance. Your per liter sweat profile. But and then just eating. I probably eat like 6 meals a day, smaller meals like just all the time for the first 2 to 3 days, and lots of sleep. Sleep is your best recovery tool.
Oh yeah.
Are you pretty good about taking care of yourself after a race, or are you like Peter?
I'm kind of hit and miss.
Yeah, Peter took such good care of himself after the Brute this year because he is notorious for like he don't want to eat, he won't drink, he won't sleep.
Oh, really?
He just like sits and then he feels terrible. But I think he knew he had to volunteer and be on the court, and he nailed his recovery.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to either get like some kind of protein shake in after the race or something high in protein to help the muscle recovery. And yes, the fluids, towards the end of a lot of these races, we tend to not drink as much, or
Yeah.
especially if you're finishing at night when it's colder and you're just not drinking as much. So, yeah, getting the fluids back in is definitely key.
Absolutely. Yes, there were lots of granny shots in the NBA.
yeah.
A couple of them went in. We had some pretty good granny shots.
So, what other sports would be like the exact opposite of like being good for running? I was thinking like maybe bowling. Imagine bowling and trying to,
Yeah.
that many miles in.
You could set up a bowling like a lane somewhere.
Yeah.
Last year I golfed in Munns.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, there was a group playing, and they were on the green, and the green is, I don't know, maybe 25 feet off the road that you're on in Munns, and I was like, hey, like, and they had known about the race thanks to Andy Glaze. Thanks, Andy. It goes gone outside of running, and they had seen it on TikTok or Instagram, and I was like, hey, can I come putt with you? And they said, yeah, come putt with us.
That's
So,
awesome.
yeah. Who do we got here? This looks like the Eldon. No, but if it's is this both of them? No, because they're down now.
No, yeah, they've separated.
Yeah,
looks
okay.
like by the tracker.
And it's not Eldon if there's a pacer.
Yeah, it looks like Carson had pulled a little bit ahead of Trevor here. Lauren is just about out of the switchbacks, coming down Eldon.
Well, we got other sport advice in the chat.
What do we got?
Archery, tennis. Oh God, can you imagine playing tennis?
Pickleball would be a good one.
Pickleball would be
Smaller
good. Yeah,
court,
small courts, not as much movement.
Yeah.
Mini golf, bocce.
Do we know who this is on camera? Yeah, a few of the my daughter had gotten into pickleball a little bit recently, and a few of my long runs coming up to the race here, we would go out and play pickleball, which was actually a pretty good recovery. Like, gets the legs moving, you're moving side to side, and yeah, I was a little bit leery when we first started going out there, but afterwards I felt pretty good. And it's not like tennis where if you hit the ball too hard, it's going to go like a million miles away.
Yeah. Have to sprint after it. That's I mean, entertaining.
Yeah.
For the people not doing the sprinting after it. Similar to, we got Tyler Peterson here. And I think this shot, similar to the one earlier, is also Arizona.
Leaving Walnut, okay.
Leaving Walnut. Leaving Walnut is a good place to be.
Yeah.
It's a good state of mind. Oh, that is Leaving Walnut. Now I see it. That double track Leaving Walnut. The trail's softer than it looks. It's a little like, not sandy, but just kind of soft there. A little hard to get into a rhythm when you're 230 miles deep.
Tyler Peterson from Wanatahchee, Washington.
Wanatahchee, Washington. W-A. It's that way.
So are you a pacer in front or a pacer in back?
It depends on how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling good, I like the pacer in the back. If I'm pushing myself well, I like to pull. If I'm kind of being a little bee, and then I might need a drag once in a while.
Yeah.
They're running side by side though. They're actually their strike is in unison. Look at that. In sync. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, when I'm being lazy and don't want to route find, it's like get up in front.
Yeah. Oh, like when Fain Ranch, if we got a pacer through there, like have your map out and and please don't get lost.
My good friend Mandy Holmes, she's taken me through Fain Ranch the year I finished and through the Granite Dells. So yeah.
Has she? I mean, has Mandy started this race? Run this
No,
race?
she's
I didn't think
paced
so.
somebody. I think
Yeah,
every
I think
year.
I've seen her pacing out here.
She was helping Lindsay this year.
Well, we got Matt Smith in the chat. See you boys at Kodiak this year. I think it's sold out. Can you get us in, Matt? I do need a Western States qualifier.
I think it's too close to Mammoth too, unfortunately.
I'm not committed to Mammoth
Well,
yet.
yeah.
I might do a golf league or something. Archery. I like archery. Let's get a little danger in this. Tim, don't listen.
Yes, don't add any extra stuff during the Mammoth, please.
Actually, maybe I don't want to run jet. No, maybe I want to put something so ridiculous in there that Jake has to do. I got to think on this. What if we do we'll get like a delivery truck and have you run a quick delivery?
Oh gosh. I don't touch boxes anymore, dude. I just drag the big trailer behind me these days. My days of touching boxes are over.
Mark Plummer. Is Mark Plummer also in Walnut? This looks very much like that same Walnut place.
Let's see.
You know what my highlight of this week has been? My personal highlight. I mean, there's been a million highlights, but my personal highlight this week.
What's that?
You know the your boy Scott Jurek Instagram page. The NBA made it onto your boy.
Yeah, dude. That's awesome.
We finally made it.
What was the meme?
Something about ultra runners being bad at basketball. Everything. Yeah. It was great.
That's awesome.
We do have some pretty awesome. We have a ton more footage that we are going to release. But if you want to see some people shooting in the NBA, we have some videos on Distance to Empty Pod on Instagram. You can get a preview of what's to come from our NBA content.
So Mark Palmer here from Lawson. What is that, Missouri?
Yep.
Father of a 7-month-old son.
He's gone 116 miles at a backyard. That's nothing to shake your hand at.
He builds custom homes with his father. Interesting. Mark Plummer, sorry. He's coached by our good friend Joe Corcione for the past couple years.
Joe, I saw Joe out there pacing.
Did you?
Yeah, he was pacing through Mingus.
Okay.
He was on the court with Kilian.
Right.
Joe's the best.
Yes, he is. One of the nicest guys in the world.
It is tough to be in a bad mood around Joe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's running Badwater too this year.
That's right.
I'll get to see him for about 5 minutes at the start.
Mark says he was a collegiate football player who hated running and only wanted to lift weights. Now look what you're doing.
See, I've always hated running and never wanted to lift weights.
Yeah, I'm the same. I avoid weight training as much as possible. That's probably why my quads blew up.
Speed chess and a spelling contest during a race. That could be cool. Well, you could play mental games too.
Name that tune.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Trail 2100. No, I did not take the UPS buyout. It was very enticing, but I'm still probably about 6 years away from retiring. So the $150,000 they were offering wouldn't last me 6 years. That's for sure. So hopefully they'll have something similar. I think this was the first time that UPS has offered a buyout to the drivers like that, and UPS is going through some changes. So I'll just leave it like that. Hopefully by the time I'm ready to retire, I can leave with a nice package like that as well. I did bump up my seniority by about 60 people, so that was kind of nice.
Oh, because people did take
People
it.
retired,
That's kind of the unexpected benefit of that. Yeah. Cool.
So more favorable vacation times to book races and other things.
That's a good thing. I think I've told you my mom worked for FedEx for 30 years.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I have 30 years in March.
30 years
So
in
5 or
March.
6 more years.
Nice.
Then I get to drive my wife completely crazy being at home all the time.
What's on your playlist when you compete, or maybe podcasts or audiobooks? Do you listen to stuff when you're out there?
Yeah. But surprisingly, I lost my headphones at Crown King.
Yeah.
Didn't do any music up until Crown King. Took my shirt off to change and my headphones fell somewhere.
Yeah.
And I just didn't have them. So this was the first race. I like saying I raw dogged it.
Yeah.
No crew, no pacer, no music.
Yeah.
So
How, and did you miss it?
not really.
Yeah.
I really didn't. I know you listen to some wild stuff I would probably have to punch you if you were playing.
I had my playlist going, so like since Bryant today at Schnebly was bopping around so much, his phone kept disconnecting from his Bluetooth speaker because he was getting out of range. So he's like, "Can you play music?" And I was like, "You're gonna regret that."
Oh boy.
Let's see, we had like "Part of Your World" from the Little Mermaid soundtrack came on, "Jingle Bell Rock" came on, "No Love" with Lil Wayne came on. I had to turn that off immediately because it's got some choice language right up front. "Let It Go" from Frozen is one of my all-time favorites. I can't, shouldn't be in the room when that comes on with me. And then just a lot of Tay-Tay, tons of Taylor Swift, and some good music in there too.
Yeah. So I forgot to tell you, if you had ended up running the race, I was going to bring along your favorite condiment, some ketchup.
Oh, that would.
And if you were trailing me, I was just going to start squirting it at you.
That would have worked. I would have turned around. I would have been like, I'm going back to Black Canyon City. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, I kind of have a fear for, if anyone listens to the podcast, I have a fear of ketchup. I don't like being too close to it. Like if it was on the corner of the desk here, would be okay, but if it was right in front of me, I'd be very uncomfortable.
I was literally going to put some like single serve and just clip into my back of my pack so you wouldn't be able to pass me.
Like Inspector Gadget style. It's a little I love it. All right, we're going to throw to an ad here briefly. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50, so you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.
And welcome back. If you're just joining us, I am Kevin Goldberg, and I'm here with Jake Jackson. We are in the studio at Run Flagstaff. It is day 3 of Cocodona 250. We've got some fun stuff coming at you. Day 4, sorry. Man, that's wild. Day 4 of Cocodona 250. We've got some fun stuff coming your way. We've got, we'll be passing out to some Cocodona Chronicles, Cocodona Confessionals, which was an awesome activation we did all week with Ultra, where runners at various points of the course were able to step into a booth and sort of issue a confessional, say whatever they want, how their race was going, how they were feeling, some of their dark moments, some of their high moments, and then with their permission kind of be shared. And we're really excited to share those with people because they're really special. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's always nice to get some in-race perspective from some of the runners, and sometimes you kind of spill the beans when you've been working hard for so long.
When you're working hard and sleeping little, it becomes easy to get the truth comes out.
Yes.
All right.
Charlie Pang on the live stream here.
Charlie Pang. Charlie's at mile 169, so he is probably through the worst of the hangover trail and making his way up to Schnebly, although now we've jumped to a different view here. Who's the oldest runner still out there? So this is fun. Paul Johnson is 69 years young, and I was with him when he came into Schnebly. Boy, I wish I could tell you the time. I want to say it was about 3 in the morning. And I left Schnebly with him, walked about a quarter mile out of the aid station with him, and did a little interview and got some recordings with him. And he is just, I mean, look up Paul Johnson, 69-year-old on Ultra Sign Up, and just see the races he has done. He is just one of the nicest person you'll ever talk to, and he is such an incredible runner, such an incredible athlete, and it was a pleasure to spend 5 or so minutes with him leaving Schnebly this morning, just chatting about how the race was going. He's got such a fun crew. His crew ate their body weight in chili at Schnebly overnight. Yeah, they kept coming back. I was like, we're gonna have to start charging you guys because this is, it's too much.
Yeah.
They were just such good sports. It was so fun.
Yeah, that chili over there was pretty good.
It's pretty good. So Paul James Johnson on Ultra Sign Up. First of all, he signed up for the Summit 200 and the Mammoth.
Okay.
So at 69 years young, he is not slowing down.
That's amazing.
He's done the Across Florida 200. He's done Cocodona 250. He's done Arizona Monster. He's done Moab 240. He's done the Summit. He's done Cocodona again. He's done Bigfoot 200. He's done Cocodona again. He's done Cowboy 200. I mean, wow. Like 69 years old. If I can do one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. Be good to hear from someone like that what his recovery protocol is. I'm sure he's learned a lot.
Sounds like it's sign up for another race. and eat some chili.
Right.
Someone's asking how my Wyoming range was experienced last year. That's a really cool race. Have you heard about that?
I have not, no.
So I needed a hard rock qualifier. I wasn't particularly excited to run it, not for any particular reason, but I just, so I ran it kind of forced, if you will, just because I wanted a hard rock qualifier.
Yeah.
It is, I want to say 30 to 40% off trail. So just
wow.
like meadows and scree fields and very big remote Wyoming mountain terrain. One of the cooler courses I've run. Not my best race. It's hard. It took me I don't even 34 hours.
Uh-huh.
It's a 48-hour cutoff. It's a tough race, and I would highly recommend it. It's a one and done race for me, I think, but really, really cool race. And if you're in it for kind of seeing cool, like where your feet can take you and cool places you can get to, it is a great race for that.
Is that a race where you have to carry like a bear spray,
Yes.
bear canister and
Yeah.
stuff? Okay.
It was my first time like being required to carry bear spray.
Right.
You have to keep it in one of your front pockets, which
Yeah.
is
Interesting.
yeah, makes the water carry a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, people are looking at Paul James Johnson. He is a dog, and he's at mile 190 of Cocodona 250.
Nice. So it looks like we have Carson Albanese getting into the Buffalo Park area. And in the Sedona Canyons 125, Tyler Welsh is a couple miles away from his finish. He'll be second overall after True Hart Brown's amazing course record run finish a few hours ago.
All right, I don't think anyone's going to get this, so it's a pretty low-risk offer for me. But I am going to send someone a distance to empty hat if anyone gets this question right.
Okay.
And there's two that I've mentioned, so those don't count. I've already said that Carson Albanese and Mike McKnight hit 20 points at the NBA, so those don't count. There are 7 more people who hit 20 points at the NBA, and if you guess one of those people in the next, let's say, 5 minutes, I will shoot us a message on Instagram at Distance Empty Pod, and I will get you a Distance Empty hat. I'm going to show Jake the names.
Okay.
I'm just realizing that never mind. There was a leaderboard. Well, first person to get it gets a hat. No, not Allison Powell, Tom. Good guess on Jake Kilgore. Jake looked real good on the court, but he sunk one 10-point shot and had 2 misses. Jeff Browning was awful at basketball. No points. No points, lots of notes. Meg Eert, very good at basketball. She sank 2 3-point shots, no 10s. Who we got here? Is this back to
The one feed that I did see of somebody shooting, they went straight to the corner 3-point shot. I think he missed the first one and then sank the next 2.
Yeah.
So,
and that was, with the exception of one, Jake, it was always a miss followed by 2 in.
Okay.
I think it was actually kind of fascinating. So one of our only rules at the NBA was no warm-up shots.
Okay.
And you're 107 miles in.
Yeah.
And when you shoot a basketball from a distance, it's your legs, it's your quads, and it's your arms and shoulders, and you don't kind of realize how limited you are
Right.
until you get in that motion. So we had a lot of first shot air balls followed by some decent shots because they calibrate, they correct,
Yeah.
and they make it happen. So
I also
pretty
noticed
cool.
that, how many of them were taking off their packs?
About 50-50.
Okay.
And that was a big topic of conversation of like, can I shoot with the pack,
Right.
or do I need to take the pack
Yeah.
off? Because it does make a difference
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're doing that. So, yeah, it was very cool to see the people calibrate and make those adjustments. All right, let's see. We got some more guesses. Not Garmire, not Versteeg, not Ryan Clifford, no Kilian, no Jeff. We got Micah McKnight was one that we had mentioned, so that doesn't count. No Adam Williams, but hold on, I think we might have one. We have a winner of a distance to empty hat. Hevlar AZ says Patrick Kavanaugh. Patrick is one of those runners who missed and then hit 2 10-point corner 3 shots. Hevlar AZ, shoot me a message on Instagram, and I will hook you up with that hat. Thanks for playing. That was fun.
Yeah.
I didn't think anyone was going to get it. And I think Patrick Kavanagh's having a great race and also a great MBA. He is at mile 235, absolutely crushing it. You can have it all, Jake.
Apparently so.
Your kids play basketball at all?
No. My oldest son, he ran track and cross country in high school. Middle son was not a sports person at all. And my daughter, we finally convinced her to join the track team. So she's been doing that the past couple years.
Nice, that's fun.
I think they kind of see what me and my wife do, and they're like, we want no part of that. So, which is fine.
These two are too obsessed, and
yeah.
they don't want to end up like that.
Right. They're always walking around weird and like are always tired. And yeah.
That's all they talk about.
Yeah, that too.
KP Kelly, I think you heard right. Steph Curry is running the race next year. If he gets into the lottery, we're not just going to let Steph Curry into Cocodona 250. But if he does get into the lottery, he is running and he will be trying to win the NBA. We'll see how he fares at mile 107.
We have Nathan Kellogg on the live screen right now from, oh boy, Titusville, Pennsylvania, 36 years old.
You know, looking at Nathan on the screen here, or actually on my screen because my live stream is different. One thing that's remarkable about this year's race that I noticed both here in the studio looking at the live stream and just seeing things out in real life is the Ultra Spire Traverse Pack.
I saw
is
a bunch
everywhere.
of them. Yes, I agree.
So I've been wearing it a lot, but I'm training for Badwater, so I'm not carrying anything.
You don't really need that.
I don't really need it. So most of my runs with a pack, it's like to carry my phone in like one bottle.
Yeah.
And I'm still wearing the Traverse because I like it and I want to test it, but it's like mostly empty. So I'm kind of excited to get out and load it up especially after seeing all these people carrying like the kitchen sink in their in their back. They are everywhere this week.
Yeah, I debated picking one up just to try it out, but I ended up just going with the Zygo 6, something I used at Cocodona before, and it worked great too. Yeah, Ultra Spire just makes the best stuff.
They've been out all week. They obviously were one of the early mountains up at
Lane
stations
Mountain.
up at Lane Mountain.
Yep.
And just a great company. Love Ricky and Bryce and everything they're doing over there at Ultra Spire.
Absolutely. So just reading off what Nathan left us to share with you all. What inspired you to participate in the race? And he said, to show people in my life how far one can push themselves and just how capable we are. People all too often put up this glass ceiling in their lives, and that's so true.
Yeah, love that. Very true. You don't know until you try. Run Life Daily, can I just buy the hat? Sure, we sell hats. Reach out to us on distancetoemptypod@gmail.com or shoot us an email distancetoemptypod@gmail.com or distancetoemptypod on Instagram. We'll be happy to hook you up with a hat. Jake has one. I've seen him wearing it.
I do. I even have the nice seat cover for the car.
That's right. You won that.
That's what I got, right?
Yeah.
From Mammoth?
From Bryant's race.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That went to first male and female. We have
Works great.
Boco Gear seat covers. Will you guys be doing a shoe fit check like JD? I imagine he means JDW was doing. Elaborate, Socket Silver. I don't know what that means. Could be my lack of sleep. Looks like we're leaving Walnut Canyon. Oh no, I gotta catch my stream up. So not race until Mammoth. Does that feel weird for you, Jake? I feel like that's such a departure of your normal cadence.
It'll be probably the longest stretch I've done in couple years probably. Yeah.
Do you think, and no judgment, do you think you're actually going to stick to it? Do you think you're going to do it? Because I'm almost failing on myself here, like in the final hours of, I'm not doing a 200 this year, and here I am contemplating it. Do you think you're going to stick with it?
Right now, I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
But you never know. Things pop up. I tend to go a little bit stir crazy, not having something on the calendar within the next month or two.
I hear that. Oh, someone's asking about Alyn Davis, the deaf runner who was in the cutoff. Let's check on Alyn and see how she's doing. So, one of my favorite, I'm probably going to say every moment's my favorite moment, but that's just how these events are, is because they truly all become favorite moments. But one of my absolute favorite moments of the NBA was when Alyn came through Mingus and shot on the course with us, and she missed her first 2 shots, and she sank her 3rd shot.
Oh, nice.
And pretty symbolic because she is on her 3rd Cocodona, and she has 2 DNFs, and this is her 3rd shot.
Okay.
So we're really hoping that this was a premonition, the NBA, of what's to come. It looks like she is at Sedona.
160? Is that her? Alan, or is it Lynn?
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Alyn.
Yeah, yep. Alyn. Yep.
I think she's at Sedona. Alyn, we hope you're doing well and still in the fight.
Our tracker here is a little bit slow. Yeah, the cutoff, that was an amazing film.
So cool.
Like, literally brought me to tears in some of the sections.
Do you think I'm allowed to? So you know they're making it doesn't have a name yet, but you know they're making a video of the
women
front back. Am I allowed to say a potential spoiler?
I don't know.
Who's going to stop me?
I guess nobody.
Yeah. Dylan interviewed me at check-in on before the race and really put me on the spot. He was just like, so who's going to win the women's race? I was like, I have friends in this race. Like, what am I going to say? And I chose Rachel. I thought it was going to be, obviously Courtney is, greatest of all time. But like, Courtney is Courtney. How do you bet against Courtney? But I chose Rachel. It's proven that it was before the race happened. And I was just like, with her recent results and the experience on this course, I just thought it was like she just kept raising the bar a little bit each year, and I thought it was poised to kind of hit that exponential scale. And what I'm saying is I'm a psychic, is I guess what I'm getting at here. I also compared the women's race to Super Smash Brothers, so don't listen to me.
Yeah, I think it was kind of up in the air between Courtney and Rachel after their recent race at Chianti, where I think Courtney came back from behind and ended up winning it. So it was kind of like, well, who do you take as the favorite going into the next race, Yeah.
Got a couple of shout-outs for Cody Warren in the chat. Cody is an athlete I coach. And he texted me earlier and he's like, sometimes everything just clicks. I think he's having the race he wanted, and I'm so stoked for him.
Should be having our next finisher here coming in soon within the next 10 minutes. And we also have Tyler Welsh coming in for the 125 finish here soon too.
And we do have we'll have the finish line feed up to get that finish here shortly. I think Carson wanted to finish before 11, and it's going to be real close.
It's going to be close, yeah.
That would be sub 78. See, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Like, if it was the difference between 79 and 80, like, man, I would bust, to try to get there. But I don't know. Like, when you're this tired, it's admirable if you are going to try to get it in under that time frame. I have a hard time sticking to goals that are not round. Maybe it's my OCD. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually like half hour. You know, if you're not going to make it just past the hour, okay, well, let's get it under the half hour.
Someone in the chat says, give it up to the Arizona, New Mexico native runners still out there on the course. Missy Hendricks, Brandon Bowie, Harold Benelli, Greg Sectero. Greg Sectero, good basketball player.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was solid. Harold Benelli, I already said that one. Kellen Lamayestua, and True Home Trail Advantage, like Ancestral Land Advantage, of course. Awesome to see those native runners out there.
Yeah, a lot of questions about Jeff Peltier's DNF. I have not heard anything exactly what had happened. He was struggling a little bit when I saw him at Schnebley Hill yesterday. He was having some hip problems, and it looked like he had taken a couple pretty hard falls. His knees were very scratched up and just kicked a few too many rocks, I think.
Any of the Chisholm families in this year? Yes, there were 2 Chisholms racing. Elliot Chisholm, saw him come through. Mingus paced by Brody, still one of the youngest finishers ever. Unfortunately, Elliot dropped, but Jenny Chisholm, the matriarch of the Chisholm clan, is still in it. She's at mile 215. Man, the Chisholms are some of my favorites in the sport. They're every one of them is awesome. It was really cool to see them out there doing their thing.
I didn't know we had an 18-year-old in there.
That might have been Elliot.
How is 18-year-old? Is he still in? Might have been Elliot.
Carson is getting pretty close. You're 2 minutes from 11 a.m. We're about to pass over to that 78-hour mark. Pretty cool shots on the John G. Skycam here.
Closing in on 78 hours since race start.
That's a long time to do anything.
That's a long time. And they still have 125 as the cutoff?
125 is the cutoff, which I believe is 10 a.m. Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Any other things you think you could do for 78 hours straight?
No, not voluntarily.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Scroll Instagram reels.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Or at least it feels like the whole day's gone.
Maybe play video games. I've
games
done some long stretches of video games.
Those can get you. Certainly couldn't play basketball for 70. I'm more sore from that than. Someone wants an update on Mushroom Mike, bib 329. Mike's at mile 203, so I can't give you a detailed update, but I can tell you he's making his way from Munns through Kelly Canyon and over to Fort Tuttle. It's a lovely section of trail. Not much of the trail to get in your way, just your own fatigue and your own brain.
Somebody was asking how far Elliott made it. It looks like 147 miles when the tracker stopped, which is not at an aid station according to the tractor, which is off Forest Service Road 76. I wonder if something happened there and
he probably got
had to be picked up or something.
Driven off the course, and the tracker hadn't stopped.
Yeah.
Swim Walmsley played about 78 hours of Elden Ring in a row when it came out. I think you weren't alone. That's the scary thing with the video games is they do track how much time you've played it, and granted, not one shot, but like it's sometimes you're like, oh no.
Yeah, I think when Tony Hawk Pro Skater came out back in the day, I sat and played for probably 15 to 18 hours and didn't even realize it.
See if we can get a Carson update.
Yeah, he's close.
He's real close.
And that's
Is this it? Is that him? I believe we've got Carson coming into the finish chute. He is about to finish Cocodona 250. Congratulations, Carson. 20-point NBA scorer and 78-hour Cocodona 250 finisher. What a run.
Time we learned I just got here.
Nice to play. Hey.
Yeah, they go dad.
That's great.
Go. I have a present for you.
Oh,
No!
thank you very much.
And then I can take this tracker.
Buckle
Oh,
is in
yes.
hand.
You don't need to follow you. Great job.
There you go. Thank you very much. Good one. Yeah.
I wonder if he was racing to get under 78 hours at the end
Thanks,
there.
guys.
I'm guessing he was, yeah. In the long run, I'm sure he's going to be very proud of that 78-hour finish.
Oh,
but
yeah.
and you know what? Trying to get it probably saved it from being a 78-15 finish or whatever it would have been. So it's an incredible time on this course.
It's okay.
He's got a lot of fun finish line time ahead of him.
Oh, go ahead. It's over there.
Sorry. It's it's meant to be digged up. There you go.
Why don't we do one in front of the thing?
On a nice afternoon, or still morning. I keep saying afternoon. I guess it's 11 a.m. Nice morning to finish in Heritage Square.
So Carson's from Ithaca, New York. 17-month-old daughter, Elise, and their dog, and her wife, Sarah.
I'd say he's become obsessed with the 200-mile distance. You should check out Distance Empty podcast.
Completed Tahoe 200 in 2024 and Bigfoot 200 in 2025.
Nice. And now Cocodona 250 in 2026. Who's he getting for his photographer? Is that Scott? No.
So he listed some of his fun, unique facts about himself. He's currently moonlight as a dishwasher at his house. Current volume is about 210 dishes per week. The pay is zero.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
But the love is high.
Nice work out there. Now it's what did you do? What did I do?
You just did that.
Yeah, run back.
Is he talking about running it back? He doesn't look like he's moving too bad at all.
Yeah, moving around well.
Yeah. He's looking at the TV all day going, Dad.
You see the live?
We're watching it in the car.
Lots of love for Carson in the chat. Well deserved. He does look fresh.
He says for this particular race, he was on a road trip from LA to Austin with his brother during the inaugural Cocodona. They stayed in Flagstaff for a couple days and got to see a few runners finish. He was so impressed and thought, I have to do this one day.
One day
That's
is
awesome.
today.
So this would be the climb on the backside of Eldon, maybe, that we're looking at.
Yep. Darren. Let's see what Darren is up to.
Sparks, Nevada. He's a fire captain with the Sparks Fire Department. He's
That's-
also a paramedic.
Sparks Fire Department that's a fun name for a fire department.
Yeah. It's like started trail running to get in shape for seasonal wildland fire jobs 13 years ago. Now he runs for fun.
He runs for fun. I wonder what that's like.
Finished Tahoe 200 in 2025, 11th overall. Oh wow, this is pretty inspiring. He's planning to run a 50K the week after Cocodona with over a dozen co-workers who are mostly trying their first ultra marathon.
Oh, that's super cool.
And most are not experienced runners.
That won't be true for long.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like you show back up to work and you're like, if I can run 250,
Yeah.
you know, and now I'm going to do 50K, you can manage.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Well, we got Darren on the screen here. My tracker's not loading. You can see what? Can you see what mile Darren is at?
He's at 244.7.
244.7. Someone asked what his MBA score was. Carson had a good MBA. He hit 2 corner 10s, which is basically like a corner 3 on the court. So he was a 20-point winner. We're tied for the lead.
Yeah, we've got a big group of people heading up that backside of Eldon right now. They're going to start coming in hot and fast.
And, you know, it's a little tricky in the day. It's certainly easier at night with headlamps, but you can see a lot of the climb from the trail in both directions, from above and below. So there's a good chance that they're seeing people in the distance and behind them pretty much that whole climb. So they have a good idea of, like, how far away or behind people are. Back at the finish line, looks like Carson is still soaking it all in. It is fun to see how long people stand around at their finish, you know, because it's just like all that pain, all that, like, it just all floods away, and you're on this high, and all of a sudden you feel good, and you're not tired anymore, and you just want to be part of it all.
It kind of hits you all at once too, because you've been doing something for so long, and then you don't have to do it anymore.
Yeah,
it's almost like you came from a different planet or something.
It really does. It's cool.
How long after your first 200 did it hit you that you actually like finished it?
Oh man, so my first was 2018 Bigfoot. It was, I don't know if I had that moment, but it was just such a perspective shift of like, I don't think I would ever like putting limits on myself like in a negative way or in a conscious way or in a truly limiting way. But after finishing my first Bigfoot, my first 200, it really shifted my perspective on like personal limits and physical limits and trying for things. And it shattered a lot of those preconceived kind of ideas that I had about those things, or didn't even know I had about those things. And since then, the distance has totally ruined my life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, the name of the podcast, Distance to Empty. Like,
I'm still trying to find it. Yeah. I am still trying to find my distance to empty. Oh, Darren is at the top of Eldon. Man, that's such a cool summit.
Yeah, it is.
He is almost at the crest here. And by almost, I mean like 5 or 10 more steps. He's right there on the fire road, heading up Eldon and about to hit that downhill single track where he will basically be rock climbing down the cliff that is the Eldon descent. He's got 2 people in front of him on that final stretch of Cocodona 250, Trevor Walters and Lauren Jones, who should be finishing not too far from now. And then behind him on the climb are Alexander Orlov, another good ball player. He was spinning the ball on his finger, and then he put the ball on his head and spun it there.
Oh, wow.
It was pretty wild. And then Sam Carroll, my athlete, who I love, but not the best ball player. All right, there's Darren heading downhill onto the single track. Bye-bye, Eldon. Jake, you know how we play Let's Get Deep?
Yes.
You want to play?
Sure.
All right. On Distance to Empty podcasts, me and everyone's favorite co-host Peter Noyes play Let's Get Deep, which is a card game for couples that we play on the podcast for our listeners' enjoyment. There are 3 levels of intimacy: icebreaker, deep, and deeper. And I've got some here for you, Jake. Putting them on the spot. We didn't prep this, so don't hold them to too high standards here. All right, icebreaker for you, Jake. What's something you're quietly proud of that most people in your life don't know about?
Oh boy,
it's not for that. That's a tough ice. That's more of a deep.
Yeah.
But here we are.
I'm proud of. I guess the fact that I know how to play guitar. I mean, most people don't know that I was in a band for a while.
I learned that today.
Yeah, I was actually one of the guys that my good friend from Runner, Justin Arsenal. We were sitting in my car trying to warm up while Lindsay was taking a nap, and we were just listening to music. And I happened to have my band recorded a 7-song demo, and I was kind of going back listening to that and listening to those songs in a long time. So yeah, that's, you go through life and you have these like chapters where things open up and then things close. And I wish I had, it's probably making an excuse about not being able to play guitar as much as I'd like to, but yeah, that's one of those things that I was always happy that I learned how to play.
That's awesome. I love it. I wish I knew how to play an instrument, and I sure don't. All right, deep for you. These are hard. So I know you nailed that one. So no pressure if you don't get these. But we're doing all 3 of them. So
okay,
suck it up. What belief did you hold for a long time that you've since completely changed your mind about, and what shifted it?
Oh boy.
That you used to think Kevin would prep you for things like this and be a little not put you on the spot.
That's a great question.
People don't change their minds too well. We're hard to get out of our ruts sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to give that one more thought.
That's okay. Think about it later.
Yeah.
I like this one for deeper. How has your relationship with failure changed over time?
I've definitely gotten a lot better with it, especially just doing ultra running in general. I was kind of always a kid growing up that I hated to lose. I hated it. I would play board games with my sister, and she probably hated playing games with me because I always had to win. And I guess as you just get older, it's just not as important, I guess, yeah, it's just, I mean, I was talking with AJW earlier. It's like my running career, if you want to call it that, it's turned less from trying to win races, get on the podium, to more, let's just go out on a crazy adventure and see what happens, you know? So, yeah.
Awesome. I love that.
Accepting failure a little bit better.
Yeah. And chat, that is how you call your co-host on the Cocodona live stream a failure in a polite way. That wasn't me. Those were the Let's Get Deep questions. I didn't write them. No, that was a great answer.
How pre-scripted are those when you guys pick them?
That's a good question. It depends is the answer. Sometimes I do sift through and kind of like pick ones that I think will like hit Peter well.
Yeah.
But a lot of times we're doing it on the fly, or we don't know like when we're gonna cut and start doing that.
Okay.
And so there are times where we do just kind of grab them.
Yeah.
Is this a Sedona Canyons runner coming in here, or is this Trevor?
This might be Trevor.
No, it's
Tyler. Okay. Oh, dang. Yeah. Tracker didn't update quite yet. Awesome.
Yeah.
So this will be second place, Sedona Canyons, 125 finisher.
He's moving like he's got no more than 122 miles on his legs. He's moving good. He's got the fist pumping. He's about to make the final. Oh,
that's awesome. Run him in.
He's in Cocodona Alley. And he is about to be a Sedona Canyons 125 finisher. It really is cool. I know we talked about it earlier, but just the evolution of the other distances is, I think, one of the bigger storylines that's not talked about as much this around Cocodona, just because Cocodona is such a all-encompassing thing. It's really special. Like, I met someone in the hotel this morning who's doing Flagstaff Crest, and they're so excited.
Yeah.
Like, they're so excited to be part of this week. I think we need to stop using the word only when we talk about these.
I had
these
such
other
a hard
race
time
distances.
when people were asking me what I was doing out here. I'm only doing the 100 miles, like ridiculous.
Only the Brute.
Right.
Yep. Let's keep only for fans and not ahead of the races.
There you go. Congratulations, Tyler.
Look at that.
Amazing run.
Nice buckle. Nice award. Love it.
It's funny how you can run in looking so strong, and then after you stop for a couple seconds, it starts locking up.
Yep, it doesn't take long. I was talking to, like I mentioned, Kilian's family at Schnebly, and you see Rachel Entrekin after the what she did is she's bopping around, she's all over the place, she's moving like she's fresh as a daisy, and Kilian, who was a very similar performance, like he's like shattered, like with the switch he had it in his mind he was going to get this far, and it's done. It's like so they both got there and did the thing, but like they have very different and post recovery.
Well, that was one thing I noticed at Jackpot 100 mile, the road championships, where Ashley Paulson breaks the women's world record. She's bouncing up and down, jumping around, and then Raj Palpanu finishes not too long after her and just instantly goes to the chair and looks like he's about ready to die. It's pretty amazing how one competitor, they ran the same distance, but one looks way worse than the other.
Right. And they both did so amazing, but the post, the disparity of
that's got to be some kind of like mental thing where you're just like, I need to get to this point, and either I'm going to be so ecstatic that I made it there, or I'm going to be just a pile of mashed potatoes afterwards.
Yep, I think so.
And I've had both experiences like that too. Just one race you feel like, oh, I could just keep running, and the other ones where just I couldn't take another step.
Norma Dish is running Flagstaff Crest tomorrow, and so excited. That's awesome, Norma Dish. Have a fun day out there. And say hi if you see us in Heritage Square. We might be there at your finish.
So we're still waiting for Trevor Walters making his way down into Heritage Square. Not too far. Getting rid of some of his layers, it looks like.
Yep, getting warm.
Gotta look good for the cameras.
If you've already done Cocodona, would you rather do Bradshaw Brute or Sedona Canyons 125? I don't know. I mean, Sedona Canyons finishing in Heritage Square is really special. So I might say Sedona Canyons for that reason. But the Bradshaws are kind of magical, and there's it's you don't often get out there. It's a tough call. I think probably Sedona Canyons, but no wrong answer.
Yeah, I would pick Sedona too.
Yeah,
after finishing,
you've got recency bias. Yeah. You can't answer that fairly. You're the Bradshaw. You can still show us where the Bradshaw Brute hurt you.
Yeah. Still feeling the effects. Oh, here we go. Lauren Jones making her way down.
Lauren.
I do not see the little neck cooler on her right now. She must have gotten rid of it last night. Probably got a little chilly up there.
We saw Lauren at the at Mingus Mountain for the NBA. She took her shots, and she was one of our Flagstaff bound guests on Distance to Empty podcast. And one of the things we did this year on our pre-race series was, since we knew we were going to be seeing every runner at Mingus for the basketball, we had them. We gave them the opportunity to give their pre-race self a message for themselves at mile 107, and I don't think I remember it verbatim. But Lauren's was something along the lines of "Stop crying and just keep running."
That's perfect.
And she pulled into Mingus and she said, "This is perfect. I've been crying this morning, and I need to stop crying and just keep running." And it looks like whether she stopped crying or not, she has done the just keep running part here, and she is going to be a two-time Cocodona 250 finisher. I think this is her second finish. Man, I hope I have the energy to go out and run Eldon one of the next few days. Does anyone know how long Mika was off course, considering she's currently sitting 10th female? She sure can rally. She sure can rally. That is something she's very good at. I have no idea. I don't know.
I think I heard 8 or 9 hours.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. So Lauren Jones finishing here. She has Javelin 100 coming up in October, and she's going back to Desert Solstice. So quite the change from 250 miles in the mountains to 24 hours on a high school track.
Yeah, that's we talked about range earlier.
Yep.
That's, yeah. All right, Jake, this one, I've got a question for you. I don't know how I'd answer this. Would you do Cocodona 250 for a second time or Mammoth 200 for a first time?
That's a good question. I mean, I have started technically Cocodona for the second time. I don't know. I kind of liked the whole idea with Mammoth being the inaugural race, and that's kind of why I focused on that. I don't know. They're different in both great ways, you know. Cocodona is just that point to point, going through all the different cities and climates. or Mammoth was just a big, huge circle around so many beautiful different areas.
Yeah, they really are just two of my favorites.
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, I mean, would I run it for the 5th time or Mammoth for the 2nd time? Like, I don't know. I think it'd be more about like how it fit into my year and less of because the races themselves are both going to deliver. Like
Right.
you're going to get the product and the experience that you want. So it's like, hey, which one fits into my life and my training and my everything else? That's how I'd personally kind of handle it.
Yeah.
Rosie, you are so curious. We say people are 200 curious is the term that we use on Distance to Empty Pod. Can I do this? Would love to do this. I don't know you, Rosie's, but I would say that yes, you can do this. I think anyone who has the means and the willpower to put the work towards it can do this. There is it's attainable for everyone. I think that's what makes these things so fun and interesting is they're puzzles. And yeah,
I think what we saw even with this year getting into the race, there was a lot more people who were curious that maybe hadn't even done 100-mile races or ultras in general. You know, there's people who love being out on the trail, and yeah, if you're moving, you could almost hike all of Cocodona. You know, if you just stay moving. Hike at a relatively fast pace.
Definitely. Yep.
And, you know, people might be wondering, do you have to have any like prior experience to submit to get into Cocodona? You don't. I know Bradshaw Brute, they did have us fill out kind of a little bit of a history of what our experiences were with being out by yourself for long periods of time, because they don't want to just send somebody that doesn't have much experience out there all by themselves. And so you did have to fill out a little questionnaire to get in.
All right, how do you approach day one at the Mammoth versus day one at Cocodona? Very different day ones.
Yeah.
Cocodona, you get to Crown King and you're 15% through the race, and there's so much opportunity ahead of you. There's so much runnable terrain ahead of you. The Camp Kippa is really hard, but through the Prescott Valley up on the plateau, there's going to be this mountains of opportunity. Funny because they're not mountains. The tons of opportunity. So you want to self-care is the name of the game on day one going to Crown King.
Well, it's just the temperature of the weather itself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Mammoth, you're kind of under trees for a portion of it, and then once you get up closer to the summit, you are exposed. But it's a later time of the year, so it's a lot cooler.
And there's just so much more running on Mammoth day one versus Cocodona.
Yes.
So you're going to be running a lot more at Mammoth versus Cocodona day one. Very, very different day ones. Very different strategies.
Yeah, you almost got to go into Cocodona like not solely focused on the first 37 miles, but it is something you have to get through. Like, you have to be feeling relatively good once you get into Crown King to keep continuing on with the rest of the race. Whereas Mammoth, it's like you do summit and then you're descending, and then it's kind of just connector trail in between some of the bigger climbs. And yeah. Eco Gator asks, I'm running my first 100 this September. Any suggestions for taking on my first 100? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it kind of depends on where you at with training and how much mileage you're putting in, and also what 100-miler it is.
Yeah.
If it's a flat one, it'd be a lot different than a mountain one.
Yeah. That's what's fun about Ultra is the course changes everything.
Right.
But it's.
It looks like you got a shout out on your Training Peaks Bigfoot 200 training plan.
Oh, thanks, Richard. Yeah, I try to write race specific plans for all my 200s, and I include it's hard. I don't always keep them updated because as you know, these courses they change so frequently. But I try, and so all my plans have course descriptions and notes and how you can find kind of success and anecdotal stuff in there. So I'm glad it's working for you. And Bigfoot is a pretty sweet race. I've done that one 3 times. my favorite of the destination trail races. And Bigfoot, something about the Pacific Northwest that I don't get to experience that terrain very often. I do mountains, I do desert, rarely in that sort of like that terrain. So I do love Bigfoot. Nick Costello's running his first ultra this Saturday too. Awesome. Good luck. Lauren's got to be getting close to Buffalo Park here.
Yeah.
Or is she ahead of, or before Trinity at this point?
No, not yet.
So she's not to Trinity yet. Okay.
Yeah.
And then right after Trinity, Buffalo Park's so close after Trinity. So last year, Peter paced me on the section. You were allowed pacers last year, so one of my best friends, Peter, jumped in, and you weren't allowed to have pacers for the Walnut Canyon section because of the Mexican spotted owl restrictions. Right. So we carried owl masks with us from Walnut Canyon up and over Eldon, and we put them on at Trinity and wore them to the finish.
Oh, really?
So when we finished, we were wearing owl masks for Steve to show support for the Mexican spotted owl.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Lauren Jones on the screen. That is correct. I've asked, someone said I have 3 times where I can watch the live footage of the previous and no one has answered, seeking help. I think, I could be wrong, someone should fact check me for this, but I think you can watch all the live footage after the fact. Like, I think it gets kind of
archived
on YouTube. It's I think it's tough to go back in real time and get it, so you will be able to watch that footage once the race is over. And that will be there. Like, I think people go back and watch it on that treadmill throughout the year.
Treadmill is the perfect place to watch them. Absolutely.
So definitely you'll have the opportunity. I'm probably gonna do that because I want to see how the NBA was covered and all that stuff, because I didn't get to watch anything this year. So I'm super excited to go back and spend some treadmill runs watching the live stream. I hope that answers the question. I do think that is the case, but in real time, those are not archived yet. Oh, actually, I just learned that you can watch in real time under the live tab in the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. So maybe poke around there. I think you can go back and watch those in real time. Sorry for the misinformation. Do you like that fun fact from?
Yeah.
You can choose whether to address that one or not, Jake.
Yeah, it is what it is. They've gotten better. I will say that from when I ran it in 2019, we pretty much, they cover hotel, portions of your flight, but if you're planning on bringing out family it's the 24-hour team, I think, gets the least amount of recognition from the USATF, unfortunately. The last time I ran it in Taipei, we had a bunch of kind of crowdfunding things going on. Pam Smith was our I don't know, what would you call her, not coach, but the leader of the team, I guess. She did a bunch of stuff to help us not have to pay for a lot of it. It's kind of unfortunate. You get kitted out in Nike gear, and that's pretty much it. I wish the 24-hour events and teams would get a little bit more attention, but we're looking at a live stream of beautiful terrain, and there's not too much interest in watching a live stream of a bunch of people running around in a circle a bunch of times. So
maybe if they were playing basketball or juggling, or, come on, it's
up our game a little bit, I guess.
Lauren Jones is getting close to Trinity, the final aid station at the Cocodona 250. Only the second year that Trinity's been an aid station. It is frustratingly far from the top of Eldon and frustratingly close to the finish. At least it was for my pained body last year. You haven't done Badwater, have you?
I have not. No.
Yeah. See, I'm so scared though because it's more akin to like things you have done, like long distance, paved and flatter things. It intimidates me a lot. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just so different from anything I've ever done.
Yeah, I run the Salton Sea race twice, and kind of thoughts of maybe doing Badwater someday, but I think the entry fee is kind of something that keeps me away from it. You can almost run a couple 200 milers for the same price as running Badwater.
Yeah.
So it's,
I struggled with that a lot. And I spent years saying never, never, never for Badwater. And then I crewed my friend Francis 2 years ago and then Peter last year. And I really do love Lone Pine and like the Eastern Sierra. And it was kind of just like, you know what, it fits this year. And it's a bucket list thing. It's definitely a one and done for me. So I'm excited, but it's different.
We have Alicia Moreno on the screen right now from Montclair, West Virginia. Looks like she's going through the Sedona area. Should have Trevor Walters coming into the finish line here with the next 10 or 15 minutes.
I'm looking at Alicia Moreno's ultra sign up. It's always fun to see the experience that people bring to these multi-night events like Cocodona 250. It's just the range of experience that people come in with is pretty remarkable, and you can have success at these races with a crazy range of experience, whether it's a ton of experience or very little. And I think that's really cool to see. And Alicia Moreno has plenty of experience, but I think this might be her first 200-plus mile race, at least of what's on Ultra Sign Up. From what I can tell. I remember Alicia playing in the NBA. I don't remember how she did, but I do remember her shooting out there. I only slept for about 2 hours on Tuesday night where Melanie was manning the court. So for almost everyone who played, I was on the court. Just a reminder, we will have some fun stuff coming up for you today, including the Cocodona Confessions presented by Ultra. So that was along the course. There were confessional booths where runners were able to step in private and give their confessions, their deepest, darkest secrets. As Jake mentioned earlier, these races put you in a space to be very vulnerable and very revealing. And then, of course, with their permission, released into the confessionals and shared with us. And they're pretty powerful. Very excited for people to start hearing those admissions, those recordings, those hopefully those affirmations from some people, you know.
I mean, anybody who's met somebody out on the trail and run long distances, you make an instant friend, and sometimes you spill the beans on some of your life that you might not want to afterwards.
No filter. If you're going to tell a random friend on the trail, you might as well tell everyone.
Yeah. And Remo, I see your comment in the chat. Got to do Badwater, Jake. Easy jog. Yeah, well, one of these days, maybe.
So this is funny. Someone asked if anyone's ever done the Wagoshans Trail 50K in Michigan. I did it years and years ago. I want to say like over 10 years ago when I was very new to maybe like 12 years ago when I was very new to ultra running. If I still lived on the East Coast in humid climates, I don't know if I'd be a runner.
Yeah.
It was so humid there.
I did Burning River 100, and it was by far the most humid race. I mean, it rained.
Yeah.
It was like you were never dry.
Yeah.
You know? It's terrible.
Yeah. Ryan P. is training for Leadville. Ryan, say hi on Powerline. I will be at the bottom of Powerline on the way out, mile 20-ish. I will be at the bottom of Powerline again at mile 80-ish. I'll see you both ways. We're doing a Powerline After Dark party. So say hi. Good luck at Leadville. Man, the chat is going off.
Yeah, it is.
Bring
trying to keep
it. Yeah, bring it, guys.
Someone's
keep it coming.
asking if I'll ever come back to run 100 mile in Quebec. That was an adventure. That's one of those ones that I have probably 3 races that were my hardest 100-mile finishes. And the one that I did in Quebec, the Ultra Trail Follon, I believe it's pronounced, one of the hardest races I've ever run.
Yeah.
Yeah, just brutal. You start on the eastern coast of Quebec. You're running along like shale and for miles.
East Coast is no joke.
Yeah, and then you just, trees and some of it you had to have a rope to get up and down. It was wild.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, Matthew. I mean, the ice is, a lot of people who have run Bad Order do say the heat isn't the factor you think it is because you have the access to ice. Like,
yeah.
I know you said sarcasm, but people do say that it's like the mitigation tactics are so powerful that you can, yeah.
So have you started heat training at all, or what's going on in that?
I will.
Yeah.
Not yet.
We're still a bit of ways.
Yeah, we got time. I'll try to find out what time those confessionals are coming out, but if you just stay on the stream the whole time, then you won't miss them. That's the solution there.
Yeah. Let's see. Trevor should be in here any
Gotta
moment.
be here real soon.
Yeah.
They should change the finish line to Cocodona 250 Adventure Ends.
Adventure is done.
Yeah. Sleep awaits.
It was kind of funny after the 250 started before Bradshaw, a lot of us were just kind of standing around like, is there anybody going to be here to cheer us off? But they actually took the time to put up a whole new banner at the start, which was pretty nice. And we did have, a decent group to send us off. So it was nice being acknowledged about what we were about ready to do.
This photographer's lining up his shot and standing right there, so it's going to be close here, although that's a delivery person. It must be weird for people not affiliated with the race to experience this week in Heritage Square. I mean, I've been to Heritage Square when Cocodona is not happening, and it's a different place. I wonder how mad Melanie's going to be at me later for waking her up to make her bring this laptop to the studio. We've all had such little sleep. I felt pretty bad. She had just gotten to sleep, and we have had such little sleep. Well, if you ever rewatch this, sorry, Mel. Do you sleep well the night after 100? Were you able to sleep pretty good Tuesday night?
On and off. The legs start twitching, and especially on races where it's really rocky and descending, I tend to have these visions of tripping and falling, which wake me up quite a bit. And it's kind of on and off. I was surprised that I was able to fall asleep as quickly as I did after my race. I ended up driving up to 17 and getting a room at a casino, $70,
So they're always
cheap
so
hotel. Cheap. Went in there, showered, of course, and slept for about 3 hours. And I was planning on just staying the night there, but then was like, you know what, I don't want to just sit here by myself. So I ended up just driving up to Schnebly that night and just slept in my car for another 5 hours before my 8-station shift started. So yeah, got enough sleep. That's another thing I've been doing quite a bit. I ended up selling my truck last year and bought a Subaru Outback and like fitted it with a whole mattress in the back. So
Nice,
all of my races since the first of the year, I've just been car camping,
Nice.
which has been awesome.
Yeah. Bringing in some. Should be any minute here. And then Lauren's about 2.5 miles behind him. Pretty soon here we're going to have a pretty steady stream of finishers.
Yeah, Danny Westergaard.
Yep.
What hasn't that guy done?
Not much. But for the first time ever, he added the Mingus Basketball Association to his list. He was out there. He was actually out there without me. I had to go out to the bathroom and I come out and he's like wandering around on the court looking for me. And I was
really?
like, he waited and then he was like, "Come on, let's go. We got to play." So I love Danny. He's such a good guy. Selling your truck and buying an Outback to car camp sounds like the wrong move to me.
Yeah, trust me, a lot of my friends back home gave me a lot of crap for that, but
he seems happy.
Yeah, it's way more functional than my gas guzzling Chevy, Silverado.
And you're in California, so gas is not fun.
No. Yeah, I bought my truck when I went full-time driving at UPS and had that for 11 years, and I went through 2 summers without air conditioning, so it was time for a new car.
Socket Silver, one misconception I had about ultra runners is that they are all rich. Then I see runners sleeping in cars, sedans. I thought they all had sprinter vans.
Yeah, did you see the starting line of Cocodona? How many sprinter vans? Oh my gosh!
I think that's true and false. There's both. Both are true.
That's nuts.
The influencer culture is upon us.
True, the spinner bands probably have some of them were rented, but there was a lot out there that you retire and that's what you buy for your retirement gift, I guess.
Yeah. So for anyone who enjoyed the Flagstaff Bound series on Distance to Empty podcast, we have also recorded episodes. We have 8 total episodes with all 8 of the people primarily featured in the new film The Cutoff by Dylan Harris and Aravipa Running. So shortly after Cocodona, end of May into early June, we're going to be releasing all 8 of those episodes with those people who were featured in The Cutoff. And we just dive a little bit deeper into their stories in those episodes, and it was super fun to chat with them and talk about the cutoff and the race awesome. and what got them into it. So we're really excited for those to come out.
So just from the outside, how hard is it to get some of these big names to come on a podcast? Are they pretty open to coming on, or?
Ooh, ask me that off the air, and I'll give you my honest opinion. It can be a challenge, which does blow my mind sometimes because we're there to feature them and talk about them and promote them. But
I guess some of them are just more open than others.
Definitely, and it's with any it's any person. Everyone has different personalities and opinions, and but it can be very challenging for the bigger people to find the time. And then there's some, no matter how big they are, it can be very easy to contact and schedule them. So as with anything, there's both ends of the spectrum, and it's all part of the game. But yeah, it can be challenging sometimes.
Because it's not like a race like UTMB or Western States where you're kind of, as a sponsored run, you're required to go to these pre-race meetings like sometimes a day before a race. You're reaching out to them like weeks and months in advance to get them on. And a lot less stress. But
yeah. podcasting in general is a lot harder than I thought it would be when we started 2.5 years ago. And I love it, don't get me wrong, but it is, I think I got into it thinking it was going to be a hobby, and it's become work and fun work. Like not all work is bad or not fun. It's super fun work, but it is work.
Yeah. And Peter does all the editing, right?
Peter does all the editing, and I think he does such a fantastic job.
Yeah, he does a great job.
We've talked about, we lose money, but we've talked about like getting some help with that. And he's always like, no, I don't think they do as good a job. And it's his baby, right?
Yep.
And so he does such a great job editing. He really cares. He listens to it twice through and really kind of combs through everything.
That's got to be rough.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many podcasts that you've listened to that you've been on, but
I don't. I don't listen to any of them. None.
I'll listen to maybe the first 5 minutes just to kind of check myself to say you need to stop doing this or more of this, but
I hear my own voice and I can't make it 30 seconds, so Peter has to do that. Luckily Peter barely talks in himself. No, it's he's so good at it, and he's Is this our guy?
This looks like Trevor. Might be having to walk it in a little bit here.
Well, I'd have to walk too if I was carrying those guns.
Yeah, seriously.
He's jacked.
I didn't think those Koros armbands stretched that big.
Right? I didn't think you were allowed to carry weapons on the Cocodona course. Bib 105, Trevor Walters. He's going to get under 79 hours here. He's probably walking because he knows the difference between 78, 52, and 3, right?
He's under 79, so he's good.
It's like we talked about. It's like, man, what does it matter?
Let's see. We went over some of the stuff. Loves riding horses. Oh, what's he doing? Peeking around here?
Yeah.
Getting ready for
I should add a horse
big
race
entry?
for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, sprint it. Oh, there we go. Congratulations, Trevor. That's awesome.
It's out for a Thursday midday stroll, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, you can add Cocodona 250 as your longest distance ever run. 78 hours and 52 minutes.
Boom.
Great job.
Solid finish. Nice work, Trevor. Don't hurt your pacer with those arms. Gentle. Or is that's... I can't see who that is. Pacer, wife, partner, friend.
Crew chief Karen,
yep,
it looks like.
all the above.
Yep. Oh, shedding little tears.
Feels so good to be done. There's the buckle. It's amazing how good they are at remembering the track, take the trackers off.
Yeah. Some of Trevor's previous races, a 12-hour race in Summerlin, BC, ran Canyons 100-miler last year, Sinister 7. Have you ever done that one?
No.
That one always sounds interesting. I hear that one a lot. And then longest one up till finishing Cocodona was Fat Dog 120.
And unless he has some, races that are not on ultras on it, it looks like he really just started running ultras in 2023.
Been spreading them out every year.
One a year, and
2 last year.
And if this is true, he started with Fat Dog, which is a pretty wild first swing.
Awesome.
Great job, Trevor.
Still tearing up, looks like.
Yeah.
It kind of all hits you all at once.
All right, with Trevor in, we should see Lauren Jones in probably the next, depending on how she's moving, 20 to 40 minutes.
Lauren will be making the top 10 and eighth overall for the women.
8th female, she's at Trinity now, so maybe more like 30 to 50 minutes. Contingent on when she leaves there, too. You ever cry in a 200, Jake?
I actually have a video of it that I never posted.
Yeah, that could have been your thing that whatever the deep question was before.
Okay, yeah. I had a bit of a mental breakdown going into Fort Tuthill in my first year. Yeah, it was like I had a really tough night going into Kelly Canyon.
Yeah.
Struggled. It was super cold and yeah. I don't know. I probably should just post it one of these days.
I mean, Peter and I on Distance to Empty try to, one of our like phrases or whatever is normalize crying in 200s. I think I've cried in, I don't know, 9 or 10 of my 12. And man, sometimes it just feels good to have a good cry.
Yeah.
What's crazy is most of the time I've cried in a 200, I have no idea why I'm crying. It's just like it's more of a physical reaction.
Yeah, you just think of something that just hits you.
It's like it's happening uncontrollably.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
I remember my first 100-mile finish at Kodiak. I finished the race and we were walking to our car, we're leaving, and I just completely broke down. And that was one other time. And then finishing Desert Solstice when I qualified for the team again, I broke down.
Yeah.
It always seems like it's afterwards. It's like a huge stress relief.
Yep. Absolutely. Looking at chat, it sounds like we are not the only ones who are crying. Now that I'm saying this, I'm thinking out loud here. I kind of want to get normalized crying in 200 t-shirts, even if I'm the only one who wears it. Normalize crying at any distance. Maybe just normalize crying.
Normalize crying.
There's two things we need to normalize. Crying for any reason and running, but not for running's sake. Like, why don't we run when we want to get somewhere fast? Like, just short distances.
Yeah.
Like, I got to run, like, in the grocery store. I want to get to the end of the aisle.
I cry every morning when I'm going to work, so.
I cry once per day just for the fun of it. Like, chat is showing up to cry. I like this.
Stub my pinky, yeah. Well.
When's the last time everyone's cried, chat? But honest answers only. Last time you cried, I'm trying to think. Probably Mammoth.
Watching the Cutoff.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I had seen a preview, and it was for like work. So I don't know. It was like a different watch. So then when I watched it for real the first time, I don't know. Yeah. Hashtag distance to empty tear ducts. Thanks, Brian. One hour ago. Hope you're feeling better. 5 minutes ago. Hope you're still crying. Hope it's a good long cry. Well, I don't hope you're still crying, but
I'm waiting for as soon as Kevin and Jake got on the live stream, that's when I started.
Yeah. Not tears of joy.
Yeah, no.
Just pain. Well, we struck a chord here with this question.
Yeah. How about cry or you're doing it wrong?
Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, man.
Sorry, Andy.
I feel like is there a lawsuit happened? Like, oh, I like that a lot, Jake. We have some work to do.
Better get that copyrighted now.
Yeah. Well, I'm going longer today than you are. You get to get out of here and go trademark a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Cry, are you doing it wrong? Cry one more. I would cry when Caleb left the live stream too. Caleb rocks.
Yeah, he's so good at this.
He's a real up-and-coming Chris Warden.
Yeah. Prodigy.
Yeah. Has Lauren's tracker updated?
Looks like she's just about there.
Oh wow, she must have not pinged for a minute because she is making that left into Buffalo Park.
Yeah.
It won't be long now till she's on the streets of Flagstaff.
See who we got coming in. Andy Day will be our third place finisher in the Sedona Canyons 125. He's about 4.5 miles out.
Cry now, smile later. That's pretty good. Here for the men's cry. I'm a big Tay-Tay fan, but maybe this is a real Taylor quote. I cry a lot, but I'm so productive. Cocodona 250 crying awaits. Oh man, you guys are delivering. We are getting. I gotta screenshot this transcript. I'm gonna. Who's gonna cry in the boats?
I was waiting for the Goggins reference.
Yeah.
So, did we ever find out why Goggins is not here?
No. Back to your early. Well, I hadn't. I don't know. Maybe maybe the race knows. But back to your earlier question about getting people on the pod. Never heard from Goggins. Okay. I did reach out, probably an unprofessional amount of times. But I figured, hey, I'm just gonna keep asking.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know why I don't know if he's hurt or what the deal was there.
Yeah, because it was like the internet broke.
Yeah.
When he showed up on the start list.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see. I mean, hearing people talk about now, speaking of the few, like the growth of the other race distances, the lottery is obviously going to help them tremendously. Yeah. Giving people other avenues into getting into the race, which I think is great because even if the shorter distances aren't your end goal or the apple of your eye, like I think you're going to get such a meaningful experience out of racing them, even if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, so to speak. Yeah. Like going back to why I raced Wyoming Range, like I was there for the Hard Rock qualifier. It fit and it worked, but it wasn't like a goal race for me. But I still had an experience, and it was a really special race. So I think, however you get to the start line, doesn't necessarily dictate the experience that you get at the finish line.
Right. Well, it is noon, and I think that's going to be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow at 6, I believe.
A.M.?
6 a.m.
Damn.
Yeah, I have 3 a.m. shifts, and then I'll be on Friday night as well. So
I hope I'm asleep. Jake, this was fun.
Yeah, dude, it's been a pleasure. Always is. We're going to have Hillary joining us soon here if she's ready to come on.
And I think we'll throw to commercial.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Last lap, 6 minutes, 17 seconds.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
All right, welcome back everybody to the afternoon of day 4 at Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. I'm Hillary Yang. I'm going to be your co-host for the afternoon along with Kevin Goldberg for the next few hours. And it's been fun listening to you guys for the last little bit, Kev, as I've been trying to get a bit of sleep and catch up during this race, but as everyone knows, that's hard to do.
It's really hard to do.
And then you get so excited and then you don't want to stop watching. And
I can never sleep with this, and I thought it was because I was always racing, but it happens to be just because the event is so exciting, because I still can't sleep.
Yep, so true. I know. I feel like I have a lot to catch up on, but I feel like you guys in the chat could probably give me like a little synopsis. Anyways, it's great to see you guys, and thanks for being here and encouraging all of our runners in. I kind of love like day 4 and 5 because I do feel like, and I mean, Kev, I've been on your podcast. I know that you're just so good at sort of acknowledging and seeing the whole pack, and we're really like in the meat and potatoes of people that are working their way through this course. And looking at the tracker too, it's sort of crazy how many people are still out there for a while longer.
It's wild how long people are out there. When Rachel was finishing, I was like still at Mingus, and like it was like before, I think it was before the cutoff of Mingus, and that's just wild that like people are still able to get through mile 107 and she's finished 250. But I mean, you're right, the stories from up and down the field are so important, and everyone has such a great one, and I think it's just really cool to keep telling them.
It really is, yeah. No, and I mean, we need that reminder at this point for sure. All right, where are we watching from? Which aid station is this?
This looks like, oh boy, I should know. This is Lauren. Is it Lauren?
Oh, I love the little shout out.
Yeah. Oh, this is Schnebly.
This is Schnebly.
This is Schnebly. I was there in the dark. Looks very different.
Welcome to Schnebly.
Yeah, it's nice. It looks a lot warmer than when I was there.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah, that is funny, right? You have this whole idea of the course in your mind based on when you were there, where you took your dirt naps, etc.
Yeah. And they got all this.
Where you cried.
Yeah, where you cried. I can tell you exactly where I've cried.
Yes.
They got Tent City there. I didn't see any of this when I was there. That's
Whole
really
New
cool.
World. You're going to have to go back and run it again.
We did sing A Whole New World yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, Peter and I did a duet.
Oh, I'm not sad I missed it, but sort of sad I missed it. Question mark.
Chat, do you want to give Hillary a one sentence or 5-word recap of what Jake and I talked about, so we can jump right back into it? Really delivered on the crying, so.
Yes, I got that much. And I feel you because, you know, seriously, guys, I cried for about 5 hours yesterday as all the women were finishing. It was just like me and my tears at the finish line sobbing, which I think was all of us, so. And we'll get you some updates on aid station cutoffs in just a second here, but I know that is definitely something we're watching for today. And, there's definitely been a lot of movement since I was on here last night with Chris Warden, and, some of our friends finished, some of them did not. I was actually hanging out with Jeff Pelche this morning and his crew, and I know he's someone that people have been following, and we were really bummed to see him have to pull his race plug at 190 miles, and no one is more devastated than Jeff, and he put everything out there. My husband Billy paced him all night on the second night, and he really did throw everything but the kitchen sink at it to see if he could turn things around, and he just too many hip issues, too many sort of mechanical breakdowns, I think, to make it all the way to the finish line when you have that far to go still. But I'm sure we'll hear more from Jeff on his race, and just wanted to give him a shout out and say getting to 190 miles in this race is still a huge accomplishment.
No small feat.
Yeah. And you're never guaranteed a finish line, right? Like that's
and that was his first DNF, right?
That was his first. I've known Jeff for like 12 years. We go way back to Canada days, and I have never seen him have a race like this before, and so I know it's quite a profound moment for him. I don't want to speak for him, but a DNF is really hard, and especially at a race that you pour your heart and soul into, and for someone that is so prepared and does his homework and puts so much time into training for this race. So, I mean, that's how it goes, right?
Absolutely, and his prep and his ability and kind of skill at these doing hard things well. I mean, it's just the fact that he's been in the sport for as long as he has, and that this is his first DNF, speaks to, because it's not an uncommon thing in a multi-day, multi-night race, and he's done plenty of them to experience a DNF. So I hope he is upset as he should be, but then also is able to take away some good things from it, because I'm sure he still had 190 miles of experience out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Many stories yet to be told. But, the thing I do love about this race is that there is so much opportunity to turn it around. And I think one of the storylines I'm most excited about today is Mika Fuse.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, she is kind of the queen of turning it around, right?
Mika turn it around Fuse.
Totally. I mean, I love that about her. Like, she just doesn't quit. And as long as there's time left on the clock, like even when she left the aid station yesterday, I was like, I have this feeling like, well, we're going to see Mika again.
No, she is very impressive when it comes, I mean, in general, but then at her kind of comebacks and ability to meet extreme adversity but then rally and jump back into it. I have to say, terrible basketball player though. Not very good up at Mingus. Sorry, Mika.
I have seen some very vicious ranking of the basketball skills.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to the viewers here. I'm just reporting what I see.
Some hardcore couch judging right now. No, it is kind of funny actually. When I saw a lot of the lead pack, it was cool how many of them joined in.
Yeah,
almost all of them. But String Bean was sort of the one that everyone acknowledged did the best. All the other elites are coming in and they're like, he was pretty good. I sucked.
I was worried String Bean was going to hurt himself. Those moves were intense.
Yeah, I know, right? It was a little too dynamic for that stage of a race.
Have you seen we just got taken off the screen, but the game ball here with all the signatures on it?
No, that's really cool. Oh my gosh. I feel like we got to frame that or something.
Right?
Yeah. What a fun idea. I love that.
Well, speaking of someone who performed well, he got 20 points at the NBA, Alexander Orlov.
Hey!
He's about to be done climbing Eldon.
Look at him cresting Eldon there. That is a sight for sore eyes, I am sure. I love this little moment.
And he's going downhill.
It's sort of interesting, right? Pulls out or pulls away for the downhill. What do you think?
I think it depends on, I think if you're feeling really good and strong, you can move a lot faster without the pulls on this descent, but so many people need them to sort of launch forward, fall, lean into it, and then step down like I did last year. I think pulls slow you down on this descent significantly, but they make it a lot safer.
Yes. Yeah, it was really kind of cool seeing, again, watching the leaders yesterday, I was sort of, will they have pulls or won't they? And I personally believe that they help with the balance, especially when you're just so tired. And I do think seeing Heather and Meg go without pulls, that I would have liked to see them use poles. I think it would have helped them there. Courtney had her poles out for, I think, a little bit. She might have put them away, but like, I don't know. She's in her own league, so doesn't count. Kev, do you want to show the basketball? We got the feedback on us here yet. Look at this basketball, you guys.
We had every single 250 runner sign the basketball.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of names on here, maybe over 200. Yeah, really, really cool. Courtney DeWalter signed it. We had people who DNF'd earlier in the race come up to Mingus to play.
Really?
Yes.
No
Several
way.
people who DNF'd earlier drove up to Mingus so that they could get their name on this ball and play in the Mingus Basketball Association. And I just think it's so cool. Like, there's no other thing that has all these people's name on it in the whole world. Like, this is a unique artifact.
I know. I mean, what's going to happen to it? Is it going to be auctioned off?
I have no idea. How much are you willing to pay?
I think it belongs to Rachel. That's what I would say.
I gotta find
but maybe
Rachel's
maybe
name.
it's the people's ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But it was so fun having everyone sign this, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love the folks that went up there just to be part of it, because, I mean, if you started this race, you deserve to have your name on there. You are a Cocodona runner. Whether you finish or not, doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
We're sure you'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's inevitable. It's hard to stay away. But yeah, so.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I love that. No, I think those things are a lot of fun too, just like building that into the race, and, you know, just if you do it early enough when people have the energy for it too, I think that's the key.
I was kind of shocked at how many of the top, say, 20 did participate. I really thought that, I don't know, I just didn't really have expectations, but then it kind of blew me away how into it everyone was.
Right. Yeah. You're like, it's a thing.
We've got Lauren Jones in Buffalo Park getting very close.
There we go. Oh, she looks really happy, doesn't she?
She
She's
really does.
just like big smile on her face. That feeling of just like knowing that you're through all the technical and you just have to kind of shuffle your way into town.
Almost done. Yeah. Able to run because you know you can stop running soon.
Yeah.
It must be really nice to have like the follow cam too, because this is, now that this is no pacer section, it's like you get a little company at the last mile or two here, and you can see they're chatting. Like, that just must be a really nice treat.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice touch. I don't know about you. Like, how would you feel about going over Eldon without a pacer?
Well, I mean, I like pacers. I'm a bit of a baby. I need to be taken care of out there.
Little foot massage.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
eucalyptus oil.
I do wonder if I actually sometimes move better without the pacer, because there's no one to hear me complain. So it's like, well, what are you gonna do? I would rather have a pacer for Walnut personally. So the switch from that to Eldon, I think, is a kind of a wash. So I'm okay with it. I think it's cool. I haven't, usually I follow the race pretty closely from the race, but I've been busy this year, and I you know, other than like the major stuff, I really haven't been following it. Have people had reactions? Have you seen anyone like falter because they didn't have a pacer on Eldon?
Yes. I mean, I would be very curious to talk to Heather Jackson when she is able to formulate sentences again about her experience, because I do think that a big part of why she slowed down so much was the sleep deprivation that hit. And I do wonder if having a pacer and just being able to follow like one foot in front of the other would have made that difference. And which is a really interesting kind of additional challenge and thought. And I think it'll affect the whole pack in different ways. I mean, we saw Rachel almost use that as motivation. You know, like, and she said that yesterday at the finish line. She was sort of like, I just figured I'd see if I could run to the top of Eldon.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at her like, of course you did.
Yeah.
Why not? And she did. She like truly ran almost every single step to the top of Eldon.
Wow.
And I felt like that was really cool. Like, the self-motivation there was very powerful to see, and maybe more so than if she had someone sort of moderating that. So that was an example of like it going really well. But then I think, we did see runners where maybe they were just right on that cusp of sleep. And that's where the experience comes into it, right? Like, if you've done this distance before, if you know what your body needs for sleep and just like where the edges of that danger zone are, you can maybe just take another nap or somehow kind of stave it off without getting into that state where like you don't know your name anymore, you know?
Totally agree. I think not sleep deprivation isn't necessarily a thing you can train, but it is something you can become more comfortable with. and learn what your, like you said, the edge of that limit is and how you operate under that stress.
Yes.
I'm doing it right now. I slept 0 hours Monday night, 2 hours Tuesday night, and 90 minutes last night. And it's an interesting place to be, whether it's from running or from working or from whatever you're doing. It does affect your ability to think critically, make decisions, and do what you know is best for yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, that's the fascinating part of these races, and we are seeing people really push the limits, and then sometimes you fly too close to the sun.
Yeah. But that's what makes it fun.
No, it absolutely does. That's my fascination with the sport, and some of my favorite moments over the years, like being out at the destination trail races, and are the ones like interacting with runners deep into a race where they're just on another planet, universe. And it's just like sort of, I don't know, who needs to do drugs, kids? Just like run 250 miles and your brain will take you on a whole trip.
When we had Sally on Flagstaff Bound, we were talking about how like the conversation with her kids about gateway drugs is a totally different type of drug. It's more the you probably shouldn't sign up for a 250 right away. It's like these are crazy experiences, and it is really cool to it's a slippery slope once you sign up for one.
It really is. Yeah, I know. I asked Meg Eert that question at the finish line of just like whether she would come back and do one again, which is always kind of a dangerous question to ask someone at the finish line, because you really never know what you're going to get. But she certainly seems like she's intrigued, like she got the bug.
Yeah.
And we're going to have Meg Eert in the studio this afternoon, you guys. And as I was just trying to say in the chat, multitask while I'm talking and typing at the same time, we're lining up the exact interview schedule, but we are going to be interviewing most of our podium finishers this afternoon at some point. And we will be releasing those interviews as separate clips that will probably live on YouTube and socials for you guys to find, so you don't have to scrub through the whole live stream if you miss them. So really excited. I'll be in the studio for that, and can't wait to hear their thoughts after a little bit of sleep and maybe slightly rejuvenated vocal cords, which is something that actually Jeff Pelche and I were talking about this morning. He was wondering if some of the smoke on the first day from the fire near Black Canyon City affected everyone's lungs, because it seems like it was pretty common to have either like a bad cough at the finish line, or like in Courtney's case, she completely lost her voice. Like we tried doing the interview at the finish line and I ended up relaying the whispers and like she couldn't talk at all. And Meg Eert, same thing. It was like kind of sounded like the mic was cutting out, but it was actually just her voice that was cutting out every few words. So I don't know if you saw that out on the course at all, Kev, when you were out there, or like,
Yeah, definitely. So I volunteered at Schnebley last night, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And everyone, it sounded like they were calling it the Cocodona lung. And it was really cold. I think that had something to do with it too.
And the dust, right?
It was very dusty, and people had really hoarse voices, and it's just hard. It not only the physical part of that, but that like mentally gets to you too when you hear yourself, and it kind of like just makes you feel more beat up than maybe you even are. So I think it does play a toll. Even myself, just like I basically lived outside Monday through this morning. We didn't have a hotel until tonight. So
I was wondering what the smell was.
Yeah. Well, we had a hotel last night, but we didn't use it because we ended up volunteering. So I showered before coming here today. It's hard just being outside that long, especially when there's it's cold and windy, and you just kind of feel like, I don't know.
Yep. No, it really is. I mean, it was legitimately cold on night 2. It was somewhat cold on night 1. And then last night again felt quite chilly by the time I was leaving the finish line. And like managing those temperature swings in the desert is always something that seems to catch me off guard, even though I know every year that they are big swings, and this year is actually not as crazy as it can be, right? Like in some ways this is a pretty moderate Cocodona year, but it's still challenging, especially when you're cold and your body temperature goes down, and it just becomes very difficult to sort of like keep that up. I think it's like harder to warm up than cool down. What's your thoughts on that?
I definitely think so. It's because it's just so hard to regulate when you are so spent, and even just like it doesn't matter how many layers you put on. It's just, especially on like the plateau when it's just cold throughout, and there's these non-crew or non-pacer sections. So not only are you struggling with the regulation, but it's like you're not really taking good care of yourself and making you might not take the time to do the things that you need to do to take care of yourself.
For sure.
And I think it just kind of snowballs and can be a real factor in like it can impact your result.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, chat, like, feel free to drop your thoughts. I'm curious, just like, it's something that I always think about because we complain about it being too hot or too cold. We're sort of like Goldilocks when we run these races. We want
definitely.
like perfect temperatures
only,
all the time. And then Mother Nature comes in and just goes, I'm going to stick a wrench in your plans. But I mean, my personal take is I'd rather cool down than try to warm up because that is something I struggle with. But yeah. I don't know. It's a tough one, and we get what we get, you know. And I think more and more it seems like races are impacted by weather.
Yeah.
You know, it just seems like every race has got a weather story, and that is sort of scary. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, at the Mammoth last year, we had the lightning storms, 2 lightning storms and a snowstorm. Not that I was counting. But, you know, like, it's scary weather, and they can be really scary scenarios for runners and staff and everything. And so I think it's just like, I don't know, climate change, the world burning down. But as we continue to do these long efforts that have us out there for days on end, you're like way more likely to end up dealing with something, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's so my wife Melanie is signed up for High Lonesome, and we are having the worst winter ever in Colorado. It's been crazy dry. Like, the snow is non-existent.
So sad.
It's so sad. It's going to be probably a rough year. She got an email from the race director of High Lonesome that basically said, like, hey, I would make like really flexible travel plans, try to get refundable things. Like, like it's highly likely that there might be a significant impact to the race just due to, you know, the situation of things. So yeah, it's
just anticipating the fire season.
Anticipating the fire season.
And that must be like heartbreaking for Caleb Efta to have to send out that email. Yeah, especially this early. I mean, same thing with Hard Rock. They've had, like, Dale Garland sends out every month his sort of update on the snowpack, and it's pretty historically low right now. And yeah, it's very, very scary to see. That said, Colorado got a bunch of snow this week, so they just don't know what's going on.
No, I'm glad we missed that. I see pictures from home, and I'm like, oh, it's a little chilly here, but at least it's I can get away with a t-shirt.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the High Lonesome is an amazing race, though. Your wife's gonna have fun.
She did it last year.
Okay.
And I paced, and I hot take or bold claim, I think it might be the prettiest permitted course in the United States.
You haven't run Hard Rock.
I haven't.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but having done both, Hard Rock's got the single track, where it's like, I think that's just the hardest thing to permit of all, you know?
Yeah.
And that's something that I was thinking about too. It's like, you know, a lot of our races end up having quite a bit of double track or forced service road because it's easier to get those permits. But the old school races that have been around for a long time, they got those single track permits.
They got the grandfathered permits,
All right, we got Lauren back on screen here, just rolling into town for those of you that are watching and cheering her on.
Just past the hospital. She's getting pretty close. It's nice that all the in-town road stuff is downhill.
Yeah, it really is. It makes it such a victory lap, and I know talking to folks finishing last night, they really enjoyed that last little bit. They're getting people honking at them, or people just like really confused.
Yeah, right. Oh, she's so close, moving so well. She's got that Ultra Spire Traverse pack that we've seen on so many runners. And I bet it has a bunch of stuff in there that she hasn't used in 80 miles.
It's funny, like when they get to the stop sign or the lights, right? Depending on when you get there.
On the brakes,
At least there's no train crossings. I got stuck for like a good 8 minutes on my way into town this morning.
I walked to the studio today, and I was because I saw and I was worried I was going to get stuck over there and like miss my live stream time. Like, yeah, she stopped. It always blows my mind how much stuff I have in my pack at the end of these, like that I just ends up there and it just keeps kind of growing and growing and growing.
Like a little pack rat?
Yeah. You pick things up here and there.
Just in case I need this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cute. I love seeing people just like out.
Someone else coming over Eldon while Lauren is cruising to the finish line. Who do we think that is? 191. Sam Carroll. I coach Sam.
Oh, do you?
Sam was third at the Monster just 4 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
He's
got a few miles on his legs.
He's got a few miles on his legs.
Dang.
I'm going to text him and tell him to hurry up.
Yeah. Wow, that is quite the double. I think there's a few people that are doing that, right? I mean,
Mike McKnight's doing it.
yeah.
I'm sure there's more. I know Tandy Sherlock, who will finish today. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Tandy. She ran it last year.
Yes, that's right. Definitely recognize her name. I'm honestly so amazed at anyone that can keep their body together for that many miles in that short period of time.
All right, I told Sam Carroll to hurry up.
Like a good coach.
I'd love to be on the mic to call in his finish.
And I will just say, we are looking at the next cutoff. So, I mean, Sedona Posse Grounds closed at 12 p.m. Just kind of a reminder for those of you that are following along. And then the next closure isn't until Schnebly tonight at 9 p.m. So there's a water station in between. Obviously, no closure there. And then, yeah, runners had to be through Sedona 30 minutes ago and then be through Schnebly tonight by 9 o'clock. It's a pretty hot and exposed section through Sedona.
It's a very hot and exposed section. It's like the most beautiful part of the course, for sure.
I agree. I love that area.
I did it at night last year, and I think it's a little less scary because you can't see the consequences of the hangover trail. But I do want to see it during the day. It just looks so beautiful.
Just got to run faster, Kev.
I know. Or slower.
Just like 12 hours. That's true. Either direction.
Yeah, I could take a nap, play some basketball at Mingus. Trying to see who is recently left Sedona. Yeah, there's some people up against that cutoff that are going to have to do that hangover trail section in 9 hours or less and get out of Schnebly by 9 p.m.
Do you recall your split through there?
I left Sedona around midnight, and I got to last year it was Foxborough Ranch. I know it was daytime when I got there, so that would mean it took me more than 5.5 hours, right?
Yep.
I think it took me like 7.5 hours.
I was going to say, because they have 9 hours. That's not a huge buffer.
No, it's not. And I think I was doing 45-minute miles for like the 4-mile hangover, the part of the hard miles. It is slow going through there.
Yeah, that's tough terrain to run fast.
Yeah. If I did it again, I would not hold trekking poles on that. You definitely do better to have your hands free.
Great footage being brought to us of Lauren running through town. Big shout out to our camera crew for really tirelessly running these runners in or biking them in.
They do so much distance this week. I remember talking to Shad one year. I forget the number. He'll have to remind us. Like he basically ran like an ultra, just back and forth 1 mile repeats. It was kind of like the Burrito League before the Burrito League.
Yeah, for sure. That's quite funny. Just like have your own segment.
Yeah, they should.
Local legend for life.
Yeah, the Livestream runner segment. Lauren Jones going to get her second Cocodona 250 finish. I think is it 8th? Is she an 8th?
Who? Yeah, I believe so.
She's bib
just
number 8.
Just around there. Well, that was from last year, right? Or are the bibs random for...
The bibs are not random for the top 20 limited men, but so I think she was assigned 8, but she wasn't. She was second last time she ran Cocodona in 2022.
Okay. I wasn't here in 2022. I'm like, I don't remember that.
Yeah, Lauren,
oh my goodness.
Lauren Jones finished second in 2022. That was the year of the Crooks Fire, where we got the course reroute a couple of weeks before the race.
That's right, yes.
And we interviewed her on Flagstaff Bound, and I remember she had a very high bib number that year, and she was like, I'm going to have a really good race, so I get a low bib number next time. And they gave her number 8, and she finished 8th, which is pretty awesome.
Oh, that's really cool.
Congratulations, Lauren. I hope you get a giant grilled cheese tonight for dinner. Her blog is, I think it's irunforgrilledcheese.com.
Hey, I love that. I'll run for cheese any day, so right there with you, Lauren.
I never stash my trekking poles. I should try it. I just carry them in my hands even when I don't use them.
Really?
And I see all these people with these nice, comfortably stashed trekking poles. And she's made the right turn.
There we go. All the way down the chute. Coming through.
Lots of love for Lauren in the chat.
Heck yeah. 79 hours, 35 minutes elapsed on the clock. A great time. Really solid race.
Really solid time. Comfortably sub 80.
The smiles of relief to be done, right? Here's a great question from the chat from Hungry Hippo, which seems appropriate for our conversation. Have you run with any items in your pack that you thought were so important that you didn't use or think of at all during a race?
Oh, that is a great question.
Not mandatory gear.
Have you any come to mind for you?
Well, I'm just trying to think about that. I do feel like I'm also a bit of a pack rat. I mean, I think growing up in Canada where everything was just more remote, and if you get into trouble, it's a lot harder to get out of trouble. I think I err on the side of like more is better as far as like first aid stuff and just like emergency supplies. So I definitely tend to pack more of that than I probably need, especially like running in SoCal. I used to like go out with these big packs, and then I realized, oh, I'm like never out of cell phone coverage, and I'm you know, close to people. But yeah, I don't know. These days I tend to do really mountainous races, and I feel like whatever I bring with me, I'm always like happy I have it, even if I don't need it. It's sort of like
definitely
better to have.
Oh, I think so. I mean, you hear, you know, or you have close calls where you're like, man, I'm glad I would have been prepared for that should the worst have happened. Yeah, I can't think of much. For me, once I have the weight on, it doesn't bother me too much. So I think I'd rather carry it. If anything, I'd say batteries. I carry too many batteries sometimes because I'm, I don't know.
Better safe than sorry.
Pitifully addicted to my phone, and during races, I like to keep it charged.
I love the after portraits that runners get. That before-after combo is just like pretty special.
It really is.
I do hope they make her take her sunglasses off for it though, because I want to see the eyes.
They usually do.
Yeah, I think it's a newer guy at the finish line, so
okay.
Maybe she'll get away with her glasses on. Yeah. Oh, she did.
She looks super fly.
I know, way less tired than she probably does without them.
That's funny. Well, she was running. I feel like I'm not usually sweaty because I don't work hard enough coming to the finish because I'm too in pain to run. But she was really moving.
She was, yes. Good photo with the crew.
Oh, nice job, Lauren.
Yeah. Just over 3 days of continuous moving, more or less.
She was the one that got us started on our crying conversation because her pre-race message to herself was stop crying and just keep running.
I love that too. Very apt. I feel like there's a lot of good mantras that get people through this. I mean, oh gosh, there's someone coming down the backside of Eldon there. I think this really shows how technical it is and how difficult, right?
I mean, it doesn't look as, like, if the trail itself, if there wasn't a person in it, wouldn't look that bad, but, like, look at how slow he's moving. It's so steep, and they're big steps, and you're, 245 plus miles in. It is so hard.
It's funny for those following along on the trackers because I think you could sort of expect they'd be moving faster going down the backside versus the front side of Eldon, but I think it's sort of the opposite, right?
Definitely.
The only exception I give that to is Courtney.
I haven't seen it. I heard it. She's like flying down.
Charging.
Oh my goodness.
You got to watch that, and then you got to watch Rachel going up Eldon. Those are everyone's homework assignments.
I've got a lot of catching up to do. I've been out of the loop this year.
Yes, we just got a little note from our studio that they can throw up the video of Courtney descending, and I think that'd be a fun thing to show when we get a second here.
Yeah. Oh, that's Sam, and we just called him slow.
I'm so sorry, Sam. Your coach is the worst and doesn't believe in you.
Man, look at that guy.
But we believe in you.
He's barely moving.
Why do I have so many downhill workouts in my training plan now?
Sam, I am so impressed by this race, Sam. It has been really fun to watch. One thing that's really cool about Sam's race is so many people in any 200 plus mile race are just wildly inconsistent because it's a 200 plus mile race and that's the nature of it. Like, go look at Sam's race flow. He's been crazy consistent. He's been on track for whatever it's going to be, 80-ish hour, 82 hour finish pretty much from the start. It's been remarkable, especially considering he just ran Arizona Monster and finished third there 4 weeks ago. So super impressive, Sam. This has been kind of a masterclass in recover and re-race.
I truly don't know that I'd be able to like crawl down the backside of Eldon after running the Arizona Monster a few weeks ago. It's honestly, like, I do love this because I do think that we forget how technical some of these sections of the trail are, and especially this one at the end of the race, pacerless. So many people have struggled on this trail, and it's just every step down, every jarring, bone-crunching step is just like agonizing. I did it last year in between like commentary shifts. I just went up to the top of Eldon and cheered people on, and then came back down, and I was like, oh my gosh, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's where like you need those poles. Even seeing the runner behind Sam coming along, like, I mean, I think it's a woman. But they look like they're like really weighting their poles every step.
They're leaning into it. It looks like Sam's checking his phone. Can we call him? Like, can I give him a ring?
Yeah.
Is that something we can do? Who's going to stop us?
I know. I mean, why not?
He just texted me. Sam just said, this is UTM bullshit coming down, man. Oh my God.
And we're getting a pass right now. Tell Sam to stop texting and not get passed.
This is so fun. Race command, if this is not cool, tell me to stop. Now he's on the move again, so he's going to stop to answer his phone.
Yo.
Hey Sam, you're live on the live stream. You've got 3,200 people watching you and you're on speakerphone. How's it going?
Ooh, you shouldn't have put me on speakerphone.
Be nice.
I know. But this is UTMB stuff, man.
It's kind of bullshit, huh?
Oh, you can say bullshit on live air? It is bullshit.
Yeah, but you just got passed. What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't give a...
Hey, careful.
I don't give a flying crap.
Yeah, no. I'm taking it nice and slow here.
Dude, you're doing so good, Sam. We are very impressed.
You have so many people, Sam, this is Hillary Yang. You have so many people cheering for you in the comments right now, sending you love. Also, like, so impressed at the amount of miles that you have on your legs and what you're asking from your body right now. Give us just like a quick 30-second synopsis of your night and just like how you're doing right now.
I'm feeling darn good. You know, it was heavy breathing up there on top of Eldon.
As expected, yep.
Yeah, so this downhill, it's not fun. But my body's been feeling good. Most of the whole journey, so there's some issues, you know, you got your stomach issues, you got your foot issues. These little things pop up, but you get through them. And eventually you get to the finish line. That's what we're going to do.
That's what you're going to do, and eventually it's going to happen pretty soon, Sam.
You're darn right, and I got a hell of a coach, too.
When he's not talking smack about you on the live broadcast, right?
Can I promote Kevin?
You have my permission.
Well, hey,
hell of a coach.
I'll tell you.
Dude.
I'll tell you what, Sam, you got a lot of people that are cheering you on now all the way to the finish line. So I hope you feel the love from the chat right now. We're all going to be following your last little bit into the finish. You don't have that far to go. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'll be down.
All right, Sam.
I'll be down eventually.
All right. Well, we're going to be celebrating you when you do. Get her done.
Get back to work. We love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was awesome. You should call people more often.
I have a whole field's numbers.
Oh,
yeah.
Heck yeah.
Very well connected.
Oh my gosh. We're going to start like calling everybody on the Eldon descent. Great. This is perfect.
We got to come up with this like a series name. Eldon, elusive Eldon. I'll think about it.
Yeah. Anyone in the chat have a great trail name for Sam? That was like my favorite moment. I feel like that's going to be hard to top this afternoon.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, he's got really good phone coverage too from Eldon. I feel like
you get like beeline of like downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah,
clear sight. Yeah,
that's true.
we have a sprint finish for the 125 there?
We need a playback on that. No, it is really awesome to see all the different races, and I do feel like that's such a special part of this week, is like you can run something shorter than 250 miles and still feel very part of the whole experience and community and get to be out at the aid stations, and also for all the aid station volunteers to have all these different races and energies and distances coming through. Like, I think it's like really fun.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that is going to continue to grow and become more, like, even more true every year.
Yes. Well, yeah, and I mean, we all just want to be part of it in some way, right? Mm-hmm. Whether you're crewing, pacing, whatever it is. And I think the shorter races at the end of the week are really fun. And I know a few people that have crewed and paced that are hopping into one of those. So you can do it all.
Yeah. I'm loving just catching up on the Sam chat.
Yeah, Okay, guys, we need to catch you up on the 125 because these guys on screen were the 4th and 5th finishers of the 125, Nico and Andy, and they finished with less than 6 seconds between them, which, I mean, it was a sprint finish, you guys, and I just like, oh my gosh, to do that at the end of 125 miles, that's like everyone's worst nightmare, right? That is just insane. I don't know. My brain doesn't even want to think about that. And for these guys to just like hold that line, to like stay in that pain cave and be able to sprint it in, to have legs to sprint it in too. That's awesome.
That's so cool. Hillary, someone came up with a name for our phone series coming down Elden.
Oh yeah.
Are you familiar with the video game Elden Ring? It's a massively popular video game.
I am not cool enough to be familiar with
That's
video
all good.
games.
I don't play Elden Ring, but it's a very popular game. But Elden Ring, like Ring on the
yes,
pretty cool.
Hey,
I like it.
That's great. Chat, you're doing good today.
We've got Sam live on Elden Ring.
I love this. And then we had Sam Walk 'em Down Carol was, I think, a really good trail name.
I do like that.
So funny. Yeah,
we can try to. You want to try calling Andy? We could try calling. People are saying call Glaze.
Yeah, he would definitely pick up.
I do have his number, but I don't call. It would be weird. He'd be like, "Why is Kevin Goldberg calling me?"
Yeah, he would absolutely love to chat, I'm sure.
Maybe we could go late one of these nights, or tonight or tomorrow night. Bring a I don't know. Just go through the field and just give everyone a call.
Oh man. Well, just another round of congratulations for these 125 runners coming in. Love seeing people downtown Flag to cheer them in as well. You guys, if you are around, if your runner is finished, if you're just hanging out, come by Heritage Square downtown Flagstaff and be part of the energy there. We've got the live broadcast set up on an awesome screen, and you can just like watch and chill and cheer and get out to the last few aid stations like pretty quickly. So honestly, instead of hanging out there for a long time, come hang out at the finish line and cheer other people in, and then go grab your runner. Tell them to hurry up.
And there's a lot of good food and like ice cream shops and fun stuff to do down in Heritage Square. So yeah.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we have a very special surprise from Ultra waiting for you guys. I don't even know it, so we're all going to be surprised.
We've been teasing it a little bit.
Oh, okay. Awesome. All right. Well, stick with us. A couple minutes. We'll be right back.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
runners are motivated to be involved in their local communities to protect cherished landscapes and expand access to nature. Together, we can make a positive impact in our community by volunteering locally and supporting national outdoor recreation and environmental advocacy efforts. RPL approaches this through community service, education, and civic engagement. As the largest outdoor recreational group in the country, 60 million strong, runners can make a difference.
To lose yourself on the burning sand as the skies unfold and logic comes undone is to enter another plane of existence where your dream ends and the desert's dream begins. Where your dream ends and the desert begins.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we, as promised, have a very exciting little surprise for you. We, as you probably know, have done a little series out on the trail of Cocodona confessionals where we get runners to give us their very real-time raw thoughts on just their whole experience out there in the moment. And the first one, and sort of to kick it off and explain it all, is probably a name that you guys might have heard, and a runner that's been really fun to watch her grow into the ultra running space in the last couple years, but Randy Zuckerberg. So that said, let's throw it to Randy Zuckerberg.
If I could talk to my younger self and tell her what I'm doing, I honestly don't think she would believe me. I'm 44 years old. I'm a mom of 3. I've never thought of myself as an athlete. And for most of my life, I believed the narrative that this is the age where things slow down, where you get smaller, you get quieter, you get more limited. In fact, I remember asking my mom as a teenager if she would run a marathon with me, and she said no. She was too old. She was younger than I am now. And yet here I am. I'm doing the Cocodona 250 a second time. I'm doing things like 11-hour desert climbs with 4 liters of water on my back. I'm doing 7-hour solo climbs of Mount Eldon. And I'm not just doing them, but I'm feeling strong and confident because somewhere along the way, I became brave. So I wish I could tell my younger self that life doesn't stop at 40. If you keep showing up for yourself and you surround yourself with the kind of amazing people like I have in my life, like I have with me at Cocodona, you'll actually look in the mirror and realize that you've become the most badass, brave version of yourself that has ever existed. If I could talk to my younger self and tell her
That was that was really, really special. Wow. Randy, I mean, whenever you see this, if you see this, just thank you for being so vulnerable with us there, because I feel like that just sort of hit me in the feels, and hearing that message of just like realizing what we're capable of at any age was so powerful. Oh my God, I really did get a little bit emotional there. That was really, really special.
Yeah, that was super cool. Randy's crew is actually in studio right now.
You guys, I love this whole concept, and I'm so excited for these. And we have a couple of them that we're going to sort of intersperse throughout the next few hours, and just like, I think these moments really do remind us like what it's all about, right?
Yeah. It's really cool. We put ourselves in these really hard positions by choice, and at these races, and I think they just bring out the best in us. And I think these Cocodona confessionals that Ultra set up are going to bring a lot of that out.
Yeah. Wow. Dang. Well, Randy, I mean, obviously, we're so excited to see you out there crushing it, and cheering you on all the way here. And thank you so much for that special moment.
Shout out to Randy for helping us kick off normalizing crying in 200s and while covering 200s.
I mean, I'm glad we're normalizing it, because I've been crying for a long time at these things. So Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, very, very cool. Whew. You know, and I don't know, just to answer, like, where we'll end up putting these sort of long term as far as like where they'll live, but I do feel like it'd be a great idea once we roll out these confessionals online to gather them somewhere. Maybe we can like do a little video compilation of all of them, but I think it could be something that all of us pin for future moments of doubt or just when we need a little bit of inspiration. Kevin, maybe you could start your coaching calls off with them and remind Sam that
listen to a different one at each at the beginning of each coaching call. But imagine putting them all in one shot and just like downloading it or having it on file in a race or a hard moment and just being able to like play different. Man, it's pretty cool.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, truly, this is what it is all about, and I think that's why I love sort of catching people in that raw moment, whether it's right at the finish line or whether it's, you know, wherever it is on their journey, but you are so vulnerable, and that is the beautiful thing about these races, and I think that's what draws us back, is that you have these connections with people. Maybe you meet another runner, and you just like share these miles, and you end up telling someone that you've never met before your entire life story, or you're just like having this profound interaction, even if you never see them again. And I think it's something that I like cherish, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. Looks like we got Adam Williams on the screen. Should we try calling Adam, or am I overdoing it? He's on a smooth. He might pick up.
I know. Well, do you know him? Do you know Adam?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's try calling Adam again. Race command. Stop me if.
Man, you give Kevin a little bit of power over here, and it's just game over.
Adam Williams, we're ringing you. I don't know if I'll answer. Don't let me down. No reach for the phone yet, but it's ringing. It's not on airplane. Oh, he's looking at it. Is he getting
He's reaching for the phone.
Hello. Hey, Adam. You're live on the air to 3,200 people from the live stream booth. We got you up on the thing. One question for you. Why are you walking? Look, there you go. It looks runnable. Let's go, buddy.
Totally runnable.
Yeah, look, you're moving so good.
Called out by the coach.
You're moving so good, dude.
Oh man, I didn't know that I had an audience.
Oh yeah, we got
me up here on this now.
Hi Adam, this is Hillary Yang in the studio. How's it going?
I'm doing pretty good.
I mean, how are you feeling? Day 4 at Cocodona. Like, give us a highlight or a low light, or I mean, you're running again, so things are looking up for you.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty good. Just relishing in the moment. Looking at the view, seeing where it came from, over the Bradshaws, Sedona, on now here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man, you're running a great race, and you are moving really well. I know we gave you some crap, but you're looking awesome.
Yeah, I would be walking too.
Well, I missed my basketball shots.
Well, a lot of people miss their basketball shots. You're in good company there.
Yeah. Well, this is number 4 for me, so
yeah,
I'm stoked.
You got a 1,000-mile buckle waiting for you, right?
I think so.
Oh, heck yeah, that's incredible. What's something different about this year? Something special that stood out?
I really had a hard time with sleep.
Yeah.
So I was messing around with that. I don't know, I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, you got a bit of time. We'll ask you again at the finish line.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least you're not sleeping in beautiful places, right?
Right. Yeah.
Awesome, Adam.
I'm glad it didn't rain like last year.
No, it's been pretty good. Pretty good running weather. A little cold for basketball, though.
Honestly, great trail like napping weather.
Yeah, I did no trail nap though.
Oh, listen to how good he sounds, because he's on a really steep pitch right there, just about summiting Eldon. I didn't clock where he was until just now.
I know, I just realized that too.
Yeah.
So Adam is summiting Eldon.
He's on the top of Eldon.
As he talks to us.
I can barely breathe.
You can see he's got great cell service though. Look at those cell towers right there.
We're getting crystal clear connection. We're going to start calling everybody as they get to the top of Eldon.
Adam, you can break the internet right now. All you have to do is climb that cell tower.
Oh shit.
Hey Adam, have you been given a trail name before, or does the chat need to come up with a trail name for you?
Trail name?
Yes.
There's a couple.
Let's hear them.
My crew's been calling my truck the Princess Carriage this whole race.
The Princess Carriage.
I kind of regret sharing that, but
Don't worry, it was only us and a few thousand of your closest friends.
yeah. There's Zen Daddy. I've had that.
Zen Daddy, incredible.
And Rock God.
Rock God.
Oh my God, I can't choose.
I hope Rock God comes into play here in the next tenth of a mile as you start descending Eldon.
Well, if you get the finish line, you find out why.
Pick up one of those boulders. Show us how strong you are.
Dude, there's rocks already in my bag.
No, that's true. He collects rocks and carries them.
Adam collects rocks.
Because it's
oh my
not hard
gosh.
enough.
No.
I've never seen a dude besides stare at rocks and take them all the way down.
He's. Oh, at least they're going to help you on the way down, though. That's a gravity. That's almost actually cheating. You're cheating. You admitted it on live. You're getting a lot of rocks and a lot of crowns in the chat, Adam.
Yeah, a lot of love from the chat.
A lot of rocks and a lot of frowns, huh?
Crowns, not frowns, not crown, like king of the like Rock King.
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
You graduated from Rock God to Rock King.
Okay.
Well, we're all super stoked for you. I hope you can take a second and take Eldon in up there, Adam. Thanks for chatting with us. Are you dusting yourself off? What is this?
There's a ton of bugs on me. These little black things. I just had one fly in my mouth.
Look good, right? Hey, extra protein.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, no pressure,
Right,
but we're all going to be.
Go run around Eldon.
Yeah, we're all gonna like watch you go down Eldon, so no pressure at all. But honestly, everyone's cheering you on, and we're really excited to see you hitting the top of the summit here. And I hope you can celebrate your achievement and have that buckle to look forward to on the way down. And we'll see you at the finish line in a few hours.
All right, well,
Let's
thanks
go.
for calling.
Let's go, Rock God. That was awesome.
Yeah, thanks
you made
for-
our afternoon.
Thanks for picking up, Adam. Have a safe trip down. We'll see you soon.
All right, awesome. See you guys.
Who's next?
Oh my gosh. Okay. So we're now going to have Kevin in the chat on day 4 always, so that all of his coaching clients that come through pick up the phone because they think they're in trouble and then get to chat with us. I love all of his trail names too.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Very good.
I think he might have made Zen Daddy up. That's what he wants to be called.
Yeah, totally. He's manifesting.
Yeah.
No, I like Princess Carriage.
Yeah. Oh, someone said all in Adam.
All in Adam.
He did like 47 200s in a year last year, so that one tracks.
What?
I think he did 9.
Jeez.
Yeah.
God.
You should have blocked him from signing up from like a mental health block. Not let him
He
sign up
almost
for
got
Mammoth.
his 1,000-mile buckle just in hundreds, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Dang. Oh my gosh, you guys. Well, yeah, this is fun. I don't have Andy Glaze's number, or I might call him, but...
I do.
Oh, Kevin's got his number. Hey, apparently Kevin's a walking phone book over here. Yeah, we'll see who we can pick on next. We'll see who shows up on the live tracker here.
It depends on they got to show up on the screen, so it's more fun to like.
Go, Adam. Let's go. Get it done.
It was funny that he started running when he.
Totally. It was like this reflex.
He said, whoa, wait a minute.
He was like, oh, whoops. Caught me walking. Too good.
And Adam's going to finish in, low 80s here. I mean, that is such a solid time for this course.
Well, Coach, do you recall his past times? How's he doing compared to previous Cocodonas?
So I don't actually coach Adam. He's just a friend.
He's just a friend.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So because he's only a friend, I don't pay any attention to his times.
Well then, all right. Well, we can look him up on Ultrasign. Let me do that.
He's podiumed at Moab. He's a stout runner. He's very strong.
That is awesome.
He could probably go a lot faster if he would stop putting rocks in his pack.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard his name before. It's like really fun to recognize some of these guys that are just like super consistent and, know how to get these things done. Oh yeah, good guy, Adam. Totally know him. Super fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also really cool to like put names and faces together. Hey, like, I know we watch a lot of these like tiny humans moving, and we get this incredible drone footage, which really does give context to
It's
where
so
people are
good.
running through. But getting to just like appreciate them and just sort of like, yeah, contextualize it a little bit is awesome. I think I just saw him putting his poles away. Hey.
Yeah, that's I mean, I guess we did talk about that. And if he's feeling strong, then they're probably only going to slow him down. So
Yeah.
either that or he's picking up more rocks.
Well, it looks like in 2025, Adam ran 88 hours. So we're at 79.
He'll beat that.
He'll beat that. I mean, especially if he keeps running, you know?
Yeah. Which that's a run. At 2:45, that's a run right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know Andy Glaze isn't that far out from the finish line. Do you want to give him a call?
Sure, let's do it.
I don't know if we have eyes on him, though, so we'll see. We'll try chat just for you. This one's for you. If he picks up, it's meant to be, and if not, then, you know,
We'll see if Andy
we'll hear about it
answers.
later. I'm quite sure of that.
Hopefully, I mean, I'm 2 for 2, so don't ruin my streak, Andy. Andrew. I almost called the wrong Andrew.
Start calling random people.
Yeah, just people who aren't running. Like, it's fine. You should call my mom.
Oh, this is a fun idea. In the chat, they said that we need to include a questionnaire when people sign up for Cocodona saying, like, can they be called on course, yes or no? And then we could do this in the future.
All right.
Oh, our producer likes this idea. I see wheels turning. Trevor's on it.
Hi, you reached 9985525.
Andy's voicemail.
Oh, don't put the phone number on.
I think I cut it off before it finished, right? I hope I did.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, no such luck with Andy. And we'll maybe leave our phone calls at that for a little bit. But that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we are expecting Andy in very shortly. So we'll look forward to some video of that when he comes in to the finish line. Yeah, and I know there's a lot of Sally fans in the chat as well, and she is certainly like doing her best to rally. I saw a pretty rough post of hers this morning where she sounded like she was having a hard time with 50 miles left to go, but you know, cheering her on. And Mika in the top 10. Definitely
we've
like
got
rallied hard.
Bailey and Mika in 9:10. Is that what it's at right now? Yep.
Yes, we just got a note from the studio that we have the Courtney descent that we can pull up as a fun little, just to, again, reference what I was talking about with her crushing it and just like shredding this downhill.
I'm excited.
Let's watch this.
Haven't seen it yet.
Not to pick on our friend Adam, who's going down.
Is it side by side
It's
compared
a side by
to?
side.
Oh, this is great, Adam. Poor Adam. You're getting Courtneyed.
It's no shade on Adam. Adam, she did this to everybody.
And actually, Adam's moving pretty well.
Yeah, she is right now. Yeah, but like,
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
Courtney DeWalter, look at her. She was just like, she was just flying. It was really, really fun to see the rally here. And you know how steep this terrain is. You know how hard those drops are.
Yes. It's so much steeper than the video makes it look. These are like steeper than stairs. So if you're going downstairs, like this is like
Look
big
at her.
step
She's
down.
just dancing down those rocks.
Yep.
No pulls at all.
It is almost like someone warned Adam though, because he is doing way faster than he was like before we put this side by side up.
I think now that he knows that there's a drone on him.
Yeah. He
you
can
know?
probably hear that drone and
I'm happy for him. Adam, this is good for your time.
Yeah.
You're going to crush your PR.
Yeah.
But also, just Courtney is who she is, just for many good reason. And
look at how fast she's going.
yeah, I truly don't know if wonder if we could get a split from the top of Eldon to the bottom just for that little section. But it would be fun to see who has the fastest. And just looking at it, I thought it was Courtney yesterday. But like, look at her go, man. Someone said they couldn't roll down that mountain faster. That is accurate. I also wouldn't recommend it. And Courtney's on the left-hand side, because that is a good point. Adam is doing a great job of descending here, and very proud of you, Adam. You're putting together a great Eldon descent. You're making us all proud. Yeah, super fun. I love this. Like, again, this is one of those sections of the course that has really made or broken a few people's races. But for us to appreciate just the fact that you're doing this with, 238 miles on your legs, or however many miles it is, it's like hard to fathom.
Yeah, I got passed a few times on the Eldon descent last year.
Did you?
Yeah. I was moving.
Were
really,
you just
really
not
slow.
running, Kevin?
I looked
not taking your own advice.
I looked like neither of these people. Certainly not Courtney on the left, and nowhere close to Adam on the right either. I was, full on poles, leaning forward, letting them hit, and then lunging down.
Yes. Yeah. No. For those of you just noting Courtney's stride and everything here, to see her sort of open up, she's taking pretty big steps.
Yeah.
Again, that's hard on the body when you're sore. You really see people tighten their stride up when they're at this point in a race and everything hurts. You're sort of doing those little baby steps of no direct impact, please.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And for her to be sort of hopping down.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so
the
hard
guy
to do
getting
that
out of the way, as you should. Let her pass.
I think people have a hard time realizing she's not doing this because she feels good. She's doing this despite not feeling she has all those same aches and pains and sorenesses that anyone does at this distance, but she's able to still execute. And what we're seeing here is just wild. It's not oh man, how does she feel so good? She probably doesn't.
No, absolutely she doesn't. And I knew that when she summited Eldon and she started running off the top. It's that's a choice.
Yeah.
That nobody wants to run off the top of Eldon when you're that late in the game. Maybe Rachel. She seems to enjoy that particular type of pain. But you're making a choice to sort of lock that pain away.
Yep.
And then just push forward as fast as you can. And she knew that's where she was in second place. There's no way that she's letting anyone come behind her to take that. And you don't know where anyone else is, so you have to just go as fast as you can and hope that you're moving through it better than anyone else, which it turns out she had no problem with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the you're going to feel pain either way. You might as well move faster and feel pain.
Yep.
I definitely heard a few versions of that, and I think that's very, very true. And Kilian Korth, another good example of that. He was leaning so hard. Look at her go. I think this is where we started to worry that the drone camera couldn't keep up with her, because she was just truly flying out there. So just for those of you guys joining us right now, we are just reflecting on Courtney's amazing run down Eldon. So that's Courtney on the left from yesterday. And then on the right-hand side is Adam Williams, who we actually just had a fun little phone call with at the top of Mount Eldon, because he's a buddy of Kevin Goldberg's here in the studio. And really enjoyed chatting with him and potentially gave him a little bit of motivation.
I think we did.
I think we lit a fire under his butt. Adam, you're crushing it.
Before we called him, he was on a much easier terrain and not moving anywhere.
Nobody can see me right now.
Yeah, he was just in his own little world, and now he's doing his best Courtney impersonation.
Yeah, no, super, super fun.
There's going to be quite a lot of finishers here going into the afternoon. Between the next finisher is at mile 250-ish, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 runners within 10 miles of that, so within 240 miles. So it's going to be a pretty steady stream of finishers here heading into the afternoon. And I know the question that everyone's wondering is, well, Kevin, how many of those runners' numbers do you have? And the answer is at least 4.
Excellent. Something to look forward to. I just want to zoom out a little bit and look at our leaderboard as we're rounding out our top 10 for the women, and I know we're all watching those spots come in, and there's a couple close battles for these last few spots happening right now. So we do have Bailey Gripshover, and she is just a few miles out from Trinity Heights right now, it looks like. Again, you know, guys, we'll bring you the footage as soon as we have it. So rest assured, as soon as we have cameras and eyes on our folks getting close to the finish line, we will bring you that footage and be really excited to cheer them in. Right now we have this awesome drone coverage going on Eldon, which we've been really enjoying seeing. But behind Bailey, we also have Mika Fuse, who, again, we were talking about, she's always a favorite. I've loved watching Mika's career over the last few years, and I feel like she has done such a great job of navigating her races that are not always perfect circumstances and finding her way through them. And this is no exception, because she is coming back from, you know, a near DNF, a very, very near DNF, to a top 10 finish here at Cocodona. I am curious too. I'll take a look at her times from past years, but again, like, we're still looking at really great times right now.
Yeah.
And these are, you know, like just over 80 hours elapsed on the clock. It's really, really, I think, important to note these are great times, and you know, a lot of PRs for people as they come in right now. Maybe due to the weather, maybe just like everyone's running fast this year.
I think it's probably a combination of the two.
Combination
for sure,
of everything,
or
yeah.
More the latter fueled by the former sort of deal. Just heard from my NBA correspondent. Bailey led the NBA for almost a full day until Trish topped her score. So she's our second place female.
No way.
Mingus Basketball Association.
That, I mean, that is a claim to fame right there.
She's going to be top 10 and in the race and podium at the NBA.
This new skill set's unlocked, man. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. And again, just I want to give a shout out to our camera ops who've been out here for the last 4 days. Like, we're 80 hours into this race, guys, and we're bringing you almost continuous coverage, almost continuous commentary of this entire race as it unfolds from beginning to end. And, you know, there's a lot of humans behind these shots. Like, every camera shot that you see on screen is someone that's either running with the camera or biking with the camera or flying a drone, dealing with all the batteries, trying to get a few like Z's out there trying to eat and drink and take care of themselves. And by the time we get to day 4, things get very loopy. And so every time I see some of these beautiful shots and I see the hard work that goes into bringing them to you, I just want to acknowledge, like, we're so privileged to have access to all of this and to have so many people that are willing to be part of bringing it to you.
And it gets better every year.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah. It absolutely, like, truly. And we say this every year because I feel like we're in a time in the sport where we are leveling up a lot in what we're able to bring as far as the technology. Starlink unlocked a lot of new capabilities. But, I mean, these, like yesterday, the female runner that ran with Rachel up Eldon was like carrying all the battery packs and the gimbal camera in front of her and keeping pace with Rachel running up Eldon at altitude in Flagstaff. Like, these are just incredible. Like, every time I hear the runner cameras like breathing heavy, you know, on camera, it always, like, I love that because it's like this reminder of how hard this is just to get these shots.
Yeah.
There's my little speech, you guys. I know we all love this race so much, and we love being here to share it with you, and we just want to, like, celebrate and acknowledge everybody that brings it to us. And it's pretty sick.
It's a real love. There's I don't think anyone behind the scenes here is doing any posturing or acting. It's like it's just,
you gotta love it to be here for this long in a row.
Hillary, did you meet Mika the same year you met me?
Oh, probably. What year was that?
Like 2019? Triple, like, at the Destination Trail races.
2019
That's kind of what I figured,
my first year of immersing myself in 200s. I think right now I'm up to, like, being involved in 18 of them or so. So I'm getting up there as far as, I've seen a few things, guys. I've seen these races evolve. And I certainly love to see some of these names pop up too, the, you know, people that I've met over the years. And Mika, I mean, her career has really taken off, and she's had some phenomenal races. And she's also had a few really hard races the last few years too. And so I was certainly cheering for her to put together the whole race experience this year. But that said, I'm really proud of her for battling and for making this comeback.
Absolutely. Yeah. And she was injured last year, so this is kind of her first comeback 200, I believe.
That's right.
I was hanging with her at Leadville last year, and she was on crutches.
Yeah, I know. Like, this is a huge comeback. So we had Tara Tidwell on the screen there just right now. And it looks like we've got some tired and hot runners out there. And I think if anything, that should just like remind us of how sounds like they're having a little conversation with the camera. We don't always get the audio from the camera synced up just with everything else going on. But, it's hot out there. You can see these runners are moving through this super exposed area. I feel like sun shirts are a must. We're certainly like warmer today and tomorrow than we have been the rest of the race. And so these runners that have been out here for the longest, which is not fair, like you often end up with the hardest amount of weather and the most weather the longer you're out there. And so not only are you working hard and dealing with more sleep exhaustion than the front of the pack, but you're also getting everything that Mother Nature wants to throw at us.
Absolutely, yeah. You typically see the full spectrum of it when you're out there for that long. I'm trying to see where Tara is. Obviously, this is looking like leaving Sedona on those red rock trails, but I'm trying to check her mileage and see exactly where we're looking at her from. I always forget there's a search. I try to choose the most inefficient way to look for someone. Like, let me scroll through this entire list of runners when all I have to do is type in TAR and boom, Tara is at 168.2.
You'll get there, Kevin. You'll get it. A little shout out to the broadcast from our runners that are going by here. It's always a little boost for them, I'm sure, to realize, like, yeah, people are here and we care, and we're here on day 4, we're here on day 5 and day 6, just, making sure that everybody feels loved and celebrated out there. And that's a huge and important piece of the values of this race. Skies go off. Also, the fun thing about running these 250-mile races is that you got a little bit of time to chat, You got a few minutes to say hi to the camera, and I love that, especially when we get into the mid-pack and later in the race.
I mean, we saw it at the Mingus activation this year, where all the elite runners, they took the 1 minute to kind of step out of the race and do something that makes them smile. So even at the very pointy end, the competitive end of these things, it's like there's still time for, a little whimsy in these races. We talked to Allison Powell, and her big goal this year was to inject as much whimsy as she could into a race. So I think, whimsy helps.
Whimsy, that is a good... I haven't heard that used as a motivation, but I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
My motto is always stay curious. That was my motto at Hard Rock last year.
I like that.
Stay curious.
Yeah.
And then it was stay alive. And then it was come back from the dead.
Those are important
but still
too.
Curious about how that would feel.
Curious about how to stay alive. Curious about how to come back from the dead.
Exactly. So much curiosity. But I do feel like, and that's like something I always go back to with these races, is that you're never guaranteed a finish line. And so when you approach it with that attitude of curiosity, even when you're Adam Williams and you've run 9 200-milers last year, which the chat is telling us he ran, I think just sort of remembering that you're never guaranteed that moment, and just appreciating that everything that it brings you, everything that it teaches you is sort of the point of it all, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's just about the finish line, at some point, it's like, what else is there, right? Like it's sort of, I don't know, if we were guaranteed to finish, I think it would become boring pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. That's part of the fun part, is that how much of a puzzle it is. And it's, fitness and training is a part of it, but the longer you go, the more it comes down to factors outside of our control. And I think that is the juggling act that makes it fun and rewarding.
Yeah. No, it really is. I love like the random sort of tourists that are just coming through this course or have no idea what's going on. My favorite is when they're like, what are you doing out here? And someone's like, I'm 220 miles into my race, and they just like don't know how to respond to that, oh, have fun.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, and Sedona is such a touristy town that there's other people hiking out there that people have no idea what this thing is, and you're just like,
oh yeah, there's working towns like Crown King. On day 1 we had a tractor that decided to move a whole bunch of stuff right in front of Courtney's crew, right as all the cameras were there, and she's sitting there, and then the tractor's sort of like weaving in and out of the runners and the media, just doing its thing, and did not give a crap about this race going on or all the media coverage. It was hilarious.
That's funny. I did not hear that. That's really funny.
Ruined everyone's shots. I thought it was great.
Maybe it probably got some pretty funny shots.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You just have to embrace it all, right? And the fun thing about this course and the fact that it is point to point is you are moving through so much variety. So,
Yeah.
whatever you're in now, don't worry, it's going to change.
Is that weather forecast right? Is it 92 degrees in Crown King today?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I would assume it might be.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Prescott's 74.
That's fun to cycle through and sort of see some of that.
This race was so good for running weather-wise. Like, those are much warmer temperatures than runners move through during the race. Like Jerome 81. Of course, they're feeling that in Sedona now, but the front of the race had totally different weather than what we're seeing today.
Yes. No, you're right. And again, it's like often these front runners, like, their overall experience by running faster is that they deal with a lot less of these conditions, and these guys out here are just having to navigate whatever the weather throws at them. And we certainly are seeing those forecasted temperatures rising through the week. Flagstaff still showing 63 degrees. I feel like my car temperature when I got here a couple hours ago was like 66, 67. And when you're in the direct sun, especially in the desert at altitude, you really feel the effects of it more.
Yes.
Like, I felt that being out on trail, Kevin. I don't know about you, but I was getting like quite windburnt and sunburned at the same time, despite wearing sunscreen. And now my face is peeling and is going to peel for the next 4 days. So love that for me. But that's just being out in the field doing commentary and like being able to have a controlled environment and put more sunscreen on.
Right.
Not running the whole race and dealing with just like, the fact that you just can't do that.
Yeah. No, you do. When you finish these, you do feel sort of just like outside sore. Like, you're just like the elements have like abused you, regardless of how well your self-care has been and your sunscreen reapplication and all that stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, a little banana for the road. Yeah, I think that's something that, I mean, you see runners taking it seriously. People know that. It's no secret coming into Cocodona that you've got altitude and heat to deal with in the desert and cold temperatures at night, and all of that just factors into what makes this race so hard to finish and to execute well.
We're going to get a lot of finishers under 90 hours at the 2026 Cocodona 250. Just looking at these people who are all on the last section now. Pacer list, just them and the Owls.
Yeah, again, I mean, that is a really fun feature. I think fun. Oh, I was going to ask you too, Kevin. I forgot because we got distracted with Courtney and Adam and all these things. But having done Cocodona, would you prefer to go up or down the technical side of the mountain?
I would rather go up the technical side of the mountain.
I would too.
I didn't love the reroute. wasn't suited to my strengths, and I definitely moved slower overall with the run uphill. I was certainly not Racheling the.
I was going to say, did you run it?
No, I did not run it. I walked it in both directions, whereas at least in the other direction I can run the down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, it's. I would agree with you. I think late in a race, I would way rather hike uphill than run downhill or go downhill in general.
Yep.
You know, definitely. Just it hurts more. Everything hurts more.
Yeah. Looks like we got some nice wheels on the screen.
It's a metaphor. We all need a pair of wheels.
Yeah. There we go. God, it's beautiful out in Sedona.
It's so pretty. Yeah. Incredible.
Was that a coincidence, or did us calling out the wheels get it to move?
I do love this little spot that we've got eyes on right now, because we are sort of just like perched out on the trail, not by an aid station. I mean, we're getting the ATVers coming through. We're getting a whole bunch of the Sedona crowd interactions happening, but just being able to like get a sense of who's out here. Hikers, wondering what the heck's going on. Maybe the odd snake.
Yeah.
Definitely was snake sightings on day one. I haven't heard of anything else, but I know in some of the training runs that people were doing, they definitely came across some big ones out there.
And it's back to primo snake weather today in Sedona, Prescott, Jerome, all that fun stuff.
Yes, it's one of my biggest fears in life.
Is getting bit by a snake?
Yes. Well, I mean, growing up in Canada, like, I will take a bear any day of the week, truly. But like, put a snake near me and they're unpredictable and dangerous, and I'm convinced all of them are just like ready to strike. It doesn't matter. They could be like sunning themselves and like half asleep, and I think they're ready to strike.
You know, I've never seen a snake at Cocodona in a thousand miles. I've never seen a snake.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm happy for you.
It's safe out there. I've seen javelinas. I've seen deer or elk. That's about it.
Huh. I mean, a javelina would be cool to see. I think that's pretty rare.
I've seen javelinas every year.
Yeah.
Maybe every year, either in Prescott or Sedona. You usually get into
Are you
Prescott.
sure it wasn't a hallucination?
I've never hallucinated.
That you know of.
That I know of. that I'm willing to talk about. I usually get to Prescott at night, and the javelinas are in people's trash cans. So it's kind of like a javelina trap.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the chat kind of agrees with me on bears versus snakes. Yeah, bears are just like giant trash pandas, so that's my take. I did have a fun experience one year when I was out at Moab, and I was camped out on the trail getting some night photography stuff, and a scorpion crawled into my sleeping bag with me.
That's terrifying.
That was terrifying. And I sort of saw it. My legs were in there. I saw this thing just like with my headlamp scoot in there, and then you've never seen anyone get out of a sleeping bag as fast as I did. And then I was shaking it for an hour, convinced that I hadn't gotten it out, and like wouldn't get back in afterwards. Very traumatizing experience.
On the sleeping bag exit. That's a fear of mine. Is like you leave a pair of shoes outside, and it's like a black widow or a scorpion inside, and like
you always shake your shoes.
Yeah, I don't, but I do think about it. We have someone in the chat saying that when they saw there was a basketball in the mix, a league in the mix, they entered the lottery for next year. See, we're changing lives with this NBA stuff.
Yes, there we go. We really should auction this basketball off.
How much would you be willing to pay, chat, for the signed basketball from the NBA? Large numbers only. Here for the Jeep Tour stream.
Yeah, I feel like, it's funny. Down here, it's more like we call them mountain lions. Oh, a little lizard. Oh, he's cute.
Oh, that's
a little green dude.
Oh,
he's a fast one. Little roadrunner. I actually agree with the chat, too, that I would put all sorts of large kittens up there on my list of things that I would not like to run into. Actually, at some of the races in Canada, because it is so remote, people will run with toques, otherwise known as beanies for the Americans, with googly eyes
never heard that word.
on the back. You've never heard that word,
Never heard that word.
Oh, you live under a rock. Get out more, Kevin.
with the scorpions.
But they'll put googly eyes on the back of their toques or their hats, just because cougars apparently don't like to see people's eyeballs, and if they're going to attack you, they often attack you from behind and go for your neck. So delightful. Anyways, things you learn, you guys.
We've got Mika on the screen.
Oh,
climbing
awesome.
the ridge to Eldon.
That's a great shot.
I do have Mika's number, but I would give it a 1% chance of her answering.
We'll leave Mika alone. She's had enough issues this race. She doesn't need us talking to her.
We'll lay off.
Yeah, that is beautiful, though.
Yeah.
Again, I love these drone shots. I think just getting to see the perspective and the scale as these runners are going up. Again, so hot and exposed. I ran that section of the course that Mika's on last year. It's really, really pretty. It's nicer going the other direction because it's a slight downhill grade. Less nice going this direction where it's just that slight uphill grade where you feel like you probably should run, but you don't want to.
I think Mika is passing. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm a little turned around, but is that right where Pete's Meats used to be when there was an aid station on top of Eldon?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Right there in that kind of dirt patch that she's about to pass. And then, she's getting pretty close to the top of Eldon. Tuque. That's how you spell toque.
I say Toque.
Okay, I'm just reading what's in chat. Toque.
Yeah, but see, toque's a thing.
It's a thing.
I'm glad you guys are appreciating your Canadian education. You're welcome. Also, it's bean, not bin.
How you been? Someone said, hopefully Mika's voicemail doesn't have her social security number in it.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Confirmed though. We've confirmed that I did not say the whole number did not get out.
Okay, perfect. I did have a miniature heart attack.
Can you imagine? Oh my goodness.
Chat, be our friends.
Yeah.
Be with us, not against us.
I will. I'll be more careful next time.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I've never heard someone when you
Go
call
right
them,
into the number. Yeah.
Can we just say if you call them, you already know their number?
Yeah. Right.
I'll just leave it at that. But hey, better safe than sorry. Oh man. I'm just taking a quick little look at our live tracker. Don't forget, we keep that link pinned in the chat, so you guys can certainly keep track of our runners with us as they are making their way towards the finish line. Don't forget that when you click on the individual runners, you can see when they're satellite pinged, which will tell you a lot about the accuracy of said ping. It is really fun. At some point, we'll get out of the studio, Kevin, and they'll let us go down to the finish line. But I do love that we're so close here at the Run Flagstaff store. And, for all of you guys that are in the area, come by, swing by, poke your head in, say hi. We're fun here. We're having a great time. But yeah, we really love sort of being part of things and in the middle of the action, so to speak.
Yeah, this is a really cool setup here at Run Flagstaff. Like, I have been on the live stream the past, 4 years, and it's usually in an Airbnb or at a different location. It's a little more private and a place that people aren't just able to pop in and out of and scope out. So you can come in and there's actually a perfect window to kind of look at the setup and see what's going on. And it's just it's a cool place. And if you're at the finish line, I mean, it's a 5-minute walk, maybe a 7-minute walk?
Yeah, it's not even. Very, very close. It's awesome. We do have a couple runners that are getting pretty close to the finish line here, just according to the tracker. Let me give you a little bit of an update. Let's see. So we have Darren Pratika, who is our closest one to the finish line right now, just a couple miles out, coming into town. And then behind him, we have Alexander Orlov, and we saw him topping out on Eldon a little while ago.
Yep.
Oh, there's Darren on the screen. Wow. Nice job, everybody. Speaking of, watching Darren making his way through the final little section of trail before he hits road coming into town.
Looks like this is Darren's second 200-plus mile race. It looks like he ran Tahoe in one of the years. I lost it, but he did run Tahoe 200 2025.
All right.
So just last year was his first 200.
Decided to add an extra 50 miles.
He's doing the Broken Arrow Triple Crown, it looks like, this year. Fun.
Very cool.
It's a little shorter than Cocodona. He's going to have to switch up his training a little bit. Well, I guess, if you do the Triple Crown, it's kind of like a longer race.
Yeah. With some sleeping in between. We like sleeping.
We love sleeping.
We love sleeping, yes.
I miss sleeping.
Now, and then behind Darren, we've got, like I said, Alexander, and then Sam Carroll, who was our first phone call of the day. So we'll be cheering Sam in. What was his trail name again? It was Never Stop Walking or Never Not Walking?
Sam Walking Carroll or something.
Yeah, poor Sam. And then on the women's side, we do have Bailey Gripshover, and it looks like she's actually just ahead of Mika, and Mika might be gaining some ground on her. We do have those fantastic cameras up on Eldon, so hopefully we'll be able to get you some bird's eye views as these women come over that area, and we get a better sense of where they are exactly. Right now, we're just going off of the tracker, the same as you guys, but certainly keeping an eye on these races as they're unfolding here. Sort of daunting when you have a section of trail like this, what we're seeing on the screen, where you can see so far ahead of you.
Yeah.
It's sort of like seeing the top of the climb, where sometimes it can make the wind go out of my sails.
Yeah. Now, this stretch through Buffalo Park here is you can see exactly where you're going, and it does get to you mentally a little bit. But Darren will be there in no time, and this feels like forever, but I feel like once you hit the pavement, even though it's it's the same distance as this, it feels like it snaps your finger. It's just it flies by.
Well, running, nice. Finding the groove again. Sometimes it's just like getting those first few steps in and sort of like getting the legs mobilized a bit. But honestly, every time I see someone running at the end of this race, I'm just so happy for them. And I feel like you should have a lot of pride in being able to find that little extra reserve at the end of a race like this. Like it's so hard. You're so tired. You just, everything in you wants to stop. And yet, and sometimes those last few miles can be the longest, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially if you, like Jake and I were talking about earlier, if you're, you know, like he might not care between 81 and 82, like there's no like motivation for a time or motivation for a placement. It can be really hard to motivate yourself to run when everything hurts so much, when you kind of, when your brain has told you like, oh, what's the difference between this and that? So kudos to him for getting that run on. Maybe he just hears the drone. I'm sure that's possible too.
Right,
it's like, oh, you know, oh, I got to look good, which if that's the case, hey, you look good.
No, you look really good. We're stoked for you, Darren. Really strong finish here. For those of you in the chat talking about treadmill running, I just have to chime in and say that I kind of agree. I'm someone that can do like 5K on a treadmill, and then I get super bored and can't do anything more. And I have to cover the screen. Like I can't watch how far I've gone because I'll just stare at that number forever. And
I love treadmill running.
I knew you were going to say that. You had a look on your face. Like you couldn't wait to tell me how much you love it.
Couldn't wait to disagree with you.
These are fighting words, Kevin.
I don't know. I prefer running outside, but I don't dread the treadmill as much as the average runner.
Yeah, not I. I would rather watch paint dry. But hey, to each their own. Here we got Mika climbing up the last little bit of the Eldon climb, which, as we know from watching Adam do it, she's not very far from that.
She's right
top
there.
Little summit. Yeah, she's just about there.
And that is uphill. It doesn't quite look like it from the camera angle.
No, it is absolutely
it is uphill.
I did hear she had some pretty crazy bruising on her face from the fall she took on day one. And I just, again, shout out all the props to Mika for being an example of true grit and heart in these things. And you can just see her right now putting in the work. And she's really just like, you know, there's a lot, I think, being poured into those poles at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Those poles deserve a raise.
Mika is sponsored by John G, who sponsors this race and sponsors Distance to Empty podcast. A lot of synergy, I think, is the buzzword in the industry or in the corporate world. I don't know.
I kind of missed that last thing you said. Sorry, Kevin.
Oh, I don't know. I'm rambling. It wasn't important.
All right. I was just mesmerized by Mika going uphill.
Yeah, it is. I like that camera angle now. It looks like she's on a steep downhill. It's still uphill.
Yes. Yeah, totally.
Doesn't it look like now she's like plummeting downhill?
We need to retilt the camera to more accurately represent the grade.
Yeah, she is still climbing Mount Eldon. Rest assured. Is this No. Where are we now? Months?
I think we're looking at Buffalo Park from the other direction.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But I will say, guys, just like Darren's got a couple miles to go, you know, still running, still looking really good. We're actually going to pull up one of our Cocodona confessionals that we've been talking about so much and give you guys a little glimpse into some of these moments on the trail that we've been able to capture out there. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy the first of the Cocodona confessionals from the trail. Again, beautifully introduced by Randy Zuckerberg, who set it up so well for us.
Yeah, I'm excited.
And we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hey everyone, this is Eddie. I am at the start of Cocodona 250. Actually, this is the day before. So right now I'm all happy and polite and joyful and looking forward to finishing this thing by the end of the week. One thing my mom used to do when I was a little kid was she used to take me to the base of a mountain and say, I'm going to be back at this time. And so I would race up to the top and race back down the bottom, and each time she shortened the time span. So one, it got me outdoors. Two, it got me tired for her not to have to deal with me later on in the day. But 3, she exposed me. She also did hike with me. She exposed me to the outdoors. So I'm doing this, 1, because I want to show myself that I still love this. I am doing this to, this is a journey I'm bringing my kids along with. My daughter's going to be the first pacer. My son's going to be the last pacer, so it's going to be a family deal. My girlfriend's going to crew me. I got my cousin being the crew boss, so looking forward to this week. So everybody out there, stay safe.
In December of this year, I've been training for 4.5 months. This is the first race I've ever trained for, and I am doing Cocodona 250. Brand new beginner newbie runner. Wish me luck.
All right, Anthony Trujillo from Phoenix, Arizona, doing a Coco confessional here. Yeah, first Cocodona 250 here in Black Canyon City. Full send tomorrow to Flagstaff. Big goals to get to Heritage Square there in Flagstaff, Arizona. But overall, just see how far I can push myself and carry those that went a little too early. Shout out to my baby sister, Jessica, who's not here to witness this. But I love you. Thank you to everybody that supported me along these miles to get there. Yeah, looking forward to hallucinating on the trail. Looking forward to eating like a machine. Looking forward to just kind of screaming my heart out when I'm in the pain cave. I'll see everybody in Flagstaff. If not, see how far I can do this. Love ya.
My name is Lacey Arant. I am from Iowa. It's my first time to Arizona. And I am totally nerding over all the cacti, like big time. It's I'm fangirling with the cacti. I am here to just prove to myself that I can do it and show my boys who are 7 and 9 that when we do hard things and we are determined and we give it our all, that we can do it. And my son actually wrote me this letter that he believes in me, that I can do the 250. I'm here just to show him that I can do it.
My name is Corey Clark out of Knoxville, Tennessee. And this is for all those young puppies that are 30 to 20 years younger than me that talk about how they can't run anymore and they're tired and they just don't think they can make it anymore. And I'm running with them and I ask them, how old are you? And they say, God, I just turned 32 and I feel so old. And they ask me how old I am and I tell them 65. No, I'm 56. But it feels so good. This is for all those young guys and girls that think you can't make it. You can absolutely make it. Love you guys. Out.
I didn't have time to read her shirt, but I think it was a letter from her daughter. It said, Dear Mom, and then started writing on it, and she was wearing it like on the front of her shirt.
Yeah.
So she's running it like that's,
I mean,
wow.
I would be crying the whole race. I feel like right on theme. That's really, really special. That's very cool.
These are super cool. I think these were open to anyone. I think not just runners. Like I think crew and pacers and everyone can go in here. I just think it's such an opportunity and really, really awesome. What a great way to capture just raw emotion and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so that one was sort of like the pre-race feelings, and then I believe the next one we'll show in a little bit will be from Whiskey Row and sort of the raw mid-race feelings.
Things will get weirder and weirder.
Things are going to get really weird. Also, just a little like teaser for the chat. You guys, things are going to get so exciting here this afternoon. You can't go anywhere. You got to stay with us all day because we are going to be kicking off our interview shortly, and Meg Eert will be our first interview coming in sometime between 2 and 2:30. I believe that she wants to go and see Mika finish, and so we're sort of working around the timing for that. But really, really excited to be able to start to chat with some of our friends from yesterday who've had a little bit of time to recover. And also just on our screen right now, we have Mika Fuse. Speaking of, we know exactly where Mika is. We can just like keep Meg updated on her progress here. Coming down Eldon again with these amazing drone shots from our pilots who are up there, sending the drones up for every single runner and really making sure that we have these visuals as they're descending their final big push of the race.
For the in-studio interviews, can we ask them if they remember how many points they scored at the NBA? See if they...
I mean, we can definitely try. I feel like you have an unfair advantage with...
Well, I don't think I'm going to be here for the interviews.
Oh, so can you feed them to me, please? Just give me a whole list of all the stats.
It's mostly 0. But I like, for example, Meg scored 6.
That's really good, actually.
So Meg played high school basketball. She looked like a basketball player on that court.
She was dribbling and everything.
Yeah. She looked like a runner off the court and a basketball player on the court, which was not common out there.
Wow. Yeah, no, I definitely saw some interesting technique being used,
myself included.
No, that's really fun. Again, I love that so much.
Yeah. So Mika's moving pretty well. I guess while we were doing Coco Confessional, she had crested Eldon. So even though it looked like she was on a descent, she was climbing a steep climb, and now she is on the way down Eldon, and she's running.
No, she's looking really good. And, Chad, I do love you being here with us. We also do appreciate that you have a life, more than us, at least for right now. So we will be clipping these interviews that are coming up in the next few hours and kind of pushing those out separately so that you don't have to scrub through the whole live stream to find them. So over, I'm sure, the next day or two, those will all be sort of fed out. If you miss it, we still love you. We know you love us. It's okay. And we know you'll be back. And so will we.
It must be fun to be the drone drivers for the Eldon stuff.
Drivers, yes.
They get such cool shots. I guess drone pilots.
Yeah,
but
I like drone drivers.
I like alliteration in all things. It's,
Yeah, no, it's a pretty cool job, especially for some of these areas where we historically haven't gotten a lot of footage because it's so remote and there is not a lot of cell phone coverage out there. To be able to get access to this footage is always really special and gives all of us a pretty good sense of what they're going through. Certainly a lot more than when we're sitting at an aid station waiting for them or whatnot. Right. If you guys have any thoughts and questions for Meg in the next 15 minutes or so, also, this is your chance to send them my way so that we can get some of those questions in when Meg is in the studio here. Curious to know if her voice sounds any better than it did last night at the finish line. She was definitely struggling a little bit there.
It does come back quick sometimes because it's the dust and the cold, and then you get in a warm room and you can just kind of rebound quickly.
Sometimes, although I did hear from Courtney's crew this morning that her voice has not returned. Oh. So unfortunately, we won't have Courtney in the studio with us today. She's still fully unable to talk, but yeah, hopefully in Meg's case, just a little bit of sleep and rest helped. And for those of you who are joining us who have questions about individual runners, we'll do our best to sort of keep you updated as we have visuals on people out on the course, but you can also check the live tracker, and we have got the link pinned in the chat, and you can search for runners by name. You can see all the things that we can see. So good way to just quickly catch up on who's where on the course and what we're looking at, and also if one of your runners that you're following, just find out where they are. But yeah, Mika is looking so good. All right, where are we here? This is Trinity Heights.
Trinity? Yeah, it looks like Trinity.
Trinity was fun. So I feel like this aid station, it's so close to the finish line, right? You're 4 miles out, less than 4 miles out, and it is all just sort of road into town. But at the same point, I think it ends up being a little bit of a triaging spot for runners that just either need a nap. Heather Jackson took quite a bit of a nap there last night into early this morning because she just couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. And you think, it's only 4 miles to go, you've gone so far. Yep. But there is a lot of people that are just, you come off Eldon and you're just sort of at the end of your rope. You've also been going without a pacer for quite some time.
Yep.
So that plays a big part in it. And I feel like it'd be a fun aid station to work at, actually. I think I'd quite enjoy that.
Yeah.
You're just picking up the pieces. There's got to be a no DNFs rule unless it's a pretty serious issue. And then just trying to push people back out again, right?
And I think I could be wrong, but I don't think there ever has been a DNF at Wildcat. Obviously, it's only been around for a year and a quarter now or so. But I'm not sure we've had a DNF there.
Yes, no, I don't know the exact stats on that, but I would say that would be devastating for sure.
So if you're listening, and you want to be the first.
No, we won't let you. That's a claim to fame we don't need anyone to have. Seeing runners hydrate out there. Again, it's not that hot on the statistics side of things, but if you're actually out there in the sun and you're feeling it, experiencing it, that direct sun cannot be underestimated. And also I find I don't sweat as much when I'm up high in the desert. And it doesn't mean you're not losing electrolytes and salt, but it can make it really deceptive and you can get behind on your nutrition pretty quickly.
It's just so dry.
And I'm sure, I mean, all these runners went through the precision aid station at Sedona yesterday, but that was where I hung out on day 2, and that was so much fun. That was a really cool place to just sort of like see how they had everything set up. And they actually had one of their sports scientists out there. She was part of Rachel's crew, Emily Errol, and she was giving us some just sort of thoughts on how to manage the electrolytes, nutrition. And one of the things that, I mean, I'll ask Rachel about this later too, was on the nutrition front, Emily was taking everything out of her pack after she would come through and weighing it and getting the exact sort of measurements and calorie counts for what she was consuming out there and her electrolyte target. But she did say she was targeting something like 1,500 milligrams of sodium an hour, so it was pretty high. And that just, it goes to show how much you need out there in the desert.
Yep. Hillary, someone says here, I would love to hear the recovery plans to the runners you interview, especially since everyone's experience is different.
Yes, I mean, I agree. I think that's really interesting. Someone like Meg, who's, waiting to get her world record verified, but for the 6-day effort at 603 miles or something like that, I believe it is. It's so insane. She knows a thing or two about recovery, and I think she'd be the perfect person to sort of ask. I mean, also her first 200, so maybe this is new uncharted territory in some ways for her.
I think we're going to have Meg back on Distance to Empty Pod for a full episode, because I'm so curious. This was her first, say, traditional 200 point-to-point style, but she's gone well over 200 in the backyard, well over 200 in the dome, loop formats. But for those type of races, sleep is so regimented, and you have such short opportunities to sleep. With a more open-ended potential plan, I'm really curious to hear how she managed that and if she had a plan or if it was more on the fly. I just think that's fascinating. She had the most interesting combination of extreme experience, but also not really having experience, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, totally true. And I think she put together such a smart race, and one of the more exciting ones to watch unfold, because talking to her crew out there, I did hear some of her strategy, and I knew that she sort of had predicted that she might not be as far up in the field at the halfway mark, but certainly had plans to start to pick people off in the second half and pick up steam on the more runnable sections, and that's exactly what she did.
Yeah.
She ended up executing a really, really strong second half, and that was fun. Yeah, I mean, I love these questions in the chat. It's definitely great to hear your guys' thoughts on what you want us to ask Meg, but a lot of it is the mental side of it. And just to that question there, I think over time, and the more you do of these races, start to really know yourself and start to be able to understand the parameters of what's possible for you. And I feel like for me, as I got into ultra running, it was constantly every distance was a new unknown that I would sort of unlock, and the first time I would do it, I would maybe not push myself to the extreme of what I thought I could do. I would sort of leave a little bit of a buffer just to make sure I could finish, and then as I got more comfortable with knowing myself and my body and what I could do, I started being able to push that more, you know?
Yeah.
How do you approach that as a coach, Kevin? When you're trying to help newer ultra runners figure out where their potential lies?
So I tell people, and this is just really a retention strategy, but I tell people that one of my favorite things to do is to coach a second 200, because in a first, there's just so many unknowns. There's so many variables.
You don't know what you don't know.
I don't know what I don't know. They don't know what they don't know. And we have so many data points in a second 200. I mean, look at Rachel's first Cocodona 250 versus her second Cocodona 250 versus
she
her
took
third.
10 hours off her first one to her second won. Still won both times. But
yeah. Like, so I really think that I mean, you learn so much. A coach can learn so much, and that it is a privilege to get to do something again and try to improve on it. So that we have a lot of conversations about that. Of like, hey, what don't we know? What do we want to know? How do we get to that point of learning that? And then what do we do with that information?
Yeah, I think that's really powerful, and I would agree. I think people can tell you things, and it usually goes in one ear and out the other until you experience it yourself.
And you can't, no matter how well you how eloquently you describe it or how good you present it, you cannot fully prepare someone, especially mentally, for what they're going to experience out at a race like Cocodona 250. You just can't.
Yeah. I mean, truly, and every year is different, right? And I mean, last year's conditions versus this year's conditions can totally change a race and the challenges that you face.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder who this is here on the Eldon Ridge. So we know Mika went over a short time ago. So it could be Chris Marcinek, could be Nick Allen.
Or Bailey? Bailey did go over already.
I think Bailey went over already. I'm assuming the trackers are up. Yeah.
Oh, yes, she did.
Yeah, it's probably Nick or Chris. It's looking like it's Chris. 2 minutes ago updated. Oh, it's up there. They fixed it. They probably put that up there as soon as we started talking about it, but I have my eyes on my computer.
We'll help you out. Chris Marcinek.
It's Chris Marcinek.
Taking a little moment there on the trail. He sort of blends right in, hey?
He does, yeah. If you didn't see him when he was moving, you might be like, "Oh, it's just an empty trail." And he looks like he's back on the move now. Looks like Chris ran Moab last year, 79 hours. Ran Moab the year before, so he's got 2 Moab 240 finishers, 3 Moab 240 finishers. I think that's the only 200 plus he's done though. So he's been a Moab guy until today.
And for those of you on the chat wondering how many runners started the race, I believe they have 400 runners that can start according to the permit, and they get pretty close to that because there is a wait list, and so as people drop, you're not seeing attrition from that number, and you do see a fair number of attrition with a race like this, and so it's sort of expected that you'll get some wait list movement. But I mean, the wait list this year was like, I don't know, 1,000 deep. I think it was like pretty crazy. So not that much movement, but I think we started pretty close to 400 runners out there.
Haller, I like to think you could be both.
Both what?
He said, where can you get a good coach or maybe a shit talker coach like Kevin?
Yes. Depending on what you need in that circumstance. Like calling people and telling them they should be running when they're walking.
I'm not a Goggins style guy though. I don't generally dig that. I didn't have him. Well, I did try to get him to pick up rocks, didn't I?
Yes,
so
yes, you did.
That's kind of that's a little too Goggins for me, actually.
Bad influence then.
I have regrets.
Regrets, I have a few, but then again, too few to mention.
In a world filled with a lot of ugliness and hate, this race week of coverage was a welcome reprieve. It highlights the beauty and pure strength of the human spirit. Thank you. Well said, Sabrina Talks.
Very, very good.
Keep talking, Sabrina.
Yeah, I mean, these Cocodona confessionals are a great example of that. And again, all these stories that we get to tell about the mid-pack and the back of the pack as the week unfolds. Honestly, as we get further towards the back of the pack, I think I start crying more.
Yes.
And there's just so many beautiful stories. We love hearing about runners' stories. So if you're crewing or you're pacing out there and you've got some time to kill, just like send us a message on the chat about your runner and we can make sure to shout them out. And also it's like, I think really nice to get that context of who we're cheering on, and just really remembering that everybody out there is a pretty incredible human to want to do this.
Absolutely.
Pretty insane human, but goes together sometimes.
Finally, a good angle of that. How steep the climb that they're about to take is here.
Right, exactly.
Also, it's really hard to get the angles. I feel like I'm being a little harsh. I'm angle shaming when I'm like, finally a good angle. Like, it's really hard to convey it without being out there. I think I'm speaking from like having been there and seeing it in person. So the camera people are doing an incredible job not trying to angle shame.
No wide angles allowed. Yeah, I mean, the terrain out there is so like impressive and big, right? Like I just feel like this course is big sky, big terrain.
Yep.
Big mesas, big mountains.
Speaking of which, back in a totally different climate ecosystem here in Sedona.
Yeah, and like, you know, these runners are managing all of this terrain, all these different circumstances, and just like, what shoes do you need? What gear do you need to manage like the challenges of each section? I saw a lot of people changing into gravel, like road shoes for certain parts of the course where you know you're going to be running more.
Yep. I wore the hybrid Mount to Coast H1s for the entirety of Mammoth. One pair. Like, I feel like, yes, the right shoe for the right terrain can be important, but the right shoe for your foot is almost beats like what the terrain is underfoot.
Right.
It's in these races, because you want your feet to be happy, and you find a shoe that works for you, it can be a real game changer. Someone's saying that Darren is about to finish.
Yeah, that's awesome. Again, we will bring you shots of Darren finishing once we have those. Sometimes it's a bit hard to tell on the tracker exactly where someone is, and you know, just sort of gotta wait for eyeballs, which can be hard. It's like yesterday with a couple of those moves that were being made, it was like all these rumors, and then you're sort of like, you just have to wait until you actually get to see them and see who's in the front. Sometimes if the satellite's not updating right away, it can give you false information. Kevin, your podcast is called Distance to Empty, right?
It is.
Have a couple of people in the chat who are asking about that, and I'll shamelessly plug your podcast for you. You do a great job of bringing stories from all levels of the sport and really focusing on these longer distance races and, you know, what it takes to drain the tank, essentially.
Yeah, we're trying to find that distance to empty. Thanks, Hillary. Yeah, it's a labor of love, and me and my co-host Peter Noyes, Peter ran the Brute this week.
Oh, cool.
And then he also volunteered.
How was that? Have you talked to him?
He said it was really hard.
It's an unsupported 100-miler.
It's an unsupported 100-miler.
I mean, supported with aid stations, but not crewed.
But
and no pacers.
I mean, the aid stations are further apart than the 200 because they make them do these little side quests. And it seemed really, really hard.
Yes. I could tell you that from the start line. I mean, and it was the first year for the Bradshaw Brute this year, and I think there was about 40 intrepid souls that started out. It was really impressive to watch, and just sort of, I was watching the start thinking about the people that would sign up for this, thinking, this sounds like a fun way to do 100 miles. Let's make this harder on ourselves.
Right. Yeah. No, it was, he said it was really, really crazy. And like, it was 20 miles from the last aid station to the finish.
Wow.
So long, unsupported stretches. Yeah. But he finished, he got it done. He crushed it.
Yeah, that is incredible. Again, watching these runners kind of grind up this climb towards the top of Mount Eldon. You know you're so close, but I do have to say this climb takes a long time, especially if you're hiking up with poles like this. It's just not fast terrain that you're covering.
No, it really isn't, especially with 245-ish miles on the body. It's pretty amazing.
I love the people that remember that you like to drop into the chat while running 200s.
Everyone asked me if I had FOMO this year not running. I had FOMO not being in the chat. Like that was I missed the you guys. I missed the chat. The race. It felt good to be at Mingus and not have to run to Jerome.
Kevin Goldberg is an icon in the chat. I remember last year being out on the mics and looking forward to your updates. You were definitely someone that we could call on the trail, and you would pick up anytime. Yeah. I do love the idea of including that on a questionnaire and having that information and telling people, not to put their phone number in their voicemail, but that we'll call you at top of Eldon and give you some love. We
Yeah.
know we've got good cell phone coverage up there.
Someone asked how many 100-milers would I recommend before running a 200-mile race. I think it's so different. Like, don't you think like a 100-mile distance and the 200 are just like totally different sports?
They really are, yeah. And I've seen people run 200s with no 100-mile experience before. I don't think it's... And like, there's a reason why it's not always a prerequisite for these races, is because there's many ways to train for this distance. But I would just say, like, the nutrition side of things, getting your gear dialed, there's a lot about it that's helpful to practice in these quote shorter, quote longer races.
Yep. One of Peter's favorite things to say is there's more than one way to eat a potato.
Chris Marcinek is the co-race director of Ouray 100. Speaking of very hard 100-milers,
That is
that might be one of the hardest ones that exists, honestly.
It is tough. I paced 75 miles one year because you could pace a 60-plus-year-old from the start.
You just wanted a free 100-miler, essentially.
It's so weird to pace off the start. Like, you're starting a race that you're not
Yeah.
racing. It was
I've
kind
never
of a
heard that
kind of
before.
a trippy feeling.
My goodness. Our producer, Zach Marion, in the studio here said that was the first race that he met Courtney at, and they raced each other, which, no biggie.
Did you win?
No biggie, Zach.
By 20 minutes.
That's a really, really tough race. What advice would you have for someone who's never done an ultra before but would love to work up to these crazy distances? Ooh. I mean, I think for myself, my own journey into ultras was just sort of in off the deep end and then figure it out from there. And I do think there's something to be said for not knowing all the answers and just putting yourself in things that feel scary and hard and figuring it out. I think when I did my first 50K, the longest I'd run was 20K, which I don't recommend, but I'm saying it could be done.
Yeah.
At some point, I think if you're curious about it, it really is just signing up for something. And even if it feels a little bit scary, or even if you don't succeed the first time, you're going to learn a lot and you're going to get better here. So I do believe we are expecting Darren into the finish line here any second. Unless that was Darren right there. Was that Darren right there? All right.
That looks like a 250 bib.
Yeah, I believe that is Darren on the screen here. So sorry we missed him coming
too-
across the
too
finish line,
fast for
chat,
us.
but here we go.
Nice job, Darren. Bib number 156. Yeah. Just over 81 hours. So solid. That was my time last year, 81:12.
A well-earned finish. Darren Pertica. 81 hours and 12 minutes of running, and he looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome to see. And all the pats at the finish line, you guys. Doggos make everything better. There needs to be like a mandatory,
Agreed.
like minimum amount of doggos at a finish line.
Yes.
And preferably on course as well, but we'll take what we can get.
Yep. Oh, I miss my dogs. I haven't seen them since, I don't know, whenever I got out here.
I know, I miss my dog too. I've been getting updates. It does look like we are expecting the first finisher of the Sedona Canyon 125 female race, the women's race, which I believe we're going to see in a second here. This is incredible. Let me just make sure my tracker is updated with. Yes, this is Andrea White coming into the finish line, about to win the Sedona 125. Halfway there, Andrea. If you turn around and run back to the beginning, you've done the whole 250.
Don't give Jamil any ideas.
Love this runner cam footage. Again, shout out to all of our camera operatives. And, you know, we do our best to get all the finishes and all the moments, guys. And there's a lot of moving parts here, but we do appreciate you being here to cheer everyone in with us to the best of all of our abilities. And pretty special to get to see Andrea coming in at the end of a long little stint of running for her. 125 miles is a long way to go.
It sure is.
The farthest I've ever run is 120 miles, so she's got me beat.
My wife is texting me. I can hear the cheers. She's down at the finish line.
I can hear the cheers too. It's awesome.
You can hear the cheers? I need to get my hearing checked.
I think I heard a little bit of cheers.
I have a really hard time when something's in my ear. Like I can't like multi hear.
I pulled up her Instagram just quickly, and it says, what started as 1 mile during the pandemic became a full-blown obsession with going farther.
I'll say.
And I love that. I feel like we can all relate. Any one of us here has a full-blown obsession with going farther, don't we?
Oh, she is so close to winning.
Yeah.
Sedona Canyons, 125.
And the cool thing about it, it looks like she DNF'd the Sedona Canyons 125 in May 2024. So to come back and win.
Redemption.
Yeah, last year she won as well. So
double redemption.
This is her second win in a row at Canyons at the Sedona 125. This is incredible.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Cooling off right away. That just shows you how hot it is out there.
Yeah.
Especially coming through town like that. Very cool. I wonder if she'll come back next year and go for the three-peat on the win.
Yeah. I don't see why she wouldn't.
Yeah, job well done, Andrea. Congratulations on your win. We've got race director Steve Adderall there, one of the hardest working people I know around right now, and does such an incredible job of organizing this absolutely monstrous week of racing here in Arizona.
Absolutely. Steve is awesome.
Those are beautiful plaques too. I always enjoy seeing the job that I believe Aravaipa makes all of their own artwork in-house, and they do a beautiful job.
I think that company is called Aravaipa Artwork, right?
That's correct. I've worked with them before. They're great. She's got her support crew here, family. It really does take a village, doesn't it? All right, going back to Buffalo Park here with...
Is that Bailey?
No, we're looking at Buffalo Park.
Oh.
So I believe...
I'm looking at the wrong screen.
Yeah.
That's Alex, right?
Yeah.
Or am I saying his name wrong? Alexander
Orlov.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Putting poles away. Getting ready to run in the last little bit. There he goes.
Yeah, I think it's the drone effect.
Yes, absolutely.
I've been victim of the drone effect before.
Being buzzed by the drone
in Buffalo Park. Yes.
Alrighty, well, we got a few more minutes before Alexander makes his way into the finish line, but Kevin, I'm so sad that we have to say goodbye to you this afternoon.
It was so much fun hanging with you.
I know, yeah.
I can't wait to get back on. I think I'm back in here tomorrow afternoon around 3 p.m.
And I feel like we should shout out that this is your first time on the mics for Cocodona, right?
Yeah.
And this is, I mean, you would never know. You've absolutely crushed it. And you also introduced our new favorite activity, which is phoning friends on the trail.
Yeah. I'll just pop in whenever I have someone's number and I see they're close. I'll just run in.
Please, yeah. Come sit on the couch with us.
Put the speakerphone here.
Let's get some phone calls going.
Yeah.
But no, it's been a pleasure to share the mics with you this afternoon. Thank
Likewise.
you for all the great insights. And we will be back in the studio again tomorrow afternoon. I think we show some mic time as well. So come join us again, guys. If you had fun today, you're going to have even more fun tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, we're going to throw to an ad break, guys. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes here.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50. So you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Welcome back to the day 4 coverage of the Cocodona 2026 coverage, provided by Ultra, and I'm here in the studio, apparently very overtired. Hillary Yang joined this afternoon by Shelby Farrell. Great to see you.
So good to see you.
I know.
I've mostly seen you through a screen, so it's great to be here in person with you in the incredible studio at Run Flagstaff. Wow.
Isn't this really cool? I mean, you guys, if you are in town, you got to come check it out. We've basically taken over sort of half of the Run Flagstaff store here, and we have folks popping in and out as they're shopping for running gear and just coming to check out our setup. But this is quite the elaborate studio and a fun place to hang out, and we're close to the finish line, so what's not to love?
And a very dangerous running store, man.
Seriously.
I'm gonna leave with a new kit, and it's okay. I'm okay with it.
Well, my favorite thing I learned yesterday was that they were doing custom deliveries, so you could call them from the trail, or your crew could call them and put in an order, and they would deliver it to you out on course, which I'm like, that is incredible. So anyways, if you're listening to this and you do need a new pair of shoes, we'll deliver them to you. I won't personally, but they will be delivered to you. But anyways, for those of you also joining us in the chat, just to catch you up, we have some really fun interviews coming up this afternoon. The first being with the one and only Meg Eert in just a few minutes here. I believe we're expecting her shortly in the studio, and she'll sort of kick off our round of interviews, and then we will have them throughout the next few hours here. And, you know, for those of you that aren't able to catch them all, we are going to clip those out and put them on YouTube or put them on social media for you to find as well. So if you miss them, it's okay. We still love you, but we are really excited to just bring those stories to you guys and catch up with everybody now that they've gotten a little bit of sleep. So with that all said, how are you doing this afternoon? Have you gotten any sleep?
I got a little bit of sleep, about 6.5 hours last night, which was double the amount of sleep that I've had for basically the entire week. So it's progress.
Life is looking up.
Yeah, we are in the Cocodona vortex. It's these ultras are incredible, but everyone, the crew, the runners, the pacers, we don't know what day it is.
No, I know. I mean, as I was like bringing us back in from the ad break, my mind went completely blank as to where I was, which is like, I feel like that's a runner thing, not a broadcaster thing. But here we are, guys. We're all in this together, right?
We sure are. We should probably just start popping some precision watermelon chews to help keep us fueled for this.
I just tried to shove some calories in me in between the ad breaks, and I've got a matcha on the go. But yes, if you haven't tried the precision watermelon chews, I did deliver some to the studio yesterday. I think they got snatched up pretty fast, but they're very good. They kind of taste like candy, and I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, absolutely delicious. Yeah, so I've been mostly out on course. I was pacing Sally McRae.
I know, and I want to hear about it.
Oh,
so where do you pace her from?
Oof, okay, so we spent about 14.5 hours together, 45 miles, and it was incredible. She's so strong and persistent. She's having a challenging race, but she's still out there chugging along. I took her from Whiskey Row to Watson Lake. That confused me because I've been out here every year since the inaugural year. I ran it in 2021. I raced it last year, and that aid station changed a little bit. So I was expecting, we used to go through the Granite Dells in that section, and now the turnover happens at Watson Lake. She caught a beautiful sunrise through the Granite Dells.
That's so nice. I just want to, I'll hear more about that in a second. I just want to give a shout out to Nick Allen, who is cresting the top of Mount Eldon right now. I love this little moment where runners realize they finally hit the top. They have been grinding uphill for a few hours at this point, and so this is a really fun little moment for us and the runners to sort of appreciate all their hard work before they try to roll themselves down the technical downhill to Flagstaff without hurting anything.
It's a trip because you see those towers from town, so you're working towards them for a long time.
It is sort of cruel, right?
It's a little cruel. It's a very rewarding experience to be actually walking by them on top of Eldon.
No, just shout out to Nick. If your crew or family are watching, we're here with you cheering. If you're watching, don't watch. Please run. Watch your feet. Although, that said, we did have a couple of fun phone calls with runners at the top of Eldon in the last couple hours. Kevin Goldberg started calling people. So just saying, you never know what you're going to get with the live broadcast.
And that's so on brand for Kevin Goldberg, who
it really is.
You know, that dude finished the race in a spotted owl outfit one year. He ran Mammoth 200 on his phone talking to the live stream.
Yes, he did.
The captain of the Mingus Basketball Association.
Oh, so. I know. I've been taking notes on everybody's scores.
Yeah, it's hard. I got 0. Basketball is not my sport.
Turns out most of us are only good at one thing, which is running for long periods of time slowly.
Yep.
So funny.
Oh, look at the view Nick Allen's getting.
So Sally got a great sunrise.
Started to turn it around. Day one, she was pretty nauseous. It was hard to get food in. So it looked really promising going into that sunrise in the Granite Dells. And then I took her from Fane Ranch to Mingus. We climbed so steady. She was doing a great job getting food in. And she has Tim Tollefson as her other rock star pacer, and he took off with her into Jerome.
He's done a few miles as well, right?
Yeah, I think he's going to end up with about 65 miles with Sally after all is said and done. And I mean, he's just so calm, and he's just like goes into kind of coach mode. He's been helping with all things foot care, figuring out what nutrition would be the most beneficial for her to try to swallow.
Yeah.
So he had her into Dead Horse, where I picked up and went through the night into the sunrise in Sedona, and that was just out of this world. I mean, Oh man, running into Sedona Posse is a treat.
It really is. I was camped out there for pretty much all of day 2. I didn't see the sunrise on day 3, but I did see the sunset on day 2. And it was really cool because the rainstorm was coming in, so it was sort of like a wall of rain coming towards us. But then the sun set through the wall of rain, and the whole sky just went like bright red and orange. It was really, really special.
Yeah, day 2 sunset was spectacular. The weather was getting a little weird for runners depending on where you were on course that night. We had some hail on Mingus Mountain. And
yeah. Oh yeah, the weather got quite gnarly. I mean, it was pouring through Sedona. There was snow, there was hail. I mean, being on Mingus for that, not my favorite idea of a good time.
No, these runners are tough as nails though, and they persevered.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, I know Sally's had a tough race. I saw her, or someone on her crew posting about just how she was struggling. She was at 200 miles this morning with 50 miles to go, and really just getting hit on all sides, it looks like, with...
Yeah, so she chugged along for a while. When she got to Kelly Canyon, that was a sticky spot. It's very cold in that section. Kelly Canyon's really remote, and she did a hard reset there, slept for a while, tried to really problem solve with food. The aid station made her some shredded chicken, and she put a giant trash bag on, which you can see if you check out her stories, Yellow Runner, just to try to stay warm, and took off, made it to Fort Tuthill, and that's when I saw her last. Now I think she's about 4 miles from Walnut Canyon, and she has Tim Tollefson with her all the way to Wildcat.
That is hilarious. I mean, there's no shame in the giant trash bag game. I feel like we've all done it, and it can certainly save your race. So, no judgment there.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that Cocodona is a giant fashion show, and she's just setting some new fashion trends.
Kind of is, yeah. I know. I mean, we've seen a lot of cool fashion out there. I feel like Satisfy always brings that to the table, and there's some really eclectic fashion as well, but function first, right?
Yeah. I usually just bring a bucket of all of my favorite running clothes and just which one makes sense for the weather and the distance, and yeah, you end up with some cool outfits. So I'm excited to be here with you, Hillary, tuning into this incredible live stream brought to us by Ultra to see some runner kits.
Yes, no, absolutely, and I do love that. I mean, I think Kilian Korth deserves a shout out whenever we talk about running fashion, because his commitment to the game is unmatched, and he had everything from the socks and the arm sleeves and the coordinated outfits to the custom tie-dyed gaiters to go with his outfit. So
impressive. Yeah, what a cool dude.
Mm-hmm. All right, which aid station are we sitting in right now?
We are at Fort Tuthill.
Yes, that's right. I haven't actually personally gotten to go out to this one, so it didn't look familiar to me, but here we are. Fun little place to just see where everybody is on the course at mile 211. The cutoff for Fort Tuthill is Friday, 12:45 p.m. So, we got a ways to go. I feel like they're about to get the bulk of the pack coming through there. If you look at the live tracker, which we keep pinned in the chat, you can see just how many people are still making their way there.
Yeah, Fort Tuthill is a pivotal aid station. You're in Flagstaff now. You made it to Flag, but you still have a lot of running left. And they actually do a medical check at Fort Tuthill to make sure that you're safe to go out. Last year, the Fort Tuthill section was a pacerless section. This year, they do get pacers, which is great because it is kind of a windy, it's a bit of a maze of a section. It's beautiful, runnable trail. You're on the Arizona Trail for a while, but it is... You're in a small space for a while, it feels like.
So were you there when Sally went through there? Did you get to hear the medical questions, or
I didn't
see that
go
part of
in
it?
for the medical questions, but
I'm always curious what they ask.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember from when I ran last year. I think it's like your name, what day is it, which that question is kind of evil. who's our president, like those kind of basic questions, and they check to see like how long it takes you and what your eyes are doing, how faded you're looking. And no cameras around when you're doing medical. They will tell you to put your cameras down, which is why we never really see content from those
This makes sense.
moments. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a 17-mile section though, and it's, you know, we're in Flagstaff. It's a gorgeous day. It's an insanely gorgeous day, and it's not that hot. But there's something about being at this altitude, and just look at those bright blue skies we're looking at on the screen right now.
Yeah.
It heats you up. It heats you up in a sneaky way. So
We were saying that it's this dry desert heat, and with the altitude, it definitely hits harder than it would otherwise. Just like zooming out, guys, we're getting some beautiful footage here of the Buffalo section of the course just before the runners hit the road in Flagstaff, I believe. So, well, we were expecting our next runners in very shortly. So Alexander Orlov will be our next male finisher, and then we have a few runners that just came off of the backside of Mount Eldon. We have Sam Carroll and Adam Williams, who we talked to on the phone, which was super fun. And they've just made their way down off of Eldon, and they're meandering into Trinity Heights Aid Station shortly, as well as, sorry, I just lost the name of the other one that was with them as my tracker refreshes here. I'll get that for you in just a second. There we go, Russ Ford. So Russ Ford is actually looking like he'll be first into Trinity Heights Aid Station of the three of those. But then we have Bailey Gripshover and Mika Fuse, who are both coming off of Mount Eldon. And it does look like Bailey has got a little bit of a gap in front of Mika, coming off the switchbacks and into the less technical terrain before they hit Trinity Heights. But we will definitely be keeping an eye on our women's top 10 as we see these ladies come into Flagstaff in the next little bit. And once they hit Trinity Heights Aid Station, they have just under 4 miles to go before they get to the finish line.
I'm so excited that Mika is still plugging along. If you weren't tuning in a couple of days ago, first day of the race, she took a gnarly fall.
Yes. No, she really did. I mean, I think we'll probably get to see a little bit of the result of that fall as she comes in, because her face has been pretty bruised, and I think that was a big part of why she was struggling to keep going and had to take that break. But to Mika's credit, she's no quitter, and she has certainly had some incredible comebacks before, and for her to come back from where she was and to end up finishing in the top 10 is just a testament to her stubbornness and grit. Really.
She's so talented at this distance. I mean, she came in first place at the Tahoe 200. She's had some wild Black Canyon stories. She was third in 2024. Third in 2023. Like, this girl knows this race, and she's still chugging. Can't wait to see her finish.
Yeah, no, like you said, she's got a long pedigree of races at this level, and it's unfortunate that it wasn't quite her day out there, but she's certainly making the most of it and getting it done.
Yeah. Oh, look at those red rocks.
Oh, it's stunning, isn't it?
It feels like it should be a national park.
Yep.
It's just this amazing landscape in its own little Sedona vortex bubble. It's like nothing else.
Yeah, it's really incredible terrain, and it changes so quickly, which is also one of the fun parts about it. I also just want to shout out Bailey Gripshover, who is coming in right now in front of Mika.
Oh, heck yeah.
And that's really exciting to see. And it looks like, I mean, Bailey comes from a track and field background, which we are seeing more and more women come in from just like a variety of backgrounds. And I do feel like that always is interesting and healthy for the sport to get all these different perspectives and strengths. And, like I know there's a lot we can learn from all these athletes that are sort of exploring ultra running. It looks like Bailey is fairly new to the world of long distance running, and she did Javelina 100 last year. And really, I think this looks like it's her first Cocodona. She's been absolutely throwing down too, because while I was pacing Sally, we were working on some goals, and we were really trying to see what would it take to get 10th female to make that top 10 mark. And Bailey,
I've been watching the ladies kind of fighting for that 10th place position, and Bailey has just been kind of blowing it apart. But for a while, there were about 5 women all very, 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 very close together. And then she took off. Kudos, Bailey.
Took off and didn't look back.
She did not.
Yeah, that is really, really cool to see. And I mean, in a race this long, you just have to be so committed to your own day, right? Like, you just don't know what anyone else's day is going to look like, and you can't think ahead. You can't skip out on aid stations. You can't not take care of yourself, because that'll come back to bite you. And I think that's something we've seen people do really well this year, is they are taking the time in aid stations and really making sure that they are on top of everything from nutrition to foot care to hydration. And that's what it takes to run a successful day out here. I think that, and a lot of patience.
So much patience. You have to trust yourself and trust the race plan that you came into this with, and then be really patient in your execution.
Yeah.
It's a long race.
Yeah, it really is. It's that's an understatement. Massive understatement.
It's a long race, and there's so much time to turn things around, and it's going to be cool hearing from our elite women, and everybody out there is going to have a similar story of how things got hard and they had to turn it around.
Yeah.
That's one thing all of these athletes have in common. It's never just a walk in the park for 250 miles.
No, absolutely not. And we are really excited to chat with some of these top runners as they make their way in. I know we've got Meg Eert in the studio queuing up very shortly, and we're also going to hear from Jakob, the Swede, who's a Satisfy athlete. And I did love when he finished his first Cocodona last night, and you could just hear, I think he said several times, that was really hard. I think he said it with a few more colorful words in there, but that was the sentiment, was that it was very hard.
I had a great conversation with Satisfy's athlete manager, Kyla Mahar, about his
Love
race
Kyla.
and how he came in. Well, I don't want to give anything away, but it's just like a little teaser. It sounds like he came in maybe not with like a super plan.
Yes.
And his team and buddies all kind of pitched in, and they rolled him through, and he rolled himself through, really. But she paced him for a big chunk.
Yeah.
And he said something like, "Excuse me, but I might rip some farts," or something like that. So please ask him about that when you're interviewing him.
That's quite funny.
She confirmed that he did rip some mad farts out there. But it's so wild. These athletes are putting themselves in just like such a vulnerable space, and it's cool. It's cool when you get to like share that moment. So I'm excited to hear more about his race. Kyla had a great time with him out there.
Yeah, no, Kyla's a lot of fun. I did see on her stories too that she ran out of gas while she was on her way to the finish line for Jakob, and ended up hitchhiking to get gas and hitchhiking back to her car, and she somehow still made it to the finish line in front of him. So
she's the queen
all
of
sorts of adventures.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those of you tuning in and hearing about us talking about mad farts, welcome.
Welcome to ultra running. Multi-day ultra running. Best sport in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we will bring you footage from the finish line as we have it of our runners coming in. Just looking at this drone shot of runners coming up the last little bit of Eldon. As Kevin Goldberg said on our last little bit, the angle sometimes is deceptive, and I think he called it like I don't know, it was something about angle deception, but it's steeper than it looks is essentially what we're saying.
Last lap, 6 minutes, 17 seconds.
All right, we are back in the studio, and we have a very special treat this afternoon, one I've been looking forward to. We have the one and only Meg Eert with us, and I must say, Meg, you're looking a little bit more refreshed than last night when I saw you. Although I think you were riding such an adrenaline high that I'm curious to know how long it took you to come down from that and actually get a little bit of rest. But first of all, I just want to say an incredible job. Well done out there. Congratulations on your third place finish at Cocodona 250 in a time of 63 hours and 9 minutes. So under Rachel's previous course record, which I love. All three of the top women on the podium went under Rachel's previous course record, and hell of a debut, my friend. That was quite the incredible first performance here. Yeah, I mean, do you want to just start with sort of how you're feeling now? I know, like, last night when we talked to the finish line, the vocal cords were struggling, I guess, and everything was struggling a little bit, maybe. So you've had a chance to sleep and maybe take it all in a little bit. How are you feeling in this moment?
Yeah, so things are a lot better after some sleep, right? Last night I came in and I only slept 45 minutes the entire race. I had one sleep, and it was Tuesday at Dead Horse. I went down for 45 minutes, and then I was like, I'm just going to push to the finish, but I'm going up Eldon, and I'm like, oh gosh, things are moving. Trees are turning into people, and I'm seeing animals that aren't there. So it was definitely, when I finished, I was extremely exhausted mentally.
Well, you pushed really hard in that last section too. So, I mean, going up Eldon without a pacer, did you have poles? I'm trying to remember if I saw you have poles for that section there.
I am not a pole person. Oh. So funniest story, I'm running this race. I think you're running races, you're supposed to have poles in a mountain race. And I wasn't even putting my poles on the ground. And the person running behind me, I kept stabbing him. He's like, are you going to use them or are you going to put them away? And I realized that I hold them more, than I'm actually using them. So since then, no, I haven't used poles in any race.
Did you kind of want them when you were going up Eldon? Was that one of those moments where you're like, oh, I can see where they're useful? Or are you, like, at this point pretty committed to the no pole lifestyle there?
I'm committed.
You're committed. All right. I mean, you had such a fun, especially second half of the race, and I want to just sort of dive into how you broke the race down, because I know that wasn't an accident. Like, you did go into this race with a bit of a sense of how you wanted to execute it, and you had an incredible crew with you, so I did get the chance to chat with them throughout the race and get a little bit of those insights, which was really special. But talk us through sort of pre-race, you've never done Cocodona, but also you're no stranger to these really long efforts. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention your 6-day world record, which is, I believe, being ratified right now, but first woman to run over 600 miles in 6 days, which is another level of insanity, my friend. I just, that's in another category.
Very true.
Yes. But also very different terrain and a very different environment than Cocodona, right? A lot less varied and maybe a little bit easier for you to get into a rhythm than a race like Cocodona that has a little bit of everything, shall we say.
Right, Cocodona is it has a variety of trail styles, right? You start the race and it's super rocky and technical, and you gain 10,000 feet in the first 37 miles. I mean, it's a really, really steep terrain. You get up towards Flagstaff, and your only climb is really up the mountain. Of course, it's at the end of 250 miles, so that's not going to be easy, but it's runnable if you're okay then. So for me, I'm a trail runner, but recently more experience on flatter surfaces and distances, I knew I could wait kind of till later in the race and try to run the flatter runnable parts.
Which, I mean, I think was very smart of you to sort of look at the course and think about it that way, rather than just maybe getting discouraged that you weren't going as fast at the beginning than you wanted to, and then sort of extrapolating that over a whole race experience.
I also think seeing the course ahead of time was super beneficial. I came out and I fast packed it prior to the race. Most of it. I did skip the road sections because I was fast packing. I wanted to be on trail, but I did most of it. So I knew going in, the sections that would seem a little longer, because of the way the trails were, or the sections I could run, or the sections that would be a little bit more challenging for me. So going into the race, when I got to the sections, I was like, okay, this is a challenging part. It's going to pass. I know it's coming next or whatever.
I feel like that's so smart. And it's a nice way to see the trail too, like outside of the race environment, just sort of taking it in, taking your time, like making those mental notes. That a lot of people spend a lot of time training out here, but fast packing is a really fun way to just sort of put it together, maybe in a different way than you would if you were just picking up different pieces of it.
It really was. And like when I was going from Mund to Fort Tuttle, there was a place in between there that I had camped when I was fast packing. And so when I got there, I was like, oh, I spent the night there. There was my tent. And, it was just kind of like this nice, pleasant memory. And then, so there's quite a few points in there where I had those little memories from fast packing.
You had positive associations?
Yes, positive associations. Always be positive.
Well, and, I sort of jumping around a bit here, but I did have a cute moment I overheard with you and your pacer Lauren at Sedona, where you were talking about a little used bookstore that you'd found when you were out here training, and you were really excited just about that, and you guys were geeking out about books as you went out there. And I didn't know that you'd fast packed the whole course, but I just thought that was like a really sweet little thing that you were able to think about, and anything other than the race at that point is lovely to think about, right?
Yes, and we had a great conversation anyways, and I'm a huge reader, so we talked a lot about Stephen King novels and used bookstores and old books that don't have copyright dates. So it's funny where you end up discussing later on in a race when you're still tired.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had some of the most fascinating and I'm sure loopy conversations in my life, but in the moment, you're, riveted.
I think I'm still a little tired.
Yeah, that's okay.
The brain doesn't come back for a good 48 hours, I think.
Yeah, I barely know where I am today, so we're in this together. But I know, talking to your husband, Joe, who maybe set us up with your crew a little bit for this race, and then we'll get into your kind of strategy for the race and how it played out. But who was out there with you, and why did you choose them to be part of your crew for this race?
So Joe is always my crew. I mean, he's my husband. He's always the crew chief. He knows what I need. He's really, really attuned to I can come in and say I'm fine, and he can look me in the eye and be like, okay, something's going on. You're lying. Let's fix this. So he's a wonderful.
That's good and bad, right?
Yeah, it's good and bad. I can't actually lie. I can't be, oh yeah, I'm drinking water and then hide it, or he's gonna call me out on it.
No, I mean, I'm a huge Joe fan. So is my husband Billy. He's got to know you guys more recently, and I just love that. I think that's really cool to have someone like that in your corner, and to have him in your corner. And then who else did you have out with you?
So I had a gentleman, Brad, working with nutrition, and he had my pack dialed down with what I needed, and he was monitoring my water intake and my electrolyte intake, and not precisely, but he was measuring precisely. I didn't get all the precise data because who can do math at 200 miles?
We can barely figure out the pace per mile, and that always goes wrong, let alone trying to figure out how many grams of carbs you've gotten in, right?
You're going, this aid station should be around the corner. Wait, no, it's 5 miles from here. How long is that going to take me?
Totally. No, another hour. Yeah, I know. It's always math is bad in a 250 miler. But I think that's really interesting that you say that about the nutrition. And I know Rachel had her precision crew doing the same thing, which is weighing her empty wrappers and bottles and all that, and figuring out what she was actually consuming. Were you doing that for your sodium as well? Did you have kind of all these targets that you were trying to hit, and then were you getting enough of that information on the fly to make those adjustments when you weren't hitting it?
Yes. So I had the precision working with me to get all those numbers.
They really are dialed. I mean, I think that's a really cool thing, especially when it comes to, for me, electrolytes, and then just the sheer number of carbs you have to consume for that many hours, right?
Yes. And electrolytes are so important out here because you're in the desert. We were lucky with cloudy days. I mean, it ended up being not as hot as it could be, but it was you still had to monitor what you were drinking and taking in.
Yeah, no, I found even being out there, I was getting that like low grade headache that you get if you're just like not getting enough electrolytes or hydration in general, right? Yeah. And so, I mean, on that note, how did you feel like your nutrition played out? Do you feel like you did a good job of sticking to the plan, or was it more like a plan that evolved as your race went on?
I did a pretty good job of sticking to my nutrition. My pacers, like Cameron, Rebecca, Harry, Lauren, I wasn't eating much at the end, not even at the end. It was really kind of from Sedona on. It was like, have you ate something? And I'm like, yeah, I took a bite of a chew. Or like, it was so...
Just kind of over it?
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if everything tasted funny for me from the very beginning of the race. Like, none of my normal fuels tasted right. So I was kind of struggling to take stuff in, but you got to fuel your body to go the distance. So
yeah,
figured it out.
I mean, and that is like the mark of a pro, is that, in order to be able to keep going and to do the things that you've done in your career, to run races like Badwater, like you have to do it even when you don't want to, and you have to keep trying to get it in, right?
Exactly, because we all know what happens if you don't, and it's not pretty.
Lots of stories about that.
Got to learn the hard way, I guess. We've all been there.
We all really have, yeah. No, and that's cool to see. It's something I'm always inspired by, is to see the like dedication to the hitting these targets, and then like keep going for them even when you're not always hitting them, but just like knowing that that's what you need to be successful out there.
Right, because there's always room for improvement. Like, but if you can try to get there, I'm happy with that.
Totally. So just like going back to your race strategy, I know Joe was saying that you broke it into like 3 parts. Would you feel like that's kind of fair?
Yeah, I did. I really looked at it like from the start to Whiskey Row, and then Whiskey Row up to Snubbly Hill, and Snubbly Hill to the finish, because the terrains are very different. Where you're running is very different. And so I piecemealed it to where it was like when I started the race, I was just looking at getting to Whiskey Row and getting up the kind of steeper technical stuff.
Right. Yeah, and that makes sense. And that is sort of that first crux of the race, shall we say, right? And you've got the Mingus ascent is so hard on the body, and all those things. I guess that comes later in the second part, but like you can break it down and sort of like recognize, like, I mean, going into the Bradshaws on day one, I always love being up at Crown King and just sort of seeing, like it's that first little check-in for the crew and everything on as far as how you're doing, but it's just such hard terrain to move through, right? And it's like, I feel like you get quite a beating early on in this race.
Well, runners feel the same way, I think, about Crown King. I started thinking about my career at like mile 10, and I'm like, I get to see him at 37.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, I saw a lot of shoe changes early on in the race. Were you kind of on top of foot stuff and like really like cycling through shoes early, or were your feet sort of working for you? Because there was a lot of foot stuff this year, I felt like.
I did not have any foot issues except for kicking rocks, which I don't think that's avoidable.
Also don't recommend.
But I did change shoes. Yeah, don't recommend at all. But I did change shoes depending on the terrain that I was going on. So I have shoes for kind of more of that technical stuff, which I use the M1s for that. And then when I got into places like Sedona, I was wearing the H1. So I had like that variation of I'm on a technical trail or on a road.
Yeah, I did see a lot of people changing shoes for the more like runnable sections into the gravel shoes, and it makes a lot of sense. So you get to Whiskey Row, you've survived the first third of the race. It's interesting looking at the field, right? Because there's all the hype and the pressure of like where the women are at the front. Did you feel like you were able to block that out and really just like be focused on where you were and trust that you could execute the race and sort of like grow into the race? Or do you feel like you had a bit of that sense of pressure that was just like, where am I in the field? How am I comparing? Like, how far ahead are they getting ahead of me? Like, how much were you able to like stay in your own race? I know.
So I always run my own race, and so I had no pressure going into Whiskey Row, and I really didn't feel any pressure the entire time. I was enjoying being out there. I was enjoying running. I was enjoying being in the woods. Like I never felt any sense of chasing or worried about being caught. Now, I would ask my crew later in the race because you're getting closer to where like you can attack, right? So once we start getting into Walnut Canyon and Wildcat, I wanted a few little updates like how far in front is anybody going to catch me from behind. But early on, it's setting yourself up strategically and doing what you can do.
Yeah. Well, and that makes sense. And I think you're very wise to sort of save your racing for that last third of the race, because I think you can burn a lot of mental calories on worrying about things that are so out of your control at that point, right?
It's so hard to chase anything, whether you're chasing Cutoff or a person or it's anxiety, and it just adds to that stress. It's just like, oh yeah, you're already tired. You've run 200 miles and you're anxious. That's not a good combo.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So for you, would you say the first like 2/3 of the race then was really just about executing, like trying to end up with nothing wrong so that you could push in that last third? Was it really just like kind of managing all the systems?
Exactly. Just management, having fun, just enjoying the journey.
You had some pretty impressive pacers out there too with you, and getting to see, Harry Subertus and his wife Lauren, but Harry is, such an incredible veteran of this race and has so much knowledge from his own efforts out here. And was that like nice to pick his brain? Did you guys talk about the race, or were you really just like in the moment when he was out there with you?
We were really in the moment. We talked about his race. We talked about the race. We discussed a whole lot of things. He based me from Whiskey Row all the way into Dead Horse. So that's a good chunk of time, a good section. And so I think we cover, I know Harry very well now.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Got to hear lots of stories.
Yeah, and I love that, especially if it's a pacer that you don't know as well. I actually look forward to that because it's like an open book, right? You're like, what do we talk about? Like, what are you into? Like, you got all this time. And that is fun, again, just with the distractions from the race, right?
It is, and it's nice to have somebody kind of out there with you. Some of the sections are a little bit harder to navigate, and so having a pacer when you get tired to help you with that's nice. Having someone just to point out, hey, that's really pretty.
Yeah, right.
Like,
look up,
sometimes
Meg.
you get in like, okay, I'm just grinding up this hill. I am walking. I should be running. Like you get in your head and they're like, look at that. That's nice.
Yeah.
And it takes you immediately out of it.
I feel like that's really important. There's so many times where you realize that you've got your head down and you're not really soaking it in. And the little reminder, I think, can be a good just perspective shift, right? Of oh yeah, I get to be out here. I don't have to be out here and look where we are. And you see it in all different weather too. That's the other thing I love about these long races is you might not necessarily be out there, even in fast packing, for sunrise, sunset in these different spots. And you get to see them in all this different light, and it changes so much and it's so special.
And even during the race, I was going up out of Sedona and it started drizzling.
Yeah, it sure did.
It started drizzling.
Yeah.
And I'm going, oh my gosh, those rocks are so slick. You don't want to slip on any of them and fall. So it wasn't the best place to hit weather, but it worked. But then the rain came in, you go up Snubbly Hill and the temperature drops 20 degrees. And
yes.
I put every single warm layer I had on in my pack, and I was hoping for more. I was digging in my pack, hoping there was
must
more.
be another layer.
That's all I got. I'm going to have to move.
Well, it's funny because I think it started drizzling right as you're about to leave Sedona, and you grabbed your rain jacket and put it on right before you left. And I feel it was really hard to stay warm through there. We were all freezing the aid station, and you saw the hail coming in. And, we talk about this course maybe being a little bit more friendly this year because the weather was slightly gentler, but night 2 was really cold. If you were out in that storm and you got stuck with it and you got wet, just managing all of that really, really hard. But you were able to stay warm. You were able to stay just moving enough. We did see even Rachel, Kilian, they were coming into some of those aid stations in the middle of the night, just freezing and having to take a while to warm up. Do you feel like you had to do that reset as well when you did see your crew again?
No, because I feel like if I stop, I get even colder. It's
Yeah.
harder to get moving again. So I just kept going. Just give me the stuff and let's go. I try to be as efficient as possible in aid. Even with my crew, I want to spend time with them, but it's also like get me in and out so I can
I'll
keep
see you
going.
at the end.
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I always wonder, like, do you have time goals for each aid station, or is it really just like more things that you want to do at each aid station that you're focused on?
Yeah, I just do the things I got to do and get out.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's less than 5 minutes. I know one aid station, I can't even remember at the moment, but I came in and just needed a reset. Like I had pushed through the section, like lie a blanket on the ground, put my feet on the chair. I'm going to lie on the ground for 2 minutes and then I'll get up and start going. And so that was, I think, a 7-minute aid station, but I just needed that 2 minutes of like, nobody asked me questions about running.
Yeah, totally.
Just for a second.
Yeah, just give me that little, like, chance to, like, calm my mind for a second here. And you mentioned with the sleep, and I know this is a really hard part of these races is getting that right. You got about 40 minutes. Was that total or was that all in one chunk?
It was all in one chunk. So I'm not a person who can sleep for what I've learned is that everybody's sleep is a little bit different. And that minimal sleep, like 10, 15 minutes doesn't work for me. I tried it in the past and I would wake up and do a couple miles and want to go back to bed. I'm like, this is not going to work.
Yeah.
I tried it in a time race. And so I found 45 minutes and one big chunk works really well.
Right. Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, I think you have to know what works for you. Some people lie there for 20 minutes and then they're frustrated that they're not sleeping and it's just like, like that's not the move. But 40 minutes, no matter when you get it or how you get it, is not a lot of sleep to run for 63 hours on. Do you feel like as you got into the last section of the race that you could feel the fatigue, or at that point were you racing and you felt like you could sort of lean on the adrenaline of that chase to keep you going?
It was definitely both. I mean, when I got to Eldon climb, I was very excited to be climbing. I could feel kind of that chase. I knew where Heather was. I knew where Courtney was. I knew Rachel was done. I knew where the race was all kind of playing out. And so coming out of Wildcat, I was just burning. Like I was excited to get up that mountain. However, at the same time, I'm also hallucinating. So it was a combo of being excited, but also playing it safe.
Okay, and I want to hear about the hallucinations because not only are those fun, and I always see crazy things in trees at later stages of races, but Eldon was pacerless, and so you're sort of on your own to like talk yourself out of that and decide what's real and what's not real in that moment, right? So what were some of the things that you were seeing on the way up Eldon?
So most of it was the bushes and whatnot turning into people and animals. The only thing that I was worried about going up Eldon by myself is the ground was moving a little bit. Like there would be a root and it would move like a snake or something. So I would jump out of the way and it wasn't a snake, it was a root. And I would realize it a second later.
Oh no.
And so it did it so many times, my brain did, that I decided that nothing was going to be a snake.
Even if it
and
was.
I might as well just keep going. So I started ignoring it. Which good thing I didn't run into one because that would have been not a great thing to happen.
It's like, how did she run into the snake? Oh, she stepped on it because she thought it was a root.
Started ignoring the hallucination.
Yeah. Have you had a lot of hallucinations in your other, long record attempts or long races?
Not really. I have in my backyard. When I do a backyard later on in that race, just because you're getting so little sleep, right? You're getting 2 to 5 minutes an hour. So when those go on, you start seeing stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I always think it's a fascinating part of, the sport and just any of these efforts where you're out there for so long. Like when your mind starts going on you like that, and then you start questioning everything and you don't have anyone to be like, hey, no, you're good. That's not real. It can be just like a bit of an energy suck, right? And at the same time as you're also trying to push yourself and you're racing and Heather Jackson is right up ahead of you. And that was really fun for us to watch, just see you know, we were at the finish line, updating the tracker like endlessly, and it was sort of agonizing because the satellite sometimes takes a little bit to ping, and so there'd be this delay on like where you were versus Heather was, and then we're trying to do the math to figure out whose satellite is like more accurate and where you were. And so when you actually made that pass, which was just before Trinity, right?
Yeah, I think it was 1.5 miles maybe outside of Trinity, but I knew where she was, but I didn't know if I was getting any closer, right? Until I actually came up to her.
Right.
So it was like I was safe where I was in 4th.
Yeah.
I had to push to get 3rd, but I could push and not catch her. So it was really hard to be that tired too and try to keep your mind in that push.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's really interesting. And like we saw you guys come over Eldon, like Heather first and then you behind. And so we get a bit of a sense of like how you guys are both doing. Heather looked very, very tired at that point. But also knew for both of you guys going off the back of Eldon, like maybe not your favorite section of the course, right?
Oh, I am not a technical downhill runner. And I was so worried about that descent off Eldon. Because I tiptoe it. That's fine by me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fall.
Right.
And I knew that, like, I can climb, but the backside would... And when I didn't see her coming up the climb, I was like, oh, she's gone.
Yeah,
She's gone. There's no way I'm going to catch her. I'm not a downhill runner.
Because you have
She's
no
gone,
frame of reference.
But I'm still going to try. Yeah, no frame of reference.
Yeah,
like,
there's no one being like, hey, Meg, she's like just up ahead. Just go a little bit faster. You're just like flying blind and like, okay, cool. Well, this is hard for me. And like, she's probably zooming down the mountain right now.
Yeah, and that was my exact thought. So I'm like, I'm just going to keep running and then I'll be done. You know, I'll be at the Cocodona finish.
That was fun. Yeah, totally. So, okay. And I mean, we didn't really get to hear the full story of what happened when you did catch up with Heather. Did you just come around the corner and there she was? Did you guys stop and talk at all? Did you just like make a move and not look back? Like, how did that kind of go down?
So I came around the corner and Heather was there and I say, hey, Heather, how's it going? And she said, I'm doing okay. And I'm like, are you sure you're all right? You know, and she's like, yeah. And then she goes, how are you? And so there was a quick little conversation there. And then
you guys haven't seen anyone else in a long time. So that's probably like exciting.
Well, actually, I did pass one guy when I was going up Eldon. There was one guy taking a dirt nap. So I that was like the first person I had seen other than my current pacers in quite a while.
But not really in a state of like engaging with you.
No, he was definitely asleep.
Yeah.
I was thinking that it would be a great place though. He had the perfect little napping spot. He looked very comfortable.
Like, I won't disturb you. You look fine. That's funny. So yeah, I mean, obviously Heather was really struggling with the sleep at that point.
We all were.
Yeah. I'm sure there was that delirious, like, we're all doing great, we're all surviving type of moment as you go by, right? And,
oh yeah, I even backtracked on that section at one point because I thought I had got off course. And I backtracked and then I'm like, there's nowhere I could turn. There's no place else I could go. And so I just went until I saw the next marker. But yeah, at that point in time, there's enough trails intersecting there. You're that tired. There's no pacers. You just hope you're still on trail. And
we saw a few, again, hard to tell on the trackers, but a few times it looks like people were sort of going back and forth, especially at the beginning of the pack where you're questioning a little bit, just making sure you're on the right trail. Because the last thing you want to do is like a bunch of extra miles.
And it's marked so well.
Yeah.
Like it's marked so well.
But
if
you're
you
so
weren't tired, it would be absolutely fine. You'd be like, this is the best marked course ever.
Totally.
But you're exhausted. So it's like you're second guessing everything.
Yeah. No, and that, I mean, again, that's the challenge of being pacerless in that section late in the race. And for you, just like making this move. You pass Heather. Do you know you're in third? You realize sort of like, oh my gosh, like I've kind of worked my way up in the field. And like, did adrenaline kick in there? Like what was sort of going through your head as you moved into that spot and you've got like 4 miles to go in the race?
So I knew I was in third and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, she's going to fire back. You know, she's going to counterattack. So I'm running scared. Like I'm running scared. I was definitely behind on calories at this point, and I was seeing spots. So I'm running up hills, seeing spots. I'm just trying to navigate my way in. And but yeah, I was running scared all the way to the finish line.
Well, and I mean, Heather Jackson is such a fierce competitor that I would imagine not many people want to pass her and then worry about her coming from behind.
Oh, yeah, she's an incredible athlete. I thought I was, rightly scared.
Right. Well, we did notice that your pace for that last few miles was pretty quick. You were hitting some good miles. I think the tracker showed like close to 8 miles an hour for that last little bit.
Adrenaline for sure.
Yeah. Just like, I'm just going to go as hard as I can. It was really exciting. It was really fun for us to watch that because obviously you had moved up in the field so steadily. And I mean, at one point, I'm trying to remember exactly how far back you were time-wise from that front podium pack of women. But it's the cool thing about these races is that you make up and lose time in like such different ways. And it just is different for everybody. And like really you have to run your own race and sort of trust yourself too, right? And know that you can execute and that you're going to move up. And I thought that was very patient and very wise of you for a first time Cocodona outing to be able to like play out a race like that.
It definitely worked.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Not knowing a 200 or 250 or what it felt like, training and preparing for this, I was guessing, and it worked out pretty well, but it was a challenge.
Did you, just sort of curious as to how you sort of planned that out. Were you looking at previous times and sort of being like, okay, I think this is where I'll slot in and then going for that? Or was it really just like, I'm going to run an effort that feels like competitive to me and then hope that that stacks up with where the field is? Because obviously everyone was moving so quick out there this year.
It was definitely a combo of both. So I did look at previous performances and splits, but then I also took my information from the fast pack and was like, this is where I think I could run. This is where I can't.
Tell me about crossing the finish line. Your first Cocodona, obviously just that feeling of probably immense relief at being done. But also one of my favorite moments was the fact that you had Courtney and Rachel there to cheer you in, and just you got to share a couple minutes with them at the finish line. And it was such a powerful day for women and for women's racing out there. Just tell us a little bit about how that felt to be part of that moment, to have these incredible women there, to know like there was a lot of camaraderie behind the whole experience.
Having Courtney and Rachel come back to the finish and be at the finish line was just so sweet of them. And then to be there to go back to the finish for the other athletes that are finishing today, tomorrow, Saturday, that's what I think is special about this community, is we're there for each other. Regardless of first, last, somewhere in the middle, we're there to support each other, and they're everybody's effort, because we're all doing everything we can.
Yeah, right.
To do this incredible 250 miles.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it really is. There's so much mutual respect and admiration, right? Because you know what it takes to get to that finish line, no matter how long it takes you. And it's such an incredible achievement. And I actually just caught a question in the chat that I thought is a really good one on the subject, which is, what took you to like a darker, harder place? Big's backyard or Cocodona? A great question.
I think Cocodona. I would have to say Cocodona, because I had to, without having anybody at the last part, you had to dig so deep for so long to get up and get to the finish line. And there's so many times, like here, they make the aid station so comfortable. They take care of you. You just think, oh, I could stop. And like Fain Ranch has the couches, and I could take a nap here.
Totally.
So it's a battle between comfort and getting to that finish line.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that is, interesting that you say that. I did feel like that would be one of the hardest parts of the race, because you have nothing to take you out of your own head. You're just like in it for so long there. What's something that you're really proud of about your race?
That I stuck to my plan, that I kind of stuck to my race, and I had my crew to help with that a lot. So
Yeah, it really is a team effort. I'm sure that
I mean, I can't say enough great things about my crew. Like they were the best combo of people, and so happy every time I came in, even if I didn't look it.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, we got you. Give us your pack. Stock it up. Send me back out. Like, they didn't even give me time to lie to me. Tell me I look amazing. And they did.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really important thing. What's something that you feel like you learned from this experience that you didn't know about yourself before the race?
That's a good one. I don't know if I've had enough time to process the race yet, and to actually answer that question. I don't think that's something that comes quickly right after a race. I've only had, I've had a night of sleep, but it's still
not a whole lot, right?
Not a whole lot. I mean, day 1 and day 3 are still the same at this point.
Yeah, totally. We've gone full circle since then. No, that's fair enough. Is there something like that you feel like you get out of these long races that keeps you wanting to do them? I guess there's another way of asking that's more of a big picture look at why you do this.
I just like seeing how far I can go. I enjoy distance, so I enjoy challenging myself, and this was a huge challenge. Being a trail runner prior, and then doing all the loop courses I've done on flatter tracks, and then to combine the two with here's a long distance, and let's add some vert into that. The excitement of doing something new I hadn't tried before, but it merged like two things that I really, really love. Was the reason like Cocodona appealed to me. It's the reason I continue to do different races. I want the challenge.
Mm-hmm. What did it mean to you seeing Rachel perform the way she did? And I mean, she's got some experience at this race, and she's been able to sort of pick off time every year and to get to the point where she did this year. But as a woman who's like pushing these boundaries and seeing what's possible, what does it mean to see Rachel continue to like raise this ceiling for all of us and sort of like keep charging forward like this?
I am so excited for Rachel. I mean, she just had an incredible race, executed very well, wonderful time, and her finish. Oh my gosh, the video of her finish, she looks so strong still. She looks like she could have run it back.
Totally, yeah. I think she could have, yeah.
She probably could have. I don't know. But I was hanging out earlier at the finish line, and people, everybody's just talking, and they're talking about Rachel's race. And that, to me, it starts trickling around, right? So they're at the finish line talking about it, then they go home to wherever they live, and they're talking about it. It's inspiring. Like, it'll bring more people to sport. It'll excite people. Congratulations, Rachel, because that was just an incredible performance.
Do you feel like it excites you, just like the potential of what's possible and like where we can continue to push as women and just as athletes in the sport?
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah. And I know I asked you this at the finish line. Last question for you, because I know you also want to get to the finish line for Mika Fuse, and she's going to be coming in the next few miles. But would you come back? Like, is this something that intrigues you enough to revisit again?
Possibly. I still haven't come up with that answer yet. I do really like 200s, so there's a good chance that it might be on my schedule again.
Which I'm incredibly excited about. Personally, it was such a treat to see you come in, knowing just like what an amazing athlete you are, and then watching you run your own race and have such a great race out here. Finishing under Rachel's previous course record, just sort of like scratching the surface, I believe, of what's possible for you, and just like continuing to be part of the story that we're seeing of all of these incredible women. So thank you, Meg. Thank you for just, you're always a beautiful spirit. I feel like every time I saw you out there, you did have an amazing talent and ability to be positive and to just like be present in the moment. And I'm so happy for you, and I hope you really do get to soak it all in and to reflect on it all, and just absorb the whole experience and hopefully be really proud of it.
Thank you so much, Hillary.
Yes, and for those of you who can't see, Meg has the most amazing hair that I've been staring at with the tinsel in it, and it's really good. I love it.
I love adding the little grit and dirt, the trail run with the little sparkle.
Yeah, a little dreadlock sparkle by the end of the race.
I'm pretty sure it looked like that, but I don't remember. So,
well, a couple of people in the chat said that you looked great, so we'll go with that.
I like the people in the chat.
Yeah, totally. We do too. They're good people. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming in and chatting with us, and just for being willing to go back and think about your race when I know you've just run it and probably want to think about anything else. But also, yeah, so happy for you and looking forward to seeing you back out on the trails again soon for your next adventure.
Thank you so much.
All right, and I am now joined in the studio by another one of our top finishers and a first-time Cocodona 250 finisher, 7th place male finisher, Jakob Aberg from Sweden. Wonderful to have you with us.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Welcome. Is this your first time in Arizona? Have you been out to this corner of the world before?
No, first time in Arizona. Amazing state, amazingly beautiful.
Well, I feel like you got to see a fair chunk of it too. Like this is one way to go sightseeing.
Exactly, it's the best way, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like I think for those of us watching, you were a name that we maybe weren't as familiar with heading into the race, which is probably not a huge surprise to you since you haven't done as much racing over in North America. And this was your first time sort of tackling one of these longer distance races. So, I mean, let's just start with maybe a little bit of an intro of who you are and how you decided that running long distances for fun was a good idea. I love that your Instagram says that you're a pro jogger and you occasionally enjoy long runs. Does that feel like an accurate description?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, but no, I've just like, I don't know how I sort of got into ultra running. I've always been sort of a very goal-oriented person who have sort of liked to work towards very like concrete goals. And with running, that has been sort of a way to play with that a bit and sort of to do these longer distances. So I found out about like ultra running maybe 10 years ago, did my first race, and then sort of, as most of us, I think, we have just like taken on longer and longer challenges. And yeah, the last couple of years I've done a lot of like 100-mile races. I've been curious about sort of the multi-day racing as well, but have always found it a bit hard with sort of the logistical challenges and all of the things that come into play when you're out for this long. And now sort of with Cocodona, Satisfy as one of the sponsors for this race, I got this chance to sign up. So it became actually quite it was quite spontaneous sort of decision to run this race, because my A goal was actually to sign up for a mountain race in Europe that is like a marathon, Segama Ice Corrie, which is like a classic.
Yeah, Zegama is very different than Cocodona 250.
Yeah, they're very different. But I was hoping to get a spot in there, but I wasn't lucky in this year's lottery. So then, like the team manager of Satisfied, Kyla, reached out and asked me if I wanted to run Cocodona instead. And this was like 2 months ago. And then I thought like, yeah, this maybe is a great opportunity to try out this multi-day racing sort of format. There will be a lot of people from the team there. We have also Max Jolliffe and Mike Versteeg that has run this race in the past, so I can get a lot of like good insights from them as well. So yeah, it was just a great opportunity to come here and to try out this format for the first time.
Absolutely. I mean, Satisfy is such a fascinating brand. I think all of us enjoy how different it is than most of the other running brands in the sport. And I mean, even seeing how Satisfy shows up at Cocodona, right? They've always looked for ways to do something outside of the norm. And the aid station at Fain Ranch was sort of the first of its kind to offer the runner experience and all of that. How did you first get connected to Satisfy? Like, what was your sort, like, it's they don't have a ton of sponsored athletes. Like, I'm curious how you ended up involved with the brand.
Yeah, that is a good question, actually. I was doing quite well on like some Swedish trail races for a year, and then sort of the team manager back then reached out to me and asked if I want to be a part of the team. And I was also like a fan of the brand from earlier, so that was like a perfect match for me, and I think for them as well. So yeah, we've been together now for what is it? It's like 4 or 5 years, I think. Okay. So it's been really, really fun.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like getting like an opportunity like this to come over and, like you said, maybe pick the brains of people like Max Jolliffe or Mike Versteeg that have done this race before. did you have enough time for that? Like, it sounds like you only had a few months' notice that you were running this race. Were you able to gather a lot of information from them before the race?
Yes, I would say so. But then, of course, there is like other challenges that with this race as well that was sort of hard to prepare for as well, like the altitude. Like Stockholm, where I live, is on sea level, and I also had sort of another planned race that I ran 3 weeks ago called Istria. It's in Croatia in Europe. So that was sort of first my sort of a goal with the spring sort of season now. So I trained like specifically more for that race, and then these like last 3 weeks I've tried to be as specific as I could for Cocodona now, which in Stockholm have meant a lot of like heat training on the treadmills. And yeah, one of Mike's biggest tips was that I was gonna practice my hiking. So I've done that a lot of on the treadmills as well.
With poles? Like, are you on like a incline hiking or?
I've not used poles, but like steep grade treadmills, like 20-25%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that has been like the focus these last couple of weeks, but a lot of like treadmill stuff.
Yeah. Well, and it sounds like coming over here, I know I had a chance to chat with Kyla when she was out on the course with you. You didn't know a lot of people here. You didn't necessarily have the chance to put together the crew and the pacers that you would have if you were in Europe necessarily. And you sort of came into the race maybe with just like a collection of people to help you, but not necessarily people that knew you that well. It's always a challenge too when you're racing. Like, I've raced in Asia and Europe, and things are different, right? Aid stations are different, the culture's different, right? Like, so there's a lot of different challenges and layers for you going into this race that not everyone's facing.
Yeah, exactly. But I was lucky that my crew was mostly European then. It
So
was like the satisfied team, and then of course Kyla as well helped out a lot. So that was also like a really fun thing for all of us, I think. I was able to try out this like multi-day format for the first time, but a lot of the people in the crew hadn't crewed before either. So I think it was like an exciting challenge for them as well.
Yeah.
But I definitely, and we have talked about it now afterwards as well, that I think we can definitely cut down my time a bit more since all the learnings that we got from this experience now.
Right. Well, yes. And I think, every time you finish a race like this, there should always be something that you take away from it as a learning. And I think that's the addictive part of it, is that you can always be improving and there's time to be saved. I heard a really fun story, maybe not fun for you as much, but just about when you were out on the race and you missed the aid station at Whiskey Row. There was a lot going on, and I know it's one of those funny ones. Like, you run through town, and I could see how you could just keep running down the street and not necessarily realize that the aid station is sort of tucked into the side of this building there. Kyla called you, right? You'd already passed the aid station. You were like a mile or two outside of it. So just like tell us that little story, because you're running your race and things are probably feeling okay, and all of a sudden it feels like, oh no, like we're sort of losing control here.
Yeah, that was quite funny, actually. I don't know how I missed the aid station in the first place, but somehow I managed to run past the Whiskey Row aid station, and I knew that like the station was going to be somewhere in the center of Prescott. So when we started to get out more towards Fane, I was like, I must have missed the aid station. Asked some people that were coming behind me, like, have I missed the aid station? They were like, yeah, it's like 2-3 miles back. And then you get all of this, okay, what should I do now? Should I just skip this and keep going and save these like kilometer or miles so I don't have to run this extra part? Or should I go back to Whiskey Row? But then Kyla called me and we talked, and we thought maybe the best way is just to get back to Whiskey Row and run those extra extra miles because it will probably, when a race is this long, it will probably don't matter too much in the end, hopefully.
Well, I think it was the right call because I think, otherwise there might not have been more miles to run, right, if you miss the aid station. But I'm sure in the moment, I know Kyla said you were telling her, I just don't want the extra miles on my legs. Like, don't make me go back there,
Yeah, exactly. Like, that you're going to be running for 250 miles. You don't want more miles in your legs.
Yeah. Yeah. And that could be a hard thing just mentally to sort of come back from, because there's that frustration. You're beating yourself up. You're maybe just feeling like, what went wrong in that moment? Do you feel like you were able to sort of just put it behind you and reset?
Yeah, I think so. So then I went back to Whiskey Row, picked up my pacer, Tommy there, and then we could talk about it. And it didn't feel so bad when when I had just decided to go back to Whiskey Row. So sort of then and there, the decision was made, the mistake was made. So then I just accepted that and kept going. And as always with these long races, mistakes will happen, and things will pop up, and that will sort of, it's just inevitable that something happens that have an effect on your race, I think.
Totally. And I think the mark of a successful race is being able to pivot and to be resilient and not let those things overwhelm you and just sort of accept,
yeah, exactly.
It's part of the game, whether it's in your control or out of your control, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we had a few of those moments during the race, but I think, as you say, you just have to accept it and don't spend too much energy to think about what would happen if that wouldn't have happened.
The woulda, coulda, shouldas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I think that's wise. You had some fun pacers out there. I know I saw the founder of Satisfied Breeze paced you for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
A great pacer. We had some really nice moments together, so that was really awesome. It was just so much fun to have these guys helping me out. Was their first time pacing as well. It was just a great time.
It was really cool to see the Satisfied crew sort of rally around you. And I know earlier in the race when there was more athletes running, everyone was spread a little bit thinner. But then as the race went on, you were sort of the last man standing. And so all of a sudden, I think your crew got a lot bigger and there was a lot of excitement about your race. Did you know what place you were in? Did you focus on that at all as you were running, or were you really just focused on running your own race and not letting that noise come in?
I was just trying to focus on myself and focus on what felt sustainable for me for this long.
And it's all uncharted territory, right?
Exactly. It's all uncharted territory. I was just trying to focus as much as possible on my own performance, my body, and then just be as efficient as possible. And then sort of what that leads to in terms of positions and placing later on in the race, I was trying to focus less on.
Which I think is hard to do, And I mean, I have a little note from Kyla here that you didn't want to know what place you were in, and you said that wasn't why you came here, which that's a bold move.
Yeah, I think Kyla tried to push me a bit in the end when we were running from the last when we start running in Flagstaff from Fort Tuthill down to what's it called?
Before Mount Eldon?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so Kyla was trying to
Wildcat Hill, probably.
help me push me a bit there, but then and there I just want to focus on sort of my own race and be as efficient as possible, and then what position that leads to, that was sort of secondary. I just wanted to try to be as efficient as possible, which then led also during that section, I think me and Kyla, we passed Jeff Browning, we passed Courtney, we passed Eder Ramirez.
Eder Ramirez, yeah.
And someone else, I think.
Yeah, you all of a sudden started moving up places in that section. Now, as you're passing Jeff Browning and Courtney, you might not know what place you're in, but you have to recognize at that point that you're doing pretty well, right? Like, is that going through your head like, oh, crap, like I'm going by these guys and, you know.
Definitely. And it's also sort of giving you energy as well, that you're seeing other people also having a hard time as well. So that, is sort of an energy boost for yourself. Like, you're not alone in the pain cave. Like, at that point in this race, basically everyone is having a hard time. And just trying to get to Flagstaff in the most efficient way possible.
Was that the furthest that you've ever had to dig before? Like, as far as that, we talk a lot about the pain cave or just embracing that suffering. Was that kind of experience at Cocodona the most that you've ever explored that for yourself?
Good question. Probably, but maybe it was more like, it was almost tougher earlier in the race, I would say, like from a mental perspective. Like when you've come that far, like at Fort Tuthill, then you know that now I almost have this in the bag, sort of.
Just 40 more miles.
Yeah, exactly. While like at Crown King, or when I did that like at Whiskey Row, the mistake of running past the aid station, that was harder, I think. But pain cave wise, of course, it is tough and it is hard. But I've been in hard pain caves before, so it's hard to compare them, because it's also so different pain caves in a way, like a 250-mile pain cave versus
something short and hard and fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fascinating. And I also have really loved hearing runners' experiences going up Mount Eldon on your own, because you don't have Kyla with you, don't have someone to sort of like deflect some of that or maybe give you that extra push. Do you feel like when you were out on your own in that section, you were able to stay motivated? Like, what was sort of driving you at that point to keep pushing forward? Because it's a huge point of the race.
Yeah, exactly. Good question. I think it's so hard as well to know how you're doing at that section, because I didn't see Courtney, who was in front of me, nor the person behind me. So you don't know if you're doing good, if you're like picking up on the people in front, or if the people behind you are picking up on you. It was definitely hard, but I just tried to be as efficient as possible. And like at that point of the race as well, it was pretty exposed from the sun and the heat. So I just tried to keep my salt and hydration levels on a good, so I could keep on feeling strong on the ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that section, like you said, you have no idea. Like, we have the drones and everything, and so we can sort of compare and see how you guys are tackling the terrain, especially coming off of the backside of Eldon, where it's so technical going downhill like that. Did you have any moments in that last section where you hit those lows and you were just like trying to dig out of it, or do you feel at that point it was just like get to the finish line as fast as possible? And
definitely on the ascent up to Eldon, I think it was really tough, and you're like trying to convince yourself that it isn't so far until the finish, but you also know that it's very far. So
yes.
On the ascent it was really tough, but then on the descent I had pretty good flow, I would say. Yeah. So I got energy from that, and then when I came down from the descent, I just tried to be as efficient as possible and get to the finish line.
Now, you ended up finishing in 62 hours and 11 minutes. Courtney repassed you just before the finish line, right? As she came charging into town, which was really fun to watch her sort of have this surge of energy. How did that feel? You're sort of feeling like you're moving at a good pace and you're trying to finish as strong as possible, and then Courtney Dauwalter just finds another gear and goes blowing past you.
Yeah, it's quite funny. It has happened before as well. But she passed me
with
actually.
Courtney?
Yeah, she passed me before Mount Eldon, so she passed me before the ascent. Because I was having some stomach issues at that point. I was not feeling so good. And then she passed me, and then I was thinking, now I just need to get my shit together and go up this mountain and don't try to stress too much about the position and that she passed me. I try to just do my own thing and just be as efficient as possible. But yeah, Courtney has passed me like this before. It was on Lavaredo last year, a mountain race in Europe that is like 120k, and it was the same. She's a super strong climber, so and she dug deep, so great job by her.
Yeah, I feel like if Courtney's behind you, you can never stop looking over your shoulder, because there's a very good chance that she is going to find that last gear. And that was really exciting to watch that play out. But it was really, really fun to see, again, your race and how well you executed. And the fact that by the time you did cross the finish line, you'd picked off so many people there. What was going through your head at the finish? Do you feel like, other than just relief at being done, was there something that you're kind of taking away from it? Is there something you're really proud of about your whole performance out there?
I still think I need some time to let this sort of sink in. But of course, the feeling of what has happened during these past 3 days.
Was it a dream?
Was it a dream? Did you and me, with the Pacers, did we run that section together this morning? Everything just becomes this blur. So just sitting there and trying to process that. And of course I was chatting with Courtney a bit as well about the races. And we had some moments together where I was passing her before Fort Tuthill. She was really having a tough time then. I took a power nap at Fort Tuthill. She passed me, and then I passed her again when she was taking a dirt nap.
You yo-yoed a little bit.
Yeah. So we just went and we talked about that and laughed sort of about those experiences as well. But yeah, it was just so cool to come to the finish line and see so many people there as well, and just a good vibe. So it was just big relief. And just trying to process it all.
Tell us something that has surprised you or was different than what you expected about racing over here in North America, out in Arizona, in such a different environment from what you're used to.
There's just so many factors that I need to think more about when racing here, like the salt levels in my systems, for instance. When you face these kinds of heat or these kinds of temperature differences, some parts of the course it was super cold, it was freezing, and then a few hours later you were running on another part of the course where it was desert and super hot. So managing those differences is something that I think that I can improve a lot on. But also just overall racing first time in America, sort of with the crews and the whole teamwork. It's a nice vibe. Yeah, Pacers. It's a nice vibe. Just that there's so many people out on the courses and you see so many people.
Yeah.
And it's a good vibe. In Sweden, a lot of the races are, they don't even allow crew. So then you're completely on your own. But I've really gotten my eyes open for this, with the sort of the crewing and pacing culture that you have in America.
It is a lot of fun, yeah. And I know we've seen a lot of American runners go over to Europe and almost struggle with the other side of the coin as far as the different approach. But I think where you can, embracing the pacers here and embracing the whole atmosphere certainly does make it more, like you share the experience, and that's always powerful. And all the moments you have on the trail with your pacers, and it's very human, right, to share that whole experience.
Yeah, it really is. No, but it's been so much fun.
Yeah. What was your favorite thing at the aid stations that's different from what you find in Sweden or in your races in Europe? Any special foods that you tried? I know some of the aid stations do like some fun different like hot foods and stuff.
I need to sort of process this as well, what I've eaten during the race. But yeah, great pancakes and no, but I think it's been like sort of what's been existing at the aid station. I think has been pretty similar to what I've been used to from Europe as well. But of course, the vibe with the more people, and it just creates a more nice environment instead of coming in on your own to an aid station like it can be in Europe.
Did you try the chili at Watson Lake? I heard that was a fan favorite. So many aid stations ago.
I might have tried it with the noodles.
Yeah.
I think, but I'm not sure.
And then I know another fun part of this was the basketball hoop shooting out at Mingus. Did you partake in the basketball?
I actually forgot about it. They asked me to do it, but then I took a power nap, and then after the power nap, I just went out and we kept going. So unfortunately, I missed the hoop contest.
Well, this is the basketball that everyone signed up there, which is a pretty fun thing. But yeah, lots of moments, right? And I hope you have a chance to unpack some of those and pull them apart in your brain from what I'm sure is all a blur right now. Any kind of parting thoughts, like on your whole experience, anything that you're really proud of or like taking away from this experience? And would you do it again, I guess, is a good final thought too.
No, but I'm very happy how I executed the race, since it was my first time doing like a multi-day race like this. I tried to stay very conservative from the start, and then my hope was to be strong in the end. I sort of like someone told me once that in ultra running, if you have fun 3 quarters of the time of an ultra race, then you've been successful. So I always try to sort of have that mindset, and I think I actually managed to do that at this year's Cocodona as well.
That's a good ratio. That's pretty good, yeah.
So the 300, the first K was actually fun, and I was enjoying it a lot. But then, like the last 100, I had to dig a bit deeper.
Yeah. Well, you learn a lot about yourself through all of those moments. Thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. We had a lot of people from Sweden cheering for you as you were running. There was a lot of Swedish flags that were being thrown in the chat, and a lot of people really proud of you. And really, I think just speaking as someone in the American trail running culture, it's really fun for us to see people like you come over and experience our version of trail running and be part of it, and then also just execute such a great race. So it was really cool to see you out there and to see you finish so strong.
Yeah, it has been an amazing experience, and I think I definitely will come back at some point.
Yeah, well, we look forward to it. There'll be a pin in your name next time, because now we know what you can do out there.
Yeah, hopefully, and hopefully it isn't as spontaneous as this time. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jakob, and rest up and enjoy the rest of your time here in the States.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. That was Jakob. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to look. Jakob Åberg. Did I say that okay? Åberg?
Jakob Åberg.
Jakob Åberg. I was not even close.
You're very close, I would say.
On the third try, maybe. Well, thank you for your patience with us, and thank you again for joining us. That was feel like I learned a lot about you, and it was really kind of cool because I saw you throughout the race and didn't get the chance to really learn much about your past. So yeah, great getting to chat. I love these interviews and the chance to actually catch up with everyone now that we've had a little bit of sleep. I say a little bit of sleep. But yes, back to our race coverage, because I do know that we've got Mika Fuse coming in soon, and we are very excited to see her finish. So don't worry, guys, we are not forgetting that. Our F10 female coming in soon. We're going to take a short break and be back to you very quickly without missing any finish lines. I'm Hillary Yang, and we are watching the Day 4 coverage of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
Hello, hello. This is Shelby Farrell in the Mountain Outpost studio. We are live on the Cocodona 250 course. This live stream is brought to you by Ultra. And we are watching Mika Fuse on her way to the finish line in Heritage Square. This is an exciting moment. Mika's had just, from what I can tell from watching on the live stream and seeing pictures on the Cocodona 250 Instagram, she's had a really gritty race, and it's so exciting to see her making her way down to downtown Flagstaff. Mika is no stranger to this distance. She recently came in 6th female at Tour, an incredible multi-day 330K race in Italy. That was in 2024. She's ran Tahoe 200, coming in 1st female, 3rd overall. In 2024, Cocodona 250, 3rd female, 2024. She had a big 2024, wow. She's a crusher, Janji athlete. The girl does not quit. If you are watching right now, I just pulled open the chat. I'd love to hear who's tuning in. Where are you tuning in from? Flood the chat. Tell me what's going on. Mika is moving with her pacer. She will be the 10th place female finisher, just rounding out the top 10 for the women's field, which has been a really competitive space. I was out there pacing Sally McRae, and we were keeping eyes on that position. And I'd say there are at least 5 women that were just so close together. So it's exciting to see how this race has shaken out for the top 10 females of Cocodona. And now we have eyes on our finish line cam. What you don't see is behind this camera is a ton of people waiting to cheer on runners. It's such a scene. If you live in Flagstaff or you're visiting Flagstaff right now, come down to Heritage Square and watch these runners finish something huge. Nice. We have people watching from California, Colorado, New York, Australia. Someone just asked, where is Arvada, Colorado, where Mika is from? It's a city just northwest of Denver, between Denver and Boulder. There's definitely a lot of trail and mountain athletes in that area because it's so close to the Front Range trails and easy access to the mountains. So a great place to train and prepare yourself for something like Cocodona 250. But on that note, you don't need to live in a mountain town to train for something like Cocodona 250. We have had incredible talented athletes like Arlen Glick, who's from Ohio, and he finds ways to make it work running road hill repeats. So if you're listening and feeling inspired to register for Cocodona, but you're like, wait, I'm not from Colorado, you can still run this race. It's all about your dedication and your training. 2026 has been such an exciting year to be tuning into Cocodona 250. We've seen just an outstanding women's race with the top 3 females all running under course record. What? Rachel Entrekin coming in first overall. Just an incredible race by Rachel, with a finish time of 56:09:48, the fastest this course has ever seen. Second place female Courtney DeWalter, 61:58:35, followed by Meg Eert, who we just had in the studio. Rewind. The wonderful, talented Hillary Yang, who just rejoined me, is sitting next to me. She interviewed Meg, so if you want an inspiring interview, pop back a little bit and listen to what Meg had to say about her incredible third place finish.
Yeah, don't mind me. I was just over in the corner shoving snacks in my mouth, guys. Loved Meg's interview and just loved the chance to get to sit down with her once she's had a little bit of time to reflect. Although I also appreciate, too, athletes that can't give you all the answers right away when they finish a race. And I think in Meg's and Jakob's interview, both of them were sort of chewing on things a little bit. And I think it's still a lot to unpack from the races. And with a race like this, I think that's very wise, because you live a lifetime in a few days, you know, in this experience. And it is really, I think, important to sort of stop and think about what you've done and appreciate it and really, like, yeah, I don't know, just not rush through it, right? Like, it's such a huge experience.
No, you can't sum it up immediately after. There's a lot to unfold. It's really great. You know, usually these athletes will have a team dinner with their crew, if not, you know, within a week after Cocodona, maybe within the last month, and that really gives the time for things to settle and people to share stories and hear different perspectives from crew and pacer. So yeah, you gotta let it sit and
simmer.
Yeah, sit and simmer, because this journey will change you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's so much fun to have our podium finishers coming in, but just so you guys know, we are keeping a close eye on the tracker as our runners are coming through. And I will just give a quick shout out to, see if we can take a look at our finishers that just came in. We're seeing, so we've got the Sedona 125 finishers coming in at the same time as our 250-mile finishers are right now. And don't forget, you can follow along in the live tracker to see all of these runners as they're coming in. So that's a great way to sort of get a sense of how far out they are. And I mean, in some cases, it's a little bit deceiving. You think they're really close, but then it's still, you know, a few miles to go. And Mika's certainly getting there. She'll be here very shortly, and we're really excited to see her. I believe that was Ben Lehman that just finished. He was just, yeah, I believe his tracker just pinged Bib 536, Sedona 125 runner, Ben Lehman.
Way to go, Ben.
And yes, I mean, personally speaking, and speaking of the women's race, seeing Mika finish in the top 10, seeing her really rally and come back from, you know, an almost DNF, which is not the first time she's done this on the Cocodona course, seeing her come back and pull together such a strong race despite all the challenges she faced, despite the really gnarly fall that she took that took her out of the race fairly early, is so great to see, and I'm really excited for her.
Really excited for her.
Big fan of Mika, guys. I've followed her for a long time and known her since probably 2019 with the 200s world, and seen her really progress in her skills and confidence in the sport, and she's just like a wonderful human. So absolutely thrilled to be able to celebrate with her, and thrilled to have all of you guys here in the chat and just being part of that journey. Thank you for joining us and for being so willing to share your time and cheer in all of these runners, especially as we get into days 4, 5, and 6. It's I mean, I think really special for all of us, and I find these finishes really meaningful, especially seeing how long people have been running for, right? It's like...
It's so emotional. I wouldn't call myself a super emotional person, but I always cry with the final finisher on Saturday. It's just knowing how long they've been out there and they've been through a lot.
I think I started crying when Rachel finished, and I probably won't stop crying until we get to that final finisher. But yeah, there's something truly special about the golden hour, the golden hours at Cocodona. If you haven't seen Dylan Harris's film for Aravaipa called The Cutoff that was released this year, I really encourage you to go check that out, because I guarantee it'll make you cry. And it'll also just inspire you as to what's possible and the power of human potential, and also just like running this race with the pressure of the cutoffs, and the timing is a whole other beast, and something that I find just hard to wrap my mind around. So, that is, really, really inspiring to see. And just on a cutoff note, as we wait for Mika to come in, our next cutoff is at, I had this pulled up here, Schnebley Hill tonight, so mile 176 at 9 p.m. So that's the next cutoff that runners have to make their way through. And the last one was at Sedona Posse Grounds today at noon. So they had 9 hours to get from Sedona Posse Grounds to Schnebley Hill, through some really technical sections of the course, through the Hangover Trail, through the Slick Rock. And I feel like this is, again, for all these runners that just made it out of Sedona and have to push and keep ahead of all these cutoffs, it's a long ways still to run with that looming over you. So just shout out to all the crews and pacers and runners that are facing up against that. You've got this. You guys are just chipping away, and you just have to keep putting one foot in front of the other, and we'll see you in Flagstaff shortly, and we're really, really excited about it.
Yeah, that section to Schnebley Hill is no joke. The Hangover Trail is an addition to the Cocodona course last year, and it's an iconic trail in Sedona. You're on the Red Rock. You're in the Sedona vortex. It's steep. It's unique. It's not terrain that people have in their backyards.
Right. Yeah, I know. Totally. How do you train for that? I mean, talking to Jakob, our last interview, the Swede that finished in 7th place, and he did a lot of his training on the treadmill. And we know a lot of runners. I mean, Eder Ramirez, who lives in Las Vegas, I know his wife has said that he comes up with some really creative ways to train for the technical parts of this terrain. And I know a lot of runners coming from all over the place. I mean, shout out to Cody Poskins, who we're also going to hear from later, our 3rd place finisher. He comes from Missouri, and so he's got Midwest challenges, and all of his crew come from Missouri, and so they're all sort of dealing with this different environment, and I kind of love that. I think, first of all, so brave.
So brave. Cody had such an incredible race. I've been really enjoying following his trajectory as an athlete. Yeah. He came here last year with 1 pair of socks, rumor has it, and
facts, not rumors, Shelby. Facts.
So
I believe
wild.
He had 4 pairs this year, so boy leveled up.
Still not a lot of socks, honestly. When I was out there pacing Sally, especially through to the Sedona Posse grounds, that is like this fine red dust that gets in your shoes, it gets in your socks, and kind of starts to grind away at your feet. So multiple socks are kind of necessary out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was seeing runners changing shoes and socks at pretty much every aid station that's crew accessible, which is a lot more than 4 pairs.
Yeah, it's the sock changing thing is it's a fun topic, because it does take time to change your socks and shoes, and runners can kind of get frustrated having to do it at every stop. At the same time, it's a strategy move. You need to keep your feet happy in order to go 250 miles. So sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of time to properly take care of yourself.
Yeah, no, you really do. And I think those sacrifices are well worth it. And we did see runners really recognizing that, and I think leaning into that more and not rushing through the aid stations quite as fast this year, which ultimately made for better racing and less DNFs.
Absolutely. These are the things that are making the sport faster. These figuring out how to fine tune and dial in the right places. And we saw that across the board with these athletes, from fuel to wardrobe choices to how they arrange their crew. All of it matters.
Yeah. No, totally. There's so many factors that go into putting together a race. And that's outside of things that can just happen to you, which, I mean, for Mika, that's what happened to her. She took a bad fall early on in the race. She fell right on her face. I know that's always really scary, right? Especially just with Yeah, you don't know if you've gotten a head injury
so
or
scary.
Like, you know, if there's like more complicated things. Also, just shout out to fan favorite Andy Glaze, who's on the screen right now.
Oh, Andy
Going through
Glaze.
Tat Hill aid station at oh gosh, what mile is that? 211.
211. Yeah. So he passed his med eval. Everyone has to sit down with the medic there and answer a few questions to make sure that they're safe to carry on.
He looks pretty like with it right now.
Yeah,
I
he
feel
does.
Like. Yeah, rocking his jorts as always.
As always, and he's headed out for a 17-mile section through really gorgeous rolling trail in Flagstaff.
Yeah, fun to get to see these glimpses of the aid stations, and look at how busy they are, right? Like so many folks that are working their way through them.
Yeah, I was there earlier this morning. Actually, did a little shakeout run going reverse on the course to cheer on runners, and it's so cool seeing people out there. And they kept trying to step over for me. I was like, no, we're stepping over for you. Keep going. You're almost there.
Totally.
It's so neat. And yeah, just different people are in different places at this point. They've traveled 211 miles. Some of them are stoked to see somebody cheering for them. Some of them kind of just want to cover their faces and keep going. But it's a scene, and this community is really like no other. Everyone just wants to support everyone and get them through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, Andy's only got a cool like 42 miles to go. But this is actually a cool moment, guys.
This is so cool.
The little like fist bumper moment with the fire department. Andy is a fire chief based out of Southern California and has somehow managed to hold down a pretty stressful job, and as well as being a father and a husband, on top of all the training he does. And he runs 100 miles a week and has for, years now. He's got quite the streak going. I truly don't know how he finds enough hours in the day.
He's so determined, and he just released a book. I haven't read it yet. Have you?
No, but I actually heard it was really good, and he's got a heck of a life story, and a very inspiring person. And I think that is the cool thing about these races. You get a lot of really profound stories of why people get into these races, and you do have to have a very strong why, you know, as far as like what motivates you and gets you through the dark times in these races. And Andy's no stranger to just sort of sitting in that pain cave, but also you can clearly sort of come out of it and make time to to interact with people out there and just like soak it all in.
Yeah, and if anybody can do that, it's this guy. I mean, he's known for just smiling through it all.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're interested, his book is called Smile or You're Doing It Wrong, A Journey from Rock Bottom to Redemption. It goes way deeper than running, covering his path from addiction, institutional abuse as a teenager, firefighting, fatherhood, and eventually finding healing through ultra running, as we get to watch him do right now.
Absolutely.
It's moving well.
Yeah, he really is. Looking really strong, Andy Glaze. Keep it up. I feel like that's what the live stream guy just told him.
Yeah, you rock, Andy.
Yeah.
We see you. He was just at Canyons, too. Did he run the 100K at Canyons? It's a race in Auburn. I mean, he's obviously always running. That's what he's known for.
Yeah, totally. Never not running.
Yeah.
Again, shout out to our runner cams who are out there and have been out there for the last 83 hours. And, you know, I think we're doing, every year I'm blown away by the coverage we get and the amount of people that are willing to be part of this endeavor and bring you all these great camera angles. And just want to really appreciate all the humans behind the scene that make this coverage possible and how tirelessly they're working to bring that to you.
It's truly impressive, and the camera crew has been working up the course as the runners work up the course, so they're always on the move. I know a bunch of them just got to Flagstaff last night, and you know, after working day after day. And here's
Oh,
Mika.
there we go, you guys. Ask and you shall receive sometimes, chat.
Sometimes.
No, and speaking of just follow cams and trying to do our best to get all around the course, it's awesome to have eyes on Mika Fuse as she comes into Flagstaff and celebrates the last little bit of her very long journey to get here. It must feel very surreal for her in this moment. And I know for those of you who are sort of thinking about all this incredible racing we've seen in the women's field, there is a film in the works by Aravipa and Dylan Harris again, sort of the trifecta of the film series they've been working on about the women's race, which is going to be absolutely mind-blowing this year, and I think probably the best film we've ever seen about this. And I do know that they were following Mika for it as well, so I'm really curious to see how that's going to play out and just see her story and how she's pulled herself back and really like found a gear and found a reason to keep going out there and to finish in the top 10. We're all so happy for you, Mika. I think it really speaks volumes to her as a person when you can see how many people are cheering her on and just like so thrilled to see her out here.
So thrilled.
Getting some high fives and hugs as she comes around these final corners.
If you're not following Mika, she is Sugar Crash Vegan on Instagram, a vegan ultra runner fueled by sugar with 16 200-plus mile finishes. It actually might be more than that. I'm not sure when she last updated her Instagram bio. She might be at close to 18 now, I think. So she knows she's
no stranger.
Yeah. Is she with Geraldo Sabertas right now? Is that Harry in the yellow?
Yes, so Harry and his wife Lauren were out there pacing and crewing. Oh, I don't know if Harry actually paced Mika because she did take that time off in the middle of the race, and I know he was out with Meg, but they have been part of her crew, and I know they're good friends, and it's really, really, I think, special to see the bond that exists within the ultra running world and to see him out supporting her for this.
Yeah, a fellow John G athlete. So working together with a teammate. I actually have the Harry trading card. They made really cool trading cards of the runners from the chase, which was not last year's, but the previous year's film.
Yeah, the first one,
Yeah. Where he passed Jeff Browning in the final miles descending into Flagstaff. It's
absolutely infamous.
Riveting. It's a riveting film.
You think ultra running can't be exciting, guys?
It sure is.
Mika's soaking it all in. I think she's probably thinking at this point, there's no rush. Might as well enjoy this moment.
It's really cool getting into civilization and knowing you're going to stay there after 250 miles through the wilderness.
You don't have to leave again. It looks like Mika coming in with just a lot of friends and family right now too, which is such a special way to finish. And I do love that part of this race, right? Like getting to run the last few miles or walk or however you want to come into Flagstaff with your loved ones and everyone that got you there surrounding you.
Especially this year, not having pacers from Eldon, like now they finally get to see their buddies after a really long stretch by themselves, a really long, hard stretch by themselves.
Yes, it must feel even more sort of like a satisfying conclusion. Lots of stories to be told, too.
So many. I mean, yeah, so when we talk about Eldon, they're summiting a mountain by themselves, 3,386 feet of climbing with 3,055 feet of descending. So we're going straight up and down with no buddies, no pacers. And for anybody watching right now, I think sometimes we assume everyone knows what a pacer is, but let me help clarify. Pacer is somebody that you get to stroll along with you for various sections of the course, and they're helping remind you to eat food. Keeping tabs like, hey, we've been at this for an hour. Have you put anything in your mouth? Have you sipped on water? What's going on? They're also very aware of what your goals are for the race and helping you quite literally keep pace as Mika picks up her pace.
Yeah, running this last little bit. And as someone in the chat noted, Mika's about to get her 1,000-mile buckle, which is 4 finishes at Cocodona. And we are so thrilled to see Mika Fuse crossing the finish line, rallying back from what was a really hard day out there, and all smiles, with quite a bit of bruising on her face. You could really see that there for a minute.
Oh, look at that big buckle.
Big sort of sigh of taking it all in. Yeah.
Going in for her finish pictures. This is going to be a good before and after.
Yeah, absolutely. A few things changed for her. Yeah, thanks everyone in the chat for just being so thrilled and encouraging for Mika, and I know she felt the love out there, and I'm sure that's a huge part of what brought her back to finish this race. And just getting that 1,000-mile buckle must feel pretty darn incredible for her. She certainly earned it. Notice her friend Joel Gadd is there at the finish line too. Joel, shout out to him as being on radio communications all week, keeping you guys safe on the course. He's a good friend of Mika's. Yeah, she is a tough cookie, you guys. Probably one of the toughest female ultra runners I know. Like, there is not a lot that will take Mika out.
No. And from what I've seen in her racing, she's kind of like calm and quiet and sweet. Ooh, here we go. Another finisher coming through.
I believe that was a Sedona 125 finisher, Jess Fargo, coming in for her finish as well. So congratulations, Jess. And once again, huge congratulations to Mika Fuse, our 10th place female finisher in a time of 83 minutes and, 83 minutes, oh my gosh, 83 hours and 39 minutes or so. Being a long 83 minutes, you guys.
Wow, top 10 females are in. That's big.
It is big, yeah.
That was our race director, Steve Adderholt, with the black hat and black t-shirt.
Yeah. I don't think anyone works harder than Steve, and especially during this week, I'm pretty convinced he doesn't sleep at all.
Not that guy. He's out of the scene now.
Just a fun fact for Mika as well. She's finished 16 200-mile plus races over her career, which is pretty incredible.
Seriously.
16, you guys.
Yeah, and I'm almost wondering if it was more because she did tour. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's a pro. And that's Drew Darby, one of the incredible cameramen working on capturing the women's race for this year's film.
Yes, so stay tuned for more on Mika's journey very shortly when that film comes out.
Can't wait. I mean, they're probably going to make us wait a year, but
probably rude.
It's fine. I can wait.
All right, well, speaking of ultra runners that know their way around 200-mile races, we have Kilian Korth in the studio with us right now. We're going to take a very short ad break and let Kilian make his way over to the couch here and then do an interview with our first place male of the 2026 Cocodona 250, which I'm very excited about this. So we'll be right back in a minute. Don't you guys dare go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. This is going to be good.